Chapter 241 Brave 7. Chung Wei. 500 taels. When the gentle girl waiter showed a sweet smile to Wang Longqi, Li Chu frowned. 500 taels for an hour's dream? He couldn't help but be shocked by the huge profit involved. Not expensive. Not expensive. Wang Longqi walked over casually and paid the check with a proud smile on his face. Normally, I can't afford to sleep with even a prostitute at this price. In my dream, I can sleep with more than 10 courtesans. He seemed to have thought about it for a moment and looked back at the plaque of Yiming's High. Wonderful. After sighing for a while, he remembered something and looked at Li Chu. How is the business going? You actually remember that we are here to do business? Li Chu rolled his eyes gently and then replied, It went very smoothly. Speaking of which, I really admire Taoist Master Yu. This group of ex-girlfriends all have their own merits. Wang Longqi shook his head again and said, Recall again my damn. All the demons dancing around. Li Chu was not interested in the affairs of their gang of prostitutes and thieves. So he silently thought about the tips taught by Luo Xinggu just now, after his soul left the body for the first time and returned to his body. Luo Xinggu eagerly asked him if he wanted to practice soul magic with her. Li Chu naturally refused. Although he was also interested in the soul cultivator, he felt it was unnecessary for him to abandon Diyun Guan and join another sect. And, according to this trend, as long as there is a master, you will inevitably learn more new knowledge in the future. Why give up an entire forest for a single tree? Luo Xiangu didn't worry. She just reminded him, In the future, you must pay attention to the safety of your physical body when your soul leaves the body. It's like we just met for the first time, and you rashly left the body in front of me. If I damage your body, what should we do? Li Chu thanked him deeply before leaving. As for shopkeeper Lu's family affairs, Luo Xinggu also gave him practical advice. It's not enough to know how to get out of the body. You also have to master the possession of the soul. However, compared to leaving the body, possession is not that difficult. Especially for Li Chu. Leaving the body is just like playing. This makes Luo Xinggu extremely disillusioned. After she taught Li Chu the key to possession, she asked him to go back and find a safe place to practice on his own. For the initial possession, it is best to try it with someone you trust. After all, this move is somewhat risky. If the possessed person resists, it may cause damage to the souls of both parties. Thinking of this, Li Chu glanced at the seventh young man of the Wang family beside him, who was giggling as he recalled the scene in his dream, and asked, Do you believe me? Huh? Wang Longqi was stunned, but nodded quickly. Of course we are good brothers. What's the matter? You want to enter me? Back to the Yun branch view. Wang Longqi looked at Li Chu in surprise. He didn't expect that he regarded him as his brother, and he suddenly made such a request. Li Chu looked at him with a dark look on his face. It sounds weird. Can you explain it differently? Okay, Wang Longqi said. You want to take over my body? Li Chu was speechless. What's the difference? Wang Longqi had no choice but to change his words again. Do you want to merge with my body and soul and become one body? Li Chu gave up. It seems that it is extremely difficult to find some serious words in this guy's dictionary. Because when trying to possess the soul, you must find someone who has absolute trust in me. He continued to explain. If the possessed person resists in his heart, it will be risky for us all. Possession by the soul is very risky for the possessor, because the degree of compatibility between the soul and the physical body can override the suppression of cultivation. For example, if a powerful soul is possessed by a mortal, as long as the mortal shows strong resistance, the powerful soul may be forcibly expelled from the body. If the gap in cultivation between the two sides was even smaller, they would even be severely damaged, because this is the opponent's home court. Even if you can crush the opponent with one finger, you can't use your soul to do whatever you want in the opponent's body. This characteristic can also be regarded as a kind of natural protection for the soul. If it were not the case, then those with higher cultivation levels would probably be able to take possession of the bodies of those with lower cultivation levels everywhere. Wang Longqi thought for a moment and leaned back. Come on! I won't resist. Don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower. Li Chu suppressed the strong impulse in his heart to punch him. It's still useful to recite it silently. Calm down and close your eyes. Silently chanting the magic formula in his heart, his spiritual power circulates all over his body. Boom. It was only the second time that his soul had left the body, and he had mastered the process very skillfully, and appeared in the virtual world without any hesitation. The physical body of Wang Longqi in front of him also became ethereal in his eyes. What was more real was the fire of the soul that filled his whole body. Li Chu followed the instructions and stretched out a finger to connect his soul from the Niwen Palace above his head to Wang Longqi's physical body. Then, enter slowly. It seems that Wang Longqi has a high degree of trust in himself, and he does not feel any rejection during the process of injecting soul fire. The whole process is incredibly smooth. Bang! When the soul completely entered Wang Longqi's body, his senses were completely different from before. Feeling it this time, it's like being in a nightmare. You can feel the body, but you can't control it. Fortunately, Wang Longqi did not resist handing over control of his body, and Li Chu could gradually control this body in a gentler way. If you look at it from the outside, the two soul fires are like a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, one from right to left, gradually filling the body, one by one, from left to right. It gradually retracts back to the Niwen Palace. Li Chu felt the sense of control over his physical body again. Correspondingly, Wang Longqi lost the power to control his physical body. His consciousness curled up in a corner, and he said in surprise, "It's like a dream." He can't make a sound now, but Li Chu can feel the thoughts he sends out in his heart, and only Li Chu can know them. This is actually a very scary state. His soul still had vision, hearing, and smell, but it could not control his body independently. It looked like he was walking around like a stranger. The sky is not responding. The earth is not working. Only then could the importance of absolute trust be shown, because the person who controlled the body was Li Chu. Wang Longqi didn't feel scared, but found it interesting. "Go for a walk on the street," he said expectantly. Li Chu was also in the process of adapting to an unfamiliar body and wanted to try more. So he opened the door and walked out. After walking along the avenue for a while, Li Chu felt a little strange and murmured in his heart, "Why don't these people look at me?" Wang Longqi was a little puzzled at first, but after thinking about it for a moment, he said silently, "This is how we normal people go out on the street." I was distracted for a moment and didn't notice that when the gate of the yard next to me opened, an ant poured a basin of water out. When Li Chu heard the sound, he quickly jumped forward and managed to avoid being splashed by the water. Otherwise, if you get splashed with water in the winter, it will freeze soon. When he looked back, the ant who was pouring water scolded him first. "What are you looking at? You don't have eyesight when you walk. You look mean, and you are not a good person at first glance." After that, the door closed with a bang. It was as if one look at her meant she was a huge hooligan. Li Chu's pupil shrank. Quite unbelievable. "This woman is actually cruel to me. Look away." Wang Longqi comforted him in a gloating tone. "Welcome to the real world." There's a Jinyu Tower on the east side of Flower Street, surrounded by the river on one side and facing the street on the other. The terrace is fenced on both sides and has an extremely wide view. Jinyu Tower has 5 floors, and the first and second floors are affordable to ordinary people. Only dignitaries would dare to set foot on the upper 3 floors. Today, the 5th floor of Jinyu building is empty, with only one guest. She sat lightly by the fence on the side of the street, with 2 gauze screens in front of her, leaving only a hazy figure. Through gaps in the gauze, she could see the performance on the street below. It was windy here, but she was wrapped in pure white fox fur and holding the stove in her palms. And she didn't feel the cold at all. Looking at her eyebrows, they are clear and charming, and she seems to be a little older. Looking at her figure, her amazing waist and hip curves are perfect. Those courtesans who seemed to have great glory were just women from poor backgrounds. Those who watch from the high platform are the real nobles. Gu1, the youngest daughter of the old king of East China Sea and the sister of the current king of East China Sea. She was willing to marry a merchant as his wife regardless of her royal status in her early years, and then lost 6 husbands in a row. And she succeeded in becoming the richest widow in Shenluo City by relying on the inheritance of her 6 husbands. Now in her early 30s, she looks like a ripe fruit, exuding the intoxicating aroma of fruit wine. But no one dared to marry her again. Everyone wants to have 30 less years of hard work. But 30 years less of life is a bit scary. However, women are not afraid of being old and single. If you have money, it's okay. Her life is still extremely nourishing. If you feel like it, book a reservation at the most expensive restaurant on this street and watch the lively performances. His interest was gone, so he got up and left. When she stood up, her voluptuous figure was even more complete. Many people's throats rolled when they saw it, and they secretly thought that it was no wonder that their husband died early. The moment she stood up, a sudden change occurred. Boom! On the other side of the restaurant, In the adjacent Jiangzhou, a very high water column suddenly erupted, reaching the height of 5 floors. Ji Yuan looked back. She saw a dark shadow suddenly rush out of the water column, flying straight towards her. "Protect the princess!" someone shouted loudly. The 5th floor, which was empty just now, suddenly flashed out with 7 or 8 guards in splendid clothes and jade belts. They were all full of energy, and they were all masters. But the black shadow was extremely fast, breaking through the first line of defense in an instant and appearing among the guards. "Don't hold back!" someone else shouted. In an instant, all the attacks from magical powers, magic weapons, fists and feet were directed towards the black shadow as quickly as possible. But it couldn't avoid it. He rushed straight towards the woman. Ah! Seeing that demonic figure rushing over and meeting those scarlet eyes, even the calmest woman would panic. Ji Yuan was at a loss and took 2 steps back. In panic, he bumped into the fence, leaned up and fell down. Immediately there was a whistling wind in her ears, and her mind went blank. Bang! For a brief moment, just when she thought she was going to fall to death, she accidentally fell into a warm embrace. She raised her eyes with lingering fear and saw a young face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Just when Ji Yuan could hold back her violent heartbeat, breathed a long sigh of relief, and wanted to say something, the young man threw her aside casually. Bang! Ji Yuan fell heavily to the ground and was stunned. Although there is thick but fat that acts as a buffer, it will not be injured by a fall. But where had she been treated like this since she was a child? When I looked up again, I discovered it. It turned out that the young man had never looked at her twice. In his eyes, from beginning to end, there was only the black shadow that jumped down from the 5th floor. "It's a demon," Li Chu said in his heart. He had just followed Wang Longqi's wish and walked all the way to Flower Street to watch a performance. I was trying the mind sight technique with my soul and found that it was not affected. At this moment, he unexpectedly discovered a burst of demonic energy in Jiang Xian. He quickly approached and met Ji Yuan falling from the 5th floor. He caught her and threw it away immediately, because his target also followed closely. This is a demon cultivator who has gone crazy and lost all his mind. Now he is a pure devil. It wants to eat people, and it only sees the most delicious prey and nothing else. Just now, its target was Ji Yuan. But now, its target has become this young man. Because the devil's senses tell it that there is something very delicious about this person. The weird thing is, the young man looked at it as if it's also the look that looks at prey. Roar. In the process of falling, it even let out a roar unique to the beast. But Li Chu still stood there calmly. He raised his fingers and muttered softly, "The art of sword control." The demon smiled. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Where is the sword? It wants to laugh because it is about to eat delicious flesh and blood. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. The distance between them is getting closer and closer. And at a glance, all the living beings around them seem to be frozen, including the panic of passers-by, the regret of women, the eagerness of practitioners, and the calmness of young people. Sudden, a flying fireball streaked across a few miles away. Laugh. Boom. After Li Chu finished the finger trick, he didn't move, even though the demon's figure grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. He did not waver at all, because he could accurately feel that the Chunyang sword was coming from the Taoist temple. Come faster than the enemy. The pure Yang sword did not disappoint him at all. A flying fire meteor rushed over and melted the demon head without leaving any residue. Immediately, a white light merged into the soul inside the body. Only then did Li Chu move. He gently raised his hand, and the pure Yang sword fell. He held the sword that was on fire upside down in his hand, and it took a long time to extinguish it. Then he turned around and left, walking away from the crowd. All that was left was a dull gaze, still immersed in the shock of him slaying demons in the lightning and flint. A pure instant kill. The ultimate coolness. Ji Yuan watched the figure go away, and it took him a while to wake up, and quickly called out, "Young hero." It's a pity that the figure has gone far. At this time, a group of guards caught up with her, helped her up, and repeatedly apologized. "This subordinate deserves to die. Princess, are you okay?" "It's okay." Ji Yuan just shook his head slightly, then looked sideways and said, "He is so brave." Same moment, in Wang Longqi's body, Wang Longqi's soul was also wailing continuously. "It scared me to death. It scared me to death. I have a biological mother. So don't play with your heartbeat with your brother's body. How close was that claw to me just now? I couldn't even feel it. It's less than 3 feet. I was so scared that I almost peed. It's okay. You don't have that function now, Li Chu said calmly. Wang Longqi's soul fell silent. Chapter 242. Where is the crazy kid we promised? He has many talents and studies since he was a child, and has high ambitions throughout his life. Others carry swords, but I have a pen like a sword. In the morning he was a farmhouse man, and in the evening he ascended to the emperor's hall. Generals have no seeds at all. Men should strengthen themselves. Snapped. It is said that shopkeeper Lu and his family, accompanied by Du Link, waited hard in the house until it was getting late. Shopkeeper Lu is always worried. In his opinion, Taoist Master Du, that young master, seemed not as reliable as Taoist Du. At least he looked mature. That little Taoist masterly burned incense and asked the master when things were about to happen. He also said that he would go out to learn skills and come back before dark. It is a perfect interpretation of what it means to don't burn incense on a regular basis, but just do it temporarily. What profound supernatural powers can you learn in one afternoon? As the sunset gradually faded, my wife had not fallen asleep for a long time, and she could no longer stand it any longer. Shopkeeper Lu felt that he could not wait any longer. He stood up suddenly, shook his head and said, "No, let's report it to the official. Let Chao Tianke handle the matter. At least I feel at ease." Du Lang didn't try to dissuade him. He just raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, "Shopkeeper Lu, you may not know that if there is anything difficult to solve in Chaotian Palace, my master will be asked to take action. If my master can't do it, then you can't find Chaotianke either." "Really?" Shopkeeper Lu asked suspiciously. "Of course I made it up." Du Lang was also anxious as he waited. He also felt that it was a fantasy that Li Chu ran out to practice magical powers on the spot. The more powerful the supernatural power, the more painstaking study is required. Things like the soul leaving the body do not sound like a skill that can be mastered in a short time. But, since the master asked him to take good care of shopkeeper Lu and his family here, he naturally had to make arrangements for them. If when the master comes back and finds that the business he got has gone away, then Junyan will be furious. With this concern, he cleared his throat. It's time to show true professionalism. For lessons for a Taoist priest. "You may not know, Shopkeeper Lu, that in Hangzhou, my master's name is known to everyone. Everyone in Jianghu knows that. If heaven had not given birth to me, Taoist masterly, the art of swordsmanship would be as long as the night." This, Shopkeeper Lu frowned and thought for a moment. Then said, "This is not a fight at all." Taoist priest Du added, "There is another saying. If you don't know Taoist priestly, it will be in vain to call him a hero." Shopkeeper Lu said, "This doesn't rhyme either." "Hi." Dachong Du became anxious and waved his hand. "You are not a scholar. Why do you care so much? Anyway, my master is very powerful. There is no evil spirit under his hands that can withstand a sword. Real or fake?" Shopkeeper Lu was still doubtful. "I made it up too." Although a few words could not dispel the doubts in his heart. But with Du Lang's nonsense, night fell quietly. Li Chu also returned to Lu's house. After half a day of running around, he went to Yimingzhai to study Dharma, followed Wang Longqi to eliminate demons, returned to Diyun branch and came back again, which was quite a rush. When Du Lang saw him entering the door, he thought to himself that you were back, and hurriedly came up to meet him and asked, "Master, is your method of leaving the body of the soul successful? I heard that the soul path is extremely difficult, and it is the most difficult to get started." "Ah." He was afraid that things would go wrong and Li Chu would lose face. So he made a special comment first. In this way, it will be helpful whether Li Chu is successful or not. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Shopkeeper Lu's brows tightened even more. Then Li Chu nodded lightly. "It went smoothly." "Real?" When Shopkeeper Lu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Can my wife be saved?" Li Chu looked at Mrs. Lu, who was sitting on the chair. From what he saw with his mind, both the pregnant woman and the fetus in her belly were very weak. Although this state was not considered healthy, it was more suitable for being possessed by the soul because of the rejection. "Will weaken." "I will do my best. Shopkeeper Lu, please rest assured." He never likes to talk too much, but judging from his calm expression, he should be relatively confident. Shopkeeper Lu then became convinced. He leaned back, sat on a chair, wiped his sweat, and said, Then I'll have to do something for you. Taoist Master Li. Li Chu said directly without any politeness. Madam, please go to bed peacefully. At that time, I will use my soul to infiltrate the fetus outside the screen to help him deal with those poisonous insects. It's cold tonight. Even the flower street was no longer lively, and the ground was cracked by the cold. Rich people have warm rooms, and poor beggars will also find a winter den. If not, then you can only wait for the ending of freezing to death. No one would be walking outside in this weather. But there happens to be one. He was wearing a shabby jacket. His messy hair and beard obscured his face, and he looked like an old man. He was holding a broken wooden cane in his right hand, and holding a lantern with a faint light in his left hand. The light in this lantern is somehow getting colder and colder. The old man came to the alley of Lu's house with a lantern and said leisurely, "The sky is dry, and the things are dry. Call out." There seemed to be bits of fluorescent light wafting out from his lantern. In the house, after Mrs. Lu lay down, she found it difficult to fall asleep. Li Chu had to ask the Lu family members to light a few wisps of soothing incense to make her sleep peacefully. He also left his body with his soul. At this time, the fetus was close to taking shape and had a complete soul. He directly attached the fire of the soul to the fetus body. Chaos. Before he could feel it carefully, a few fluorescent lights fell in. Came so fast. These fluorescent lights instantly turned into several ferocious poisonous insects with evil looks, attacking the soul of the fetus. Then, they suddenly stopped, because in that familiar place, there is no longer a little baby's spiritual fire, but an adult who looks very difficult to mess with, etc. Where is the crazy kid you promised? Although these poisonous insects can't be said to be very smart, they were able to break out from a crowd of soul poisonous insects. And their intelligence is still much stronger than that of ordinary poisonous insects. Strong is strong. They know how to run away when they encounter a strong enemy. From a virtual perspective, those few points of spiritual fire had just neatly penetrated into Mrs. Lu's body in less than one breath. And suddenly they seemed to have seen some savage beast and fled out in a swarm. No matter what the formation is, whether your father or mother is married, you should take care of yourself. The next second, Li Chu's soul also came out. There is no need to draw a sword. Just like an adult crushing bugs to death. One kick at a time. Clean and neat. Originally, their mission should be to fight to the death with that little soul and pass on the hostility, fierceness, and evil energy from their own bodies. But now, Li Chu kicked him one by one like he was stepping on a bedbug. Only the weak, pitiful and helpless are left. Killing a few poisonous insects in the blink of an eye is not the end. Li Chu's eyes had long been locked on the strange spiritual fire outside the alley. Whoosh! The virtual soul was invisible and flew out instantly. All this fell into the eyes of the old man outside. In his opinion, it was normal to send soul goo into the baby's mother's womb. But something unexpected happened. Suddenly all the soul goo came out again. And then a big yuanshan came out. "This is your horse." The old man was suddenly startled. "Premature baby? Even if you are Neza, you are too big. Right?" In this stunned moment, he lost his last chance to escape. "Li Chu is here." The old man paused in the wind, then raised his hand and threw the lantern in his hand. Roar! The little firefly in the lantern rose up in the storm, and instantly turned into a huge abyss mouth, ugly and ferocious, and opened its mouth to swallow Li Chu. This is the soul goo that is truly used for fighting. But Li Chu just moved his finger. Whoosh! A flying fireball shot out from inside the house, and instantly penetrated the huge mouth. Bang! The soul goo was broken, and a bright light burst out from the old man's eyes. And then he suddenly collapsed to the ground, and his clothes fell lightly. Li Chu saw it clearly when he got close. This old man is nothing more than a scarecrow infused with soul fire. It was obvious that the soul goo master had reached an advanced level in the art of divine soul, and any object could be used as a puppet. Li Chu tried to use his mind's eye skills to cover the whole city, but could not find any trace. In the night, the stars are bright. It seems that the enemy is a bit difficult to deal with. What a powerful soul! On a lake full of ice outside Shenluo City, on the cold lake surface, there was actually a solemn figure sitting cross-legged, with a gloomy voice. The figure looked down at the ice, and there were clearly ripple-like pictures on the ice. Through the mirror, I can't feel how powerful he is, but I'm just going to get what I deserve. No matter who stops me, I can only say I'm sorry. Chapter 243: A Crude Kidnapping. Little Plum. High ambition. I want to learn to be a swordsman and ascend to the sky. The sun goes up 3 poles, and I don't wake up. Dreaming happily every day. Snapped. By the way, the night passed peacefully in Lu's house. Early the next morning, Li Chu returned to Diyun to observe. As for Lao Du, let him stay in Lu's house to take care of him for the time being. In the evening, when Mrs. Lu was going to sleep, Li Chu came to guard her again. Because the Lu family's matter is just a side mission for him after all. And the main mission of coming to Shenlua City, rescuing Gui Xiaobao, has not yet made substantial progress. Under the dual pressure of Mrs. Zhu and Yang and his master Yu Qian, it was impossible for Li Chu not to take this matter to heart. Today, he is going to advance the progress of the mission. Destination, Yu Langchuan. Target person, Wei Jiangli. The brothel business has always been about singing and dancing every night. Usually the only people who come to the brothel in the morning are the wives, who come to catch their husbands, and the cleaning workers. The nature is similar. That is, taking away garbage. If you came over early in the morning and said you were looking for a girl, it would be great if you didn't get kicked out, let alone meet in person. Especially the most precious Warren in the building. But when Li Chu came to Yu Langchuan and asked to meet Miss Jiangli, the waiters who informed him hesitated. The two girls downstairs looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Miss Jiangli had a performance last night and went to bed very late. And she always felt very angry when she woke up. If you wake her up now, you might make her angry. But now this little Taoist priest is coming to see you. Compare your heart to your heart. If he were driven away, even a woman would be furious. Right? Li Chu saw them hesitating and asked, "Is Miss Jiangli not available? What about me?" The little girl quickly stopped him and said, "I'm going to ask Miss Jiangli's personal maid. Little Taoist priest, please wait a moment." "Thank you." Li Chu nodded gently. Not long after, I saw the little girl leading a more gorgeously dressed maid down. As soon as the maid came down, she said with a smile, "Young lady said that from now on, as long as the visitors meet the 3 conditions of being surnamedly, being a Taoist priest, and being handsome, they will not be stopped and will be notified at any time." After that, she looked at Li Chu again and said, "Little Taoist Li, come with me. The girl just got up and is still dressing up." "Okay." Li Chu politely followed her upstairs and waited in the outer room of the girl's boudoir. The eldest maid lowered her voice and asked, "What does Mr. Li want to do when he comes to see my girl?" Li Chu said in a gentle voice, "I came here to kidnap her." "Clam?" The maid's smile froze for a moment, then bloomed again. "Little Taoist Li, you really know how to joke." After saying that, she smiled and walked into the inner room to see the progress of Miss Jiangli. Li Chu frowned. "Why do you feel vaguely that you are being despised?" Not long after, the maid came out and invited him in. Wei Jiangli's boudoir looks very similar to her own temperament. The color is mainly light blue and white, giving people a cool and cold feeling as soon as they enter. She herself was sitting quietly on the warm couch in front of the screen, with her long hair hanging sideways and light makeup. In front of him is a table with teacups and a kettle. After Li Chu entered the room, Miss Li raised her hand and invited him to sit across from her. The morning sun is falling, and the beauty has just woken up. Some hazy mist is lingering outside the window, and the atmosphere is quiet and ambiguous. So Li Chu said his first line. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but please don't blame Miss Li. No need to disturb." Wei Jiangli lifted his hair around his ear, exposing one side of his ear. "I've been wanting to get up early lately, but I've always been a little lazy. Thanks to Mr. Li. He came and helped me get off to a good start." The atmosphere is very harmonious. Li Chu nodded slightly, and then said the second line. "I came here this time to ask Miss Jiangli to come with me." "Okay." Wei Jiangli agreed without hesitation. "Well," Li Chu hesitated and explained. "I don't mean a friendly departure, but a kidnapping." "Kidnapping?" There was a trace of confusion, a trace of shyness, and a trace of eagerness in Miss Jiangli's eyes. "So it turns out that Taoist Priestley likes this kind of tune?" Li Chu felt that her eyes seemed strange. I guess she probably entered the wrong channel. So he added, "It was a very vicious, very brutal kind of kidnapping." "Oh." Wei Jiangli nodded as if understanding. Li Chu continued to ask, "Are you willing to leave with me? I may deprive you of your personal freedom through some coercive means and temporarily imprison you somewhere. No matter how you cry, struggle or plead, I will never let you go. To escape in order to achieve some unknown purpose." "A long while." Miss Jiangli bit her lower lip gently with her white teeth, grabbed her clothes with both hands. Her eyes trembled. And she said slowly but firmly, I do. It was noon. The maid who was about to leave was pacing back and forth outside the door, a little anxious. No matter how handsome this little Taoist priest is, the girl has only seen him 3 or 2 times. But she can't. Although the girl is not at a disadvantage. She is going to be the #1 scholar in the Flower Kingdom this year. If this kind of thing spreads, it will definitely affect her future. And if that little Taoist priest is a good person, that's all. If he is a scumbag, then what if I have a chance? As she thought about it, the maid's face turned red, quickly shaking her head to get rid of those unrealistic thoughts. She frowned again. It's been 3 days since then. Why haven't you come out yet? Normal people wouldn't take this long. Right. Could it be this little Taoist priest? Hidden away? Strange. Why is my face red again? Seeing that it was getting late, the eldest maid felt that she could not wait any longer. She risked being scolded and knocked on the door. Girl, do you need more tea? No one responded. She carefully put her ear to the door, but still didn't hear a sound. Only then did she feel bad. So she pushed the door open and took a look. I saw that the room was already empty. There was a piece of paper on the table of the hot couch. She walked over and picked it up and saw that it read, Miss Jiangli has been kidnapped by me. If you want to rescue her, come to Shanin Lane in the south of the city at midnight tonight. A very vicious gangster remains. All this. The eldest maid shook her body and then shouted, It's not good. The girl has been kidnapped. Within a moment, this letter was placed on the desk of Aunt Wan, the real speaker of Yulangshuan. Although Su Wan is old, she was still a popular courtesan back then. She still pays great attention to skin care, eyebrows and temples, and exquisite makeup. However, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyebrows and eyes can no longer be covered up. She looked at the one-sentence kidnapping letter on the table and rubbed her temples. Master Yin, what do you think? How do you see it? With your eyes? Of course. Opposite her sat a tall man in black with a square face and a scar on his right eye. It looked like it ran from the brow bone to the cheek, and it should have scratched the eyeball. But for some reason his eyes were still bright. Amelia Su rolled her eyes angrily. Jianli is the #1 in our Yulangshuan. Without her, we won't have to attend this Wadu conference. You don't know how big the loss will be, right? You don't need to tell me that. The man called Third Master Yin also frowned. This so-called kidnapping is full of loopholes. Who else could it be besides that little Taoist priest? Isn't the Yin Lane in the south of the city near to Yunfengwan? Before, we were crazily suppressed by Chaotian, Quebec. It is said that it was because the little Taoist priest in Diyun Temple had connections with Chaotian, Quebec. When we arrested the Xianing body, we were tracked down by him. He found Yulangshuan before. And I just want to warn the people in the building not to have anything to do with him. It was you who didn't allow me to have any contact with the girls in the building. It's okay now. For some reason, he only knew that Li Chu was tracking down the girl Lanji. But he didn't know that he was also looking for Gui Xiaobao. Mr. Yin. Su Wan frowned and said, I invited you here because I want to ask you what to do about this matter. Yulangshuan is not your family's property. I relied on you to allow you to join the company. But at the end of the day, it's not because of your family's affairs that affect the business in the building. No matter what, it's up to you to solve it. It's useless for you to complain about how I manage Yulangshuan. Although the woman has no cultivation base, her aura is not inferior at all. Third Master Yin glanced at her, then turned away angrily. Of course, he would not be afraid of this old woman. But as she said, they were not the only ones behind Yulangshuan, and Su Wan had other sources of support. The limelight has been tight recently, and I have already taken a big risk by coming to see you. After thinking about it, he said, I will go back and discuss it with the eldest brother and the second brother, and I will definitely bring Miss Jiangli back. A good girl. This matter is neither big nor small. For such a large brothel, naturally Wei Jiangli is not the only beautiful girl. However, the resources they can invest are limited. After having spent a lot of effort in training, publicity, and momentum in the early stage, the equivalent of Yulangshuan's treasure has been staked on Wei Jiangli. As long as she steps on the stage of the Huadu convention, the benefits will be many times what she paid. But if this person suddenly disappears at this moment, the loss will be immeasurable. If something went wrong in Yulangshuan, the Yin family would also be very uncomfortable. The industries controlled by their family alone were basically wiped out by Chaotian, Quebec. Only those who control it jointly with others can barely survive. Among them, Yulangshuan, who is making money every day. is naturally the most important. For a large cultivator family, having no money is a terrible thing, especially for the Yin family, who has been heavily in debt in recent years due to the poor management of the family. Yin Laosan quickly returned to a secret place. The Yin family is now in charge of the three brothers in the same room. The eldest brother Yin Ru, and the second brother Yin Shi. He ranks third, and everyone calls him Yin Laosan. In the dark, Yin Ru sat cross-legged quietly. His face was slender. His eyes were downturned, and his whole face was gloomy. Yin Shi has a round face, a bit fat body, and looks a bit honest. Yin Laosan has a square face. Although they were three brothers born from the same mother, they look completely different. No wonder some people say that the face shape of their children depends on the face shape of their neighbors at that time. Certainly, later, as the three brothers rose up and became dominant in the Yin clan, those who dared to say such things had their tongues pulled out by their brothers. How about it? Seeing the third child coming back, the second brother Yin Shi was the first to ask questions. Yin Laosan then told what happened in Yulangshuan. I've been really unlucky lately. After listening to what he said, the eldest brother Yin Ru also sighed. Seizing the Xianin body provoked Chao Tianke to take action. Kang Heijun always urges us to form a large formation, but refuses to send anyone to help. Now even such a small Taoist temple dares to go against us. It's okay, brother, Yin Shi said with relief. It's just a matter of whether we can survive in peace. Maybe once we find mastery in Emperor, we will return to the top. I hope so. Yin Ru shook his head. That Mr. Songhai has always been elusive. It is still unclear whether he has trustworthy information in his hands. Brother, don't be discouraged, Yin Laosan also advised. We want to take back the Yin Emperor and the Zhongxing family. We don't want to worry about that. Our current problem is to solve the little Patao temple first. I know. Yin Ru nodded. I heard you say before that the Taoist priests in that Taoist temple were investigating us because of the Xianin body. But they didn't take it seriously, since they dare to be so uncompromising. Let's take it. Just destroy it, Yin Shi said. It's not difficult to destroy a small Taoist temple. What's difficult is to do it under Chao Tianke's surveillance at all levels, and to escape intact. Actually, I have an idea, Yin Ru said with a gloomy look. I didn't think of it before, but when I mentioned Shaonin Lane in the south of the city, I suddenly remembered it. Did we discover a crack in the ghost country here back then? That's right, Yin Shi nodded. It was something that happened when we were young. There was a crack in the ghost country, and some weak ghosts would appear every night. Later, the elders went to see it, and found that the crack was too small and not big. I just recorded this. If the crack suddenly enlarges and allows ghosts to enter and exit, Yin Ru's eyes flashed with a cold light. At that time, hundreds of ghosts walk at night, and it would not be a surprise to destroy a Taoist temple. Right. Eldest brother, Yin Shi was a little surprised and frowned. Isn't this too big? 100 ghosts walking at night must have killed more than one Taoist temple. If Chao Tianke is slow in its movements, maybe the people in the entire south of the city will suffer. That's tens of thousands. Humph, Yin Ru said harshly. Chao Tianke in Shenluo City is making things difficult for us. If something big happens, it just gives them a headache. As long as this matter is done covertly enough, who can blame us? As he spoke, he turned his head to Yin Laosan. Third brother, do you understand? Yin Laosan blinked. You two have such a lively discussion. Am I going to go? At this moment, Dayun has different views. Excited heart, trembling hands. Taoist priest Du brought 4 dishes and 1 soup to Miss Jiangli's room and asked, Miss Jiangli, I just made these. See if they still suit your taste. If you don't like them, I can change them for you at any time. Thank you. Taoist Du. Wei Jiangli thanked him softly, and then said, Didn't I tell you? Taoist Du, you don't have to be so polite to me. I'm just a hostage kidnapped by Taoist Li. You want what you want. Dao Chong Du licked his lips and said nervously, Not only is the master asking me to entertain you well, but I myself have also liked you for a long time and have been your most loyal supporter. Thank you. Miss Jiangli nodded slightly again, but her eyes moved to the food. The meaning is obvious. I want to eat. Distant and polite. Then I'll leave first. Du Lang nodded with a smile, and just walked out, then turned back. By the way, Miss Jiangli, he rubbed his hands and asked softly with some expectation, Are you taking a shower later? Chapter 244 The Great Earthquake in Ghost Country. A ghost country on Earth. For most people, it is an illusory existence. But there is a terrible saying circulating in the world. The ghost kingdom is not far away from us. There are often legends about someone who was walking on a starry night and suddenly came across a lively village. But the people in the village were all gloomy. After staying there for a night, I woke up and found myself sleeping in a barren mountain. There are often legends about breaking into a certain market on a lunar night and discovering that all the things being bought and sold there are hideous and terrifying things. And the coins used are all made of human bones. The reason why this happens is that the existence of the ghost country may be similar to some kind of secret realm in the cave. And it is not transcendent outside the human world. When the spiritual power in some places is abnormal, a strange situation will occur where the two worlds briefly overlap at a certain point. But this overlap cannot be used as a passage, because after dawn, everything will return to its original state. What can truly connect the two worlds is an existence called the ghost country crack. This kind of rift cannot be created by human power or ghost power. At first it was a small, randomly generated crack. Then it was turned into a big rift. Finally, let them come and go. Every crack is an opportunity for ghosts. Because for them, the human world is a paradise filled with blood and food. But at the same time, this land is also full of endless dangers. But, for most ghosts, life in the ghost kingdom is originally full of killings, battles, and dire straits. So when faced with the choice of hunting in the human world, they usually do not refuse. On the human side, the cracks in the ghost country are strictly guarded. Once discovered, they must be filled as soon as possible. This crack in Dayun's view is quite special, because it does not always exist, but only appears briefly at night when the Inchi sinks. Moreover, the crack was small, and only some weak ghosts could pass through it, so the incident did not become a big deal, and it actually survived for a long time. Only then can he become Yin Laosan's target tonight. Night. Deep silence. Although the south of the city is far away from the bustling city, it also brings convenience to a good night's sleep. Once night falls, only 3 or 2 dogs bark occasionally. Zisher. A dark figure appeared under a big tree at the entrance of the alley. Li Chu also slowly opened his eyes. He went to shopkeeper Lu's house to take care of him for a while, and found that nothing happened tonight. So he hurried back. Fortunately, the two families were not far away, and they could communicate quickly. Since returning to Dayun branch, he has been monitoring his surroundings with his mind's eye. But the Wangchi I couldn't see where this figure came from, as if it appeared out of thin air. It has to be said that the Yin clan has some skills in hiding. In a flash, Li Chu arrived at the gate of Fengguan. Snort! When Yin Laosan saw him, he snorted coldly. I guess it's you, the little Taoist priest. Who's doing this? Li Chu was not surprised that the other party knew about his existence. Any large force would have its own source of intelligence. Otherwise it would not survive long. He didn't say much nonsense and said directly, I have Miss Jiangli in my hands. Yin Laosan asked coldly, How are you doing? If you want Wei Jiangli to be fine, you must put back all the Xianin bodies and Jiang boys you captured before. Li Chu stated his conditions. Ha ha. Yin Laosan couldn't help but laugh angrily, paused, and then said, If we only want the woman you searched for earlier, we can trade her for someone else. Only a fool would agree to you if you want to exchange one for so much. Then there's nothing to talk about. Li Chu shook his head. All innocent people must be rescued. This is not negotiable. Yin Laosan's complexion darkened for a moment under the cover. But soon, his eyes hardened, and he seemed to have made some determination. Since you, a little Taoist priest, are seeking your own death, then Grandpa, I will not be merciful. Okay. He changed the subject and said, I promise you. Li Chu's eyes became suspicious. Is this a disguised admission of one's own intelligence? Yin Laosan pointed at Li Chu and said, Tomorrow night, we will come here to change people. If Wei Jiangli loses a hair, I will never forgive you. Li Chu was too lazy to talk to him about these scenes. He waved his hand casually and turned back to the Taoist temple. The other party's attitude made him feel a little strange. Maybe they wouldn't hand the person over so easily. It takes more preparation. So he sat cross-legged in the front hall, fixing his eyes on Yin Laosan, trying to track his whereabouts. Surprisingly, Yin Laosan didn't go anywhere. He waited quietly outside Dayun branch, his aura very concealed. If Li Chu hadn't locked onto him early in the morning, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover it. But, what is he planning to do? Waiting for everyone to fall asleep. Will you secretly take away Miss Li? Impossible. Li Chu had arranged for a nighttime Durang to guard Jiang Li's door. It was absolutely impossible for someone to take her away quietly. Moreover, even if Yin Lao San could really sneak in, Miss Jiang Li would probably start screaming first. A long time. There is another trace of Yin Qi gathering in the well in the courtyard. Just when Li Chu was about to feed Ju Yin pill inside according to the procedure, he suddenly found that the Yin clan member had moved. Whoosh! Yin Lao San moved his hands together, and a stream of Yin Qi quickly formed in front of him. In the blink of an eye, after the Yin Qi pillion was completely formed, he raised his hand, pushed forward hard, and shouted, "Go!" Boom! The Yin Qi pillion was like a swimming fish, instantly blasting into the courtyard. Li Chuzheng was on guard, but found that the pillion did not attack anywhere else, but fell into the well very accurately. In the well, a tiny crack just appeared. This long and thick Yin Qi pillion pounded hard into it. Snoring. There was a clear sound of cracking silk in the air. No pity at all. The unprepared ghost country's cracks were filled in an instant, and then stretched, torn, and expanded. Who? Outside the wall. Yin Lao San shouted again, and turned his hands in seals. Bang! The Yin Qi pillion, which was already very strong, suddenly solidified into 3 points, and started to spin crazily. Boom! A few drops of sweat fell from his forehead. Even for an expert like him, opening up a rift is not an easy task. Li Chu, who felt that he was widening the gap, did not stop him, because he felt that the Yin Qi in it was getting stronger and stronger. Wouldn't that mean that the ghost that appeared would be more powerful? Is there such a good thing? Call. After a while, a gust of cold wind blew through. Only then did Yin Lao San stop. But he still didn't leave, because he wanted to stay and continue to observe the development of the situation. And when chaos arose in the Taoist temple, he would go and rescue Wei Jiangli. If the Taoist priest in the temple is too weak, he will even take action to suppress the powerful ghost. In short, try to keep the scope of the ghost's rampage in this alley. The reason is simple. They worked so hard to rescue Miss Jiangli, so that she could go to the Huadu conference to make money. If the ghosts emerging from the cracks make too much noise, they will directly bring disaster to the whole area in the south of the city. Whether the Huadu conference can still be held is another matter. At that time, the gain will outweigh the loss. Therefore, if the situation develops seriously, we cannot rule out the possibility that Yin Lao San will help report to the official. The huge black crack covered the entire wellhead. There was suddenly an eerie silence between heaven and earth for a few seconds. Then, under the common gazes of people inside the house and outside the yard, a huge red ghost claw stretched out from it. At the same time, a huge amount of Yin energy that was difficult to detect leaked out, and the temperature for several miles around suddenly dropped sharply. This, Yin Lao San twitched his eyebrows. This thing seems a bit big when it comes out? Li Chu raised his eyebrows. Chunyang's sword could no longer hold back, and let out a John dragon roar. The scarlet sky and the moon. The scorched wilderness. The dried blood stains on the battlefield thousands of years ago still linger. On the other side of the bronze mountain, all ghosts are howling. The Lord of the Seventh Palace raised its huge purple-red feet, and crushed a skeleton with a click. This skeleton body previously belonged to a high-ranking ghost king. It gathered a large number of stragglers, and formed a mighty army, hoping to challenge the Seventh Palace. The Lord of the Seventh Hall is relatively junior among the current 10 halls. Therefore, great ghost kings who want to ascend to the throne often regard it as their target. But it's just a goal, and not all big ghost kings dare to really try it. After all, those who can become the master of the palace are all fought out from countless withered bones, and their authority is supreme. This big ghost king who dares to challenge is not completely brainless. It has won the support of the 8th hall, which is adjacent to the 7th hall's territory. He agreed to cut off a large area of land north of Bronze Mountain as a condition for the 8th palace to support his rise to power. But what it never expected was, before the reinforcements from the 8th hall could arrive, the Lord of the 7th hall charged in and almost single-handedly killed the entire army of Bones men that he had worked hard to build and train for decades. The Lord of the 7th palace also hid his strength during the extremely cruel battle for the throne. Roar! The 7th hall master, who was as big as a small mountain, raised his head and let out a roar. His original body was a mythical beast, the legendary Qilin. It's a pity that after death, he turned into a ghost. After thousands of years of practice in the underworld, he achieved his current body, a bloody unicorn. The ghosts in the Ghost Kingdom have rarely seen such a revered existence, so they always have no real idea of its strength. You must know that the status of Qilin in the Yang realm is even higher than that of the 4 elephants. Although it exists as an auspicious beast, it has the power to destroy the world. Its crimson body was flowing with a strange luster. With this roar, it became even more excited, with blood flowing all over its body, trying to tear the mountain apart. Enemy! It craves enemies. The battle just now was not enough. As soon as such an idea appeared in my mind, a billow of smoke and dust appeared in front of me. 8th Hall. With the new power of victory, the Lord of the 7th Hall let out a roar that shook the mountains. Ouch! There was also a roar from the opposite side that was not weak at all. But it was not the 8th Hall Master, but its mount. A powerful bone dragon with half body covered with dark flesh and half body exposed with sharp bones. On top of the bone dragon's head stood a figure that was very small in comparison. A thin old man wearing a black robe and long white hair. It's just that the old man's pupils were burning with blue flames. The 8th Hall Master is an old-school member of the Ghost Kingdom. It was once a disciple of the oldest 2nd Hall, and learned 3,000 tricks from it. Since the mysterious disappearance of the 2nd Hall, the 8th Hall has mastered the most tricks. Normally, no one wants to go to war with it, because it is difficult for you to judge when such an opponent will give you a trick that is hard to guard against. But the newly enthroned 7th Palace is not afraid. It just needs to kill an old man to establish its majesty. You can't believe it. These skeleton soldiers are nothing but trash. I can kill them all with just one claw. The fierce flames of the blood unicorn surged into the sky, and the blood moon swayed. Unexpected, the 8th Hall Master's voice sounded very cold. But in the Ghost Kingdom, this could only be regarded as a routine operation. You have just stepped out of the underworld sea, and yet you are able to achieve such a level of cultivation. It seems that if you don't perish, your future will be limitless. Are you praising me? The blood unicorn gradually stood up straight. It was just a figure, facing the tens of thousands of black torrents on the opposite side, but without the slightest fear. Soon, there was a continuous sound of footsteps from the other side of the bronze mountain, and the heads of countless underworld beasts poked out from the top of the mountain. Since the Skeleton King is dead, how about you and I each take a step back and still use this as a boundary? The 8th Hall suddenly had the intention of retreating. The older one is in the arena, the less courageous he becomes. It originally came here to test the reality of the 7th Palace, and its intention to annex was not firm. Unexpectedly, if this blood unicorn is really powerful and cleans up the rebellion, then it has no intention of fighting with it. Ha ha ha. The bloody unicorn looks up to the sky and smiles, full of energy. You can come when you want and leave when you want. It suddenly leaned down and shouted, "Come with me." Boom! 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 After it roared, it rushed forward ahead of all other beasts, crushing mountains with every step it took. On the bronze mountain, the countless ferocious beasts of the underworld also stood down from above and began to charge down. The Lord of the 8th Palace instantly understood that he had arranged the army in this way just to deal with his own army. But the rebels he encouraged were not taken seriously at all. So ambitious? It raised a ball of fire in its hand, trying to improve the memory of this ignorant young ghost. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A huge crack appeared out of thin air. It was dark on the opposite side, but there was a gloomy atmosphere. This crack is appearing on the way of the blood Qilin sprint. Is this a rift leading to the human world? Countless ancient memory fragments suddenly surged into Shui Qilin's mind. There are countless delicious blood foods there. As long as I pass through this rift, I can become the strongest ghost. Even transcendence. Its footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, stretch out a ghost claw and explore beyond the crack. It seems like it can be passed. It was uncontrollably excited. The cracks that the Ghost King of the 10th Hall level can pass through have never appeared several times in ancient times. Of course, there are also reasons why the Ghost King of the 10th Palace level does not need to pass through the rift. They are the same rulers in the Ghost Country. Once you go to the human world, you may be immediately attacked by a group of people. Only, the blood unicorn is different. It can be promoted through blood food. For it, the human world is a pure land of bliss, driven almost by instinct. It leaned out immediately, and then the next moment, a burst of rainbow light burst out from the crack. Under the confused and disbelieving witness of all the ghosts, the half of the blood unicorn's body left in the Ghost Country exploded with a bang. Boom. Dissipated into blood and light all over the sky. Less than one breath. He was shot. How can this be? The 8th Hall Master who witnessed all this was also deeply shocked. Is this a being of the same level as himself? Being killed so hastily? I'm afraid only true gods can do this. Right. A terrible thought came to his mind. Could it be that the other side of the rift is not the human world but the legendary one? Fairy world? Chapter 245. Lee is a good choice. The Lord of the 7th Palace exploded instantly. This order was shocking inside and out. But no matter how much shock others felt, it couldn't be compared to the subordinates of the 7th Palace. The ferocious beasts of the underworld that were swooping down from the Bronze Mountain felt the dilemma of ghost life for a moment. Don't keep rushing. The momentum has reached this level, and it's a steep downhill slope. As soon as you brake, the monsters behind you keep bumping into you. The butt was hit so loudly that it made a very embarrassing scene. I want to say keep rushing. Big Brother is gone. Such a big blood sea unicorn will be gone at once. Now there is a Palace Master level combat power on the opposite side, which cannot be overwhelmed by the sea of ghost tactics. The only outcome of going like this is that when a brother mentions him again in the future, he will say more. It was also a decent ghost when it was alive. To rush or not to rush? This is a problem. Fortunately, the 8th Palace has no time to take care of these little things now. Just seeing the tragic death of the 7th Palace could not fully confirm the terrifying thoughts in his heart. The 8th Hall Master raised his right hand and shot out a will-o'-the-wisp. The will-o'-the-wisp fell on a beast from the underworld in the enemy camp. Boom! A dark light suddenly erupted from the body of the beast possessed by the will-o'-the-wisp, and its size suddenly grew a bit larger. The most terrifying thing was that its eyeballs became at least 5 times as big as before. It burst out of the eye socket in an instant, and is still hanging in the eye with some strange adhesion. You have been strengthened. Go and take a look. The 8th Palace muttered silently, and waved his hand again. The underworld beast was sent into the rift without any resistance. At the same time, the scene on the other side of the rift appeared in the sea of consciousness in the 8th Hall. Under the dark sky and white moon, there is a vague glimpse of a courtyard. In the courtyard is a young Taoist priest standing with a sword. I saw the handsome little Taoist priest waving the low-key and luxurious sword handsomely. Boom! The beast's eyeballs were instantly shattered. Along with this, the 8th Palace felt that his eyes were dry for a while. So strong. This casual sword even surpassed the so-called land gods that he had seen when he traveled to the human world with the master of the 2nd Hall countless years ago. It felt that 50% of its guesses had been confirmed. On the other side of this crack, maybe it really is the fairy world. If nothing else, how could a mortal look like this and be so strong? Master, the fairy fate you were so intent on finding back then, has it really come? Master, Master, where are you? What should the disciples do? At this moment, the 8th Palace almost forgot the fact that he was also a nearly ancient being. Facing this dark crack, I actually felt a little bit of a young child's hesitation in my heart. Maybe because it has seen unprecedented strength. But its mind, which had been tempered for countless years, still made it calm down in a breath, and shouted in a deep voice. Dispel the remnant soldiers of the 7th Hall. Surround this place, and strictly prohibit any ghosts from entering or exiting. In addition, the message is not the same as the other 9. The 8 Palace Masters. Just say, great crisis in the ghost country. Shocking. It's a deep crack. The ghost is over there, and the Yin Laosan is over here. For a master who has developed his spiritual consciousness, a wall cannot block his sight at all. So he almost witnessed with his own eyes the entire process of Li Chushui's killing of the 7th Hall. Of course, he didn't know that it was the 7th Hall of the Ghost Kingdom. If he knew, the shock in his heart might be forced to escalate. From his perspective, it was during the process of the crack expanding that something went wrong with his micromanagement. Due to lack of experience, lack of early preparation, etc. The tear was too large. The moment a ghost claw stretched out, Yin Laosan had an involuntary heart palpitation. The Yin clan members have always been associated with ghosts, and are extremely sensitive to Yin energy. To be able to make him feel this way was enough to show that the ghost that was about to emerge was absolutely powerful and unimaginable. In an instant, he had the idea of escape. Run away quickly to report to the officials, and let the strong men in the decline level in Xiaotian Palace take care of it, which may minimize the loss. But, at this time, the little Taoist priest walked out of the hall with his sword in hand. At the same time, the huge unicorn head came out. They looked at each other. Yin Laosan almost shouted, "Good guy!" Qilin is a mythical beast in the world. Legend has it that in ancient times, There were 5 good things and 5 bad things. Which were the best in the world? That is, the top 10 monsters. Among them, Qilin is called together with the 4 elephants. And its status is still above the 4 elephants. It would be very difficult for such a rare being in the sky and on Earth to die. And only after death can a ghostly Kirin be born after a very complicated coincidence. Such a ghost unicorn is, in a sense, more precious than a living unicorn. If given enough time to grow, it can definitely become as powerful as a real Kirin. It is the real peak combat power. Even though this ghost unicorn has not grown to its peak state. Looking at its fierce flames, as if it just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it is definitely not easy to deal with. Maybe, Lao San thought sadly, maybe the entire Shenluo city will be destroyed because of this. Then, just when he had not finished thinking about it, the little Taoist priest drew his sword. Swish. Soon, there was a thick red sword energy pillar, which struck the blood unicorn fiercely in the face. If you hit a ghost, slap him in the face. There is no moral ethics at all. Then, such a bloody sea unicorn that looked like it could swallow 200 little Taoist priests with one mouth was actually exploded by the sword energy pillar. Exploded? Lao San naturally knows that ghosts usually do not disappear immediately after being killed. There is only one situation where they will be broken up. That is, the attack power it withstood was completely beyond the range it could withstand. In other words, even if this unicorn is a little stronger, the little Taoist priest can still kill it with one sword. Moreover, the sword energy pillar did not disappear after it exploded the Qilin's head. It continued to advance forward and fiercely entered the crack. Boom! A roar came from inside the crack, and the wind blew up, lifting up the skirt of the little Taoist priest's clothes. He also opened Lao San's chest, revealing the almost undetectable courage that was tightly curled up inside. My mother! Lao San turned around and ran away. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared at the entrance of the alley, listening to the whistling of the wind in his ears. He couldn't help but be extremely glad that he didn't take action directly. If you had dared to be a little reckless with the little Taoist priest just now, I'm afraid you would be the one who got shot out now. Right? What kind of existence has our clan provoked? Just in the morning, he still firmly believed that as long as he could get Lord Emperor back, he could suppress all enemies. But now, he was a little suspicious. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Why don't you discuss it with the eldest and second brothers? Why do you have to spend so much effort to find your ancestors? Anyway, there are several generations between them, and they have no feelings at all. To put it bluntly, they just want a strong backer. In this case, wouldn't it be possible to perfectly fulfill this requirement by directly recognizing a person who may be stronger than Emperor as an ancestor? In this case, he thinks, the surname Li is a good choice. A sneeze. Li Chu, who had just killed the blood unicorn with his sword and was directly filled with a terrifying burst of experience points, sneezed in the wind. I feel a little fulfilled, but also a little scared. The moment he looked at Shui Qilin just now, he actually felt a lot of pressure. Because, once it is penetrated by its complete body, I'm afraid, Dian Fengwen's newly replaced floor tiles will definitely be trampled to pieces. Even more, not even the surrounding walls can be saved. Of course, he could also vaguely feel that the chi of this blood unicorn was so strong that if he were to count it with a lantern monster, he would probably have to count it until tomorrow morning. There are still real dangers. Fine. In the end, it was solved with one sword. The Super Cup experience value it brought also proved that Li Chu's feeling about its strength was true. It turned out to be the strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. This surge of experience points actually pushed him to the end of level 78. Just one step away from being able to reach level 79. Just a little bit missing. With strong unwillingness, Li Chu slowly moved his gaze outside the yard, where Lao San was standing just now. Maybe you can help? It took only one sword strike, and he was already gone. Escaped so quickly. Well, Li Chu couldn't help but feel very sorry. It would be nice if there was another little monster. Just as he was thinking about it, a ghostly beast with 2 big eyes suddenly emerged from the other side. Although the appearance is ferocious and terrifying, his demeanor is panicked and helpless. And he looks like he was thrown out by someone. Hey! Li Chu's eyes lit up. This thing. Can you still make a wish? Chapter 246. It's normal for the apprentice to be older than the master. After a short time, the crack gradually dissipated. It seems that although its diameter has been opened up, it is not accessible at any time. Since then, the whole night has been silent. Early the next morning, Li Chu, who was at level 79, was even more energetic. And as he looked around, there seemed to be light flowing. Girl, it's early! Seeing Wei Jiangli coming out for some air in the yard, he nodded gently and said Hello. Wei Jiangli slowly smiled and said, Good morning. Taoist Priestley, I didn't disturb you last night, did I? The commotion of ghost slaying in the courtyard was a little loud last night, so Li Chu asked one more question. No, I slept well. Wei Jiangli shook his head quickly, looking at the posture, as if he was worried that Li Chu would drive her away. Of course Li Chu would not drive her away, no matter what. This is a hostage after all, although it may not be reliable to point to the other party and exchange obediently. As long as Miss Jiangli is here, the Ying family will come sooner or later. Maybe it's because the vibration of the breath is stronger than the sound. Therefore, people like Wei Jiangli and Wang Longqi, who had no cultivation base, did not feel anything. On the other hand, Fox Girl and Delinka were alert to the battle last night. After all, the overwhelming Yin Qi was shocking enough even though it only lasted for a short moment. Taoist Priest Du asked a few questions, and after learning that the ghost had been killed by his master, he stopped worrying about it and didn't even ask what the ghost was. Even if the sky falls, there will be people holding it up. Isn't this the meaning of hugging your thighs? The Fox Girl was thinking more. The ghost that emerged from the well is so powerful. What if we leave in the future? If we are not here, let's find Chao Tianke to find a way to block this place, Li Chu said with some reluctance. But there is no rush now. To know. Last night his level skyrocketed. This has not happened for a long time. In addition to these people, there is also a little fat dragon. Dragons are quite sensitive to aura, so they also know what terrible things happened last night. When it woke up in the morning, it was staggering towards the Fox Girl to ask for food. When it saw Li Chu standing nearby, it suddenly didn't dare to get close. The big eyes were full of fear. Li Chu tried to smile at it. The little fat dragon's scales exploded, turned around and ran away at lightning speed. Ching Ching's usual swaying and naive look is all deliberately trying to be cute. Shortly after breakfast, two rather unexpected guests came to the door. These two people are monks. An old man and a young man came to Dayun branch quietly. This is Zen Master Jin An from Bailong Temple. This is Zen Master Zihui. When these two monks were introduced, Du Lang felt a little disillusioned. As a veteran in the circle of cultivators in Shenluo City, although he may not have much status, Lao Du still knows a bit about the big shots in the circle. For example, the Golden Altar in Hengdu. That is an ancestor-level figure in Bailong Temple. There have been rumors that Zen Master Jin An has passed away for decades. But more people believe that he is still reincarnated and recultivating. And there has never been any definite news from Bailong Temple. Looking at his childlike appearance now, I'm afraid he has spent more than 2 lives rebuilding his body. As for Zen Master Zihui, he is the master of the FA generation in Bailong Temple. The Ku generation, who is now the mainstay in the temple, will call him master when they see him. Seniority is also terrifying. But in front of this little monk, he could only call him master. Moreover, they were only the disciples accepted by one of his reincarnations. If they were the first batch of disciples accepted by Zen Master Jin Tan, they would have been several generations higher. This shows how terrifying this young monk's qualifications are. If you really do the math, it would be hard to find anyone older than him among the human race in the world. When Li Chu saw Lao Du's respectful expression, he expected that these two people had a good background. So he also saluted seriously. I met 2 Zen masters. He looked at the old monk who was slightly behind and asked one more question. I don't know who you are. I am his master, the young monk said with a straightforward smile. The apprentice looks a little older than the master. Isn't it normal? Li Chu smiled slightly and said. Indeed. Du Lang behind him, and the old monk behind the young monk also looked at each other at the same time. There is both sympathy and sympathy in the eyes. I came to you today because your performance at the Buddhist Fate meeting surprised us. The young monk continued to say directly. You may not know what it means to use a random Buddha seal to cause the Dharma bell to ring continuously. Concept. We usually only use 2 words to describe this kind of person. Buddha. Li Chu had never heard this statement mentioned by the second prince of Laocheng before. It seems that the legendary Buddha came to the world to have such power. But Li Chu knew very well that he had no fate with the Buddha in his previous life. If there was, it was probably because his parents took him to worship in a temple once before the college entrance examination. Then I encountered the biggest Waterloo in my life. So he replied, maybe there is some misunderstanding. I think so too. The young monk continued. After that, we investigated your life in detail and found that there was almost no trace of Buddha nature in you. Then, there is probably only one other possibility left. What? Li Chu was a little curious after what he said. The little monk lowered his body. Although his face was childish, his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, and the combination gave him a strange sense of joy. However, Li Chu's expression was still serious. Have you ever heard of immortality? Immortal fate? Li Chu thought for a moment, then shook his head. In fact, he had heard these two words several times in his dream in the forest of ancestral steels. But I have only heard it, and I don't know what it means. It is said that each of our human worlds can only be regarded as a small world. And under the real fairy world, there are countless such small worlds. Therefore, the opportunities for each small world to ascend to the fairy world are very limited. Every 10,000 years in the human world, there will be an opportunity to ascend. This opportunity is called immortal fate. If it falls on the Buddhist door, it means that the Bodhisattva has achieved fruition. If it falls on the Taoist door, it will become a true immortal. In addition, the immortal fate does not regardless of race. Demons and monsters also have opportunities. The human world is so vast, and it lasts forever. Li Chu thought for a moment, and said, It's really slim. Yes. The young monk sighed. Furthermore, it is said that immortality can be fought for, but no one knows what it is, and no one knows where it will appear. Sometimes it is inevitable to wonder, can that kind of thing really be fought for? His tone changed again and became passionate again. It wasn't until 100 years ago that a fortune teller calculated a trace of the fate of immortality at the risk of his own life. After his death, this result was spread by his disciples. The best people in the world have basically obtained this result and made deductions based on it. Some people have gained nothing, and some have gone further. It is unknown. As for the results obtained by this divine calculation, I have received a copy. Only 4 words. The young monk did not shy away and actually said slowly in the main hall. 100 years. Jiangnan. A century of Jiangnan. Li Chu murmured again, with a thoughtful look on his face. That's right. The little monk's eyes became more and more threatening. If you look at the time, 100 years have passed. If you look at the location, the place where immortality comes is in the south of the Yangtze River. Maybe someone can deduce a more detailed location, but I am not proficient in this, so I can't make any progress. But since I saw you, I have a strong feeling. He looked directly at Li Chu and asked word by word. Are you the reincarnation of an old monster? Have you obtained the immortal fate? Chapter 247. The beautiful wife comes to my door. The husband holds the wu hook with only one hand, and his spirit is higher than that of Baikalu. Whoever writes history in the past 10,000 years is looking for a feudal prince from 8,000 miles away. I will surely follow the journey with swift feet, and I will chase the water gulls in my leisure time. Smiling and pointing at the moon beside Marco Polo Bridge. How many people will come to Yingzhou from now on? Snapped. Book continues above. There is a small Taoist temple in the south of Shenlua City. There is a young monk in the small Taoist temple. The young monk is telling stories to the young Taoist priest. Finally he asked a question. Li Chu thought for a long time and gave the most accurate answer. I have no idea. He shook his head and said, the so-called reincarnation of a powerful person should be denied. But he didn't know what the so-called immortal fate was. In fact, no one in the world dares to say what immortality is. It is ethereal and mysterious. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it's a magic weapon. Maybe it's an opportunity. Or maybe the way he defeats monsters and upgrades his immortality. Otherwise, how could he have grown into a handsome boy who could compete with many great powers in the world in just over a year? But when it came to the so-called ascension, Li Chu didn't feel anything. Looking up at the sky, he did not feel any call from the mother star. After much thought, he couldn't give a definite answer. But this seems to be an answer that satisfies the young monk. He suddenly smiled. The smile is innocent and cute. Okay. The little monk stood up. I can see that you are sincere. And I hope that if one day you know the answer, you can tell me. He took a deep look at Li Chu and whispered. Our generation has been searching for too long. Okay. Li Chu nodded and agreed. Thank you. The young monk thanked him gently. The old monk also bowed to Li Chushin, then turned around and left with the master. Li Chu looked at the young monk's back and had some doubts in his heart. In fact, for a moment just now, he vaguely felt that the young monk had wanted to take action against him. But later, Because of some confirmation, he withdrew his hostility and turned into a very friendly Chiji. Although based on his appearance, it seems that the most powerful attack can only pop out of his head. But Li Chu will not underestimate him just because he looks like a child. A person who can live for such a long time can probably collapse a mountain even if his brain is really broken. Thinking about it carefully, his hostility should not be directed at himself. Rather, he is worried that he is the reincarnation of a certain powerful being. I don't know which powerful person could be so hateful, making a famous Buddhist monk with a good temper hold a grudge against him for many years. It was approaching noon and the front hall was quiet. In the past, the little fat dragon would always run around the yard restlessly. But since it developed awe of Li Chu, it no longer dared to come to the front yard. Even the noise in the backyard was much quieter, which would frighten the child. Perhaps because they were both divine beasts and had the brand passed down in their bloodline. They could appreciate how powerful the Blood Sea Kirin was better than others. I can more intuitively feel how powerful the head of the family Li Chu is. Just when Li Chu wanted to get up and move around, a person walked in front of the gate and asked in a soft voice, "Is this to Yunfeng Wan?" Li Chu glanced over. I saw a graceful woman walking in front of the door, with a figure shaped like a graceful gourd, a full moon in her heart, and a slim waist and hips, wearing a waist-cinched brocade dress, with a mink fur covering her shoulders. Walk slowly, one step at a time. When you get closer, you can see that her facial features are quite fresh and innocent. Her black hair was simply tied around her shoulders and neck, with a few strands of hair floating in front of her forehead. This beauty entered the main hall and knelt down on the futon in front of Li Chu without saying a word. Looking miserable, Li Chu comforted him. "Don't panic. Just tell me if you have anything to do." The woman then patted her chest. And when she opened her mouth, the first thing she said was, "This Taoist priest. I have a husband." Li Chu was silent for a moment. 3 question marks slowly appeared on his forehead. Seeing that he didn't speak, the woman added, "I am my husband's wife." After a long time, Li Chu finally answered slowly, "Oh, but what does that have to do with me?" Maybe he was too panicked. It took a while for the woman to explain clearly the purpose of her visit. Her surname is Mu and her name is Mu Feng. She is a beautiful wife living nearby. Although Li Chu didn't understand the use of this identity, he still accepted the setting after Ms. Mu's repeated emphasis. Mu Feng's husband is a fisherman who runs boats and goes fishing along the Luoshui River all year round. But just yesterday, his fishing boat encountered a water monster in Luoshui River. Unfortunately, he died, and his life or death is uncertain. Mrs. Mu hopes that Li Chu can help and let her go find her husband. Even though there was little hope, she still wanted to give it a try. After hearing this, Li Chu nodded and agreed without thinking much. Looking for people along the river is probably hopeless. Those fishermen all have good water skills. As long as they still have breath, they can climb back to the shore no matter what. However, if the water monster is harmful to people, it is better to eradicate it as soon as possible. In fact, because Luoshui is close to Shenluo City, this section of water has always been calm. Not to mention the man-eating water monsters. Even the larger fish and shrimps have been wiped out by Chao Yan K. This city has been built for thousands of years, and the water tribes upstream and downstream have known it for a long time. Anyone who has some spiritual skills and enlightened wisdom will not come here to cause trouble. Immediately, Li Chu didn't waste any time and stood up directly. "It's not too late. Mrs. Mu, let's leave as soon as possible." "Okay." Mrs. Mu also stood up, glanced at Li Chu with sparkling eyes, and said in a soft voice, "Then I'll all rely on Taoist priestly. It's just a matter of duty." Li Chu was very indifferent. After the two went out, Du Lang took Li Chu's place and guarded the front hall. Wang Longqi stepped forward and said with a smile, "Lao Du, why don't you follow? What did I go over there for?" Du Lang was a little confused. "Master left. I should have stayed to see the Taoist temple. I heard everything just now." Wang Longqi said, "That is a beautiful wife who lives nearby. Maybe her husband has been killed by a water monster and she is about to become a widow. Li Chu will definitely not like this." "Yes, but if you, Lao Du, go over there, be considerate and ask for help. Maybe there is hope." The widow. Just as a literati smile appeared on Du Lang's face. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps, and Miss Jiangli also walked to the front yard. He hurriedly coughed twice and said loudly, "I entered the Yun sect just to practice. These shameless things the 7th young master said. I have never considered it at all. This heart is sincere. and heaven and earth can learn from it. I know. I know. Wang Longqi covered his ears and ran away, muttering, "No need to shout so loudly." Lao Du glanced at Miss Jiangli again. When he noticed that she glanced into the front hall and saw that it was herself sitting here instead of Li Chu, she subconsciously stepped back and left, seemingly disappointed. Well, Lao Du couldn't help but sigh. Are you serious about taking half a step back? After a while, he smacked Wang Longqi's words again. Wife. This word. Why does it feel so familiar? Chapter 248. The original title was killed. Clear water. Blue sky. Little Taoist Priestley stood beside the fishing boat with his sword on his back. Mrs. Mu quietly approached him, put her hands on his shoulders, and asked softly, Taoist Priestley, have you noticed anything? Li Chu took a step back and moved to avoid her approach. Looking at this beautiful wife, who seems not too worried about becoming a widow, and even a little yearning for it, he calmly replied, No human traces have been found yet. In fact, once the mine sighting technique was deployed, large areas of water upstream and downstream had been scanned, and no one was found alive anywhere. But I found a few evil-like auras. So Li Chu did not stop the boat from continuing down the river. If the person is not found, the monster must be killed, and the trip cannot be in vain. Although he made a fortune last night, his mentality was still stable, and he still kept in mind the hard truth of making a fortune. Sure enough, it won't take long. On the originally calm Lu Shui, a whirlpool suddenly rolled up. The appearance of the vortex did not last long. In the blink of an eye, a giant-headed monster fish with bone spurs all over its body broke out of the water. This strange fish had an ugly appearance and a ferocious shape. It jumped up. Once it came out of the water, the huge fish only stared at Li Chu with a very clear target. Eat human? No. It's free. Facing this strange fish falling from the sky, Li Chu did not hold back at all. Drew his sword, and drew it out. Boom. A red dragon flew through the air, swept up the big-headed monster fish, and instantly turned it into ashes. There wasn't even a single fish bone left. Call. Li Chu took a breath and sheathed his sword. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Mrs. Mu next to her with her eyes widened and her pupils trembling. She was obviously frightened. Li Chu said calmly. Mrs. Mu was shocked. Ah. Mrs. Mu opened and closed her mouth twice, but no words came out. That water monster has been killed by my sword, so there is no need to be afraid anymore. Li Chu comforted him again. Yes. Yes. Mrs. Mu smiled with a very complicated expression. Under the deep water, in the belly of the dragon, a subordinate in black came quickly to report. Your Highness, the first water monster has been dispatched, and the little Taoist priest has drawn his sword to kill it. Good. The second Highness of the Dragon Kingdom, who had a golden scale on his forehead, had a sinister look in his eyes, and clenched his fist fiercely. Seeing that his subordinate hesitated to speak, he frowned and asked, But is there any accident? The subordinate swallowed his saliva and said, Not at all. If there is any surprise, it is that the sword energy of the little Taoist priest is unexpectedly strong. Ridiculously strong. Ha ha. The second Highness smiled instead of being angry when he heard this. I spent such a big battle to deal with him. If he is not strong, wouldn't he be sorry for the effort I expended? Explore again. Retaliate again. Yes. The subordinates took the order and left. The man who had gone to Diungwen to inquire about information before came forward and said with a flattering smile, Don't worry, Your Highness. That little Taoist can only take 3 actions. He will be full of energy, then weak again, and 3 times will be exhausted. At that time, Your Highness will be born again with the power of the dragon. It will be easily crushed. It's natural. His Highness the second Highness snorted coldly. Dealing with this little Taoist priest is just an appetizer. Next, I have to deal with John Yunting. At that time, the entire Heluid dynasty will once again recall the power of our Huanlong kingdom. When the time comes, my reputation will be greatly enhanced, and I will be able to provide more help when I return to the country to fight for the throne with the other brothers. After I ascend the throne and become king, I will lead the Kowloon army to conquer the north and south, and conquer the East China Sea. Ha ha ha. He freely expressed his grand ambitions, and for a moment, the golden scales on his forehead began to shine. That is the light of dreams. Ah, Mrs. Mu exclaimed. Here we go again! Bang. What made her beauty eclipse was none other than a dark and powerful tentacle. This tentacle suddenly sprang out of the water, stretched more than 10 feet out of thin air, and quickly shot towards the people on the fishing boat. Li Chu remained calm as before, pulled her away from the bow of the boat, pointed his halberd in the sky with his right hand, and shouted, "Sword control skills! Laugh!" In an instant, the sword emerged like a dragon. With the roar of the wind, a flying fireball appeared out of thin air and went straight into the water. Boom! There was an explosion in the calm water surface. Bubbles suddenly appeared in the water surface with a radius of more than 10 feet. And it boiled instantly. A moment later, the Chunyang sword flew back with great power, bring back a burst of soft white light. Li Chu put the pure yang sword back into its pouch. And while gaining experience points, he was also a little puzzled. In Luoshui, where evil spirits usually disappear, several water monsters of this level suddenly appear. What is going on? These water monsters appear inexplicably near the mouth of the East China Sea. Are you going to explore some great waterway? Little Taoisley, Mrs. Mu watched with shock as Li Chu casually killed the powerful water monster, and smiled. You are so strong in cultivation. I don't dare, Li Chu said modestly. I'm just a primary school student in Dayun Temple. Small? Mrs. Mu had disbelief written all over her face. Before I could say a few words, I saw a huge white thorn, like a sword and halberd breaking through the water from upstream. That is, a shark's back? Li Chu glanced at it, and found that it was an extremely large pure white shark. The white shark's eyes actually had a pair of vertical pupils, flashing with golden flames. Dragonborn. Facing this dragon blood descendant, who was obviously much stronger than the two water monsters just now, Li Chu also gave him more respect than before. That is, strike first to gain the upper hand. Roar. There seemed to be a low roar coming from the bottom of the water. The invisible sound waves shook the aquariums for dozens of miles around, and also caused the fishing boats on the water to shake for a while, as if they were about to disintegrate in the next second. But there was only one roar, because Li Chu's sword energy has arrived. Boom! A pillar of sword energy blasted directly into the bottom of the water, mercilessly swallowing up this beautiful white shark without any reason. 3 swords killed 3 powerful water monsters neatly. Mrs. Mu looked at Li Chu's back. Her eyes flickered. Her voice was a little lowered, and she asked, Zhao Taoist Priestley, have you killed 3 water monsters? Why don't we go back today? Hold on. Li Chu didn't know what she meant, so he suddenly raised his hand. Then he pointed forward and said, Go! With the sound of whistling wind, the sword control technique brutally harvested a corpse-like ghost on the shore a mile away. It should be that the rotten corpse somewhere turned into a zombie and burst out of the ground. If he were encountered by a mortal, he would inevitably suffer casualties. Fortunately, Li Chu's mind was able to detect it in time. After killing the zombies, Li Chu took back the pure yang sword. He turned around and said, Mrs. Mu, why do you want to turn around? Ah, ba. Mrs. Mu looked at Li Chu blankly, as if she didn't want to believe it. After a long time, she asked in a trembling voice, Did you use 3 swords in total just now? 4 swords, Li Chu corrected. Then how many more swords can you use? Mrs. Mu asked again. Li Chu was a little surprised, but still answered truthfully. It depends on when it gets dark. Dark? I have to go to shopkeeper Lu's house in the south of the city after dark. I don't have to rest until then, Li Chu said. So you are so persistent. Mrs. Mu blinked. Li Chu vaguely felt that this sentence sounded strange. Let's take it as a compliment. At this moment, suddenly there was an extremely huge dragon aura approaching quickly. Li Chu glanced sideways. Rumble. A huge faucet bursts out of the water. Between the dragon's head and corners stood a young man with an unruly look. At the same time, his wild laughter also came out. Those who invade our Huanlong kingdom, even if you are far away, you will be killed. Domineering. Faced with this domineering appearance, Li Chu watched very calmly. It's like watching a psychopath. Mrs. Mu looked at it very uneasily. It's like watching a psychopath dying. Her eyes blinked repeatedly, conveying an important message. The information is wrong. Danger? Chapter 249 The Real Dragon. From arrival to farewell. His Royal Highness walked peacefully. When he rode the dark dragon out of the water, his aura was so flamboyant, so domineering, and so arrogant. Looking at Mrs. Mu behind Li Chu, she was so flustered, panicked, and frightened. His Highness obviously did not see the word danger in her eyes. What she wanted to say was, the intelligence was wrong, but in his opinion, it was increasing intensity. I heard him yell loudly, Do it! How dare Mrs. Mu take action? She blinked hard again, but it was too late. The dragon controlled by His Highness raised its head to the sky and let out a high-pitched roar before swooping down hard. The dark scales and the sky covered by the water curtain were magnificent for a while. Li Chu was also a little surprised. How could such a big evil dragon emerge from Lu Shui? It's a sudden windfall. Look at the ferocious flames raging into the sky, coming straight towards you. And then listen to the man on the dragon head calling, Guanglong Kingdom? His thoughts were racing. And he suddenly remembered the men in black in Yulangshuan. Is it because he happened to appear at the scene of the murder and subdued the murderers? So he had a grudge against him. So he came to kill him? So cruel. So outrageous. As an elegant and easygoing law-abiding citizen in a harmonious society, facing such a vicious gangster, all Li Chu could do was to use the only long sword at hand and barely perform some legitimate defense. This sword? Fair and just. Reasonable and legal. Boom. A naive red dragon emerged from the sky. It was only at this moment that His Highness realized that something was wrong. He had agreed to do it 3 times a day. This was not right. Looking at Mrs. Mu behind Li Chu, the danger in her eyes has turned into another word. Now His Highness recognized it. It's the word death. No. Can't. His Royal Highness panicked. He moved his hands together and shouted, Ancestral Dragon! Save me! The so-called ancestral dragons in the Dragon Kingdom, that is, the true dragons of the ancestral land, are said to have 9 in total. In fact, there may be other hidden true dragons as the background, which is unknown. The reason why His Highness was able to participate in the battle for the throne was because he was recognized by one of the ancestral true dragons. Last time in Yulangshuan, I was even able to ask the real dragon to take action. It stands to reason that if he had not offered prayers in advance, he would never dare to rashly disturb the true dragon of the ancestral land again. But at this moment, looking at the murderous sword dragon shape, he vaguely felt that if he didn't forcibly summon a real dragon to protect him, he would be in trouble. There was an 80% chance that he was going to die, and it will look like there is no whole body left. Call out. With this cry of his, I saw the golden scale on his forehead suddenly burst out with thousands of golden lights, instantly like a dazzling sun disk, and also like a ball of leaping golden flames. The golden flame rose several feet high in the wind, and soon formed the outline of a group of pupils around it. In an instant, the shadow of a huge golden flame with vertical pupils enveloped His Highness. Based on this vertical pupil, a huge golden dragon head appeared out of thin air. In contrast, the black dragon below, which was originally majestic, suddenly turned into a chicken and a tile dog, and no longer had any momentum. Compared with real dragons, these water dragons are extremely humble. Even if it is a shadow, the shadow solidified in an instant, as if a real golden ancestral dragon appeared on Lu Shui. Roar! A low dragon roar that contained infinite majesty appeared at the same time, although it was not a human voice. Everyone present understood the meaning of this sentence. Who dares to hurt a friend of our clan? This is the magic of dragon language. A powerful person has studied it and found that among the many languages in the world, only dragon language is the closest to the writing of heaven. Be concise and to the point. Infinite content. However, the next moment, the golden dragon shadow appeared. It hit the red dragon that was sweeping in with sword energy. Red gold collided. Wind and thunder surged. Boom. With almost just a face-to-face meeting, the golden light surrounding His Highness shattered. And it doesn't look like it was defeated. It's more like the true dragon that descended halfway took the initiative to cancel the spell. Roar. After the golden dragon dissipated, there was a second dragon roar floating between heaven and earth. Everyone present still understood the meaning of this sound. Farewell. Isn't it? His Highness's heart suddenly exploded. Aren't all dragons extremely arrogant? Why are you so cowardly? In fact, if the ancestral true dragon had come forcibly just now, it might not be able to resist this sword that only contained a trace of spiritual power for him. But Jin Long made a choice in an extremely short period of time. Yes, but not necessary. It is not worth it for a true dragon that has existed for nearly 10,000 years to offend an opponent who can execute such a sword because of a self-selected candidate for the Dragon King. It's very simple. No matter which king replaces the Dragon Kingdom, or even if the entire country is destroyed, it will not have much impact on an ancient true dragon. The promising heir dies. Just replace him. However, an opponent of the same level would really bring life and death to it. Its choice is also extremely wise. If it comes forcibly, Li Chu might go all out with his next sword. The cultivation level of this golden dragon may not be comparable to that of the blood sea Kirin, which is also a divine beast. The ending won't be any better. It only took less than 2 breaths for the golden dragon to go from coming to saying goodbye. What's left is the dark dragon and the helpless second highness, facing Li Chu's sword energy red dragon together. The result is no doubt. Boom. The sword energy of the red dragon went crazy. A mouthful of people. A mouthful of dragon. In an instant, His Highness the second highness and the dark dragon were swallowed into the blazing sword energy. The smoke disappeared. No bones remain. In the water in the distance, there was a pair of wide eyes looking at this side blankly. It was the spy under the second highness. Seeing Li Chu's terrifying sword energy, he was shocked to realize that he had been tricked that day. 3 times a day is all a lie to children. This little Taoist priest. Good ghosts last forever. At this point, he finally realized his naivety, and paid a small price for it. His Highness the second highness of Huanlong Kingdom died. Li Chu calmly sheathed his sword, feeling a satisfying amount of experience entering his body. The golden dragon almost came just now, which still made him nervous. But in the end it didn't come, which made him even more disappointed. This mentality is really a bit confusing. Afraid of it coming, but also afraid of it not coming. Afraid that it is not strong, but also afraid that it is too strong. But the result was good after all. Li Chu put away his sword and looked at Mrs. Mu with a hint of doubt. Mrs. Mu, I have dealt with all the water monsters, so there is no need to be afraid. Yes, I'm not afraid at all, Mrs. Mu said, trembling all over. But your expression seems uncomfortable? Li Chu asked again. No way. I feel very comfortable. Mrs. Mu shook her head. Then why are you shaking? Li Chu asked again. I tremble all over when I feel comfortable. Li Chu looked at her and suddenly asked. Are you with them? Plop. Li Chu's words made Mrs. Mu so frightened that she knelt on the ground and kowtowed, as if pounding garlic. I was forced. I am just an innocent clam girl from the Huanlong Kingdom. His Highness forced me to come over and asked me to come and lead you on board. I really don't want to. Taoist Priestley, don't kill me. Give me a chance. I want to be a good demon. Li Chu's eyes were profound. You can tell the officials about this. Chapter 250. Let's invite a handsome young hero. A handsome young man. Seeking medicine on Lingdao leads to immortality. Thousands of miles of rugged terrain without hesitation. The sword in the rivers and lakes is the beauty. Snapped, taking over the role of Li Chu. He killed the second highness of the Dragon Kingdom and a water monster on the river. And then sent Mrs. Mu, who gave up resistance, to Chaotian Palace. When they arrived at Chaotian Palace, Duan Geng still came out to receive him in person, with extremely high standards. After some active and cooperative interrogation, Duan Geng learned the whole story. He said to Li Chu with a serious expression, the people of the Huanlong Kingdom have always acted arrogantly and protected their shortcomings. Over the years, they have had conflicts with others and have always been unwilling to suffer a small loss. You must be careful to hit the young ones and the old ones. Did you hit the younger one or the older one? Li Chu's eyes flashed. Is there such a good thing? No. How dare you be so presumptuous? He frowned and said, these people from the Huanlong Kingdom are acting so arrogantly in Halua. Aren't they afraid of legal sanctions? Alas, it's not easy to handle. Duan Geng sighed. It's mainly related to what happened back then. There are folk legends that the Huanlong Kingdom flooded several states, which is actually an exaggeration. But at the time, the Huanlong clan and the contradictions in the Halua dynasty do exist. He looked around, then lowered his voice and said, and the cause of the conflict is indeed the fault of the Halua royal family. At that time, the Halua royal family forcibly recruited the Huanlong clan, and even used some disgraceful means to intimidate. Afterwards, both parties took a step back, and the Halua royal family admitted that the Huanlong clan was in establishing the country overseas. The Huanlong clan actually paid a heavy price. As for what, I can't say. In short, the relationship between the two parties became extremely delicate after that. If the imperial court takes action against the people of the Huanlong Kingdom, it will be easy to destroy something. The Dragon Clan is behind the Huanlong Kingdom. Even if the momentum is gradually declining, it is not something that can be easily provoked. So usually, we will do some actions that do not cause substantial damage, turning a blind eye. For example, today you beheaded the second prince, and then you accuse them of cheating or sneak attack. It would be a bit too much. Of course, if you are really in danger, you can naturally come to Chaotian, Quebec. With our friendship, Xiao Tianke will protect you no matter what. But Duan Geng looked at Li Chu, who couldn't hide his eagerness to try. It's just a question of whether you need it or not. Li Chu nodded slightly. He understood the general meaning of Duan Geng. When it comes to relations between China and North Korea, there will be some complicated issues. Many things are often not as simple as they seem. Everyone who understands understands. Pretending to understand if you don't understand. Anyway, don't ask. After explaining the matter, Li Chu was about to leave. Suddenly, Duan Geng called him to stop him again. Wait a minute. If there's nothing else, you can help us untie those gangsters that Yu Langxuan caught last time. Duan Geng said hesitantly. I've been busy recently and forgot about them. You were here, too. I'll save you money and ask someone to help. Oh, okay. Li Chu followed him to the prison and untied the 3 men in black from the Huanlong Kingdom who were still stiff. He raised his hand casually and solved the acupuncture point in the air. Snap, snap, snap. Duan Geng listened to the crisp sound and looked at Li Chu, who was over in just 1 second, and was a little surprised. So fast? Li Chu looked at him strangely. What else? Duan Geng thought of his conversation with Mr. Wei that day, raised his hand and smiled. It's quite impressive to solve 3 problems at once. When Li Chu returned to the Yun branch, it was still dark. In fact, it only took less than 2 hours for Madame Sui Mu to board the ship, kill several water monsters, and then go to Chaotian Palace. Highlight and efficiency. Dian Fengwen's business is still very little. Even though Li Chu had some minor names in Shenluo City, it was still not enough to increase his popularity. There is no way around it. There are too many famous sites and ancient temples around Shenluo City, all of which have been famous for thousands of years. It is quite difficult for him to become famous based on these few deeds. In addition, many people who encounter strange things at home will choose to find a practitioner nearby. And in poor places like the south of the city, ghosts don't like to come. If there are few weird things, business will naturally be sparse. Lao Du was dozing off in the front hall, and Li Chu was careful not to wake him up when he walked by. As people age, their energy will decrease, even if he is a master who is better than his own. Doesn't he always look back and sigh? Not to mention his own apprentice. In the backyard, girl Jianli was looking at the little fat dragon in surprise. In order to please the girl Jianli, Wan Longqi drove the little fat dragon to do all kinds of cute tricks to please her. For example, sit, shake hands, roll, bow, etc. As a proud dragon, the little fat dragon didn't want to pay attention to him, but he couldn't resist the fact that he had a hot roast chicken in his hand. Boy! Looking at the cute little fat dragon who made the iceberg beauty laugh again and again, and then thinking about the golden dragon he met today that decisively said goodbye, Li Chu felt that it was no wonder that the dragon clan could survive for tens of thousands of years. Apart from anything else, the survival wisdom of this race is really impressive. Just speaking of being able to bend and stretch, everyone was having fun when they suddenly heard a gong sound outside. It seems like many people are coming. Li Chu then turned around and went out to greet him. When I walked to the door of the corridor, I met Lao Du leading a group of officials in bright uniforms. When he saw Li Chu, Lao Du shouted excitedly, "These are the subordinate officials of the princess's palace, and they are here to invite people." No wonder he was so excited. With the speed of information dissemination in this era, the fastest way to become famous is not to accumulate reputation one by one, but to provide services to high-ranking officials. When others hear about it, a certain high official or a certain wealthy businessman will invite this Taoist priest, and soon many people will follow suit. Du Lang has accumulated a lifetime of reputation in Nancheng, and the highest level he can come into contact with is a wealthy man like shopkeeper Lu, who will get rich later. For the real upper-class circle, it has not been touched at all. When he met the people from the princess's mansion, his first reaction was that Diyun Fengwan's opportunity had come. Take off. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. As he walked over, he said to the courtyard with a smile, "The young man is a walker in the princess's house. I am here on the order of the princess to invite a special man. The handsome young man is passing by for the banquet." He spoke lightly, but looking at the many entourages behind him, carrying various gifts, beating gongs and leading horses. The cards were quite substantial, and it didn't look like a simple banquet. Li Chu didn't know what happened, so he asked, "This is?" Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man came to him and just said softly, "Please give way." It seemed that he was regarded as Taoist Master Du's young apprentice. Li Chu blinked. How had he ever suffered such injustice in his Taoist temple? So he got out of the way. Then, the middle-aged man walked respectfully to the backyard and came to Wang Longqi, who was holding a roast chicken, and his hands were full of oil. Young Master Wang. Wang Qishao was watching the excitement over there. He didn't expect that he would be eating melon in the center of the stage. And he was a little dazed for a moment. Did you get the wrong person? How could I be a young hero? Everyone in this Taoist temple, whether human or not, can fight better than me. I saw the middle-aged man respectfully take out a rose gold-gilded piece of paper from his chest. This is an invitation handwritten by my princess. It is expressly to be handed over to you personally. There should be no mistake. I also asked young Master Wang to read it. Oh! Wang Longqi threw the roast chicken to Xiao Feilong in a daze, and directly took the invitation with his hands. After opening it and scanning the contents of the letter, I understood what was going on. Was it the charming woman that Li Chu saved when he had sex that day? Thinking of this incident, I also think of Ji Yuan's beautiful face. Wang Qishao grinned. You're a good judge of people. Chapter 251 The Princess's Troubles. Brother. Second brother. Just listen to my advice. That little Taoist priest is really not easy to mess with. Don't blame me for running away. With just that sword. Who could not run away? To be honest, even if I was hit by the one he hacked to death was our father. And I won't even take his head back. In the secret place where the Yin family was hiding, Yin Laosen spoke earnestly. Then, the eldest brother Yin Ru raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Is this the reason why you want to change your surname to Li? No, Yin Laosen said solemnly. I just put forward a feasible suggestion to show that we don't need to go all the way to the dark side. No matter how powerful Mr. Yin Emperor is, he is still an old almanac. Let's find a new one that is not so bad. Isn't it good to walk on the dark road? You are too naive. The second brother Yinsher shook his head and retorted. You have no idea about the power of Lord Yin Emperor. The courage to suppress his contemporaries is rare in 100 years. Take an unknown person, the little Taoist priest is going to compete with Master Yin Emperor. But you can't think of it. Yin Laosen almost cried. It's because you don't know anything about the power of the little Taoist priest. Third brother. There's no need to say anything. Yin Ru raised his hand and said, I understand what you mean. If Du Yunguan is not easy to deal with, there is no need for us to fight with them for a business deal with Song Haijun. Try our best. Just avoid its sharp edges. If you really can't do it, you can only bear the pain and cut your flesh. But we really can't have the idea of seeking refuge with others. Why do we want to find Lord Yin Emperor? In addition to his power, the most important thing is that he is the ancestor of our family. There is an unbroken bloodline between us. Connection. This is incomparable to any bond. Even if there is a strong man in this world who is not inferior to Master Yin Emperor, can you guarantee that others will treat you like a nephew of the family if you go and join him? What the elder brother said makes sense. Yin Laosen said weakly, I don't have to be a grandson. I just want to explain to you the seriousness of the problem. Anyway, I can't withstand the sword of that little Taoist priest. Now that things have happened. Yinsher frowned and said, the 12 Xianin bodies that Lord Songhai wanted have been gathered together. And the Jiang boy who is the eye of the formation has also been put in place. The Xianin formation can be opened at any time. The little Taoist priest wants us to. It is simply impossible to let everyone go. Then I'll just have to endure it. After a long time, Imru sighed. Which is the lesser of two evils? He said solemnly. If it really doesn't work out, we can only give up on Yulangshuan. Whatever the guards will leave, or whatever Huadu will do, let them go. But? Yinsher was a little entangled. It's almost too late to untie the pot. Our great cause requires a lot of resources for the children's daily practice. And the daily expenses are huge. If it's just eating and drinking, it's okay to endure it for a while. But? We still owe debts to the Donglu gang. And if it weren't for the income from this Huadu conference, we would definitely not be able to pay it back. And they are also a bunch of ruthless people. Inru couldn't help but get angry. Where did they come from, so many ruthless people? Yin Laosen interrupted at the right time. If all we meet inside and outside are ruthless people, maybe we should reflect on it. Are we too weak? Inru and Yinsher stared at him together. Yin Laosen quickly shrank his neck and pretended that nothing happened. If you want to offend someone no matter what, let's offend the weakest one. Inru waved his hand and showed the courage of a clan leader. Ask the Donglu gang to extend the money for another 3 months. If they agree, everything is easy to talk about. If they don't agree, Ian Sure and Ian Laos and looked at him with serious expressions. I heard Ian Ru continue. Then let's hide somewhere to avoid the limelight. Noon. Du Yun has different views. Li Chu, Du Leng, and Fox Girl were sitting on chairs, surrounding Wang Longqi in the middle, and they were conducting a joint interrogation. Wang Longqi squatted in the middle with his head drooped. This guy went to the princess's mansion for a banquet yesterday and came back at noon today. He had this weird expression on his face when he came back, making anyone who saw him suspicious. The little fat dragon hid behind the pillars from a distance, watching the scene here. In the past, whenever this kind of scene appeared, it was the one who was put on trial. Today it was finally someone else's turn, and he was very excited. If he hadn't just entered the kitchen to steal food and felt guilty, he would definitely have gone up and criticized him. Should you recruit it yourself? Or should we ask? Lao Du smiled and bent his eyes, but his eyes were filled with the light of Lao Jianghu. I'll do it, Wang Longqi whispered. Then you do it, Lao Du said. What should I do? Wang Longqi was suddenly stunned. Let me remind you. Cough. Du Leng cleared his throat. Last night. Wang Longqi raised his face, muttered and recalled, and suddenly showed a smile full of happiness. Really? I'll just say it. The three of them understood instantly. No, Wang Longqi waved his hands hurriedly and hesitated. Some things are not what you think, and I am not the kind of casual person. Is it moist? Lao Du suddenly asked in a cold voice. Very smooth, Wang Longqi replied subconsciously. Still quibbling. Dog thief. After being beaten for a while, Wang Longqi raised his hands in surrender, and then said, I didn't come here to talk about this. I have something important to say. What's up? Oh, forget it. I'll just tell you everything. Wang Longqi thought for a while and said, Okay. Du Leng smiled evilly. Tell me more. Wang Longqi's face darkened. It's not the things you want to hear. It's really important things, Du Leng said. Yes. What I want to hear is very important things. So Wang Longqi began to tell the general story. We talked a lot yesterday, so I won't go into details. Anyway, for the first time, I discovered that there is a woman in the world who is so in love with me. I think this is probably true love. After another group fight, Wang Longqi continued. After listening to what she said, I realized that the princess also had a lot of troubles. For example, her mother died not long after she was born, and the fortune teller said she was a lone star of evil. The old king of Donghai didn't care at all. He doted on her and left her in foster care for many years, but he still died. The latest worry is that she was targeted by a group of gangsters. The possessed cultivator, who suddenly appeared that day, was probably arranged by others to assassinate her. Thanks to Li Chu and we showed up in time and saved her. She is the princess. Who dares to deal with her anytime soon? The fox girl asked. Wang Longqi lowered his voice and said, I also raised this question. She said she has a bad relationship with the current king of East China Sea. Why? Because, Wang Longqi said, isn't it said that she is a lonely star? In the East China Sea palace. Her father, mother, brothers, sisters, and 6 husbands all passed away in the early years. Only the current East China Sea king, logically speaking, is her brother was unharmed and alive and well. His. Du Leng's expression became subtle. This is intriguing. So the current king of Donghai probably wants her to disappear. Wang Longqi scratched his head and said, and the business she inherited from her previous husbands is now very big and is being targeted by competitors. In fact, she still lacks helpers. I had a few glasses of wine at the time and on impulse, I said you help me and I will help you. You? The fox girl wondered. No matter how rich your family is, you won't be able to help her. Right. The person who wants to help her is not the rich second-generation Wang Longqi. Wang Longqi turned his eyes to Li Chu and showed a warm and innocent smile. It's the young hero Wang Longqi, Li Chu asked. What does she want you to do for her? At the same time, Du Leng asked. What did you want her to do for you? As soon as the words came out, he glanced sideways at the master and stuck out his tongue. Careless. Chapter 252 I Want to Fight 10. Zuelichuan. The red lanterns hanging high illuminated a road full of flowers. Tonight, the entire restaurant was booked by wealthy guests, and the interior and exterior decorations were brilliant. When the flower street was at its busiest, a group of flower sedans arrived at the door. The sedan curtain opened, and a high-spirited 7th young man from the Wang family stepped out of the sedan. Next to him, There was a woman with a curvaceous figure, a charming face, and a bit of nobility. It was Ji Yuan who was a princess. If you are an ordinary woman, you may have to pay attention to her restraint and etiquette. You should not be so intimate in public. But no one dares to criticize Ji Yuan's identity. In addition, throughout her life, she understands the principle of cherishing the present better than anyone else. If you have a lover, you must be close to him. Otherwise, who knows whether he will be alive or dead the next day. In this regard, Wang Qishao didn't have any taboos. He has been wandering around the world to this day, and he has a very open mind on whether he is alive or dead. Just cherish your crotch and that's it. In Wan Longqi's Naiwan palace, Li Chu Yuanshan said calmly, "Actually, you don't need to be possessed by me from the moment you get on the sedan chair." "I think so too," Wan Longqi replied with his heart. "It makes me feel helpless. If the picture I just saw was that the hands and feet were tied up," Li Chu said solemnly, "then don't you want to let go of the hands and feet? Paid content. Paid content. Hee hee." Wan Longqi smiled sarcastically. "Shilong, what are you laughing at?" Ji Yuan asked softly. He couldn't hear Wan Longqi's inner voice, but she could clearly see Wan Longqi's mean smile. Well, Wan Longqi turned around and said, "I laugh at your opponents. They have no idea what kind of enemy they are facing." Ji Yuan rolled her beautiful eyes and said, "I just like your spirit." Wan Longqi smiled charmingly. "I just like your honesty." A handsome Taoist priest who was watching. The person hosting Ji Yuan's banquet tonight is Cui Ziyong, the deputy leader of the Donglu gang. The Donglu gang is what the people of Halua call a group of desperados from the Donglu kingdom overseas. They crossed the rough sea waves all the way to Halua, just to make a fortune. They are all brave, ruthless and unscrupulous people. At first, it was just a general name. But over time, such a gang was actually established. They gradually expanded their business to cities along the coast, and were invincible wherever they went. Gradually, the Donglu gang became more and more powerful, gaining considerable reputation in both the black and white communities along the coast. As soon as Wan Longqi entered the gate of Zulichuan with Ji Yuan in his arms, a group of Donglu warriors in black and white costumes rushed out. The first one was Cui Ziyong. This person's attire is unusual. He wears a Confucian crown and a scholar's shirt. He has a white face and a slight beard, is polite, and looks like a middle-aged scholar. When he saw Ji Yuan, he bowed first and saluted. "The villain Donglu helps Cui Ziyong and has met the princess. You don't have to be polite. Gang leader Cui." Ji Yuan waved his hand casually, without taking the person in front of him seriously. He turned his hand and introduced. "This is Wan Longqi and Wan Xiaoxia from Hangzhou Prefecture. I have long heard that there are many talented people in Halua. Today, after meeting Wan Xiaoxia, I realized that this statement is true." Cui Ziyong also said very politely, "That's right. That's right." Wan Longqi smiled and held up his hands. Not only was he not modest, but he also indicated that he could increase the intensity. Cui Ziyong was stunned by such a return gift. Is this how Halua etiquette responds to flattery? Is it because I haven't mastered what I learned before? Of course, Wan Longqi is not completely ignorant of etiquette. But before coming here today, Ji Yuan had already found out that most of what happened by the river that day was done by people from the Donglu gang. But there was no substantial evidence. They didn't succeed in the plot that time. So they held this banquet. It must be that today there is no good wine and no good banquet. So from the beginning of the fight, Wan Longqi had no intention of being polite to them. "You are polite to me, but I am not polite to you. You're welcome to me. Hee hee. I'll take Li Chu with me." When the banquet was spread out and the guests and hosts were seated, Cui Ziyong began to introduce the dishes one by one. When he was halfway speaking, Ji Yuan suddenly interrupted him. "Gang leader Cui, you invited me here today. Probably not just for a simple meal. If you have any questions, just tell me openly." "Ha ha," Cui Ziyong said with a smile. "Your Highness, the princess is still impatient. It is true that our Donglu gang invited the princess here because we want to have a good discussion with you about cooperation." "Cooperation?" Ji Yuan chuckled. "What I do is serious business. Your Highness." Cui Zi waved his hand. "You don't have to be hostile to us. We can talk openly and honestly." "Hostility?" Ji Yuan's eyes widened, revealing a bit of the majesty of a royal nobleman. "Then you plotted against me that day. So you didn't have any hostility? If I hadn't met Qilong, I might have saved you this entire meal. Your Highness the Princess," Cui Zi said with a cold look in his eyes, and a smile on his face. Don't dare to say such nonsense. What's wrong with me just talking nonsense? You hit me? Ji Yuan's voice was not loud, and his lazy tone had an aura that made people dare not look directly at him. Wang Longqi next to him was secretly shocked. Of course I don't dare to do this. Cui Ziyong lowered his head repeatedly, and then added, but I heard that Wang Xiaoxiao rescued a beauty on the street the day before yesterday and was very skilled. In fact, there are some Eastern warriors in our gang who I admire very much. A few brothers would like to ask Xiaoxiao Wang for advice. If Xiaoxiao Wang is convenient, please feel free to give me some advice and entertain everyone before the banquet. How about that? Provocation. Naked provocation. Facing his compelling gaze, Wang Longqi smiled slightly and said loudly, I'm inconvenienced. There was silence. Cui Zi frowned and suddenly realized, when a person is shameless, there is really nothing you can do against him. Wang Longqi turned his head and looked at Ji Yuan. You don't think I'm embarrassing you, do you? Not at all. Ji Yuan rolled her beautiful eyes. I just like you to be free and easy. Oh. Wang Longqi smiled charmingly. I just like your gentleness. Grass. Cui Zi couldn't stand it any longer. He was wondering if he should just call for people to swarm up and kill this couple. Wang Longqi suddenly turned his head again. Okay. Then I promise you. Cui Ziyong looked at this beast with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and vaguely felt that it was impossible for him to be able to grasp his tricks. But, as long as you take the bait. So he pointed behind him. Then let the top-ranked Donglu warrior in my gang challenge Wang Xiaoxiao. Okay. Wang Longqi came to the center of the field, set up his formation, wiped his nose, and opened a boxing stance. A shirtless and majestic Tory warrior came up from the opposite side. It is no exaggeration to say that the fist is bigger than Wang Longqi's head. But Wang Longqi was not afraid, and made a provocative gesture towards the other party. At the same time, I shouted in my heart, change hands! Then, in everyone's eyes, Wang Longqi's temperament suddenly became calm. Start! Cui Zi gave an order. The Donglu warrior saw Wang Longqi's gesture, and was about to become furious when suddenly he saw Wang Longqi raise his right hand. Bang! Donglu Rikishi suddenly froze, dumbfounded. Change hands! Change hands! Wang Longqi shouted impatiently in Niwen Palace. Seeing that the Donglu warrior was frozen, Wang Longqi bravely stepped forward and shouted, Ah! Fight! Ding dong 5-4. Punches and kicks. The sound of banging is endless. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but stare at him. Enough! Cui Ziyong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted to stop. Call. Wang Longqi let out a long sigh, and at the same time secretly thought in his heart, damn, it hurts me so much. My hands and feet hurt too. The magical power of Halua is indeed magical. Cui Ziyong saw the strangeness in it and said, it seems that a Donglu warrior is not enough to challenge Wang Xiaoxiao. So why not? Bring a few more. Wang Longqi was one step ahead of him, and said with great enthusiasm, I want to hit 10. Chapter 253 The Hidden Plot of the Soul Gu Master. The night is as cool as water, and the lights are bright. The splendid Zuelixuan, the seventh young man of the Wang family, looked around with quite a look of disdain. One sentence. With Li Chu in hand, I have the world. However, this momentum is always mixed with an indescribable and unexplained smell of a villain's success, which makes people feel no admiration at all. Instead, they can't help but want to jump up and give this guy a hard blow. Fist. Hee. Cui Ziyong, the deputy leader of the Donglu gang, looked at him with a smile and said, no need. Wang Xiaoxiao has such magical powers. It seems that an ordinary martial artist is not worthy of fighting with you. Why don't I? Mr. Qifeng, the new guest of the Donglu gang, take action and fight with you? You spar. It doesn't matter what wind, cloud or frost you have. Just call them all. Wang Longqi waved his hands carelessly. There is so much pride in heaven and earth. Okay. Cui Ziyong smiled slightly and followed the attendant. Go and invite Mr. Feng down. This is the moment. A sound suddenly came out from Wang Long Kinowin Palace. Etc. Li Chu's soul seemed to feel something. It seems something happened in the temple. I have to go back and take a look. No, Wang Longqi was stunned. Is it so sudden? Well, they might be in danger. I'll go back and take a look. I'll come back as soon as I go. Li Chu left a sentence, and the soul suddenly came out of the body, running like lightning in the virtual world, and rushed all the way to Dian Branch. Wang Longqi's expression froze. Immediately, an old man with gray hair and a calm temperament was seen emerging from the Donglu gang. Oh! The old man was slightly surprised when he saw Wan Longqi. I just heard that a young knight came to visit. I was wondering what kind of person he was. I didn't expect that Wang Xiaoxia has such a strange temperament. Don't blame him. Opposite Wan Longqi's breath was short. His steps were sloppy, and his eyes were dull. He didn't look like a master in either qi refining or martial arts. But just now everyone saw the scene where he designated Donglu Rikishi, and knew that his cultivation was not simple. So they did not dare to underestimate him. Cui Ziyong said from the side. Mr. Feng, even though Wang Xiaoxia is young, his cultivation is very profound. He may not be inferior to you. If you want to compete with Wang Xiaoxia, you have to use 100% of your skills to take it seriously. Okay. It's not necessary. Wang Longqi suddenly smiled honestly. He stretched out his hand to pay respect to Mr. Jing Feng. Since the moment you appeared on the scene, I have seen that you are profound. If you and I were to compete here, I am afraid that this building and this street will be in danger. Why don't we just give up today? Haha. Young man is very polite. Feng Lao smiled and glanced at Cui Ziyong. Cui Zi glared hard. What are you thinking about? Didn't you come here just to kill him? But we still need to discuss each other. Just stop there. Feng Lao turned his head and looked at Wang Longqi with a sinister smile. It's not impossible to fight. Wang Longqi said this while retreating to the table. But I wasn't full just now. If you want to fight again, wait until I'm full. Everyone in the Donglu gang looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what he meant. But thanks to his behavior just now, he didn't behave like a normal person. He did some strange things at this time. But no one took it seriously. Probably, when you accept that a person is a psychopath, no matter what he does, it will become reasonable in your eyes. Then, in full view of everyone, Wang Qishao raised his bowl and chopsticks. Bury your head. Cooked rice. Diyun's split view is indeed dangerous. When Li Chu's soul left with Wang Longqi, it was invisible to ordinary people. Even many advanced practitioners, who did not specialize in soul cultivation, would not notice this matter. But at the street corner where Diyun was watching, an old man in a ragged coat, who looked like a beggar, suddenly had a cold star in his eyes. It takes no effort to get there even if you wear iron shoes. Little Taoist priest, since you dare to stop me from sacrificing the soul refining goo, you have to pay the price. This old man is none other than the soul goo master who was on Hanjiang River back then. He knew that if he didn't deal with Li Chu, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. So he had been lingering here secretly for a long time. When Li Chu Yuanshan was far enough away, he chanted a mantra and then let go of a cloth bag that was lying around. 2 black lights popped out and suddenly turned into 2 black figures about 10 feet tall, both with animal faces and human bodies, with gnarled muscles. On the left is a tiger head and body, holding a mace. On the right is a wolf head and body, holding a human knife. When these 2 tall figures first appeared, they had their eyes closed tightly and were breathless, like clay sculptures made of wood. But as the old man waved his left hand, 2 soul fires floated into it. Boom! In an instant, the 2 puppets opened their eyes at the same time. A sneer appeared on the old man's face. If the puppets are driven to commit murder, even if the people from Chaodiank arrive quickly, they will only lose 2 soul puppets. If I can't defeat you on the spiritual level, then I will kill you on the physical level. Go! With an edict. Bang! Bang! The 2 soul-infused puppets took the first bold step at the same time. Du Lank was sitting upright and dozing in the front hall. Suddenly he saw 2 fierce gods breaking in. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Who is coming? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of my Diyun? After letting out a loud shout, seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Du Lank raised his hands and said, Sword controlling skills. There was a clang of the sword, and a sword light came out of its sheath, as fast as a startling giant, and as powerful as a swimming dragon, whistling away with the rustling sound of wind. Ding! This sword hit the tiger head and body right in the chest. There was a gentle chirping sound of gold and iron. And then nothing happened. When Du Lank saw this, his expression changed drastically. He stood up suddenly and shouted loudly, Miss Jiangli! Hi, quickly! Miss Bai! Be careful! After a pause, he remembered something again and muttered, Oh! I almost forgot. There is also the master's body. Seeing that he was about to run away, the 2 puppets suddenly increased their pace and rushed over, covering several feet in one step. Bah! listening to the sound in the back of his head. Du Lank realized that it was difficult to escape. He recalled his sword and stabbed with it. Ding. There was another crisp sound, like a mosquito bite. Immediately, the tiger-headed body waved the mace. The shadow of the big stick covered Durank's face, and a trace of panic appeared on his vicissitudes of life. Bang. The next second, Lao Du became a poster on the wall. The two puppets ignored him, and headed straight to the backyard with a very clear goal. As soon as I turned into the corridor, a colorful light suddenly passed by. In a trance, it was like a goddess scattering flowers, dazzling people's eyes. At the same time, the fox girl's determined voice came. No matter where your enemies come from, don't let them go wild in Diyun Temple. I'll bet on all my years of practice, and I will never let you take another step forward. I will protect the master's body. Bang! The wolf-headed man punched out. The fox girl fell to the sky. There was a huge fist mark on his face. Why does this character talk so much nonsense? Do you really think that the puppet will fall into an illusion? When Diyun looked away, the old man complained speechlessly. However, it doesn't matter if the fox girl is defeated. This annoyed a little fat dragon next to him. It had the closest relationship with the fox girl these days, and when it saw her being beaten, it immediately became angry, stopped walking unsteadily, and suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed in front of the wolf-headed man. Laugh. A golden light flashed, and the wolf-headed man was enveloped. His bones and flesh were instantly separated by the electricity, and he was unable to move. Outside the point of view, the old man's right hand shook suddenly, as if he had a very close connection with the puppet, and he would feel the damage suffered by the puppet. His expression darkened. Unexpectedly, the most capable person in Diyun branch, besides Li Chu, is actually a pet. And is. Dragon? He groaned and turned the fingers of his left hand. Don't pester him or destroy his body. The tiger head body on the side received the order, completely ignoring the controlled comrades, strode around the battle situation, and rushed directly into the room in the courtyard. Li Chu's physical body is sitting here. The tiger broke into it with its head and body. Without hesitation, picked up the big stick, rushed forward and smashed it on the head. Call. It's the howling wind. Bang. It was a wake-up call. Puff. Its blood flowing to the sky. When Li Chu quickly returned to his physical body and opened his eyes, what he saw was an extremely tragic scene. The body in front of him was covered with flying flesh and blood, as well as severed limbs and broken bones, scattered on the ground, as if it was an extremely brutal murder scene. Based on this scene, he quickly judged the situation. There should be a relatively large creature coming in front of him. And then it exploded. When he walked out of the house, he saw the extremely vicious little fat dragon, who was holding down the electrocuted wolf-headed man and punching and kicking him freely. The sound of banging is endless. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he turned around and saw Li Chu. The little fat dragon was shocked and immediately stood up with his feet inward. Soft and cute. Clever. Li Chu gave it a commendatory look. Then he picked up the little Bodhi mantra and hit the little sun to wake up the fox girl on the ground. The sound of the Dharma bell from Balong Temple was immediately heard again. When he came to the front hall, he did the same thing, and then picked Durange off the wall to wake him up. After some questioning, I found out that these two things came out of the blue to commit murder. He didn't even hesitate to defile his own body by self-destruction. It was really vicious. As soon as they finished cooking, they saw Miss Jiangli coming in a hurry with two guards in white clothes from Chaotian Palace. It turned out that when Wei Jiangli heard Du Lank's cry, he was in the backyard and saw the fox girl being knocked down. Knowing that she could not help, she hurried out to report the crime. She hired a carriage on the street and went straight to Chaotian Palace. When she got up, she said, "There are evil people committing murder in Diyun Temple in the south of the city. Please go there quickly. Is there someone committing murder in the Taoist temple?" The disciple of Chaotian K looked at her strangely. "Then you are? I'm a hostage." Question mark. In their desperation, the two Chaotian disciples didn't even know whether the people in Diyun Temple were victims or perpetrators. After some questioning, they confirmed that Diyun Fengwan was fine, and that there seemed to be no other problems in General Wei's mind before they left in a strange way. Who sent away the two Xuani guards, and then Du Lank let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Everyone is fine. Li Chu also nodded. Yes, it's good that everyone is fine, etc. His eyes looked into the distance, vaguely feeling that he had forgotten something. But he said that Soul Gu Master when the tiger-headed body used the mace to hammer Li Chu's body hard. He never expected that this hammer would actually cause great terror. When Li Chu's iron claw shirt was just taking shape, there was another feline who paid a heavy price for his reckless behavior. At that time, Li Chu's level was not so high, and his physical strength was not so strong. About 50% of the damage suffered by the puppet was transmitted to him as the Soul Goo Master. So immediately, the old man in a ragged coat looked up to the sky and spit out a mouthful of old blood that lasted for 2.5 minutes. After vomiting blood, he quickly ran away without looking back. Enough. This little Taoist priest's soul is outrageous. And his physical body is even more outrageous. According to his rich experience in the world, there is only one way to deal with such people. 36 stratagems. You will consider yourself unlucky. So he returned to the ice-covered lake. There is a small wooden house by the lake. It is his old nest, and he wants to go back to recuperate. But before he entered the door, he noticed something was wrong. Although he was seriously injured, his consciousness was still sharp, and he could detect a faint aura in the wooden house from a distance. He felt the other person. The other person also felt him. Squeak. Open the door. He was a middle-aged scribe with a handsome appearance, standing quietly in front of the door. Is Mr. Fong back? He asked softly. The wind by the lake is blowing wildly and hard, but his soft voice still passed through without any hindrance. The Soul Goo Master frowned. I haven't heard anyone call me by my real name for more than 30 years. Who are you? And how did you know it? I found out after checking for a long time. The middle-aged scribe answered him calmly, and then took a step forward. This step actually brought him in front of the Soul Goo Master. The Soul Goo Master's eyes were shining, but he did not dodge, because he knew that if the other party showed this hand, it meant that he had mastered a law. There is no point in running away. I still know. You are the one who escaped when the Soul Goo Master was surrounded and killed. The murderer who later massacred the 12 Goo villages in southern Xinjiang was the culprit of a murder in Shenluo City that year. The middle-aged scribe still said softly, A murder case? The Goo Master named Fong frowned and guessed something. Are you related to that matter? Yes. Or maybe not. The middle-aged scribe smiled and said, You planted the most dancing goo in the world on a woman in exchange for the soul of a man who loves her. Fair and reasonable. The Soul Goo Master was not afraid at all when someone revealed the past and spoke out. Yes, that's fair. The middle-aged scribe agreed. But she never expected that even if she became the most proficient dancer in the city, the whole Shenluo city would go crazy for her, and no one would really fall in love with her until she won the top prize in the Flower Kingdom. I didn't expect it either. The Soul Goo Master shook his head. That was the first and last time. From then on, when I collected Soul Goo, I never used love as a condition, because it was too difficult to figure out. Then she died, and the poison swallowed up her soul. The middle-aged scribe added, This can't be blamed on me. The Soul Goo Master took half a step back and said, This is the condition negotiated from the beginning. It is an equal exchange. The middle-aged scribe sighed. Yes. Chapter 254 A Sword Skill That Falls from the Sky. Belch. Wang Longqi put down the 12th plate on hand, touched his 10-month pregnant belly, and held back the tears that were about to burst out. Wang Xiaoxia. Chuizi looked at this guy like he was looking at a monster. Have you eaten yet? Belch. Wang Longqi let out another long belch, then gritted his teeth viciously and said, 70% full. Question mark. All the onlookers were stunned. Anyone with long eyes can see that you are almost stuffing it down your throat. How can you tell that you are 70% full? Do you want to be so strong? Ji Yuan said from the side. Qilong, why don't you teach them a lesson first, and then eat slowly later? Wang Longqi glanced at her sadly and said in a deep voice, Are you teaching me how to do things? Of course not. Ji Yuan pursed her lips. I'm worried about you. Over there, Mr. Feng, who was invited by the Donglu gang, chuckled. No wonder Wang Xiaoxia's sudden overeating makes people worried. I once saw some people who were possessed by starving ghosts in the north. People have exactly the same symptoms. Don't worry about that. Wang Longqi snorted. There is no way that this young master will be possessed by any ghost. If he is possessed, he will be possessed by a god. As he spoke, his voice suddenly dropped, and he muttered in a low voice. It's just that this god has temporarily deserted for something to do. If it's not possessed by a starving ghost. Bong Lao's eyes changed. Then Wang Xiaoxia wouldn't dare to take action because he's afraid of me. Right. Ha ha. Wang Longqi laughed loudly and pointed at Mr. Feng. Damn it. You were right. Bring me a bowl of bird's nest to rinse your mouth with. I'll fight you again after I finish drinking. Wang Longqi said the last thing. The food was served soon. Wang Longqi picked up the bowl and swallowed it with difficulty. While he was drinking, suddenly, an invisible soul fire penetrated into his body. In the eyes of everyone, Wang Longqi suddenly shuddered. Then, a happy and satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face. Chuizi looked at him suspiciously. What? Can you get that kind of pleasure from drinking bird's nest? Bring it on! Wang Longqi put down the food bowl and stood up unsteadily, with a strange smile on his face. Ha ha! Young Master Wang is finally full. Feng Lao also smiled. He had already determined in his heart that this young man Wang was most likely a charlatan with little ability. Otherwise, why would he be so dawdling about it? This kind of person is too lazy to take action personally, but to collect people's money and eliminate disasters. Since the Donglu gang paid a big price to invite him, he would naturally do what they asked for. Watching Wang Longqi, who was faltering every step of the way, come to the court, Feng Lao made up his mind to take his first blow later, creating an atmosphere where he had to attack with all his strength. Then it would be logical to take action to kill them. Even the princess couldn't find anything wrong with it. Then let Mr. Wang make the first move. Feng Lao raised his hand. Oh! Wang Longqi blinked. Then I'm not welcome. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole temperament suddenly became calm. Huh? Feng Lao looked at the change in his eyes and felt something was wrong. But before he could think about it, he heard Wang Longqi let out a clear drink. Swordsmanship! Hearing this sound, the doubts in Feng Lao's heart disappeared. Really? Do you only know this rough sword technique? Such thoughts flashed past. And then, there will no longer be any thoughts in his mind. In fact, Li Chu recognized him. This old man is none other than the Feng Shenling who appeared in the Luotian pavilion that day with the people from the Baiming sect. Although Li Chu didn't know what connection he had with the Donglu gang, he knew that he was an out-and-out member of the demon sect and a subordinate of Lord Songhai. Nowadays, the undercurrents surging in Shenluo City are inextricably linked to this group of people. If possible, he would like to hold this Feng Lao and question him. However, having seen his means of escaping that day, Li Chu was not 100% sure if he wanted to capture him alive. It would be better to simply eliminate evil and do all the evil. So he didn't say anything, but used Wang Longqi's body to perform a mediocre sword-controlling move as soon as he came up. Just ask. Have you ever seen a swordsmanship drop from the sky? Roar. A flying fire meteor roared past, instantly rolled over Feng Shenling's body, and came to Wang Longqi. The pure yang sword stood in the air, burning with fire. The wind god order in front has silently disappeared. It was as if Chunyang's sword accidentally scratched an old man on the way there. And then the old man disappeared from the world. Everyone in the Donglu gang outside the venue felt a wave of heat. Her cheeks were all burning. After a few breaths, someone finally reacted. Where's Mr. Feng Feng? Chuizi's eyesight is much better than that of ordinary gang members, so he feels more fear. He stood sluggishly for a moment, then came back to his senses and looked at Wang Longqi. Wang Xiaoxiao's attack was a bit too harsh? Didn't he just say it was good? After talking about it, he felt something was wrong. It was indeed just a slight click. This person is a cultivator of the demon sect. Wang Longqi looked at him and said calmly, Why your Donglu gang asked this person to be your guest requires an explanation. Cui Ziyong is a smart man. He was so smart that he felt something was wrong when he heard this sentence. You didn't even ask a question. You just slapped the sword and didn't even leave a body. And then you said that he was a member of the demon sect. Is this too unreasonable? Everyone is dead. Isn't it what you said? But just because he is a smart man, he knows. Nowadays, people really do whatever they say. Didn't you see that Yu Jian killed someone without even leaving a trace of evidence? So he quickly showed a surprised face. Huh? Mr. Feng, this old dog is actually a member of the demon sect? I really didn't expect this, he explained. Our Donglu gang's guests are all hired from the market at high prices, and the origins of many people in the world cannot be investigated clearly. We have to thank Wang Xiaoxia for helping us eliminate a huge hidden danger. Such a cunning demon sect murderer. Wang Xiaoxia's sword really kills well, wonderfully, and screams. Eh? Li Chu was startled. This man's face changed so quickly. Are these the children of Jianghu? The wind god order is dead. The baby-faced boy in a wide robe and long sleeves knelt quietly in the quiet room and said something. Oh! The middle-aged scribe opposite just responded lightly. Then he asked, Did he go to the Donglu gang? Yes. The young man nodded and said, the Donglu gang will help us lure the Yin clan into the cave. And the Feng Shenling will help them solve their difficulties as a guest. What a pity. He is an old man who has been following me since the beginning. The middle-aged scribe was talking, but there was no sad expression on his face. Are we going to avenge him? The young man asked. Will he pay you? The middle-aged scribe smiled. Don't do things without reward. Yes. The young man nodded again. Then he said, the people from the Xuanwu Prison Control Department have arrived in Shenluo City. The whereabouts of Xianbing Jian will be known soon. This is more important. The middle-aged scribe added tea to each of their cups and said, Xianbing Jian is the only artifact in the world that can communicate with Xianwu. You have to get it in your hands. Although the Feng Shenling is dead, we just have a new one. As helper. Chapter 255. The evidence is conclusive and cannot be defended. Another quiet morning. A guest came to Dayun branch. But when he saw the person coming, he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a majestic appearance, and a pair of eyes that seemed to have a faint flash of lightning. Wearing a robe with a high collar and sword sleeves. It looks like a rich god like jade. Shishao sect. Zhang Yunting. Have met Taoist Priestley. The visitor announced his identity, and this heavy name almost staggered Du Lang, who was leading the visitor in. Young master of Shishao clan. The fate of the Thunder Emperor. The genius of the world. He actually came to Dayun branch without any pomp. It made Lao Du feel that the style of his sect had suddenly risen by 10 or 20 levels. Although the current genius may not have anything to be proud of compared to Li Chu. But it's not the same after all. Li Chu's impact on people is so strong that it often feels fake. Like an existence on another level. At a human comprehensible level. A genius of Zhang Yunting's level is quite impressive. Young Master Zhang. Is there something wrong? Li Chu looked at him calmly. He had met him last time in Yilangshuan. So it was not the first time. I came here specifically to thank Taoist Master Shaoli. Zhang Yunting smiled slightly. Duan Baipao from Chao Tian K has informed me that the murderers in Yilangshuan came for me last time. Thanks to Taoist priest Shaoli. He acted righteously and subdued those men. Li Chu knew a little about the inside story of this matter, but he didn't know much about it. The incident has been happening for a while. But due to some force majeure reasons, Kaodiank has not started the interrogation. Thanks to him helping Chao Tianke unlock the imprisonment of the assassins last time, Chao Tianke was able to interrogate the whole story. The Huanlong Kingdom and the Shishao clan agreed to make a deal, and the Shishao clan offered to exchange a secret treasure for the Thunder Dragon essence and blood of the Huanlong Kingdom to assist Zhang Yunting in his cultivation. However, the Zhuolong envoy of the Huanlong Kingdom was plotted by someone. During the battle, the enemy's tricks were all the secret magical powers of the Shishao sect. The Huanlong Kingdom believed that Shang Xiaoman wanted to overturn the table and forcibly abducted the baby Thunder Dragon. So they planned a revenge against Zhang Yunting, intending to vent their anger on Shishao's sect. In that case, you should actually be more grateful to Miss Jiangli. Li Chu replied. He also told the truth. If Wei Jiangli hadn't given up tens of thousands of taels of compensation at the critical moment, Zhang Yunting might have fallen into the trap. Certainly, if she had not chosen that way, there was a high probability that she would be killed along with Zhang Yunting. When one person is lustful, everyone benefits. I have already been to Miss Jiangli's place. But Yilangshuan said that Miss Jiangli was kidnapped by evil people, and they don't know about her. Zhang Yunting said, halfway through his words. I heard a crisp voice outside the hall. Shout Taoist Priestley. Did you call me? Looking back, I saw two beautiful women standing hand in hand outside the palace. One is a fox girl with a big furry tail, and the other is fair-skinned and beautiful. Who is Jiangli? The top guard of Yilangshuan. If not Yilangshuan, it just happened to be mentioned. Li Chu responded. Wei Jiangli smiled and said, I came to you to say that I want to go shopping with Sister Xiaobai. I don't know if it's okay. Of course. Li Chu nodded and said, just pay attention to your safety. You don't have to ask me for instructions on everything. I still have to ask. Wei Jiangli's face turned red, and he said softly, after all, I am a hostage. After that, she and the fox girl went outside together. The two girls were chattering, and they didn't know what they were whispering. Li Chu, who looked calm, and Zhang Yunting, who looked stunned, were left behind. Zhang Yunting looked at Li Chu and said, this, due to some reasons, we had to ask Miss Jiangli to come and stay in our temple for a while. and she was not allowed to contact the outside world. But we still get along pretty well. Li Chu explained calmly. It's basically a kidnapping. Zhang Yunting looked at Li Chu. Turned out to be. The evil man is in my presence? But judging from what Miss Jiangli means, it seems like they really get along well. But this is obviously because of his face. At best, this would turn the nature of kidnapping into abduction. You also told her to be safe. What to pay attention to. Be careful not to be discovered by the government and people from Yulangshuan before you rescue her? His mind was briefly confused. But Zhang Yunting was an outstanding person after all. And he quickly clarified his thoughts. This matter has nothing to do with me. And I don't need to worry about it at all. I came here simply to express my gratitude and establish a good relationship. Nothing more. Then he returned to the gentle smile that an outstanding young man should have. Taoist priest Xiao Li's affinity is quite strong. Ha. He eased the embarrassment in an understatement and said, Anyway, I still want to thank Taoist priest Xiao Li for really helping me withstand the disaster. I heard from Duan Baipao that the people from the Dragon Boat Kingdom even mobilized an ancestral true dragon to take action that day and alarm Shiluo City. If I was the one who got hit, I'm afraid I really don't have the ability to escape. It just happened to happen. Li Chu waved his hand politely. If it can be avoided, I actually don't want to get involved in these disputes. And I heard that little Taoist Li later killed the second prince of the Huanlong Kingdom. Zhang Yunting frowned and said, The people of the Huanlong Kingdom are the most vindictive. Not to mention such a big hatred. I think they will hate you more than they hate me in the future. It's even more intense. Taoist Master Xiao Li must be careful. Li Chu also frowned slightly. This is really an unforeseen disaster. Sigh. Zhang Yunting looked ashamed. Our Shishao sect is also having diplomatic relations with the Huanlong Kingdom at this time. The matter involves two forces and is complicated. I'm afraid there will be no way to resolve it for a while. But after all, this matter started because of me. If the Huanlong Kingdom deals with you again, then little Dao Li will be able to ask for help from my Shishao sect. And we will definitely protect you. Okay. Thank you. Li Chu nodded. It can be seen that Zhang Yunting does not promise easily. Although this incident was caused by him, he could choose to be alone. As long as he returned to Shishao sect, the people of Huanlong Kingdom would not be able to do anything to him. It was indeed a very responsible behavior to protect Li Chu at this time. But the people in the Huanlong Kingdom may be a little stupid. But the most hateful thing in this matter is those who pretended to be my subordinates of Shinshao and kidnapped the baby thunder dragon. They are the masterminds behind all the disputes. Zhang Yunting snorted coldly. Don't let me catch these evil people who only dare to plot behind their backs. Baby Brontosaurus. After listening to his words, Li Chu also pondered for a moment, seeming to think of something similar. At this moment, I heard a commotion in the backyard, which soon spread to the front yard. Hey! Miss Bai is just going out for a while. Please stop making trouble. Hey! You little brat. I can't control you yet. Do you still want to eat chicken legs? Huh? Amidst the noise, a swaying little fat dragon was seen running all the way to the front yard, followed by a king dragon chasing it with all four limbs, hands and mouth, until it was caught outside the temple. Wang Longqi grabbed the little fat dragon's horns, and suddenly there was a flash of lightning and a stabbing sound from the little fat dragon's horns. Oh! The little fat dragon was still measured. The electric light was not strong, but it made Wang Longqi shrink his hand. However, he made a wrestling gesture with his backhand and knocked the little fat dragon to the ground. Then he raised his head and smiled at Li Chu. This little guy insists on going shopping with Miss Xiaowai and the others, and doesn't want to stay with me. Hee. You haven't been subdued by me yet. As he spoke, he took the little fat dragon by its horns and dragged the whole dragon back. Ouch! Ouch! Scream! Scream! No one will pay attention to you even if you scream. Hee. In Wang Longqi's wanton and evil laughter, the little fat dragon's short legs struggled desperately, leaving 2 deep scratches on the ground. Poor, weak, helpless. Seeing this rough scene unfolding before his eyes, Zhang Yunting's pupils contracted. Although he has never seen the baby thunder dragon in Huanlong Kingdom with his own eyes, but he knows the dragon spirit and the real dragon. This one is obviously also a brontosaurus. And it's also a baby. There is no other one in the world. When he looked at Li Chu again, his eyes were very subtle. The truth is before your eyes. The evidence is conclusive and cannot be defended. Are you the one leading evildoers? Chapter 256. I have a friend. I have a friend. In John Yunting's eyes, which were partly doubtful, partly fearful, partly frightened, and partly confused, Li Chu slowly explained. He killed a member of the demon sect known as the Wind God Order in Zulichuan the day before yesterday. And this Wind God Order once conducted a transaction with people from the Biming sect in the Luotian Pavilion. And the item of the transaction was this dragon cub that was sealed in a box. At that time, I broke into the Luotian Pavilion for some reasons. Happened to break the deal. Killed a Biming sect member. And rescued the dragon cub. As for the mastermind you mentioned, I think everything has to do with a man named Kang Heijin behind the Wind God Order. Then, Li Chu mentioned the Biming sect and the doctor named Louis Shou. Gradually the outline of a thing was sketched. Lord Songhai learned about the deal between the Shishao sect and the Huanlong kingdom. So he disguised himself as a member of the Shishao sect and robbed the Zwolong envoy of the Huanlong kingdom. And with the help of Louis Shou, he removed his left arm and borrowed the dragon in it. The picture summoned the baby Brontosaurus. Later, the true dragon cub was traded to the Biming sect in exchange for certain items. It can be said that the entire series of conspiracies is centered on him. Not to mention the Yin family line. Kang Heijin. John Yunting's expression gradually became serious. Among the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect, except for Grandma Liehua and Mr. Baishur, who have been famous for nearly 100 years and are well known to everyone. The other 3 are extremely mysterious. Even the information about our Shishao sect only has a few pieces of information. If Lord Songhai is really causing trouble in Shenluo City, it will be really difficult to deal with him. As a core disciple of a big force, his keen sense of smell allowed him to smell a strong atmosphere of conspiracy. But the specific conspiracy is still unknown, intricate and treacherous. It was just the appearance of Li Chu that somewhat distorted the mysterious atmosphere. John Yunting looked at Li Chu, thought for a while, and asked, Since you think this is the baby thunder dragon, then I wonder if Taoist Master Li can let me take its essence and blood. Anyway, it is a transaction. Whether it is with the Dragon Kingdom or with the I will repay your Diyunguan with sincerity. Li Chu pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, You shouldn't trade with me. Huh? John Yunting was startled. After a while, the nervous little fat dragon was placed on the futon in the front hall and sat down opposite the two of them. Wang Longqi sat next to the little fat dragon and held its shoulders in a good buddy manner. Its big eyes kept turning on Li Chu's face, looking very scared. This made Li Chu quite helpless. Although he had always been elegant and easygoing, this little guy never dared to get close to him. On the contrary, he has a strong relationship with Wang Longqi, who beats him all day long, and they get along like 2 brothers. Li Chu looked thoughtful. Could it be that I have to beat it from time to time to build a relationship? Try it another day. John Yunting looked at the little fat dragon and said with a smile, I just want to take a drop of Thunder Dragon essence and blood for practice. Wait a minute. Wang Longqi on the side interrupted. Is it semen or blood? It's blood essence. John Yunting explained good-naturedly. The essence in the blood contains the original power, which is different from ordinary blood. Isn't it bad to take this thing out? Wang Longqi asked worriedly. Didn't a sage named Lu once say that 1 drop of sperm is worth 10 drops of blood? John Yunting was silent for a moment, and then said, It's different from that. But taking out the blood essence will indeed have a certain impact on the growth of the baby thunder dragon, and may cause it to have a period of weakness for several months or even a year. But as long as it has the divine dragon marrow is still there, and as long as a period of time passes, it can be replenished. Hearing this, Li Chu couldn't help but think of the Dragon King who was on Yongla Island. He had the dragon marrow extracted from him, and almost lost the original power of the dragon clan permanently. The little fat dragon frowned when he heard it, and his 2 paws nervously intertwined. But our Shishao sect will definitely provide enough compensation. John Yunting said, If it is for the baby thunder dragon, we are willing to provide 10 Thunder Pond immortal carps for it to absorb. The benefits will definitely be greater than that drop of blood essence. Much bigger. Thunder Pond immortal carp? After saying that, John Yunting turned his hand and saw him take out a small jade-carved hollow ball from his waist. Golden light like water waves rippled in the small ball. It looks like a liquid, but it doesn't leak. Among the golden light, there is a white lion swimming at an extremely fast speed, suddenly in front and suddenly behind. It can be felt that this small ball contains extremely pure lightning power. As soon as he saw this little ball, the little fat dragon's eyes immediately went straight. It pounced forward, trying to grab the ball, but John Yunting flipped his hand and took it away. You give me a drop of blood essence, and I can give you 10 of these fish. He repeated to the little fat dragon. The little fat dragon's wisdom can completely handle this kind of problem. It looked troubled. After a while, it suddenly clapped its hands and let out a poof. What do you mean? John Yunting was stunned for a moment. It said, Wan Longqi, who had been with the little fat dragon for a long time, immediately understood what he meant and translated from the side. You have to pay more. Oh, John Yunting asked. What else do you want? The little fat dragon barked twice and drew a shape in the air with his hands. It said, Wan Longqi suddenly covered his face and said, Add chicken legs. The deal was finalized temporarily, but was not executed immediately. John Yunting went back first. Li Chu didn't know much about the conditions of both parties in the transaction. He planned to ask the master later to see if Xiao Fei Long suffered a loss before they could light the incense. Wei Jianli and the fox girl had already returned. They were not the only ones who came back. The fox girl also carried an unconscious man on her back. What happened? Du Lang hurriedly stepped forward to help take it, and put the man down on the ground in the palace. He found that he was covered in water and wet. After checking, it was found that he might have just choked on the water. So Li Chu stopped casting the little Bodhi mantra. Ever since he discovered that the little Bodhi mantra can cause the Dharma bell to ring for a long time, he has been very cautious when using it again, and usually doesn't use it as much as possible. After all, affect people's livelihood. We just walked to the Luocheng River and heard a popping sound. Fox Girl narrated. I quickly went to take a look and saw him in the river. He must have jumped into the river and committed suicide. Suicide? Li Chu looked at the man on the ground. He was about 20 years old. He was wearing a scholar's cotton robe. He had a fair face and a decent appearance. He didn't look like a poor man. It is not clear why he committed suicide. After a while, he heard a sound of vomiting, and he spit out some water again. And then he woke up leisurely. You wake up hot. Everyone gathered around. Is this the underworld? Or the Elysium? The man looked at the circle of strange faces around him. There are handsome men and beautiful women, dark old faces, and a small dragon head. It just doesn't feel like the human world. This is Yunfeng Wan. You are not dead. I rescued you. The fox girl said. I'm not dead? Hearing this, the man was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly sighed. Why did you bother to save me? It's such a good world and such a good time. Why do you want to commit suicide? Wang Longqi asked. The man hid his face and lowered his head, sighed repeatedly, and said, It's really hard for me to say this. Oh, tell us more? It was something unspeakable upon hearing it, and everyone became interested at once. Man, it's okay. Just treat it like what happened to your friend and tell us about it. Wang Longqi suggested. What's the use of this? The man hesitated. You don't all know that that friend is myself. Hey, Wang Longqi said. The sense of substitution in the third person is not that strong. Although you can't deceive others, you will feel better. Okay. The man responded weakly, and then said, I have a friend. His family forced him to marry a rich woman. He doesn't want to. Chapter 257 Huaqiluo's love story. Young people don't know how good rich women are, and they mistake young girls for treasures. Wang Longqi sighed leisurely. The man raised his eyes and rolled his eyes at him, and muttered, That sounds nice. Then why don't you go and eat soft food? How do you know I didn't go? Wang Longqi popped up his chest and said proudly, What's wrong with eating soft food? The man looked at his confident appearance. His brows trembled for a while, and then his shoulders slumped. You win. In other words, your shamelessness won. Then, he began to tell his experience. My name is Shen Ming. My family runs a carriage and horse racing business in Shiluo City. I am also a well-known talent in the city. Having said this, he raised his head and looked around. There was no surprised expression on anyone's face. Apparently, none of them had heard of it. Just when Shen Ming was a little disappointed, Wei Jianli thought for a moment, and then said, I seem to have some impression of Mr. Shen Ming's name. Shen Ming blinked, hesitated, and finally said, Last year at the Huadu conference, when you and Huaqiluo were competing for ranking, I wrote a poem and scolded you. Wei Jianli was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the fox girl. I shouldn't have let my sister save him. The fox girl nodded. It's me who is meddling in other people's business. Lao Du simply rolled up his sleeves and said, Miss Bai, which section of the river did you rescue him from? I'll throw him back. In last year's Huadu conference, it didn't count that we got rid of Xie Shirong. who was ranked first, and won the first place by crushing him. The second place Huachilua and the third place Wei Jiangli below are the most fiercely competitive. And their fans are also the strongest. Since the two men have such different styles, there is almost no overlap among their supporters. At that time, the Qilua party and Jiangli party in Shenluo City caused many drunken fights. As Lao Du is determined to leave the party, he will naturally not be merciful at this time. Wait! Actually, I wouldn't do such a thing easily. In fact, Qilua and I have always been in love and have a deep relationship. So I did it for her. Shenming raised his hand and explained quickly. Like-minded? Very affectionate? Are you thinking about shit? What you choked on just now was not the water, but the bar? Du Lang and Wang Longqi looked at him with disbelief. Their eyes filled with two words. Just you? It's no wonder they don't believe it. There are anywhere from 10,000 to 8,000 people in Shenluo City who say that Huachilua is their wife all day long. It's not impossible that one or two of them will be so infatuated with her that they become infatuated with her. On the other hand, it is almost impossible for an Oiran of Huachilua's level to fall in love secretly. It's true, Shenming said. Qilua and I have known each other since we were young. Hey, the fox girl looked at him with a look of disgust. Which one of you two went wrong? No. Shenming was desperate. Is there a decent person in this Taoist temple? He patted his thigh and said, We've known each other since childhood. Seeing no one interrupted, he continued. It was only later that her family fell into decline, and she had to sell herself into a brothel. One day I suddenly found out that their family had left the building empty, and I asked around, and then I found out about it. I still remember that day. It snowed heavily. I was in the snow, and my whole body was freezing. The snow fell so deeply and so seriously. Okay. Wang Longqi waved his hand. Let's continue. Their curiosity about the Oiran's romantic anecdotes has caused them to completely forget that this is supposed to be a story about a rich woman. It wasn't until a few years later, when she rose to prominence in Shenluo City, that I saw her again. The first time I saw her, I knew the friendship between us still existed. Later, I often went to see her, and she often looked for opportunities to see me, until I made a lifelong promise. I wanted to redeem her life. But I never thought that her talents in both sex and art would lead to her becoming famous as soon as she debuted. She would make the top 10 in the Huadu convention in the first year she participated. It turned out to be an extravagant hope. This is not surprising. If it were any other place, it wouldn't be that difficult for a young man whose family drives a car to redeem a brothel courtesan. But in Shenluo City, the weight and influence of the Oiran were far higher than elsewhere. If nothing else, Huachilua's ability to attract money by participating in a Huadu convention is enough to open several more car dealerships at the same level as Shenming's family. He wants to redeem Huachilua's life, which is naturally a fantasy. In this way, even if she wants to leave, there will be countless resistance to keep her there. Shenming continued. We have to agree that after she has passed these few years and retired, she can meet me again. Stay together. But I didn't expect that the bad news suddenly came out of my family the day before yesterday. A businesswoman from Chaga City directly injected a large amount of money into my family's car dealership. And she also begged my father to let me get married to her. Oh my god. Shenming tore his clothes in pain. I don't know if it's my appearance or my talent, but it has spread as far as Chaga City, attracting people to covet my beauty. That's almost it. Wang Longqi patted him on the shoulder and took off his pain mask. So you would rather die than just jump into the river? Yes. Shenming nodded. Then you haven't thought about running away with Miss Qilua? Wei Jiangli suddenly asked. After listening to a story, she was actually quite moved, completely forgetting that the other party had ever competed with her. I've thought about it, Shenming said in despair. But when I went to see her yesterday, she actually refused to see me. In the past, when I went, even if it was inconvenient for her to meet, someone would secretly inform me of the agreed private meeting place. Maybe she was busy, forgot something, or confiscated her clothes. There are many possibilities. Just because I haven't seen you once, I can't stop believing in love. Wang Longqi comforted. Well, Shenming sighed heavily again. But I waited all night downstairs in Qingting last night, and she never sent anyone to send any news. This is absolutely impossible. I guess that maybe the news that I was getting married was leaked to her. I know. That's why she has a grudge and is so unfeeling towards me. So in the final analysis, It's still about this rich woman? Wang Longji asked. Yes, Shen Ming said. That's why I decided to die, to make my determination clear. I want my parents to know my determination and Qilua to know my deep love. The only choice is death. How can it be that serious? Wang Longji looked at him strangely. You can just make the rich woman not interested in you. Shen Ming looked at him deeply, then turned his head. That would be too difficult. Almost impossible. It would be easier for me to just die. It's not difficult at all. Wang Longji smiled strangely. Believe it or not, I have a way to turn you into a piece of shit in the eyes of that rich woman. Shen Ming said sternly. I will not use various self-defeating means to tarnish my image. In that case, I would rather die. Why are you desecrating yourself? Even if you show your charm to the fullest, it will still be the same. Du Lang suddenly smiled strangely. I think I also know what the method is. The two people looked at each other with a bit of bitterness in their sympathy. The bitterness of men. Shen Ming asked in confusion. What can I do? Wang Longji and Du Lang both looked at Li Chu. No complicated operations are required. As long as you and Li Chu appear in front of the rich woman at the same time, all male creatures that appear in a woman's sight with my master will turn into garbage. A piece of shit. A torn tissue or other insignificant and ugly things. Shen Ming looked at Li Chu, which was really dazzling. But? Is it that exaggerated? He looked at the two women present strangely. The fox girl and Jiang Li nodded together. Very sincerely. The three men except Li Chu covered their faces with their hands at the same time. Oh! And the little fat dragon. It also covered its face with its chubby paws. Wait a minute. Miss Jiang Li raised her hand and asked. But what if that person really likes Taoist Priestley? Is there anything to say? Wang Longji looked at her strangely. The woman who likes my master. Du Lang sighed leisurely. The past, present and future are just like the surging river. How has it ever been cut off? I have a question too. Li Chu frowned and glanced around. And everyone looked over. Can I say no? Chapter 258. I do have some ideas. Shen's carriage shop can only be regarded as ordinary in Shenluo City. Not very large in scale. And it does some carriage and horse business between several big cities in the north. Some large trading houses in the Hulua dynasty had cultivators driving large monster beasts to help with transportation. Shen's car shop obviously did not have this condition. The shops only had ordinary cattle and horses. Fengxiang Trading Company is a well-known large trading firm in Chaoga City. It is somewhat surprising that Fengxiang Trading Company suddenly took a liking to Shen and injected a large amount of funds into it to expand its scale. Rumor has it that Shen's car shop had such an opportunity because Shen's old shopkeeper betrayed his son and agreed to let Shen Ming marry Wan Ai, the female shopkeeper of Fengxiang Trading Company, in exchange for Wan Ai's favor. After all, Shen Ming was a well-known talent in Shenluo City, and this rumor that spread like wildfire greatly damaged his image. So Father Shen had to stand up and clarify the day before yesterday. This is not a rumor. He did agree to the marriage. This is also the reason why Shen Ming jumped into the river to seek death. In the Diyun branch, Shen Ming met with Wan Ai in his own name after being instigated by everyone. Du Rank went to run errands and deliver messages for him. Not long after, I saw Lao Du hurried back, rushing into the gate and waving. Here he is! He's here! Here we come! Shen Ming suddenly became nervous, feeling quite restless, and asked, What's the plan? The fox girl said from the side. Just sit calmly. Is it that simple? Shen Ming was a little panicked. Believe me. Wang Longji patted him on the shoulder. Complicated things were already completed on the day of birth. With the sound of wheels, a gorgeously decorated carriage drove slowly and finally stopped at the gate of the Taoist temple. A little maid got out of the car first, and then a hand stretched out, and the little maid helped the owner of the hand get out of the car. Wan Ai doesn't look very old. After all, she inherited the family business from her father's generation, so it's normal for her to be younger. His appearance is not ugly. It can only be said to be ordinary. His pampered life all year round adds a bit of nobility to him, and his every move seems to be a bit gentle. But overall, it can still be seen at a glance. She is a rich woman. She walked into the Taoist temple gate and saw the two people who were pushed out to greet her standing in front of the temple. On the left is Li Chu, although he is only wearing a simple and spacious Taoist robe. Some people are still so dazzling even if they are wearing a torn sack. On the right is Shen Ming. If he were elsewhere, he would be considered an outstanding young man with good character. But standing next to Li Chu, he suddenly looked a little hateful. The air seemed to pause for a second. Then the rich lady Wang turned her head looked at Shen Ming, and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, you are Mr. Shen? Is there anything important you have to do to invite me here?" Forehead. Shen Ming was stunned for a moment. Isn't this part prepared in the plan? What about being a piece of shit in pieces promised? An hour later. There is a ghost. There must be a ghost. Something's wrong. Just now. Thanks to Du Lank acting quickly when he saw the opportunity. He jumped out and asked for the birth date of the rich Wang woman, saying that Shen Ming came here specially to help the two of them calculate their fate and plan the wedding date. Mrs. Wang was still a little confused as to why Shen Ming was doing this kind of thing himself. But she was interrupted by several people. And it seemed that she actually liked Shen Ming very much and was very satisfied with the marriage. Even though it was a little strange, she still complied with many requests. After fooling her away, everyone gathered together again. How could a woman ignore the charm of my master and be so enthusiastic about another person whom she met for the first time? It's really weird. Du Lank couldn't believe it. How can a rich woman be so easy to talk to, and she hasn't killed 6 husbands? Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Wang Longqi shook his head repeatedly. Is it possible that she has been secretly in love with Mr. Shen for a long time? And that's why she doesn't notice other men? Wei Jianli guessed. No. It doesn't mean that she just came to Shenluo City this month. She has never seen Mr. Shen before. The fox girl said. I guess, Wang Longqi said. Is it possible that she is not a woman at all? Maybe she is bigger than me when she takes it out? What the hell kind of guess is this? He was kicked away. Ahem. Shen Ming suddenly cleared his throat, with a shy smile on his face. I do have some ideas. Oh. Is it possible that my charm is not inferior to that of Taoist Priestley so much that I am not overshadowed by him? He said slowly. Everyone stared at him in silence for a moment. Then, he received a chorus of, Che! How can it be? Stop joking. Think of something serious. The little fat dragon also grinned and slapped his belly with a pair of fat claws. You made everyone laugh. The view was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. No. Shen Ming blushed immediately. Then how do you explain it? She clearly didn't even look at Taoist Priestley. Is it possible that she is actually blind? Du Lank touched his chin and guessed cautiously. How is this possible? Is this a blind thought? She can obviously see things. Shen Ming shouted hoarsely. She walked in with her eyes open and did so many things with us. It's too much for a blind person to do that. Outrageous. It's not more outrageous than if you beat Taoist priest Xiao Li. After a while, Li Chu raised his hand and said, Stop arguing. Let's think about what to do now. No matter what. Shen Ming said, I will not marry her. My love for Qiluo is unwavering. How about making it clear to her? From the look of Miss Wang just now, she doesn't look like an unreasonable person. If you act firmly enough, you might be able to make her change her mind. Wei Jianli suggested. I have no choice but to try this. Shen Ming nodded slowly. But? Lao Du touched his chin. Would it be too much to go back on her word? What if she gets angry and takes revenge on your family? There's no way to go back on your word. Shen Ming frowned and said, I obviously refused from the beginning. But you just decided the wedding date with her yourself. Lao Du winked at him. Shen Ming was stunned, and suddenly stretched out his hands to pinch Lao Du's neck. I will fight with you. Just when everyone was arguing, another person walked in outside the Taoist temple. Hey, it's quite lively. Gentlemen, young and old. A loud low. When he looked up, he saw a handsome young man dressed in white standing at the gate, with a large medicine box slung across his body and a smile on his face. Little miracle doctor? Li Chu, Fox Girl and Wang Longqi all met him in Shilipo, and they immediately greeted him with a smile. Why are you here? The Fox Girl welcomed him in and asked. You're still talking about it. The little miracle doctor put down the medicine box and complained. I already told you that our Xuanhu villa is just outside Shenluo City. But you didn't even notify us when you came to the city to perform observation. Fortunately, I heard about the recent news. I took a closer look at Diyun, wondering who else could be called by this unlucky name. So I came here to have a look. Otherwise I would have missed it. Li Chu smiled and said, There are really too many things to do, and I haven't made enough time. And Xuanhu Villa is not too close. Yes. The little miracle doctor drank a cup of tea, then put down the teacup and said, It's indeed a bit far. If it weren't for something, we wouldn't have come to the city easily. Hee hee. I got a good job this time. Who do you think you are treating? Wang Longqi smiled. What good job can I get? There must be some beautiful women in Shenluo City. Smart. The little miracle doctor snapped his fingers. She is not only a beauty. She is also a great beauty. But please don't spread it outside. This news needs to be kept secret. It may be a big news that can affect the odds of the Huadu conference. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "This time, I am treating the number 1 in Musk Hospital. The second place Oren at last year's Huadu conference." Hua Qilua. Chapter 259 is a doctor. In an empty clean room. There is a faint sound of waves. The middle-aged scribe in a white robe and crown sat on one side of the table. Upright and meticulous. His eyes were directed at the sea chart on the wall, in which petrels were flying and the waves were roaring. There is no need to mention the identity of this person. He is one of the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect. And he is also the extremely mysterious Lord Songhai. According to old legend, as long as you find Mr. Songhai, there is nothing you can't buy, unless you can't afford the price. On the other side of his desk was an old man wearing a ragged coat. That's right. That Soul Gu master back then. It seems that instead of becoming enemies, they have become friends. It's just that Songhai Jun is not facing a Soul Gu master. Now, opposite him, there was a moon vaguely in the picture of the waves. "How's it going?" he asked. There were gentle ripples in the moon, and a clear and elegant voice came back. "My lord, the Xuanwu prison secretary seems to have found the target, and will take action in the near future." "Okay." Songhai Jun nodded. "As long as they take action, no matter whether it is successful or not, they must record the whereabouts of Xian Bingjian. And there is no room for mistakes." "Yes." After a brief conversation, Mr. Songhai gently flicked his sleeves, and the waves in front of him suddenly became calm, and the rippling light patterns no longer existed. Then, he turned around. Only then did the Soul Gu master on the other side dare to let out a long sigh of relief. "I never expected that your majesty's target would be Xuanwu. That is a divine beast. The so-called good and bad beasts are just the wishful thinking of the human race. The 4 elephants have no feelings for the human race. As long as there are enough benefits in exchange to destroy some of the human race, it is too simple for them," Songhai Jun said expressionlessly. "I'm a bit curious," the Soul Gu master asked cautiously. "The 4 images are already at the top of the human world and can no longer be improved. Is there anything that can drive that kind of existence? Who said it can't be improved?" Songhai Jun asked. The Soul Gu master was speechless for a moment. Living under someone else's roof, his demeanor was a little more humble at this time. "Perhaps in terms of the realm of life, they have reached the limit of the human world. But in terms of power, the 4 elephants may not be able to go further. After all, the Qilin, which is also a divine beast, and the legendary existence Peng, which can destroy the world, are both powerful. Above the 4 images." Songhai Jun did not have a condescending attitude and explained to him calmly. He suddenly asked again, "Do you know what the difference is?" "I don't know." The Soul Gu master shook his head. "Because they have the help of human beings. Qilin has been attached to the royal family of the world from generation to generation. And Kun has its own followers in Baiming. The Baiming sect has been inherited for more than 20,000 years. I am afraid that no inheritance in the world is longer than them. As for the 4 symbols, they lack with this kind of help. They themselves don't know how the human race can help them. But I happen to know a little bit about it," Lord Songhai said. "Exchange what is needed," the Soul Gu master muttered. "Your Majesty's understanding of these 4 words is really profound. I'm afraid there is nothing in the world that you can't exchange for. There are still some." Songhai Jun lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "If possible, I really want to go to the underworld to exchange for Shui's life. It's a pity that I don't have that kind of bargaining chip." The Soul Gu master was silent. "I wish I could give myself a slap in the face for my bad mouth." Musk Yard. Among the many large brothels in Shenluo City, this one is one of the best. In the past few decades, many famous Warrens from Shenluo City have appeared here, and they have contributed countless efforts to the glory of Shenluo City's romance industry. It can be called the leader in the chicken industry. What's even more rare is that today, when the industry is changing rapidly, it still maintains extremely strong vitality. There is no doubt that the leader of the Musk Academy today is unquestionable. It is Hua Qilua, who won 2nd place in the Huadu conference last year. With her beauty, enthusiasm, and generous temperament, as well as her persistent and dedicated spirit, she has won the love of a large number of literati. People often feel sorry for her, If it weren't for the fact that her contemporary Xieshurong was so unbelievable. She should have been the most dominant person in the world. But such a beloved flower girl actually fell ill on the eve of the Huadu convention. What's more, he suffered from a strange kind of soul-losing syndrome. She would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and forget everything around her. Sometimes I get a splitting headache and feel like I am another person. When all the tests failed, the Musk Hospital spent a lot of money to hire a doctor from Xuanhu Villa. The doctor happened to walk into a Taoist temple named Diyun. Things in the world are so unpredictable. When the little miracle doctor returned to Musk Yard again, there were 2 more people behind him. A young Taoist priest who is as handsome as the sky, and a big monk with gnarled muscles. That's right. After learning about Huachilua, everyone suddenly realized that there might be something fishy in it. Thinking of the previous possession and transformation, Li Chu wanted to go with the little miracle doctor to have a look. And at the same time he found another person to go with him. The monk Shenmu who was at Bailong Temple at that time. Monk Shenmu was listening to the sutras next to Zen Master Ishin. When Li Chu and the little miraculous doctor came to the door, he asked with a very rare and serious expression. You 2 came to see the little monk. What are you doing? Li Chu said bluntly. We would like to invite you to go to Musk Courtyard. Shenmu's expression suddenly changed. My uncle is still here. Zen Master Ishin heard it naturally and asked. Where is Musk Courtyard? Li Chu said. It's a local brothel. Zen Master Ishin looked at the monk Shenmu thoughtfully. How do you know where that place is? The monk with divine eyes suddenly had his nostrils flaring and was sweating profusely. But in the end, Li Chu still lent him out. Simply because it was him who borrowed it. The monks at Xuanfei Temple had always heard of his name, and they had witnessed his miraculous power during the last ceremony. Zen Master Ishin wished that monk Shenmu could get closer to Li Chu and become a firm executor of Buddhism and Taoism in the family. Then, facing the strange gaze of the waiter at Musk Courtyard, the little miracle doctor slowly said, As a doctor, it makes sense for me to carry a Taoist talisman with me. Right. Oh? Similarly, as a doctor, it makes sense for me to bring a monk with me to chant sutras. Right. Clam? Fortunately, the little miracle doctor was Xian Huang's disciple. If he hadn't had this status, he might have been beaten out as a lunatic. Come upstairs. It's time for Huachilua to practice dancing. The reason why she amazed Shenluo City back then was because of her superb group fan dance. Even though he is ill now, he still hasn't stopped training. After all, not good at dancing. There is no hope. Looking at the graceful figure spinning in the empty field in front of them. Even though there were no lights or a stage, the 3 of them were still a little shocked. Absolutely beautiful. Li Chu asked. Do you see anything strange about that woman? The monk with divine eyes frowned. This woman is indeed a bit strange. Where? Li Chu asked. That's why she's so strange. The Shenmu monk scratched his bald head and said, She is so good looking. Chapter 260 Where's the Flower Girl? The colorful sleeves hold the jade bell diligently. Back then, I struggled but was drunk and beautiful. The moon dances low in the heart of the willow tower. The song is full of peach blossoms, and the wind blows from the bottom of the fan. Snapped. It has to be said that Huachilua is worthy of being the stunning woman standing at the top of Shenluo City. And her figure dancing like a willow blowing in the wind is really beautiful. She was seen wearing a peach-red satin fringed skirt, with a very short skirt and extremely slim clothes. Her waist and hips were twisted and her fan was swaying, as if the spring mountains full of peach blossoms were looming in the heavy fog. In a blink of an eye, I saw her again with almond-shaped eyes and peach cheeks, and a charming face that was indeed hard to find in the world. Such a woman. Apart from being a beauty in the world, I don't know how to evaluate her. Li Chu looked at Monk Shenmu. Monk Shenmu looked at Huachilua dancing in the field in front, and his smile gradually became abnormal. The great monk is not a lustful person, but he has been in Qing'an ancient Buddha for a long time, and suddenly seeing such a beauty will make anyone feel a little confused. Li Chu quickly spoke up to interrupt his betrayal of Buddha. It seems like there's nothing wrong with her? Huh? The Shenmu monk came back to his senses, scratched his head, and said, From my perspective, at least it is not a monster incarnate. Of course, if there are other tricks, it may not be obvious at a glance. I think it is better to be careful. It's safer to check it out. Okay. Dot. The little miracle doctor pushed the big monk out of the room by pushing his chest muscles. I will do an in-depth examination. The great monk became a little anxious and grabbed him and said, Why do you, kid, eat alone? The little miracle doctor rolled his eyes. Where are you talking about your horse? I'm the doctor. The great monk was stunned. I can't help but think of a saying in my heart. Men are afraid of getting into the wrong profession. Li Chu comforted him. Don't worry. I will be in your charge after death. Also, if it turns into evil spirits, I will take action. The waiter who was following the three of them was covered in cold sweat. But he didn't dare to say anything. I am afraid that I will also be arranged clearly. Let's talk about it. Let's make trouble again. When Hua Qilua finished her dance practice and came to the three of them, everyone was still serious. She must have taken a shower just now, with her hair loose and a thin blanket draped around her. And she had a lazy beauty. The peach blossoms are blooming in the rain, and their faces are red with dew. Little miracle doctor. She looked at the Taoist priests and monks standing behind the doctor, and said with a chuckle, Do you think my illness can't be cured? Do you want to give me a one-stop treatment? The flower girl was joking. The little miracle doctor explained, It's because your illness came on strangely. So I asked two friends with excellent cultivation to take a look to see if there is anything evil at work. Evil spirit? Hua Qilua was surprised for a moment, seemed a little scared. Her eyes wandered for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes turned to Li Chu without hesitation. Little Taoist priest, how is my condition? At least nothing wrong has been found so far. So Miss Hua can rest assured. Li Chu replied calmly. That's good. Hua Qilua stroked her chest. If there is really something evil, you must save me. Taoist priest. I will. Li Chu nodded. I can do it too. Monk Shenmu bent his arms and squeezed out a muscle like an arch bridge. Hua Qilua glanced at him and said, Oh. Before leaving, Li Chu suddenly asked, Girl Hua, do you recognize Shen Ming? Huh? When Hua Qilua heard this question, she seemed to think for 2 seconds before shaking her head and answering, I don't know. What's wrong? Fine. Li Chu looked at her deeply, then turned and left. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shen Ming sat on the chair with his eyes vacant and began to doubt his life. We have spent so many times under the moonlight and pledged our eternal love. I still remember the scene when we parted for the last time. On that day, the snowflakes were falling and the north wind was howling. No. Li Chu looked at Shen Ming's dejected look and felt that he didn't seem to be lying. But Hua Qilua clearly said she didn't know him, which is also true. Unless, if you're not lying, it's possible that her amnesia happened to have forgotten you. Wang Longqi patted him on the shoulder. Look at it. Life is not only about the Weiren in front of you, but also the rich woman in the distance to accompany you. Actually, the little miracle doctor interrupted. She doesn't have any apathy at all. What? Everyone was surprised. The so-called lost soul is actually just a general description. Strictly speaking, there is no such disease. The little miracle doctor explained. The so-called lost soul among the people is mostly symptoms such as amnesia or mental trance. But I have checked her carefully, and she should have no similar problems at all. It is also because of this that I suspect that there is something evil at work. After a moment of silence, Li Chu spoke up. Is it possible that her body is not her soul at all? Because he had personally performed soul possession twice before, he had some understanding of the separation of the soul and the physical body, and could easily relate to the existence of this situation. And if the possessor is a human being and not an evil spirit, then the wise eyes of the divine monk should not be able to see it. Shen Ming was agitated. What should we do? Has someone harmed Qilua? Priestley, you must save her. You don't need to panic. I'm just making a guess. The strange thing is that if another person controls her body, she should agree to it. But I don't know much about Shahun. Maybe it still needs to be done. Ask your senior about it. Some discussions were fruitless. Li Chu set off again to Yiming's High. If you want to practice soul cultivation, you still have to ask Luo Xiangu. Luo Xiangu was also quite happy to see Li Chu coming again. Why? Have you changed your mind and given up on the dark side? Do you want to give up on your futureless master? Li Chu felt embarrassed. That's not true. Then, he talked about the recent incident. After hearing this, Luo Xiangu pondered for a while and said, Do you suspect that the Weiren's body is the soul of another person? This is almost impossible. Even a powerful cultivator cannot forcefully drive other people's bodies with their souls, unless it is she volunteered. Is there any way to see her soul? Li Chu asked. Can. Luo Xiangu thought for a while, then went back to the inner room and took out an exquisite white lamp. This is a rhinoceros lamp. It is made of the legendary rhinoceros horn. After being lit in a dark room, it can illuminate all the evil objects in the room. including the soul in the human body. At that time, you can see the soul in her body, and her whether their bodies are completely the same. Luo Xianggu introduced. Li Chu took the rhino lamp, nodded and said, "Thank you." Just as he was about to leave, Luo Xianggu stopped him. "Wait a minute." "Huh?" Li Chu turned around. Luo Xianggu said, "I helped you last time because of your master's kindness. This time I have to pay." After hearing the price, the corners of Li Chu's eyes twitched imperceptibly. "To reimburse." After Li Chu placed the rhino lamp in front of Shen Ming and quoted the price, the corners of Shen Ming's eyes began to twitch crazily. However, when he thought of Hua Qiluo, the love of his life, he still gritted his teeth, wrote an IOU. Li Chu accepted the IOU, thinking that he would go to Yiming's High later when he had time, and use this IOU to exchange his own IOU. As for whether Shen Ming will pay back the money, there should be no need to worry. Li Chu touched the hilt of the pure yang sword. So thought. Shen Ming looked at the rhinoceros lamp on the table and said to the little miracle doctor, "I want to see Qilu in person this time. Is that okay?" The little miracle doctor said, "Then just go in with me." But the people in Musk Courtyard seem to have remembered me. They won't let me in at all, Shen Ming said worriedly. "Yeah." The little miracle doctor thought for a while and said with a smile, "It won't be a problem." When the little miracle doctor came to Musk Courtyard again, there were still two people behind him. The one on the left is a familiar little Taoist priest, while the one on the right has turned into a strange man, wearing a strange large colorful animal skin robe and a strange colorful Fong mask. The waiter of Musk Courtyard had a question mark on his face and refused with difficulty. "Last time you brought monks and Taoist priests in, we all tolerated it. But what is this time?" The little miracle doctor uttered two words coldly. "Shaman." "Oh?" The little miracle doctor said calmly. "As a doctor, it is reasonable for me to take a shaman dancing master with me." "Right." "Huh?" It can be seen that the Musk Academy is really eager to cure Hua Qiluo's illness, and even tolerates this kind of behavior that breaks the lower limit. The Huada conference is coming soon. Due to her bizarre illness, she has not been allowed to go out to talk to people or conduct road shows, which has greatly affected this year's campaign. Before long, a clean room was ready. When Hua Qiluo himself came in, he was obviously quite frightened. Thanks to Li Chu standing with the shaman, her fear was somewhat neutralized. Seeing Hua Qiluo come in, Shen Ming immediately lost his composure. He stepped forward, took off his mask, and said in a trembling voice, "Qiluo, it's me!" Hua Qiluo looked at Shen Ming, who had taken off his mask. A vague coldness flashed in his eyes, but then it turned into confusion. "Who are you?" "I am Shen Ming." Although he had been prepared in his heart, Shen Ming was instantly overcome by seeing her confused face. Thanks to Li Chu, he grabbed him and turned to Hua Qiluo. "This friend of mine has always liked you and may be a little excited. Girl Hua, please wait for a while behind the screen." Hua Qiluo nodded obediently and sat on the chair behind the screen. The little miracle doctor was already ready at the side. He blew out the original lights in the room and lit the white rhinoceros lamp. Boom! As soon as the warm light shone, everyone's soul seemed to be penetrated by a ray of light outside their bodies. Shen Ming's body was penetrated by the rhinoceros light, and a shadow exactly like his own appeared on the wall. But the shadow could never be so vivid. The same is true for the little miracle doctor. His soul is like a shadow, being hit on the wall and extremely agile. The virtual soul cannot be seen with the naked eye, and its existence can only be felt barely in this way. "Huh?" The little miracle doctor looked at Li Chu strangely. "Why is your soul so weak?" Li Chu has also noticed. The rhinoceros light shines through his body, and there is only a very faint shadow on the wall, almost non-existent. "Maybe my body or soul is different from yours," Li Chu guessed. Anyway, he has always been different from others in many ways, so he doesn't really care about these anymore. At this time, Shen Ming was heard shouting in a low voice, "Don't worry about whose soul is weak. Look at the screen." The two of them cast their gaze over. I saw Hua Qiluo's shadow hitting the screen. A dark figure with a completely different body shape and appearance was revealed. "Really?" Shen Ming stepped forward and pulled down the screen. Hua Qiluo also realized that something was wrong and looked at the three of them with twinkling eyes. "You?" Li Chu grabbed Shen Ming, looked directly at Hua Qiluo, and asked in a deep voice, "You are not Hua girl. Who are you? Where is my Qiluo?" Shen Ming asked urgently. Hua Qiluo sat there gracefully, her eyes drooping, and she didn't make a sound for a long time. After a while, she raised her head, I didn't expect that you guys would still see through it. Under the gaze of the three people, she said slowly, I am indeed not Hua Qilue, but I am not a bad person either. She and I voluntarily performed a soul transfer. Soul transfer? That's right. Hua Qilue gritted her teeth and said, I can tell you about this matter, but you must keep it a secret, because this must never be spread outside. It happened a few days ago. A mysterious man suddenly came to me and asked me if I wanted to conduct a soul exchange. The exchange partner turned out to be the most popular Oiran in Shenluo City. I was extremely surprised at the time and thought it was a fantasy, but they used some tricks to make me believe them. I have always been dissatisfied with my appearance. When I have the opportunity to become one of the most beautiful women in the world, I am naturally excited. As for the Oiran, she was also willing to be me. So under the control of that group of mysterious people, the two of us successfully exchanged identities. But after we came here, everything about me and her was completely different except for her body. The body can remember those dance moves, but it can't remember all the memories. I can only pretend to be sick and pretend to have lost my memory. I want to hide it, and I didn't expect that I attracted you. Hua Qilue looked at several people with sincere eyes. You must not spread the word that those mysterious people helped us transfer our souls. The only condition is that we must not tell anyone about it. If it is leaked, we will die. These familiar words, somehow, suddenly reminded Li Chu of the doctor named Louis Shou. He also said similar words to himself. And then he actually died. He asked, Do you know the origin of that group of mysterious people? I don't know. Hua Qilue shook her head. I only know that they are very powerful and can manipulate people's souls at will. Where is the real Qilue? Shen Ming asked eagerly. He doesn't care about anything else. He only cares about this one thing. Of course she became me. Hua Qilue looked at him and said slowly. She became Wang Ai, the shopkeeper of Fengxiang Trading Company in Chaoga City. Ah? Shen Ming's shoulders shook, and he lost consciousness for a moment. Li Chu and the little miracle doctor looked at each other. Is this what happened? In order to escape and stay with her lover forever, the popular courtesan did not hesitate to become another person. And that person became her to enjoy this immense glory. Only, who is the person behind all this? What's the purpose? Li Chu vaguely felt that there seemed to be a lingering shadow gradually covering the city. A blink of an eye. The night was already deep. There is a constant sound of waves in the pavilion. The large sea map hanging on the wall began to make waves again. And a delicate red flower swept across the waves. Layer upon layer. Charming and beautiful. Lord, that's how it is. The flower seemed to contain life. And a charming female voice came out. It was a gentle voice. But it was saying the most cruel words. Do we need to kill them all? Opposite the sea map, Mr. Songhai sat upright. His eyes focused. Everyone in this city will die sooner or later. As long as it doesn't affect our plan. It doesn't matter sooner or later. After thinking for a moment, he said, You did a good job, but you still have to be careful next time. After all, you are planning it's also a key part. Yes. Also in the Yun Temple. It seems that the person who killed the Wind God Order is also related to this place. Is there anything surprising about it? The voice on the other side paused. Then he seemed a little shy. That little Taoist priest is really surprisingly handsome. Chapter 261 Li Chu is extremely angry. There's a mole. A middle-aged man in a white robe with a square face stood with his hands behind his back and was talking to several young people in front of him. In the past, Chaotian Palace established the Sifong Prison Department to contact the 4 elephant divine beasts and guard the 4 directions immortal artifacts. But my Xuanwu Prison Department, the only immortal artifact in the world that can be connected with Xuanwu, was stolen silently. Xian Bing was simply incredible. Yes, what a shame. There must be a mole in the prison suppression department. The man in white robe walked back and forth for a few steps, then turned back. Fortunately, the aura of Xian Bing Jian has reappeared. This time, I will bring the 3 of you who are the most trusted to Shenluo City. I will definitely bring Xian Bing Jian safely back to the North Xuanwu Prison Division. If you don't succeed, you will be benevolent. The man waved his hand heavily, and the sound of wind was heard. Commander Do. Suddenly a white and tender palm was raised in front of him. Xian Nu? What's the problem? The man known as Commander Do raised his hand. A petite, fair-skinned girl with twin ponytails stood up, wearing a plain white skirt, and asked, Should we contact the resident in Shenluo City? Well, Commander Do pondered for a moment and said, After all, This is not a glorious thing, and we cannot guarantee that there are no insiders in the Shanluo City garrison. If it is not necessary, it is best not to reveal the information to them. What if a target gets wind of it and takes Xian Bingjian away in advance? It will take a lot of effort for us to pursue it again. Command. Another short and fat young man stood up. He was wearing a slightly deformed black suit. He straightened his belt and said, "The target's name is Li Chu, and he is a middle-aged man with Tianzi who has been passed down by the Hangzhou prefecture. Although it is a heterogeneous inheritance without a specific realm, it has a record of killing powerful people. With the strength of a few of us, will it be possible? Will it be a bit risky? If we want to fight with it, it is indeed risky. But according to my plan," Commander Do smiled slightly. "Since he did not carry the Xian Bing slip with him, we only need to lure him out and temporarily trap him for a moment with the sealing method. At the same time, Xuanqi will go and steal the Xian Bing slip. As long as we get the Xian Bing slip back, then it's done. Then it might be a good idea for us to go to the Shanluo City garrison to mobilize experts to suppress that person. At this time, since the Xian Bing slip is in our hands, there will be no further risks." But the short and fat young man seemed to have some doubts. At this time, a silver-haired young man with small eyes beside him waved his hand and said, "Xian Yo, you don't have to worry too much. As long as we follow Commander Do's plan, we are very sure of getting the Xian Bingjian back." They all said so, and the short and fat young man named Xian Yo had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Xuanqiu." Commander Do looked at the silver-haired young man. "Tell me about the situation you have investigated in the past 2 days." "Good." The young man named Xuanqiu stood up and said, "The target's apparent identity is currently the master of Diyun Temple in the south of Shanluo City, and he does some exorcism business. However, after my investigation, I found that he has some very suspicious actions. Weird. For example, he kidnapped the Weirin from a local brothel. So I speculated that his hidden identity might be that of a prostitute. In addition, his appearance is very handsome." At this point, the silver-haired young man shook his hair. "Almost as handsome as me." The air was silent for a while. Seeing that no one was surprised, he continued angrily, "According to our induction, Xian Bingjian should have been placed in the bedroom by him." As he spoke, he spread out a simple diagram of Diyun's view on the table, clicked on one of the locations. "I don't know why he stole the Xian Bingjian, but there must be some ulterior and dark purpose. So we must not alert the snake. But at present, it seems that his handling of the Xian Bingjian seems to be a little casual, and there are no formations or seals around it. There are traces of him. So as long as I can lure him away, it should be very simple for me to sneak into his bedroom and steal the Xian Bingjian." "Are you sure?" Commander Do seemed a little doubtful. "There are no defenses around the Xian Bingjian? I didn't sense it." Xuanqi nodded, and then said, "At least there are no complicated formations or seals. If it is a simple magic weapon, talisman, etc., he smiled confidently, "it won't be difficult for me at all." "Good." Commander Do slapped his palm on the table. "Let's set up the Dinghai Prisoning Dragon formation with me as the center of the formation. Even those who have reached the peak of their decline and are half-step Earth Immortals will need a while to break through the formation that I preside over. Half a moment will definitely buy you enough time." He looked around. "Does anyone else have questions?" The Black Bull raised his hands in fear. "Explain." "I was thinking that if we come directly to ask for it, is it possible that he is quite easy to talk to and returns the Xian Bingjian to us?" Xian Yo whispered. Commander Do looked at him with empty eyes and coldly uttered one word. "Get out." "The weather is nice today. Diyun Branch View is also peaceful." Wang Longqi set up a deck chair to bask in the long-lost sun in the yard. There was a small deck chair next to it, with a fat little dragon lying on his back with his belly exposed. Lao Du was sweeping the snow aside. In comparison, he looks like a diligent old black cow. When Li Chu was sitting in the front hall, he was always working in the front yard. When Li Chu was in the bedroom, he was always working in the backyard. Li Chu, who was sitting quietly in the front hall, looked at the busy Du Lang and sometimes sighed with emotion. This is probably the inheritance of the world. I remember that 1 year ago, when I was still a little Taoist priest, my master sat at the temple and watched me work like this. Now that the master is gone, it is his turn to sit here and look at his disciples. In a few years, that is, 180 years or more, I will wait until I am gone. It will be the turn of his disciples to sit here and watch their disciples work. Of course, Lao Du has no hope. I can't help but be responsible for this apprentice's care for him until his death. Just as my thoughts were running wild, I saw a petite little girl with double ponytails and an underskirt running in hurriedly, shouting all the way, "It's not good. It's not good. Taoist Master Li is not good." Li Chu stood up to greet her, raised his hand and said, "Girl, don't panic. I'm fine." "No, no." The little girl waved her hands vigorously. "It's my family. Something evil is happening." "Oh." Li Chu raised his eyebrows. "Take me to have a look?" The little girl's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden joy. Then he raised his head and nodded twice. Li Chu quickly rushed to the scene with the little girl and learned some basic information in the process. The little girl's name is Chen Zun. According to her, she is a lonely girl with a miserable life experience. She has never seen her father since she was born. It is said that he has gone to the west. My mother also passed away due to illness 2 years ago. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that she encountered a ghost at home last night, was frightened, and ran over for help early this morning. Li Chu didn't think much when he listened. There was really evil in Shiluo City, and there weren't any big guys. He could just kill them with one sword. But he didn't realize that as they were walking through the noisy streets, there was another pair of eyes looking down from a tall building nearby, coldly watching him go away. On top of the tall building was Xuanxu, the silver-haired young man from the Xuanwu prison division. When Li Chu's figure gradually disappeared from sight, he waited quietly for a moment. Xian Su just made a hand and recited a mantra, and his figure suddenly faded away and turned into a shadow. He just flew over the heads of the people on the street, and no one saw him. Under the sun, it was as if he didn't exist. Then it slowly floated down to the wall of Dianfengwan's backyard. No one in the hospital noticed the whole process. In broad daylight, it's like entering a deserted place. He just swaggered into Li Chu's bedroom, opened his left hand with a silver symbol printed on it, and then a faint light flickered. It's really that simple. He smiled slightly contemptuously, following the guidance of the symbols. I came to Li Chu's clean and tidy bedside, opened his neatly folded quilt and pillow, and saw a small secret box under the pillow. Before opening the secret box, he subconsciously looked up and suddenly saw a talisman above the bed, the simplest line symbol. Thinking that Li Chu should have fallen into the formation arranged by his companions at this time, he smiled again and ignored it. Raising his hand, a cold light cut off the iron lock and opened the secret box. Then, he discovered, below the camera obscura is another lock and a layer of camera obscura. Another ray of cold light cut off the iron lock. Then, he was surprised to find there is another layer of camera obscura below it. You have to be so afraid of losing it to place so many locks beside your bed. After silently complaining, he didn't bother to open the lock anymore and just punched through the bed board with his palm. Then, he discovered, under the dozen or so secret cabinet boards, there is actually nothing there, which leads directly to the bed. Under the bed is a secret passage lock. Depend on. Xuanqi simply got in, stepped on the secret passage, split the lock with his palm, and pulled up the iron plate above. Finally, I saw what was under such heavy iron chains. Sure enough, it was a magic weapon that exuded absolute coldness. Xian Bingjian. And there is actually a lock underneath the Xian Bingjian. Xuanqi was slightly surprised in his heart. What is more precious than Xian Bingjian? Driven by curiosity, he split the iron lock again, opened the secret box, and found it's a house deed. Chen Zun's home is not big, just a small courtyard and 2 short houses. Li Chu looked around and didn't feel evil spirits. Instead, he felt there was another cold aura, which was a bit strange. He asked, "Miss Chen, where did you see Xie Sui?" Chen Zun pointed to one of the short houses. "It's right there." Li Chu walked into it and found that it was still clean. At this time, the cold atmosphere around him suddenly became heavier. On a tall building not far away, Commander Do was sitting cross-legged, with Black Bull standing next to him, looking nervously at this side. Seeing Li Chu walking into the courtyard, Xian Niu quickly said, "The target has been put in the urn." "Okay," Commander Do shouted. "Dinghai Dragon Prison Formation. Rise!" Buzz. An arc-shaped radiance floated beneath his body, then landed with a palm. Bang. An invisible ripple instantly rose from the small courtyard. It was as if a huge pillar fell from the sky, and the entire courtyard was covered by some invisible force. It seemed like nothing happened. But from then on not even a mosquito could fly out. Even if the power of heaven and earth falls into it, it will take a lot of effort to crack it. Although Commander Do's cultivation is only at the peak of all things, it has not declined. But he dared to lead these young people to devise a plan to seize the Xianbing Jian because of his attainments and formations. The most powerful thing about cultivators is that they can use various mysterious means to cover up their deficiencies in cultivation. Huh? In the room, Li Chu's expression suddenly changed, and he looked to one side. What's wrong? Chen Zuan looked at him nervously. Although she had mastered the seal technique to leave the formation, even though she was the fastest, she was not 100% sure that she could escape from Li Chu, who had killed Li Chu before. Therefore, once Li Chu realized that the formation was falling, she would still be in great danger. Fortunately, Li Chu's knowledge of formations was almost zero. The only thing in the world that could change his expression drastically was not being trapped. Rather, Dayun Branch View was robbed? Since arriving in Shenluo City, he has built a secret compartment at the bedside with layers of iron locks, and uses a precious walking talisman to monitor it at all times. Whenever he goes out, he will switch the intracranial perspective at a frequency of 45 times every quarter of an hour to observe the situation in the bedroom at any time. Finally, has this day come yet? Suddenly, a blazing flame seemed to emerge from Li Chu's body, and the little girl next to him was startled. What's this? Xiao Tao is Priestley. Are you okay? She asked tremblingly. I have something to do. I'll come as soon as I can, Li Chu said, moving the fingers of his right hand. Sword control. He was about to find that he was trapped by the formation. Chen Zuan also secretly picked up the finger tricks in her hands, wanting to escape immediately. Immediately, Li Chu raised his eyebrows and stepped on the flying sword, which instantly turned into a flying fire meteor and disappeared in the vast sky. Huh? Chen Zuan was stunned for a moment. What about the promised formation? In fact, the so-called Great Formation has indeed fallen. Li Chu did feel a pop as he soared into the sky. It seemed like something that could break at the first touch. But because he was extremely angry, he didn't feel it too carefully and flew over in a hurry. At the same time, on top of that tall building, puff, Commander Do suddenly looked up to the sky and vomited out a stream of blood, and instantly became sluggish. My Dinghai Dragon Prison Formation was broken. For Li Chu, the barrier was broken at a touch. But for him, it was bone-cutting pain and flesh and blood destruction. It's over, Black Bull beside him murmured. Don't be discouraged. Commander Do continued to fulfill his duties as a leader and reassured. Although the first attempt failed, my injury is not serious. Let's keep up the good work. I mean, Xuanqi is finished, Xuanyo said weakly. Xuanqi was holding the house deed with a very puzzled expression. Just listen to two sounds in succession outside. Call out. Call. I don't know what the movement is. If he saw it with his own eyes, he would know it. This is a man who flies extremely fast with a sword. He is worried about breaking the floor tiles when he lands, so he forcibly stops his speed at low altitude and creates wind noise. The next second, a figure flashed across the wall and entered the room. This figure seemed to have a huge shadow, and his eyes seemed to be burning with strong flames. Xuanqi's body suddenly froze. I felt a fear that seemed to be engraved in my blood from ancient times. What is it? What could bring such great terror to people? Then, he heard a voice that was so angry that it still sounded calm. Are you stealing my stuff? Chapter 262. Everyone in Dayun Temple is a first-rate good person. A car slowly stopped in front of Dayun Fengwan's door. This car came here a few days ago, and it was Wang Ai's car. As soon as the car curtain was lifted, Shin Ming and Wang Ai stepped out of the car hand in hand. After Shin Ming learned the truth last time, he was really in a daze for a while. Later, under the guidance of everyone, he gradually figured it out. If a lover really gives up everything for him, and is willing to exchange souls with others, how affectionate is this? He began to get along with Wang Ai calmly, and did not reveal that he knew about it. After a few days, he discovered that the rich woman's speech and behavior were indeed very similar to the former Huachilua. Almost exactly the same. Out of concern for those mysterious people, Shin Ming did not tell her the fact that he already knew that she was Huachilua. But the two of them got along day and night, and they were quite tacit. This time I came here because the wedding date had been decided, and I came here specially to send invitations. Previously, Dayun's enthusiastic help from the audience was very important. So when sending the invitation this time, he specially invited his wife to come with him. intending to introduce her to all his friends. Although you have been to this Taoist temple before, you have never had a good communication with them. The people in Dayun Temple are all first-class good people and good friends. Without their help, I would be there as a floating corpse by the river. Yes. Wang Ai nodded gently and skillfully, and said as if on purpose, the last time I came here, I saw a very beautiful fox girl, and I was very impressed. I'm not very familiar with her. Hee. Shinming smiled cautiously. I'm only familiar with men. Didn't you say that she saved your life at that time? Wang Ai asked again. You know me. I am the most ungrateful person, Shinming said flatly. The grace of saving my life is nothing to care about. Highlight the word ruthless. As he spoke, he took Wang Ai's hand and walked into the Taoist temple gate, and said at the same time, the person I know best is the 7th young master of the Wang family. He is a rich young man from Hangzhou. He is funny, humorous, and very righteous. He seems to be dissolute, but often he can say some wise words. When I was full of despair, he was really my life mentor. Oh! Wang Ai stepped through the large threshold of the Taoist temple and saw 2 deck chairs in the courtyard. But at this time, Wang Longji and Xiao Feilong were tired of lying down and got up to move around. The 7th young master was turning around, assuming an indescribable posture, and was teaching the little fat dragon by words and deeds. This trick makes the ants climb up the tree. You do it with me. Up. Up. If you learn these tricks, any little female dragon will fall in love with you in the future. The little fat dragon looked at Wang Longqi, who was standing tall and straight, frowning and staring seriously, his big eyes shining with a desire for knowledge. Wang Ai looked at Shinming strangely, and Shinming's face became stiff. After a moment, he forced a smile and said, I was bragging just now, but actually I don't know him very well. Only then did Wang Longqi hear the noise, turned around, and saw Shinming and Wang Ai standing at the door, and they immediately greeted them warmly. Oh, Xiaoming, are you bringing your wife back to see us? No, not yet. Shinming smiled and handed over an invitation. We made a special trip to deliver the invitation. By the way, we also want to thank you for your help the day before yesterday. Okay, I'll definitely be there. Wang Longqi took the invitation, waved his hand carelessly, put his arm around Shinming's shoulders, and said to Wang Ai, although Shinming and I have not known each other for a long time, we have similar interests. Good brother. Let's talk about eating soft food without my teaching. Well, Shinming said quickly, Taoist Master Du happens to be here. Let's go and give him a copy. Du Lang was sitting in the front hall and taking a nap, with an unknown book hanging in his hand. Shinming said as he walked, after all, the 7th young master is still young, and he occasionally does something dirty. I don't get along very well with him in this regard. The situation is different with Master Du. He is mature and prudent, and I have a calm temperament. In those days, we often discuss Taoist scriptures together and gain a lot. He came to the front of the hall and called softly, Taoist Master Du. Du Lang woke up and looked up suddenly. There was a snap. The book in his hand fell to the ground, revealing 4 large characters on the cover. The Romantic History of Wushan. Wang Ai blinked, and his eyes became subtle. Master Shen? What's wrong? But something happened again? Du Lang still asked in a daze. Hee. Shinming smiled awkwardly. I just invite you to our wedding. This is the invitation. He put the invitation on the ground and covered the name in the book. Du Lang said, Okay, I will definitely arrive when I have time. Shinming asked again, Isn't Taoist Priestley not here? Oh, it's unlucky that you're here. The master has just left. Lao Du replied, Okay, let's come back another day. Hey, you just got here. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea? No. Shinming dragged Wang Ai out of the front hall and whispered, I usually discuss serious scriptures with him. Maybe it's because Taoist Master Li is not here, so everyone is a little free. Taoist Master Xiao Li is the Taoist priest you saw last time, and his appearance is comparable to mine. Comparable to that one. He is a humble gentleman and a very serious practitioner. Although he has a high level of cultivation, he never abuses it. He is dedicated to eliminating demons and defending the Tao. And he is extremely gentle to ordinary people. When he is around, the Taoist temple is always peaceful. The words have not yet finished. Just heard a bang from the backyard. Immediately, bang. A figure actually broke through the wall and flew out. When he hit the ground, everyone in the yard was shocked and saw that it was a young man with silver hair. I don't know why, but my whole body seems to be stiff and unable to move, and I have a look of pain on my face. Immediately afterwards, Li Chu's figure flashed out. As soon as he appeared, the air pressure in the entire Taoist temple dropped by more than half. The hair of Shen Ming and Wang Ai began to stand up. Li Chu's body seemed to be shrouded in black shadow, and in his eyes, there was the fire of HL visible to the naked eye. Become a devil. Still want to run? He said in a low and ferocious voice. Prepare for me a tiger bench, chili oil, a leather whip dipped in water, and bone-penetrating steel needles. I will make him live but not die. The cold wind is biting. Wang Ai held Shen Ming's hand tightly and blinked at him crazily in fear. His eyes were full of questioning. A humble gentleman? Shen Ming whispered. Don't be afraid. Maybe this is Taoist priest Li's father-killing enemy, or some heinous perverted murderer. Otherwise Taoist priest Li would never be so angry. Wang Ai bit her lip. Is this anger? This is obviously possessed. Just then, Lao Tu, who was driven out of the palace, was startled by Li Chu's appearance, but he still had the courage to ask. Master, who is this? Li Chu turned his head. Black flames lingered. He is one thief. The acupuncture points in Xuanqi's upper part were unlocked, and he saw the scene before his eyes, covered in black flames. With scarlet eyes, Li Chu transformed into a demon. The one on the left has a long body and a black face. The one on the right has thick eyebrows and big eyes. And next to him is a savage thunder dragon with scales. Is this the underworld? No. This is Dayun's point of view. Only then did he regain his memory. It turned out that Li Chu suddenly came back to kill him, and he was stunned. Knowing that he could never be this person's opponent, he used the secret technique of the prison suppressor, and his body turned into a rainbow light, which instantly broke through several courtyard walls. Such behavior angered Li Chu even more. Although he is very fast, Lan Dai is not jealous of his flying movements. Li Chu flashed several times to catch up, and when he raised his hand, he used a sunflower acupuncture hand. Xuanqi didn't expect that he could actually crash after completing the secret technique of casting spells. But if you think about it carefully, losing to 2 immortal spells is not a shame. Just this current scene. He gritted his teeth. No matter how the enemy threatens, lures, or tortures him, he will never betray the organization. Once he found out that he was here to steal the Xian Bing Jian, the consequences would be serious. It is indeed a major event that may harm all sentient beings in the world. A moment. A noble sense of mission came to my mind. Xuanqiu, the safety of the world rests on your shoulders. Come on. How about I strike first? He was doing psychological construction here, while Li Chu had already drawn the pure yang sword. The blood all over Xuanqi's body turned cold instantly. Master, thanks to Du Lan's hurry to stop Li Chu. Will there be any living creatures if you strike with a sword? Why don't you ask first? Ask? Li Chu frowned and stared at Xuanqiu. Who are you? Xuanqiu's eyes widened, realizing that his life was at stake. So he quickly said, I'm just an ordinary little thief looking for money. As expected, I'm here to steal money, so I said I'd strike first with a sword. Li Chu drew his pure yang sword for the second time. Isn't it right? Thieves also need to be sentenced to death? That's not the extent of the crime. Right? There was a bang in Xuanqiu's head. He no longer cared about his safety and ideals, and shouted loudly, I am Xuanqiu, the star guard of the Xuanwu prison division in the north under the jurisdiction of Chao Tian-Ke. If you dare to kill me, Chao Tian-Ke will not let you go. Chao Tian-Ke? Li Chu's eyes narrowed. His. Otherwise, Lao Du advised with some worry. Stop. Master, the outside is all Chao Tian-Ke's territory. Then why did you come to steal my house deed? Li Chu asked. Xuanqi was stunned for a moment. He had already revealed his identity anyway. So he simply said, I stole some house deed somewhere. I'm here to get Xian Bingjian back. Xian Bingjian? Li Chu pondered. You mean that token made of Xian Bing? You don't know what that is? Xuanqi was a little surprised and said, That is the fairy weapon that our northern Xuanwu prison supervisor is responsible for guarding. The only artifact in the world that can contact the 4-image divine beast northern Xuanwu. As soon as these words came out, the air was silent for a long time. Then, the black flames on Li Chu's body suddenly dissipated. It was as if the scene where he transformed into a demon just now had never existed. A gentlemanly smile appeared on his handsome face. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Of course. Li Chu wouldn't believe whatever he said. Whether Xuanchu is from Chaotian, it is naturally best to go to Chaotian and ask. Li Chu escorted him to Chaotian's residence in Shiluo City. This was not the first time that he had brought criminals here. The purple-clad guards at Chaotian Palace skillfully brought the people down and locked them up, and led Li Chu to see Duan. With Li Chu's reputation, the last time he had to be received was by a white robe of Duan's level. Duan happened to be familiar with him, so he simply ordered his subordinates to report to him whenever Li Chu arrived. So Li Chu told him the whole thing in full. After Duan listened, he fell into deep thought. The loss of the Xianbing slip is a big deal. The Northern Xuanwu prison supervisor did not notify us. Maybe he wanted to hide it from all parties and recover the Xianbing slip first to reduce his guilt. Of course, it is also possible that this person is fake. But he looked at the Xianbing Jian that Li Chu sent over. This Xianbing Jian seems to be real. Li Chu once again told the story of how he got this magic weapon. It was probably that he met a demon cultivator who killed people casually that day and killed him casually. I don't know the identity of that person at all. Only this piece of equipment exploded. Duan pondered for a while, then used a jade box to collect the Xianbing Jian, and said, I'd better send a letter to the North Xuanwu Town Prison Secretary to inquire and confirm the identity of this person. The rest will be discussed later. Reconsideration. Before he could tell his subordinates to deliver the message, he heard a commotion outside. And then, a figure also wearing a white robe rushed in. Ask me to wait? Do you know how big of a deal I have to ask your white robe commander? Can I afford to wait? The person who rushed in was Commander Do. Li Chu was sitting with his back to him. He walked in without looking at the door and rushed straight to Duan desk and showed a black token. Although he looked a little sluggish at this time, he had recovered from the state of vomiting blood, and his face was straight and somewhat powerful. Commander Duan, I am Xingxiu, commander of the Northern Xuanwu Prison Division. Xian Do, I have an extremely important matter, and I must ask for help from your Shiluo City resident. Of course, it's not just help for me. I suspect that the entire Shiluo City is in a major crisis that is brewing now, and one of your Xingxiu guards has most likely died in the line of duty in order to find out the situation. In short, the Xianbing slip is currently missing, and the enemy who stole it is extremely powerful. I hope you will quickly inform the two elders to take action together to kill this beast. He said a lot of words in one breath. Duan then had time to reply. Who should we deal with? The Taoist priest from Yunfengwan in the south of the city. Li Chu. Li Chu? Question mark. Duan pointed at the Taoist priest sitting opposite him. Are you talking about Taoist priestly? Xian Do then turned his head and glanced at Li Chu's face. His expression went through a series of complicated changes in an instant, and finally settled on the expressionless level. Li Chu nodded gently towards him as a greeting. Very polite. But Commander Do was shaken by this greeting. He seemed to be reminded of the tragic scene when his own formation was easily broken through. This little Taoist priest looks familiar. Taoist priest Xiao Li's face is probably unique in his family. Duan smiled and said, You just said that he took Xianbing Jian away? I just said it casually. Commander Do scratched his head, silently stepped back, distanced himself from Li Chu, and soon hit the wall. Commander Do, there is no need to panic. Duan smiled again and took out the jade box containing the Xianbing slip. This incident was an accident. The Xianbing Jian was indeed stolen by gangsters, but Taoist Master Li happened to kill one of the gangsters and got back the Xianbing Jian. He just didn't know what it was, so he kept it for the time being. After explaining the whole story to Xian Do, the fear in his eyes slowly melted away. It turns out that Mr. Li is such a warm-hearted and good citizen. He blames us for acting too recklessly. Xian Do apologized nervously. It doesn't matter. Duan laughed and said, Taoist Master Li is the most abiding by the law. So far, this matter has a good result. Xian Do smiled sarcastically. Suddenly, Li Chu said expressionlessly, No. What? Xian Do was still frightened and almost jumped up. Then, there was a snap, and Li Chu slapped an extremely detailed list on the table. It is vaguely visible that words such as 8 floor tiles, 3 courtyard walls, 2 pillars, 16 iron locks, a certain amount of mental damages, and so on are written above. I saw the little Taoist priest in front of me saying very seriously, and word by word, people in the public sector also have to pay compensation. Chapter 263 I am the mole. Thousands of feet high in the sky. The wind is as sharp as a knife. In this season, you will feel the bone-chilling cold above the sky. But at this time, there was a big turtle soaring leisurely high in the sky. From a distance, it seemed that its speed was not too slow, and the surrounding clouds rippled wherever it passed, as if it was swimming in the sea. All the way north, its body is pale green, but its SHL is gray-white, as if covered with a layer of accumulated dust. Only when you get closer can you see clearly that the gray-white thing is not something growing on it itself, but a dense layer of inscriptions printed on its body, as if it were a talisman. In addition, there are 4 people sitting on the turtle SHL. 4 silent people. Several ghosts sent by the North Xuanwu prison division, including Xuando, Xingxia Weizun, Xuanyo, and Xuanxu, sat there quietly, letting the strong wind blow on their faces. They were on their way back to the Xuanwu prison department. Fighting Commander Black Bull seemed to want to say something. "Shut up," Xiando said with a livid face. "Not me." What else did Black Bull want to say? "Do you want to show off how smart you are? Want to prove how stupid I am? Want to show how correct your initial suggestion was?" Commander Do finally couldn't help but explode. "Ah," Xianyo was startled and said. "No, I just want to say that I have a stomachache." Commander Do was silent for 2 seconds, and then said, "Close your anus." Certainly, Xiando is nothing but a sharp-tongued person. And besides, it is unlikely that Xianyo will be allowed to work at high altitudes. So the big turtle slowly landed on a deserted mountain. Quick victory. Got the order. After some exchanges, Black Bull's figure disappeared into a jungle. As soon as Xianyo left, Xiansu said to Commander Do, "Commander, you don't have to be so depressed. Anyway, it is a great achievement to find the Xian Bing Jian. Great merit." Commander Do frowned and said, "If it hadn't been for that little Taoisley who happened to kill the bad guy, I'm afraid we would never be able to find Xian Bing Jian in our lifetime. This is just good luck. Who would have the nerve to claim credit?" Xian said weakly. "There is hard work even if there is no merit." This time Commander Do did not refute him. Everyone did suffer a little bit. To be honest, it's hard to imagine that Taoist Master Li is so young, has such a high level of cultivation, and is so handsome, Xianyu said with a hint of nymphomaniacs. "Huh?" Zun rolled her eyes at him. "Little Taoist Priest Li is also our friend at Chaotian, Quebec. Only someone who was caught burglarizing a house and cost us hundreds of taels of silver would not like him." Xuanqi puffed up his chest and said, "Then I have made my own contribution to guarding Xian Bing Jian." "Not necessarily," Xianyu said. "The Xian Bing Jian is not necessarily safer in our hands than in Taoist Priest Li's place. If I were a bad person, I would not dare to snatch it from his hands. But maybe I would dare to do it if it is in our hands." Robbed. Boom. The words have not yet finished. Just listen to the violent storm around you. A surge of true energy suddenly struck. There was a sound of rolling waves in the wind. It was clear that there were still many mountains and rivers away from the coast. Xuanqi was startled and looked at Xuannu. "Are you really a bad person?" Before Xiannu had time to answer, Commander Do's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "This is a master. Set up a formation. Xianyo is not here." Xiannu said anxiously. "Well, with no more than a few people in the combined attack formation." Commander Do raised his hand, grabbed 36 small flags out of thin air, and flicked the flags into light and threw them into the sky. Boo-hoo-hoo! In an instant, it turned into 36 large flags fluttering in the wind, surrounding the surroundings, standing solemnly. Bang! A 9 palaces and Bagua-like diagram appeared out of thin air. "Who is coming?" After setting up a defensive formation, Commander Do shouted loudly. "Me!" A voice that sounded somewhat gentle came from the wind. "My name is Lord Songhai, and I am one of the 5 Dharma Kings of the Demon Sect. You still have a reward for me in Chaotian Palace." As the voice sounded, a middle-aged scribe's figure walked out from where the wind and waves were roaring. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Commander Do raised his hand without hesitation and shot a command arrow. Boom boom! A cloud-piercing arrow. After an instant comparison between ourselves and the enemy, coupled with full confidence in his own strength, Xiando immediately made the most correct choice. Shake people. He has no confidence in defeating one of the 5 Dharma Kings of the Demon Sect. But he is confident enough to stand firm and wait for help. This place is not far from Shenluo City. I believe that within a few moments, Someone from the same sect of Chao Tian K will arrive. Snapped. The thought flashed through his mind. But the next second, Song Haijun's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the formation. With one step, the 36 orders and 9 palaces and Bagua formation was activated instantly. The extremely complex formation began to rotate and rub together. Commander Do moved his hands together, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, and prepared to crush it to death. Then, snapped. In the next step, Song Haijun's figure actually appeared in the center of the formation. In front of him. This, Commander Do's pupils shrank instantly, and a burst of fear burst out. Unlike Li Chu, who broke out of the formation simply and rudely, people would only be amazed by his high level of cultivation. But Song Haijun's 2 simple steps were full of mystery. He had simply found a loophole in Commander Do's formation of heaven and earth, and defeated Gang Do in 1 step. This shows that the opponent's formation skills are far superior to his. It turns out that my idea of standing firm and waiting for help was so naive. Not only is the other party's cultivation far superior to his, he can also crush you in the field you are best at. This made Commander Do almost collapse for a while. But his remaining sanity allowed him to make the most correct choice. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Get out!" Bang. He did not try to push Song Haijun out of the formation, because it was impossible. Those who were pushed out of the formation by a huge force were his 2 subordinates, Xian Nu and Xian Su. "Run!" he shouted one last time, then raised his hands, and the surrounding formation suddenly rolled up, like a huge millstone, with 36 banners hunting, trying to crush the demon inside. However, Song Haijun gently raised a finger. Snapped. He clicked on Commander Do's forehead. There were only 3 snaps in total, and the battle ended. Commander Do stood with his head held high, his eyes wide open, but could no longer see anything. Lord Songhai looked at the 2 Xingqiu guards, who fled in 2 crazy directions in tacit agreement as soon as they left the formation, with a smile on his lips. Escape. Zuiv only had this idea in her mind. The reason why Commander Do chose to push his 2 subordinates out at the moment of impending disaster was because he wanted them to escape. And the most important thing was that Xian Bingjian is not on him, but on Xian Nu. Although they didn't know that something like this would happen during transportation, they were prepared out of caution. Once encountering a strong enemy, his commander must be the most important target. At this time, placing Xian Bingjian on one of the fastest subordinates would have a greater chance of escaping. Zun also lived up to his expectations. She ran away fast enough and plunged into the dense forest almost in one breath, hoping to block Song Haijun's sight. Xian Nu! Just then, she heard a cry. He saw a short and fat figure in front of him. It was a black bull. Run away! Zun paused for a moment and said urgently. Song Haijun took action personally. Commander Do is trying his best to stop him. Let's run away! Ah? Xian Yu was startled, pointing behind her and saying, But look! Zun turned around and saw nothing. But something popped into her head. Oops. Bang. Sure enough, Xian Yu's short and fat body used an extremely strange flexibility to instantly rush to Xian Nu and hit her neck with a hand knife. He naturally knew the location of Xian Bingjian and Kang Heijin. Also clear. I'm sorry. At the end of Zun's consciousness, she heard Xuanyo say in a low voice, I am the traitor. Chapter 264, A Ruthless Killer. When Lei Chu returned to the Yun branch, he immediately noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere as soon as he entered the gate. The entire Taoist temple seemed to be immersed in a strange and solemn atmosphere, which was very different from the tranquility of the past years. Walking into the front hall, I saw Mrs. Yang, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, an old friend of Master Yu Qian, the first wife of Gua, the world's #1 rebel thief, and the mother of Gu Xiaobao. Mrs. Yang was sitting in the front hall, and behind her stood a short, stocky man in black. He had a huge square head, very small eyes, and a scar behind his ear. This man's narrow eyes held a light as cold as a poisonous snake, and his gloomy temperament caused the temperature of the entire Taoist temple to drop several degrees. Anyone's first reaction when meeting him would be one sentence. This person is definitely not a kind person. Du Lank and Fox Girl sat cautiously opposite Mrs. Yang, looking nervous. It was obvious that Li Chu was not here, and they were still a little wary of these murderous people. Seeing this scene, Li Chu couldn't help but think of the Diyun temple in Shilipo, with the master sitting there. The Taoist temple is equivalent to a spring. I never have to worry about a fire in the backyard, and I can go out to ward off evil spirits with peace of mind. Ever since I came here, I have been troubled by people every now and then when I was away. Even the hidden deed of the house is threatened. Well, the first day I missed my master. I'm not in Shiluo City these days. I went to the north to find someone named Gua. Mrs. Yang met Li Chu and said, that heartless one deserves to die. Obviously, she was extremely angry towards the rebel leader. Master's wife. Master's wife. The short and sturdy man behind him whispered, I'm still here. What's wrong with you? Mrs. Yang glanced at him. Not to mention in front of you. When I scolded him in front of him, did he dare to talk back? That's different. The short and sturdy man scratched his head. Master is the person I respect the most in my life, and I can't bear to hear others insult him. That wicked man, who was stabbed, who had no one for 40 miles, was picked out by a wolf? Mrs. Yang continued to spit out sweet things. The muscles on the short and stocky man's face twitched a few times. Then his face turned grim, and he stretched out his hand into his arms. I took out 2 balls of cotton, stuffed into ears. Snort. Mrs. Yang snorted coldly, turned around, ignored him, and continued to say to Li Chu, I don't know whether his son is alive or dead, but he is still busy with that mess of rebellion. He only sent me an apprentice, saying he is his #1 killer. Long Gang. Long Gang? She called twice, but no one answered. She turned back and glared at the man named Long Gang. Long Gang was excited and quickly picked the cotton. Master, did you call me? I'm introducing you to Taoist Priestley, Mrs. Yang said angrily. You should say Lo yourself. Okay. Long Gang nodded heavily, then turned his head and said to Li Chu, Hello, Taoist Priestley. I am a ruthless killer. Hello, Li Chu nodded. Xian said that although this person does not look normal, he seems to be quite well behaved. Long Gang's best thing is tracking, Mrs. Yang continued to introduce. He has had a good nose since he was a child. Later, he became a disciple. The man named Gua asked an expert to help him open the nose. Over the years, he has refined the secret technique. Chong Longju, nicknamed Angry Dog. Master's wife. Master's wife. Long Gang secretly pulled off Mrs. Yang's sleeve. What's wrong? Mrs. Yang turned back impatiently. The whole period of being so angry has long since passed. My nickname is now the Death Chaser. If you are targeted by me, you will have nowhere to escape. No matter where you hide, I will kill you, Long Gang said in a low voice. Don't they all mean the same thing? Mrs. Yang said angrily. The focus now is to find my son. Does it make sense for you to argue with me about your nickname? Does anyone care? I do care about it. After all, I'm just here to fool around. I also want to save face. Under Mrs. Yang's compelling gaze, Long Gang's tone became weaker and weaker, and his lips flattened as he spoke. If you're mad at the dog, just be mad at the dog. Anyway, I brought him here just to use his tracking ability to find the little treasure for me. Mrs. Yang turned back and said again, Of course, it would be better if Mr. Li can help if it is convenient. After the previous cooperation, she now has some understanding of Li Chu's unfathomable strength. It is obligatory, Li Chu said immediately, because Gui Xiubao's matter came to Shiluo City and has not yet been resolved. He also felt a little ashamed of his master. It's just that the people of the Yin clan are really like ditch rats, hiding without a trace. And he has no good solution. If this Dragon Congo can really find the Yin family's hiding place, that would be great. As if sensing Li Chu's mood, Chunyang's sword also became slightly restless. Unlike the original iron sword worth 2 taels of silver, after being infused with Li Chu's increasingly powerful spiritual power, the pure Yang sword not only showed no tendency to be damaged, but instead became more and more spiritually powerful. Recently, there has been some sympathy with Li Chu. It's also quite magical. Okay, let's get started without further delay. After Mrs. Yang said this, she took out a damaged black sock from behind her back and held it up in front of Long Gang. Although they were far away, the elders watching from Diyun immediately smelled a pungent smell. Long Gang's nose twitched and his pupil showed fear. What are you doing? Mrs. Yang looked sad and said, After much thought, the only thing that can help you identify Xiuba's smell is this sock that he took off after wearing it. My poor Xiaobao was always wearing nothing but I bought a cotton sock. But I don't know if it will freeze my feet. As I talked, I felt sad. Master wife, Long Gang said weakly. Actually, my level of Chonlong Jade technique is very high. I can amplify the smell thousands of times. Even if the smell is slightly weaker, it doesn't matter. Your socks are all pulpy. But I took him everywhere. And he has been missing for a long time. The things that were contaminated with his scent were either lost or dissipated. I only have this unwashed original sock. If I can't find the child, this sock will be my last miss you. As Mrs. Yang talked, she felt sad again. Long Gang blinked and said, "Okay, master, don't cry. I can't help but I can smell it. I promise to find the young master back to you properly." He took the torn cotton sock with difficulty with his left hand, pinched his fingers with his right hand, and pressed his right nostril. He shouted in his mouth, "Chong Longju, rush it for me." The left nostril suddenly flared. Call out. A black air dragon visible to the naked eye was sucked out of the sock and entered his nostrils. Huh? Du Lank and Fox Girl, who were watching, said, "Hey." At the same time, Long Gang rolled his eyes violently, and his eyes trembled violently. It could be seen that his consciousness was struggling fiercely, but in the end his consciousness defeated the virus, and then he coughed several times. After coming back to his senses, he said painfully, "I smell it." Mrs. Yang stood up suddenly. "Let's go." "Wait a minute." Long Gang stroked his chest. "I seem to be poisoned." An hour later, during this period of time, Long Gang led everyone along a path. First to the Luotian Pavilion, then to the abandoned Yin family's ancestral home area, and finally to the foot of a mountain outside Shenluo City. "This is it." Long Gang frowned and said, "The young master's final trajectory was to disappear here. There seems to be a strict formation here that can isolate all breath. I can't smell it anymore." Du Lank looked at the cluster of bulges on the mountain and said, "This is the Yusongshan tomb. Because of the great feng shui of the Yin mansion, the ancestral tombs of many dignitaries in Shenluo City are built here. Those bad guys are hiding under these graves?" Mrs. Yang gritted her teeth. "Even if I turn this mountain upside down, I will still find Xiaobao." "This," Lao Du said, "Yusongshan tomb involves many big families, and there are still many guards here. It's not good for us to dig into people's ancestral graves in broad daylight. What can we do?" Mrs. Yang asked. "This." Du Lank looked confused. At this time, Li Chu said, "Maybe we can use some methods to make them take the initiative to invite us." Chapter 265, Just a Little Lantern Monster. Yusongshan tomb is haunted. Several guards, who were guarding the cemetery for the big family, saw the faint ghost fire floating between the mountain graves. Those who were brave enough to get close to him were knocked unconscious as soon as they met, and the others immediately dispersed. Most of these guards are mortals. After all, any cultivator with some cultivation and pursuit will not come to show others the cemetery. Besides, there is no need. They are mainly here to prevent tomb robbers. If evil spirits occur, there will naturally be a professional team to deal with it. The dignitaries in Shenluo City, who have ancestors in Yusongshan tomb, are very nervous. After all, no one knows which family's ancestor the ghost there is. He was not only worried that his ancestors had become ghosts. I'm also worried about what if other people's ancestors become ghosts, and my own ancestors are led astray by it. The ancestors learned that bad things are small, but have a big impact on feng shui. So early in the morning when the news came, several important figures with considerable status in the city came to Chao Tian K in person to ask Chao Tian K to solve this problem. The people from Chaodiank accepted this task casually. After all, some cultivators will know as soon as they hear the description that they are just some lantern monsters, which are very common in cemeteries. Although those people insisted that it was not an ordinary lantern monster, but a large lantern monster that could knock people unconscious. But headlights are also lights. And this kind of thing is not even on Duan Geng's desk. He didn't know about it until Li Chu came. "I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to kill lantern monsters. Since I left Hangzhou and came to Shenluo City, I haven't seen the lantern monster for a long time. I heard that the lantern monster is making a lot of noise outside Shenluo City. I hope Commander Duan can give me this opportunity to eradicate it," Li Chu said. Duan Geng agreed to his request without any hesitation, and just said, "I'll trouble you. Taoist Priestley, you must be more careful." Li Chu shrugged. "It's just a little lantern monster." Duan Geng also smiled. "Yes, it's just a little lantern monster. What's there to say?" But he looked at Li Chu Yushu's back in the wind and smiled slightly. He had such a weird habit with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It's really hard to see. In fact, Li Chu does have a deep love for the lantern monster. Otherwise, after thinking about the plan of pretending to be a ghost, the traces of it would not pop up in my mind immediately. The lantern monster last night was naturally disguised by Long Gang. He wore black clothes, and was ignited with white flames. In the eyes of mortals, he was no different from the lantern monster. Then, that night, Du-Yun's audience legally entered Yusongshan's tomb. But the guards are still there. Du Lang went over, gave each of them a few talismans, and advised, "Look at the dark wind here, and the surging turbid air. I wonder if there will be any man-eating ghosts emerging from this mountain tomb later. Everyone, please help me, brother, to wear these talismans and never take them off." Someone asked worriedly, "Talisman Master Du, if there is really a man-eating ghost, can this talisman keep us safe?" "Of course not," Du Lang said matter-of-factly. "But these talismans are highly poisonous to ghosts. Once a ghost appears, it will definitely pick on the weak mortals to eat first. If any of you eat it, it will immediately feel like you are poisoned. Generally, you will be severely injured. By then, you will have deserved your death. And I will definitely apply for a lot of pensions for you afterwards." "Ah?" Upon hearing this, the guards could no longer care about anything else. Things happened one after another at home, and they all dispersed in the blink of an eye. "Master, it's done." "Not bad." Li Chu nodded with satisfaction. Du Lang chuckled. "He has been dealing with people for decades, and has a deep understanding of human nature. If you take the initiative to let them go, they will definitely suspect that there is something fishy about you. But if you take the initiative to keep them here, they will worry that you will use them as cannon fodder. It's very manageable. For a time, only 4 people, Li Chu, Du Lang, Mrs. Yang and Long Gang, were left here." "Where to find it?" Long Gang asked. "If these villains are hiding, they can only hide underground. Let's dig down and see if we can find anything." Mrs. Yang gritted her teeth and said, "If there is no result, we can explore further." "There is no other way." Immediately, Long Gang was about to start digging a hole. Li Chu stopped him. "No, I'll just strike with my sword," he said. At the same time, I silently reminded myself, a light chop with the sword. After finishing speaking, Li Chu drew out the pure yang sword, picked a piece of slightly open land, and slashed forward. Boom! A sword energy flew across the air and landed with a crash. The moon was instantly covered in smoke and dust. When the guards who had just escaped down the mountain heard such a movement, they suddenly became excited and ran harder. They only regretted that their parents had 3 legs. Ah! The smoke cleared. Durang could look at the dark bottomless hole on the ground. "Master, is this a bit exaggerated?" he said in surprise. "You seem to have penetrated this mountain." Li Chu was silent. He rarely swung his sword towards the ground, and had no idea how deep a red dragon with a hint of spiritual power could penetrate the mountain. But the next second, everyone suddenly heard a faint roar coming from the deep hole. "It's ready to go with just one sword." "There is indeed something down there." Mrs. Yang was excited. She was about to throw herself into the hole, but Li Chu stretched out his hand to stop her. "Let me go down and take a look first." While talking, Li Chu jumped into the cave entrance. The hole drilled by the sword-chi red dragon not only didn't feel tight at all, but was just right for entry and exit. It was also warm and cozy, which was really satisfying. Less than 10 feet below, there seemed to be an extremely open space, as if someone had opened up some secret place beneath it. And Li Chu's sword just penetrated the cave wall above. Snapped. Footsteps hit the ground. Entering this place, the surrounding atmosphere was finally no longer blocked. And Li Chu's mind's eye skills immediately sensed everything around him. It's huge here. It covers almost the entire mountainside. Under this noble cemetery, there is such a space, which is a kind of strange darkness under the light. If Long Gang hadn't smelled this place, no one would have guessed it. But at this time, there was no one in this space. Some are just a creature with a terrifying aura. Roar. At the same time that Li Chu felt it, it also felt Li Chu and launched its surprise attack. A huge body that is tens of feet long, surrounded by ferocious black scales, 2 ugly heads, both hornless and 4 eyes burning with fire. If there are knowledgeable people here, they will immediately recognize this existence. This is a Yin dragon. The name is Dragon, but actually it has no deep connection with the Dragon clan. It is a descendant of the legendary evil Zhu Jiuyin. Legend has it that Yin dragons were born underground, and they especially like to drill holes through mountains and survive by sucking in mountain spirits and earth flowers. Every time after the Yin dragon leaves, a mountain peak will become riddled with holes, or even become a dead mountain, no longer alive. When it swallows enough earth essence, It will start the journey of transcending and returning to its ancestors, and is even expected to become a 9-ene level existence. The journey back to their ancestors is very difficult. Legend has it that after reaching an extremely powerful state, they will gradually grow 8 heads. When the 9 heads gather together and fall off again, it is the moment they successfully return to their ancestors. And this one in front of me, it's a 2-headed dragon. This does not mean that its strength is weak, but it means that it has embarked on the road of returning to its ancestors and is extremely powerful. It is a ferocious monster rarely seen in the world. It was raised by humans and has been devouring mountain spirits and earth flowers for countless years with the help of humans. If it stays here, it has already received orders to devour everyone who enters. It's an ambush. Li Chu understood instantly. Someone knew their plan in advance and evacuated, leaving behind this powerful beast. That being the case, he raised the pure yang sword again, facing the ugly 2-headed dragon. He swung down hard. Boom. Night. Just when Duan Geng was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a powerful vibration that made his heart palpitate, as if there was rolling thunder falling. With a thought in his mind, he stepped onto the top of Chaotian Tower, only to find that Mr. Wei was already here. What happened? He asked in horror. Mr. Wei raised his hand and pointed. Look! Duan Geng looked from a distance, and saw that the towering Yusong mountain not far outside the city had been cut in half, and the top half of the mountain was rolling down. The whole world was shocked. This scene is somewhat shocking. Yusong mountain, he muttered for a while. And suddenly, he was startled, remembering the figure of the little Taoist priest in the daytime, and his indifferent voice. It's just a little lantern monster. Such a big scene now. No way. Could it be that someone chopped down the lantern, and the monster chopped down the mountain? At this moment, on Yusong mountain, facing the sudden broken mountain, Li Chu was actually a little surprised. Although his sword was the main reason, the more important reason was that a large part of the mountain had already been hollowed out. He felt that he had been wronged. Above the cave entrance, a few people witnessed the fall of the mountain before they had time to jump down. Long Gang felt such power in a daze. His lips moved, and he uttered, "Oh my God!" Chapter 266, I believe in the little Taoist priest. Yusong mountain is broken. That night, many people near this direction were awakened by the loud noise, and were speechless after hearing the news. It turns out that Yusong mountain broke. I thought it was an earthquake, etc. Why did the mountain break? Especially those wealthy families, whose ancestors were placed in Yusongshan tomb, were completely dumbfounded. I used to worry that my ancestral graves were haunted. It's good now. The ghost is definitely gone. The grave is gone too. No need to worry at all. So the powerful and wealthy people hurriedly sent people to check the situation and rushed to Chaotian K in a hurry. Has the current trend of one size fits all in the court's affairs reaching this point? How can Shanda be cut away? An explanation is needed. Facing this half of the city's powerful people, Duan Geng's confidence was somewhat lacking. But the more this happened, the more he had to keep a straight face. The situation is still unclear. I'll tell you tomorrow. Do not believe rumors. Do not pass rumors. A set of official documents came down 3 times in a row, temporarily blocking a large wave of aggressive questioning. At the same time, he also sent people to rush over to check the situation. Pay special attention to whether there is a handsome little Taoist priest at the scene. However, the people he sent were in vain, because Li Chu himself came to Chaotian Tower first. Little Taoist priestly. After closing the door, Duan Geng looked at him speechlessly. Are you really that excited about cutting down the lantern monster? Li Chu explained. It's not the lantern monster. A large space has been dug out by the Yin clan under the mountain tomb. They should have been living there before. Huh? Duan Geng glared. Have you found the Yin clan members? No. Li Chu shook his head and said calmly. There is no one inside. There is only a rather powerful monster. In order to kill it, I had to use a slightly heavier sword to kill it. A good slightly. If it is said that we did it, then the matter will be difficult to handle. Duan Geng thought for a moment and said, It's better to blame it all on the Yin clan. It was originally their responsibility. Li Chu corrected. I only used one sword. Hee hee. Duan Geng smiled. In fact, he felt in his heart that the responsibility of the young Taoist priest and the Yin clan was at least 50-50. After all, the power of Li Chu's sword was obvious to all. But then again, since Li Chu's sword is so powerful, then why are you fighting with him? So, after Duan Geng smiled, he nodded heavily and said, Indeed. After a while, he said again. By the way, there is another bad news. Yesterday, the team of the Northern Xuanwu Prison Division was ambushed by gangsters on their way back. Although our people rushed to reinforce them as soon as they saw the cloud-piercing arrows. When they arrived at the scene, they were still in awe. He sighed. Commander Xuando died in battle. One Xingqiu guard rebelled, and another Xingqiu guard was seriously injured. It seems that the enemy's minions reached into the prison suppression department very early, and Xian Bingjian was lost again. Li Chu frowned. After all, I had just met Commander Dou not long ago. When I heard that he was killed by bad guys, I still felt a little uncomfortable. Furthermore, since there is a mole in the prison suppression department, the fact that you killed a man from the demon sect may also be exposed. Little Taoist Priestley, be careful of the enemy's frenzied revenge. Duan Gong finally reminded. I just happened to be looking for them. A rare cold light burst out in Li Chu's eyes. They want to build the Xianin Formation. And I came to Shenluo City just to save the Jiang boy who is the eye of the formation. Therefore, these people in the demon sect are the ones I must eradicate. Duan Gong asked. Does Jiang boy have some connection with Taoist priest Shaoli? He is. Speaking of this, Li Chu suddenly remembered that the Jiang boy's father was the rebel leader in the north. And he was determined not to reveal it. So he said, That is my master's son. Oh, Duan Gong understood. It turns out that he is the son of the temple owner named Yu of Diyun Temple in Hangzhou. No wonder Li Chu is so interested in him. Ah! The baby-faced boy in a large white robe smiled softly, and placed a brand new wanted poster on the table. This notice says that you, the Yin clan, colluded with the demon sect, hollowed out the mountain, cut off the peaks, destroyed ancestral graves, refined corpses, manipulated ghosts, killed people, plundered men and women, destroyed farmland, and acted without the king's laws. You really did all kinds of evil. Snapped. Among the three Yin brothers sitting opposite, the grumpy Yin Lao San slapped his palm on the table in anger. Fart! Yin Lao San said angrily. We have definitely never destroyed farmland. The young man in white robe said seriously. They have clearly framed you. How can the farmland that was damaged when the top of Yusong Mountain fell down be blamed on you? That's right. Yin Lao San nodded. Yinsher glanced at him speechlessly and said, The first few crimes are enough for us to kill everyone. Does it make sense for you to argue for a crime that requires you to pay dozens of taels of silver? You don't have to fight over steamed buns to fight over breath. Yin Lao San felt unyielding and seemed very angry at this false accusation. Then you go and argue with the little Taoist priest. Yinsher rolled his eyes. Huh? Yin Lao San smiled proudly. I am not talented. I once had a conversation with a young Taoist priest within 10 feet of him and escaped without a trace. Yinsher chuckled. What's there to be proud of? Yin Lao San glared. Then you dare to give it a try? Yinsher couldn't help but laugh. Even the two-headed dragon was defeated. And he didn't think he could be strong. There is no need to argue. The young man in white robe advised from the side. That little Taoist priest is really powerful. The 4 divine orders of wind, flower, snow and moon under the Lord have been damaged by more than half recently. Among them, the snow god order was later confirmed to be killed by the little Taoist priest. And the Feng Shenling was also beheaded by a friend of his in the Taoist temple. The Lord had no intention of getting entangled with them, but just sent people to keep an eye on them to avoid further complications. I don't want to find them going to the Yusong Mountain tomb. I'm afraid it's to target you. The Xianin Formation. As a last resort, the Lord notified you to move and awaken the Yin Dragon to ambush. I just didn't expect that he is so powerful. Even Yin Long is no match for him. The eldest brother Yin Ru said with lingering fear. Didn't I say it? Yin Lao San said sadly. The power of that little Taoist sword can destroy the world and destroy the world. If you leave the Yin Dragon here, you will send it away. You still don't believe it. So you have to ambush him. It's a pity that the one who fed him is the 100-year-old Yin Dragon can also be passed down as a family heirloom in the future. Third Master Yin. The young man in white robe said with a smile. There is no need to be so afraid. No matter how powerful a person is, there is a limit. Yin Lao San looked at him and seemed to doubt this statement. Yin Emperor, who is as powerful as he was back then, will also encounter unexpected events, let alone others. The white-robed boy continued. Leaving Yin Dragon behind is because the Lord wants to conduct a test to see what the little Taoist priest's magical powers are. Mysterious thing. Even though the Yin Dragon is gone now, his death is not in vain. Now, the Lord has thought of how to deal with the little Taoist priest. All he has to do is wait for the good news. And now you will go all out to prepare for the Xianing formation. Alright. Okay. Inru looked at him and said solemnly, I hope Lord Songhai can deal with that little Taoist priest as soon as possible. The young man in white robes smiled and said, I believe in the Lord. Yin Laosan pursed his lips silently. A sentence circled in my mind for a while. But I didn't say it out loud. He almost wanted to say, I believe in the little Taoist priest. Chapter 267 Serious. I never make enemies easily for myself. If there is no benefit, even if this person is my father-killing enemy, I will not deal with him. However, once I identify someone as an enemy, I will do my best to find his weaknesses and study everything about him carefully until he is completely eradicated. This time, I encountered an opponent who was somewhat invisible. I had several capable men in his hands, and he continued to pose a threat to my plan. I felt that I could no longer tolerate him. He is a Taoist priest. The tea is like a silver thread, flowing high into the cup, making a gurgling sound. The cups are all made of exquisite white porcelain. The man serving tea was wearing a Wensheng robe and was middle-aged. It's Mr. Songhai. This is a very quiet tea room. The winter sunlight shines through the gaps in several doors and windows, illuminating the fine dust floating in the air. Opposite Mr. Songhai sat a man with eyes as deep as the starry night. He watched Songhai Jun pour tea with his eyes open without blinking. His body sat upright without moving at all. His hands were raised flat without shaking. That's right. The teacup is being held in his hand. His hands were extremely dry and stable. After Kang Heijun poured the tea, he slowly took back the teapot, looked at the other party's steady hands, and nodded lightly. Then the man did not drink tea, but placed the teacup directly on the table. Kerala! There was a fragile crack. Half a cup of tea actually overwhelmed this hard solid wood table. The man frowned, picked up the teacup casually, and drank it in one gulp. It turns out that there is magical power in that small glass of water. He is indeed the best archer in the world. Lord Songhai praised him. I'm not the best archer. My junior brother is. The man raised his eyes and looked at Songhai Jun and said seriously, but after a pause, he added, but I am the most capable archer in killing people. That's enough. Songhai Jun took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and then said, the person you want to kill this time may be a bit tricky. As long as they are human beings, I can kill them. The man's reply was very decisive. According to my investigation, he practices a strange and alien inheritance. No one knows what kind of internal skills and mental methods he practices, and they don't know where his cultivation comes from. But he is extremely powerful. However, his weaknesses are also very obvious. So it's just that the method is extremely single. It can be described as simple and crude. Most of the powerful enemies who died under him were killed by his sword without realizing his powerful attack power. But now I realize it. Songhai Jun said in a deep voice. So, I don't plan to give him a chance to take action. In this way, no matter how strong his sword is, it will be useless. Since you can kill all enemies instantly with one sword, then I will prevent you from drawing your sword. This is what Songhai Jun thinks. I will. The man nodded. You must take it seriously. Kang Heijun reminded again. He once killed powerful people. I've killed people before. The man said calmly. It's nothing special. His soul and body seem to be extremely powerful. But I don't know his limits. I will give you the most powerful bow and the sharpest arrows. And you must also use your strongest means. Kang Heijun said again. The man seemed to feel some pressure. His eyes became even brighter. And he said, okay. Songhai Jun continued to speak softly. I will create the best conditions for you and minimize his condition. No matter how much effort I expend. I only want him. Die. Serious? After Songhai Jun left, a baby-faced boy wearing a wide white robe came here and met the man. Yes. The man named Sirius agreed. I heard that you are number 3 on the heavenly kill list. The young man in white robe took out a brocade bag from his waist and exchanged casual greetings. That list is called the world's most killer list. Or the world's killer list. Or the killer list. The man corrected. Huh? I'm sorry. The boy in white robe smiled. Then he took out the contents of the kit one by one. This is your Yixing Bao. The kit was obviously a space magic weapon. He first took out a huge bao, almost longer than his height. The black bao body was dull, but had a strange luster. It feels heavy just by looking at it. The Lord sent someone to send it to the sword forging city overnight, and it was refined by the bao-making master. The sea-sunken stone and the meteorite gold essence were added, as well as 12 magic circles, and the power was increased by at least 30%. Sirius took the Yixing bow in his hand and pulled the string. There was a click. There was obviously no arrow on the string. But with this pull, endless murderous auras spurted out. Boom. The boy in white robe was instantly forced to fly back 3 feet, covering his chest and almost spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. So strong. Even before drawing the arrow. Just drawing the bow has such power. I really don't know what the scene will be like when the arrow is shot. Sirius's eyes also shone brightly. The quality of this bow is close to that of an immortal weapon. After he withdrew his magical power, the young man in white robe dared to step forward again and complimented him. Your Excellency's archery skills are almost divine. Sirius held the bow in his hand, and his aura suddenly became stronger by several steps. Hearing this, he said directly, If you give me an immortal weapon, I dare to kill a real immortal. After a while, the boy in white robe took out another arrow. Narrow, bright red, and sharp. Seeing this arrow, Sirius, who had been calm just now, couldn't sit still and stood up suddenly. His reaction satisfied the boy in white robe. This is the collection of Sima Lian, the best arrow-making master in the sword-forging city, and the best arrow-making master in the world. It can be said to be the best arrow in the world. This is made of the 4 head feathers of the Suzaku, one of the 4 elephants, which only fall off every 1,000 years, mixed with the essence and blood of the Suzaku, with canned wood as the bone and 12 fine gold as the head. Sima Lian mixed these ultimate materials together. We asked 4 earthly immortals to be responsible for opening the furnace, hammering iron, melting souls, and drawing formations respectively, and it took them 18 years to create such a peerless arrow. Suzaka Feather Arrow. This arrow only has one, and it can only burn once. The young man handed the arrow into Sirius's hand. The Lord will give this opportunity to your Excellency. Snapped. Sirius held the arrow tightly, with a bit of piety in his eyes. The reason why the Lord chose you is because he believes that your powerful attack is more powerful than his own attack. The young man in white robe was also very solemn. Please don't let us down, Sirius said word by word. I will never let Mr. Songhai down. At the same time, a pure black and gilded letter was also sent to the Yin branch. I heard that Taoist Priest Li's search for the Jiang boy was fruitless. I sincerely invite Taoist Priest Li to meet at the Yiting Pavilion of Nanshan at the 2nd watch tonight. Let's have a chat. See you there or not. The letter was signed. Kang Heijin. Chapter 268 Mr. Songhai's meeting gift. Li Chu naturally came to keep the appointment. But before he came, he specifically told Du Lang that if he didn't go back for an hour, he should quickly report to Chao Tian-Kai and let Chao Tian-Kai send experts there. After all, I am alone in danger. Later, after thinking about it, I changed it to half an hour. With the strength of his current iron claw shirt, he must be able to hold on for a while against any enemy. Du Lang looked at his brooding look and thought to himself that my master is too steady. Do you need to worry about whether you can last half an hour? What you need to worry about is whether the enemy can hold on for half an hour. Right? Anyway, the 2nd watch of the night, Li Chu came to Nanshan Yiting as promised. This pavilion is considered a scenic spot outside Shenluo City, and many famous people have stopped here. It's just that it's late at night in winter after all. And there are no traces of people here. In the mountain pavilion, there was only an old man wearing a tattered sheepskin coat, with a broken crutch in his hand. Li Chu was a little surprised when he saw him. This didn't look like what he imagined Lord Songhai would look like at all. I am not Mr. Songhai. This was the old man's first sentence when he met Li Chu. It's just that when he speaks, there is inevitably a bit of bitterness. Of course, he is not Songhai Jun, but the Soul Gu Master who has some connection with Li Chu. Thinking of Mr. Songhai, he became extremely angry. That thing. Originally, he said he would come to meet Li Chu in person. But then he thought of something and suddenly felt something was wrong. So he sent himself out. He also said that this time was equivalent to a petition. As long as the little Taoist priest was successfully solved this time, he would be one of his own from now on. The issue is, what are the benefits of being Kang Heijin's own? After a few days of getting along, the Soul Gu Master has completely understood his philosophy of life. As long as it is beneficial, he can even sell it to his biological father, and even dares to include his biological mother in the promotion. But the Soul Gu Master didn't dare to say that he couldn't. So, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and come to see the little Taoist priest. After all, the little Taoist priest might die soon. And in that case, he might not be in trouble. With this luck, he said to Li Chu. He sent me to talk to you. Oh. Li Chu was slightly disappointed. I thought I was going directly to the bottom of the pass to see the big devil. After working for a long time, he was still a subordinate. The Soul Gu Master was really looking forward to Li Chu sending a subordinate, so that he wouldn't have to be so afraid. But we still have to talk. So he gave the conditions straightforwardly. Kang Heijin said that the Jiang boy can be returned to you. Real? Yes. But it will be after the Xianin formation is over. Soul Gu Master said. He wants Jiang boy just to serve as the formation eye. After the formation is over, Jiang boy will not only be fine, you will also receive pure yang infused into your body, which is a great blessing that is rare in this life. Array eyes? Li Chu thought for a moment and said, what about those women with Xianin bodies? The body of Xianin has other uses. The Soul Gu Master shook his head and said, Taoist priestly, you can't bully others too much. But they are all innocent people. Li Chu said, looking into his eyes. Huh? The Soul Gu Master sneered. You are too naive. Hearing this, Li Chu frowned slightly. The Soul Gu Master was horrified. Then, I remembered who I was talking to. Quickly remind yourself that you should not be too naive. So he quickly made amends. Not only that, Lord Sanhai knows that Taoist priestly likes gold and silver. Snapped. He slapped a silver note on the table. This is a silver note worth 200,000 taels. He pushed it in front of Li Chu. As long as Taoist priestly leaves Shenluo City and never comes back, there will still be 300,000 taels. A total of 500,000 taels of silver notes. Is it enough to show Mr. Sanhai's sincerity? Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Li Chu had already stood up. As long as you are still endangering the people, I will never wait for peace talks with you. Li Chu looked at him and said calmly. The Soul Gu Master seemed a little nervous and asked, is it really possible to negotiate? Li Chu shook his head firmly. Okay. The Soul Gu Master smiled bitterly. At the same time, a star glowed faintly on the distant mountain peak. The hot blood in Sirius' body could almost melt the ice around him. He sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain opposite, his starry eyes peering through the mountain wind and night fog, staring intently at this place. Is the little Taoist his goal? So handsome. Wait, this is not the point. But he's really handsome. I've said it's not the point. He shook his head vigorously to direct his attention elsewhere. He was holding the Yixingbao and carrying the Suzaku feather arrow on his back, quietly waiting for the signal to come. Then the signal came. His heart suddenly tightened. These years, he once lurked in a secret place for 3 days and killed the mighty power of heaven and earth with one arrow. He also penetrated nearly 100 iron armors and the tens of thousands of troops and took the life of a country's leading general. But no matter what moment, his heart felt calm, because he had fired too many arrows and killed too many people. But at this moment, he actually felt a little nervous, because he is using the best bow in the world and shooting the best arrows in the world. With this set of bows and arrows in hand, he is the best in the world. No doubt about it. Ambition surged like a torrent. And he suddenly raised his hand and drew out the Suzaku feather arrow. This is a peerless arrow. So beautiful. Once this arrow is shot, it will look like a living Suzaku. Powerful, gorgeous, and devastating. It has unparalleled spirituality. Once it locks onto an enemy, it will never miss. Even if the enemy flees to the ends of the earth, it will follow him and kill him with one blow. It can be said that during the period of time it soared in the air from the time it left the string to the time it killed the enemy, it was the real Suzaku. It is the best in the world. It is the closest existence to a god that was born in this world. But now, this existence is held between 3 fingers by himself. Sirius only felt that he had no regrets in this life. One arrow. Out. Roar. He heard the call of the Suzaku. Powerful flame spurted out from the tail feathers, and the powerful driving force allowed the Suzaku feather arrow to pass through half of the Halua dynasty in 3 breaths. No one could escape. After Sirius shot this arrow, he felt that all his powerful energy was drained instantly, and his whole body was pushed out more than 10 feet by the reaction force, hitting the mountain wall with a loud bang. Go for it! Soaring Suzaku! At this moment, it has a life of its own. Boom! At that moment, a shooting star shone brightly. Li Chu and the Soul Gu Master in the mountain pavilion also felt the powerful pressure at the same moment. As if gods were coming. The Soul Gu Master's expression changed greatly, and he thought that Mr. Songhai would not want to solve it with him. When he looked wrong, he saw the rainbow light that symbolized destruction. Wherever it passed, the trees were instantly scorched. The ice and snow melted, and the entire mountain forest could not withstand its instantaneous scorching heat. Bang! The Soul Goo Master's pupils trembled, and it hit Li Chu's eyebrows. No! Seems like I missed? No! Very accurate. The Soul Goo Master blinked. Then the confusion began. I have never seen such a scene in my life. Li Chu hasn't seen it either. At that moment, there was indeed a sudden destructive force, which made him nervous and wanted to flash out. But that power seemed to carry an indescribable spirituality, and a realization suddenly arose in his heart, which he could not dodge even if it flashed. It seems like I can only resist hard? Just before he figured out what happened, that power stopped. Only then did he see that it was a long and narrow red arrow, strangely staying only an inch away from his eyebrows. And then it just stopped? Li Chu was puzzled for a moment, raised his hand, took off the feather arrow, and felt a flattering spirit. What is this? A weapon turned from darkness to light. He raised his eyes and looked at the Soul Goo Master. This arrow. The Soul Goo Master was shocked. The first sentence that comes to mind is, Mr. Songhai, I am your ancestor. You said that the little Taoist priest will definitely die. So you prepared this? This arrow didn't hacking dare to hit that little Taoist priest. What's going on? What kind of best shooter was found? Given a bunch of top-notch equipment, and not even a hair was output in the end? But no matter how much hatred I feel in my heart, there is nothing I can do about the current situation. In desperation, the Soul Goo Master suddenly forced out a smile. Raise your hand. This is a meeting gift from Mr. Songhai to Taoist Priestly. Please accept it. Chapter 269. Little Taoist Li is so happy. The story lies outside the city. The thick fog cannot clear. The Soul Goo Master smiled obsequiously, and the atmosphere was once very awkward. According to the experience of Jianghu, if the negotiation breaks down and the plan is unclear, there must be no solution. What's more, Dagger is so rebellious now. With his usual ruthlessness and decisiveness, he would definitely choose to strike first. But, facing the little Taoist priest in front of him, he had another experience. That's what is called. If you strike first, you will suffer disaster. If you strike later, you will suffer disaster. Anyway, if you suffer, that will be the end of it. Therefore, a fight cannot be fought and can never be won. We can only talk nonsense and barely maintain the superficial harmony. And after hearing his slightly nonsensical reason, Li Chu, who was opposite, began to look at him with a strange look. The approximate meaning of that look is, do you think I will believe you? The Soul Goo Master obviously received and understood Li Chu's eyes, so he sent back a pleading look. Trust me. Please, trust me. In his helpless sight, Li Chu slowly drew out the pure yang sword with his right hand. Grass. Request failed. The Soul Goo Master instantly understood. And then, his main conflict became the conflict between Li Chu's unimaginable sword power and his precarious need for survival. Little Taoist. The Soul Goo Master suddenly stood up, almost ejecting into the air. At the same time, a cloth bag spread out from under his body, instantly releasing thousands of powerful soul goo. Ah! The overwhelming scream suddenly echoed through the mountains. In one breath, thousands of souls came out of the cage. He released his ultimate move all at once. Not to kill Li Chu, but just to delay his murderous intention. The thousands of soul goo turned into a thick black smoke, and countless hands were swirling in the smoke, quickly sweeping towards Li Chu. No matter who it is, as long as they are involved in the smoke, even if they can still retain their soul, they will probably be refined into another soul goo. But Li Chu's eyes showed no ripples. He just continued his actions. Draw your sword. Swing your sword. Boom. A red dragon moved fiercely, instantly piercing through the black smoke and enveloping the Soul Goo Master, who was about to fly into the distance. The pure yang sword is a sword full of righteousness. Or in other words, a sword of justice. Its sword energy is the best at restraining these evil spirits. Just passing by, the pure yang sword energy, which was like the fire of the sun, wiped out all the soul goo. There wasn't even room for them to wail. And it didn't have any delaying effect. Of course, for those soul gus, this might not be a quick relief. The Soul Goo Master's situation was slightly better than theirs. He had time to let out a wailing sound of unknown meaning, like a moth thrown into a fire. It stung quietly and was wiped out without a trace. leaving not even a trace of the ashes of sin. It was not the first time or the second time for Li Chu to eliminate his opponent like this. He had already passed the time to feel excited. But this time, he was still excited. Just like when I killed the first lantern monster for the first time. I was nervous and excited. Because, when the Soul Goo Master fled in a hurry, he didn't have time to take away the 200,000 taels of silver notes. Picking up the banknote from the table, Li Chu's usually steady hand suddenly trembled. This is probably his biggest gain in the past few days, since he came to Shenluo City. There was a thunder on the ground. And wealth suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he felt that all the hard work, all the twists and turns, and all the difficulties he had encountered these days had meaning. After being excited for a while, he finally remembered and used his mental skills to detect the direction in which the Suzaku feather arrow was flying. But the mountain peak opposite was already empty. Forget it. Just run away. At any rate, I gave myself a rocket. Li Chu smiled. As a rich man with a net worth of more than 200,000 taels, he felt that his state of mind was extremely peaceful at this time. The mountains are also close to each other, and the water is also lovely. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. If you want to make money quickly, you have to be a gangster. Of course, Sirius ran away, running through the night. When he saw the scene where the Suzaku feather arrow suddenly transformed into a licking dog before hitting Li Chu, he was stunned for a long time. He didn't come back to his senses until Li Chu instantly killed the Soul Goo Master with a sword. On the spot, I wanted to use the Yixing Bao to shoot myself in the opposite direction. No one knows the power of that arrow better than him. It is no exaggeration to say that the moment the arrow leaves the string, it is a real Suzaku. But the fact before us is that the spiritual Suzaku feather arrow does not dare to fall on the little Taoist priest. Could it be said that even the real Suzaku is afraid of him? That is one of the four phenomena. The best in the world. Sirius couldn't believe this possibility. He was more willing to believe that maybe the little Taoist priest himself had some connection with the Suzaku lineage. Although this is also very unbelievable, it is still more acceptable than Suzaku being intimidated by him. Of course, not counting the rocket I sent him. Just the sword that instantly killed the Soul Goo Master was shocking enough. Previously, Song Haijun said that he had killed powerful men. But Sirius thought that he was like himself, possessing attack power that transcended realms, and could kill people across borders under certain circumstances. But when he saw that sword, he realized that it turned out that the little Taoist priest could have such power with just one swing. To him, being a powerful killer is just a matter of one or two swords. We are different. Kill your ass. These hired killers in the world have no professional ethics. If they find their target difficult to deal with, they will retreat decisively. At worst, you'll get your money back. As for those who respect professional ethics, they have already been made into specimens. In the vast darkness of the night, his figure running wildly in the wind was almost blurry, and it really looked like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Early the next morning, everyone watching in Diyun saw a smiling Li Chu. Wei Jiangli whispered to the fox girl in confusion. Little Taoist Master Li is so happy. Du Lank also said. I swear, I have never seen such a lasting and powerful smile on the master's face. Wang Longqi has seen it before. It seemed that when he first paid for the renovation of Dyungwen, he saw Li Chu's warm and innocent smile. So he knew the meaning of this smile. It's friendship. Did you find the money? Wang Longqi stepped forward and asked. Yes. Li Chu did not deny it, and nodded lightly. Hey, how many did you pick up? Wang Longqi asked again. Li Chu's eyes glanced left and right. It's not much, so don't mention it. Wang Longqi smiled. It seemed that the little Taoist priest was still the same little Taoist priest. Even if he had money, he would always be careful not to reveal it. So he rolled his eyes and said, Then I have to treat everyone to dinner. Okay. Li Chu actually agreed. Suiyun Tower? Wang Longqi asked tentatively again. Li Chu did not hesitate and said, Okay. Zuelichuan? He asked again. Li Chu's eyes were slightly sharp. He thought for a moment and said, That's okay. Wang Longqi pushed further and asked, Jinyu Tower? This time Li Chu's eyes became deep. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, It's not impossible. Good guy. Wang Longqi jumped up and exclaimed, With so many people going to Jinyu Tower for a meal, it costs at least 200 taels. If you are willing to pay so much, you must have picked up at least 200,000 taels. Several people inside and outside the hall were startled. Li Chu also shrank his pupils and subconsciously reached out to touch the back of his shoulder. He began to think about the necessity of killing people and silencing them. Wang Longqi was startled by the murderous look in his eyes. Knowing that he had exposed Li Chutian's secret, he hurried out to figure out where to go to avoid the limelight. When everyone was shocked by this huge sum of money, only Wei Jiangli looked indifferent. After all, Miss Jiangli is also a courtesan at the top of Shenlue City. She has seen it before. Although hundreds of thousands of taels of silver are by no means small for her, it is not too surprising. Another aspect of her personality is that she has always been relatively indifferent to money. She chatted and laughed with the fox girl for a while, and was about to go on a trip together. When she walked to the door, she saw her shoulders shake. Her body suddenly stiffened, and then she took a few steps back. Li Chu noticed the situation over there, and raised his eyes to look. Wei Jiangli lowered his head, and called softly, "Aunt Wan." "Oh." Chapter 270. Huh? Is there such a good thing? Li Chu looked at the woman opposite. She is of short stature, round and round, with her hair on her temples simply pinned, and no makeup applied. It can be seen that he is getting older, and there are fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. But it is still beautiful, and it is a fierce beauty. Her eyebrows are very sharp, and there is an indescribable dignity in her eyes. The whole thing is a kind of aloof beauty. It's probably the kind of feeling that people with some weird hobbies can't help but kneel down and shout, "Queen," when they see it. Li Chu also felt a little guilty. Of course, Li Chu doesn't have that kind of strange hobby. Just because he kidnapped someone else's popular courtesan. Su Wan was also looking at Li Chu. It probably feels like being kidnapped by him is not necessarily a bad thing. She glared at Wei Jiangli. Although the Yin family withdrew and gave up completely, Su Wan would never give up on Wei Jiangli. After learning that Wei Jiangli was into Yun, she went to Chao Tian K to ask for help. As a result, Kao Diang's reply was that the situation was complicated and would not be dealt with. You know, Amelia Su used her background to exert pressure, but Kao Diang still ignored it. The most likely thing she thought about this was that this Diyun branch also had a great background. Finally, she decided to come and discuss the terms with the little Taoist priest in person. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw Wei Jiangli holding hands with a little demon girl and was about to go out to play. Su Wan slowly raised a question mark in her heart. At first, I was a little skeptical when Chao Tianke said that the inside story was complicated. But now that I see you here, I can't help but believe it. In the front hall, she sat down gracefully. Wei Jiangli also sat down. Perhaps seeing that Su Wan's momentum was no longer so strong, he dared to ask, "Aunt Wan, how did you find this place?" Su Wan looked at her and said, "You are not carrying anyone behind you here." Wei Jiangli lowered his head silently. She has always been afraid of Su Wan, who brought her up and taught her singing. Singing and dancing. Not only her. There is no girl in Yulangshuan who is not afraid of Aunt Wan. Su Wan looked at Li Chu's calm face again, becoming more and more suspicious. So she asked again, "Jianli, tell me the truth. Were you really kidnapped?" "Ah," Wei Jiangli was stunned for a moment. "How do you describe this matter?" "It's a kidnapping. It's a bit wrong to say it's an elopement. It's not a post-censorship. You don't have to pay rent. I feel like I'm staying in a hotel. I can't find anyone to eat, drink, and play with me every day. It's so nice. Environment of course, only in serious stores." "Yes." At this time, Li Chu came to the rescue and said, "Miss Jiangli was kidnapped by me and brought here with very cruel methods." "Oh." Su Wan faced Li Chu directly, the sharpness in her eyes gradually rising. "What is the intention of the little Taoist priest to act like this?" Li Chu pondered for a moment. At first, the purpose of kidnapping the girl Jiangli was to threaten the Yin clan. But for some reason, the Yin clan seemed to have suddenly broken the pot, suddenly lost all news, and seemed to have no intention of struggling anymore. Now Wei Jiangli lives here just to live happily. Carefree. Good food and drink. No need to train every day. And Li Chu watching. For the warring girl who is always under high pressure, it is indeed a rare leisure time. But after the Taoist temple was attacked by a Soul Gu master last time, Li Chu actually considered it. This Diyun branch without a master to guard it cannot be said to be safe. As he makes more and more enemies, it is very likely that something similar will happen. Miss Jiangli is in danger here. So he had the idea to talk to Miss Jiangli and let her go back. But he hadn't figured out how to speak yet. After all, she invited her back by herself, and then driving her back suddenly would inevitably have the meaning of coming as soon as she is summoned and leaving as soon as she is summoned. which is not very friendly. Logically speaking, it was obviously a kidnapping. All she had to do was say, "You are free," and she should run home crying. It has evolved into what it is today. It can only be said that everyone in Diyun's view, whether they are human or not, has a responsibility. It just so happened that since everyone from Yulangshuan came to visit, let's take the opportunity to let her go back. Ever since, Li Chuzheng was about to ask her to take the person back. Just listen to Suwon say, "I don't know what you want. Little Taoist priest. I'm a weak woman, and I can't steal someone from you. Here are 50,000 taels of silver notes. You let me take Jiangli away. Everyone pays friend. How about just pretending this never happened from now on?" Is there such a good thing? Li Chu looked at the 50,000 taels of silver notes that Suwon casually took out, and suddenly felt that he had been favored by the god of wealth recently. Why, he always paid money no matter who he talked to. And tens of thousands. Do you use this to test Taoist priests? But I can't accept this money. He pushed the bill back without thinking. Once the money is collected, he becomes a real kidnapper. Moreover, the wool comes from the sheep. In the final analysis, the money must be earned back by Miss Li to Yulangshuan. This is not the way to be human. What's more, Li Chu touched his chest. There is already a 200,000 tael silver note here. Although it is still far from Li Banqing's dream. You can't defeat me. Amelia Su frowned. If you don't want money, it will be troublesome. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is a small problem. In other words, what money can't solve is a big problem. Before she could ask Li Chu what he wanted, Li Chu said, "You can take Miss Jiangli away, and I won't stop you." Is there such a good thing? Amelia Su became even more suspicious. Taking people away at will without any hindrance? What kind of number is this? After all, she has been in this industry for decades. She has experienced the pursuit of thousands of people, experienced the harshness of the world, and seen countless evil tricks. She never believes that such a good thing can happen. Originally she thought Li Chu was quite kind. But when he said this, she felt that this little Taoist priest must be up to no good. Suwon couldn't help but lean back a little, frowning, and said, "You can tell me what you want. Taoist priest Xiao Li. We will bargain and make sure you are not disappointed. We won't be so tempted." "What?" This time it was Li Chu's turn to wonder. He repeated, "You really don't need anything. Just take her away." Suwon's eyes turned to Li Chu's face, and she realized that she really couldn't see through the reality of this little Taoist priest. So she pulled the guard away and said, "Come with me." He ran outside the hall and asked what he was asking. At this time, Du Lank, who had been listening for a long time, came over and said, "Master, if you don't want anything like this, it's inevitable that people will feel uneasy. What are you upset about? Just because you kidnapped me for no reason but didn't ask for anything. It must be suspicious." Taoist priest Du advised, "Why don't you ask for a little bit, so that everyone can rest assured?" Li Chu frowned and said, "But in this case, what's the difference between me and the real kidnapper?" Duran's eyes widened. "Except for your handsome appearance, there is no difference between you and other kidnappers. You don't think you're clean, do you? Why do you still look down on your fellow walkers?" "Certainly, I would never dare to say this." The other side, Suwon held Wei Jiangli's hand outside the palace and asked nervously, "Jianli, what have they been feeding you these days?" Wei Jiangli touched his waist and said nervously, "Every meal has 4 dishes and 1 soup. Aunt Wan, am I so fat?" Suwon resisted rolling her eyes and continued to ask, "I mean, did they feed you any poison? Or plant other methods on you?" The methods of talismans, magic circles, and poison cultivators are hard to guard against. When Wei Jianli heard this, he blinked and said, "Aunt Wan, the one who doesn't have any of these is actually little Taoist Priestley. Impossible. He must have something to rely on. Otherwise, why would he let you go so easily?" Suwon frowned and thought. Wei Jianli said weakly, "Is it possible that Taoist Priestley really wants to let me go? You are too naive." Suwon shook her head and said coldly, "What haven't I seen in these years? How can there be anyone who does this? He is clearly a threat. He is showing me that even if he lets you go, I can't leave here either." "Wei will leave." Suwon thought for a moment and suddenly said, "I'm still worried about the danger of taking you away now. Why don't I go back and think of a solution first? And you can stay here for the time being." Wei Jiangli was startled again. Is there such a good thing? She wanted to explain to Li Chu. But then she thought, Wasn't staying here exactly what she wanted to do? This is considered to be what I wanted. But why does it feel weird? Just when she hesitated, Amelia Sue had already left in a hurry. She was worried that if she stayed here for a long time, the sinister little Taoist priest would find some way to make her fall into the trap. She left? Li Chu was a little surprised when he saw Su Wan suddenly leaving. Yes. Wei Jianli came into the hall, looked back, and then turned back in a sarcastic manner. And one is too suspicious. If you don't ask for ransom, she won't dare to take me away. Clam? Li Chu was speechless for a while. Why was it wrong not to accept the money? Lao Du next to him shrugged and said, I told you everything. Li Chu thought for a while and said, How about you catch up by yourself? Wei Jianli smiled bitterly and said, Looking at Aunt Wan's current posture, even if I catch up, she will send me back. Why not do this first? And I will find a chance to explain to her later. All right. Li Chu sighed. I have to admit that there are still some problems in this world. Chapter 271. There is an expert in Diyun Temple. When Su Wan left Diyun branch, she didn't go to Yulangshuan at all, but took a car directly to another place, in the north of Shenluo City. After passing the middle section of Flower Street, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians as you go north, but the surface of the street becomes cleaner. This is where dignitaries gather. Most of the big families whose ancestral tombs were raised to heaven a few days ago live here. To the far north is a slightly more ornate building. The door and wall span the street, and mythical beasts guard the house. A 4-character gilt plaque hangs. Donghai Palace. The king of East China Sea of this generation is none other than Ji Yuan's brother, Ji Ying. Like the Jiangnan king of Jiangnan Prefecture, the Donghai king of Donghai Prefecture is also a nominal king of a state. But in fact, he is a noble and empty throne. It's just that the king of Donghai is not as ambitious as the king of Jiangnan. His wish was once simple. Stay alive. Because he has a younger sister who is called Tiansha Lone Star. Now, only the brother and sister are left in the family. After Ji Yuan was born, it only took a few years for the 3 generations of the East China Sea Palace to live together. But in recent years, this wish has become somewhat embarrassing. As he lives longer, some rumors become more rampant in the city. Probably, Ji Yuan can kill all her husbands, parents, and other brothers and sisters. But why can't she kill only her brother? Could it be? What's wrong? King Donghai looked at Su Wan, who suddenly visited, and asked in a deep voice. He is about 40 years old, has a white face and a slight beard, and his frown is somewhat dignified. Wearing a white brocade flowered robe, he was sitting calmly in his study, writing. I shouldn't bother the prince, but Yulangshuan is in a worrying situation now. I think only you can solve this situation. Su Wan sighed. Most of the royal family members have difficulty in developing their official career, so they can only rely on their noble status to develop more industries. Being in Shenluo City, the king of Donghai will naturally not let Feng Yuexing go. But he must be somewhat hidden. Few people know that the biggest financial backer behind Yulangshuan has always been the king of East China Sea. Amelia Su would not ask him to take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Not long after, the king of Donghai frowned after hearing Su Wan explain what happened in detail. What kind of background does a small Taoist temple have? Xiao Tianke doesn't even give me face, Su Wan said. When assassins caused trouble in Yulangshuan, that little Taoist priest was there to help solve the problem. He has a very strong cultivation level. He is so powerful at a young age, so his sex inheritance must not be bad. He is somewhat involved with Xiao Tianke, so it's normal. Snort. King Donghai snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out with his hands behind his back. To put it bluntly, I still feel that I don't have enough dignity. If I had as much power as the king of the north, how could they dare to be so disrespectful? Su Wan remained silent. The king of the north that he spoke of was the king of the great cold state in the north. Logically speaking, he should be called the king of the great cold. However, since ancient times, Dahan Prefecture has been referred to as Northland, and the title of Northland King or Northland Cold King replaced the official name. Due to the special situation in the Northland, successive kings had always held real power, which also involved many court disputes. So Su Wan did not dare to speak. After a pause, King Donghai said again, But since they said they won't care about this matter, they will definitely ignore it to the end. No matter what means we use to solve it, Xiao Tianke will probably not interfere anymore. Su Wan raised her eyebrows and said, Your Majesty, Jiangli is still in their hands. I'm just worried that they will use some means to hurt Jiangli. She seemed to understand what King Donghai meant. If it's not soft, it will naturally be hard. Ji Yingying nodded and said, I have concerns. I will let the Donglu gang handle this matter. You can go back first. Su Wan finally repeated. We must ensure Jiang Li's safety. The Donglu gang entered Shenluo City from the coast, unscrupulous along the way, like a pack of jackals. But in a place like this, even a jackal cannot survive without a backer. Their backer is the king of East China Sea. In fact, the reason why the Donglu gang dealt with Ji Yuan before was precisely because of Ji Yingying's suggestion. It's a pity that a certain young hero suddenly appeared and killed the master they invited with one sword. For a moment, everyone in the Donglu gang was frightened and did not dare to touch Ji Yuan's bad luck again. After all, their relationship with the king of East China Sea is not that strong. It's okay to obey orders, but not to die. In the evening, Chui Ziyong, the deputy leader of the Donglu gang, arrived at the Donghai Palace. My lord, what are your orders? Chui Ziyong was dressed as a scholar as before, looking very shrewd. I want you to help me solve a problem. King Donghai looked at him and said bluntly. After Chui Ziyong heard what happened, he smiled and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's just a small Taoist temple. Just leave it to us. Seeing his confident look, the king of Donghai warned. You also have to be careful. The Yin family also took action at the beginning. I don't know what happened. So they simply withdrew from Yulengshuan. In that Taoist temple. Maybe there's someone capable. Yin family? They're just a bunch of clowns. Chui Zi shook his head and sneered. Song Haijun once approached the Donglu gang to plot against the Yin family, forcing the Yin family to cooperate with him. Therefore, Chui Ziyong knew a little about Kang Haijun and the Yin clan, and also knew that the Yin clan was completely manipulated by Kang Haijun. It's just that the relationship between the Donglu gang and these two parties is not very close. At most, they have interacted with each other, so there is no exchange of information. Otherwise, as long as they hear a little bit of news, they will realize what an arduous task they are taking on. The king of Donghai didn't know much about Jianghu affairs, but he had some knowledge when the Yin family paid into Yulengshuan's account before. So he asked, Oh, isn't the Yin family a big family of the demon sect? Have I heard about the Yin emperor of their family back then? There are quite a few deeds. They are just a group of down-and-out evil cultivators who are barely supported by the shadow of their ancestors. They cannot be considered members of the demon sect. Otherwise, how could Xiaotian Palace tolerate them for hundreds of years? They still owe us a huge amount of money. Once we find them, we will not be able to pay them back. We need debt first. Chui Ziyong said with a smile. That's it. King Donghai nodded. Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let me down. I understand. Little one. Chui Ziyong stood up, bowed, turned and left. That night, Dayun looks outside. A group of black-clad and masked night walkers appeared on the desolate streets in the south of the city. The leader is Chui Ziyong. After entering in a while, we will first give heavy medicine to knock out all the people. The women will be tied up, and the men will cut off their hand tendons and hamstrings and destroy their dantian. Don't leave any future troubles. Do you understand? He said in a cold voice, without any of the elegance and gentleness in his voice during the day. In fact, most of the Donglu gang's all-out style came from him. So he is not a kind person. Deputy gang leader. Isn't this unfair? The subordinate, who was following him suddenly asked. Huh? Chui Zi frowned. Why should it be? Okay. If the women are tied up and the men are destroyed? The subordinate asked. Because I'm afraid those men will resist. Chui Zi explained with a frown. Then abolish both men and women. Only then will they be equal. The subordinate said seriously. There is someone among the women who the king of East China Sea wants. Chui Zi said with anger in his eyes. Then just tie up both men and women. Only then will they be equal. The subordinate said more seriously. Do you understand people's words? Chui Ziyong said gloomily. The fact is that the men inside are all Taoist priests with high cultivation. It will be very troublesome to resist. Among the women, there are people who the king of East China Sea wants, and they cannot be touched. But no matter what the facts are, they must be equal. The subordinate said confidently. Puff. Ping your old man. Chui Zi gave him a shock with a knife. Mother and your old father. He turned back and said. The woman is tied up and the man is crippled. Is there any problem? No. All the men in black responded in unison instantly. Sneak into. Chui Zi gave an order, and saw all the men in black attaching a talisman to their bodies at the same time. And their figures gradually disappeared. Invisibility talisman. However, they can still see each other even though they have the same kind of talismans attached to them. They are obviously very high-end talismans. At this time, they happened to arrive outside the wall of Diyun Temple. Just as he was about to jump in, he heard the sound of wheels rolling over, etc. Chuizi raised his hand to stop everyone from making any noise. I saw a gorgeous carriage and horses parked at the door. With a crash, a young man in brocade clothes with thick eyebrows and big eyes jumped out. Staggering. He seemed to have drank a lot. But such a drunkard made Chuizi Yong's eyes widen instantly. Bang bang. The drunk man came to the door of Diyun branch and knocked twice on the closed door. Old Du, please open the door. After a while, hurried footsteps were heard inside, and a black-faced Taoist priest opened the door and greeted with a smile. Hey, the seventh young master is back. The two people laughed and closed the door again and went in to watch. But Cui Ziyong and his party who stayed outside were already feeling cold even before the night wind started blowing. No wonder this small Taoist temple can find it difficult to live in the Diyun branch of King Donghai. There are indeed experts. As if remembering some extremely terrifying scene, Cui Ziyong's shoulders couldn't help but tremble slightly. In front of this person, not only is Yinsher a clown, but why is he the same? It turned out to be Wang Longqi. Chapter 272, A Plan to Lure the Tiger Away from the Mountain. The Donglu Gang's headquarters in Shenluo City is also located in the south, and further away from the Diyun branch. It is a high-rise building very close to the wasteland, and there is also a warehouse around it that was once used by merchants to stockpile goods. Being far away from the eyes and ears makes it easier to do things that are not convenient for others to see. You have to walk a long way to see other buildings here, and they are probably the home bases of other gangs. This area is a place where dragons and snakes are mixed. Cui Ziyong left with the first watch and came back with the second watch. Gang leader! Climbing the tall building to the top floor, he went straight to the room of Shenhutu, the leader of the Donglu gang. Shenhutu. He was once a brave general in the Donglu kingdom, known as the Donglu Tiger, and was the most powerful warrior in the country. But once, he went on an expedition to eliminate pirates for his country. Not long after he left, he suddenly remembered that he had not brought the military order with him. He went home to get it, and he discovered that Prince Donglu was having an affair with his wife. Shenhutu immediately became angry and fearful, completing a double kill instantly with 1 versus 2. But no matter what, if the prince is killed, there will be no place for him in Donglu Kingdom. Only then did he lead a group of die-hard brothers across the ocean and became the backbone of the Donglu gang. Later, he met Cui Ziyong who gave him advice, and his reputation gradually grew. Ha ha! Lao Cui, you came back so quickly, Shenhutu said with a smile. Can you be unhappy if you haven't done anything? Cui Ziyong gave a wry smile. We are in trouble. Oh! Shenhutu stood up suddenly. What's the trouble? It seems that he plans to take action personally. It's Wang Longqi. I took people to the Taoist temple and found that the Wang Longqi who killed the wind god order last time actually lives in it, Cui Ziyong said. That's it. Shenhutu sat back down at the speed of light. The reason why they asked Feng Shenling to take action last time was because although the Donglu gang had many dead men, it lacked top experts. So the gang leader could not do everything himself. What's more, although he rarely encountered an opponent in the Donglu kingdom, he was far from being a tyrant when he came to the land of Halua. At most, he was a warrior close to the above 2 realms. At least he knew that his level was not higher than the last wind god order. However, many members of the gang present witnessed with their own eyes that the Fengshen token was completely destroyed by Wang Longqi's sword in a matter of seconds. Shenhutu was not stupid, so he naturally sat down honestly. I didn't expect that we have already disobeyed the king of East China Sea and stopped provoking Ji Yuan, but we still have a relationship with him. Shenhutu frowned and said, how about we simply disobey the king of East China Sea again? Isn't this bad? Cui Ziyong also frowned. If we do it again and again, the king of Donghai will doubt our ability. He can find other dependents without us, but we will be unable to move forward without his support. But if we provoke Wang Longqi, wouldn't we be seeking death? Shenhutu said. Gang leader, you are worrying too much. Cui Ziyong seemed to have an idea and smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, Shenhutu's eyes suddenly burst into flames. What's green? Ah! Cui Ziyong was shocked to learn that Shenhutu had contracted a strange problem since he witnessed his wife cheating on him. He could not hear the word green in his life, nor could he pronounce it homophonically. He often killed people, but he was negligent. He hurriedly made up for it. I mean, gang leader, you don't have to be afraid. Although Wang Longqi is powerful, this matter is not impossible. Oh, Chen Huda's anger dropped and he asked, what are you going to do? It is impossible for their small Taoist temple to have 2 masters of that level. We can do it. Chui Ziong pondered for a moment and showed a strategizing smile. Tune the tiger away from the mountain. You might not believe it if I tell you. Wang Longqi was sitting in the main hall, his eyes a little dull and a little unbelievable. I just went out and met a beggar. I gave him 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Then he suddenly held my hand and said that I was the 4,396th person who gave alms to him this year and could get a share of it. Lucky jackpot. He held up a thin piece of paper. Huh. Du Lang smiled and took a sip of tea. The grand prize given by the beggar? What is it? And used straw paper? Of course not. Wang Longqi shook his head. It shouldn't be used. Right? As soon as Lao Du said this, everyone suddenly showed, expressions. Wang Longqi ignored him and said directly, this is the ticket for Master Xia Rongqing's symposium tonight. Puff. Lao Du took a sip of tea and sprayed it all over Wang Longqi's face. Wang Longqi wiped his face stiffly and said numbly, are you surprised? I sprayed him in the face like this when I got it. Real or fake? Du Lang rushed up, grabbed the piece of paper, held it in his hand, shook it again, listened to the sound, and finally put it in the sun to shine. It's actually true. He exclaimed again. Every year before the Huada conference, Xie Shirong only holds 2 or 3 symposiums, with no more than 20 guests per session. The minimum price for a ticket to her symposium is it's over 1,000 taels. And it's even been sold at a high price of nearly 10,000 taels. Qi Xiao, did you really get this in exchange for 1 tael of silver? Didn't you get a kidney in exchange for it? This time it was Li Chu's turn to be surprised. Can such a piece of paper be worth 10,000 taels? Wang Longqi said calmly. I tell you this because I want to tell you friends that good people will really be rewarded. He stood up slowly, turned around and walked out of the front hall expressionlessly, and then tripped on the threshold. He fell to the ground with a bang. Then there was hysterical laughter. Uh-huh. It hurts. It's real. It's not a dream. Everyone. Wang Longqi is gone. Just after nightfall, a spy came to report. At the entrance of the south street of the city, Chen Hudu and others were standing there, waiting for news. Although it was said that he was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Chui Ziyong was still worried. After all, Wang Longqi has appeared here, so other people in the Taoist temple may not be simple either. So he specifically asked Chen Hudu to personally lead the team to carry out this night attack. Chen Hudu always valued his opinions and almost obeyed his words, so he actually took action personally. Chui Ziyong nodded and said to Chen Hudu, gang leader, wait a little longer. We can start giving out the medicine when he is far away. The symposium will take at least 2 hours, and the time will be enough for us to finish the work. By then, when the building is empty, no matter how powerful he is, how can he find us? Chen Huda chuckled. That's right. Brothers, please be more agile when doing things later. Don't worry, leader. A subordinate next to him smiled and said, we brothers have always been the most efficient. What green? The fire in Chen Huda's eyes surged up. He slashed his sword and scoffed, because they were too close, and Chen Huda happened to have a knife in his hand. The subordinate had no chance to explain. Just as he reacted, blood burst out. In an instant, everyone was silent. Chui Ziyong had no choice but to say, the gang leader has already cut off this man's sacrificial flag. Let's do it now. Invisibly arriving outside the wall of Diyun Temple, a dozen Donglu gang masters each threw a palm-sized black can into the wall. After the jar landed on the ground, it rolled twice, and instantly released a burst of smoke with a strange aroma. This is a strange medicine special to Donglu country. Mengxian Chiwei powder. It is made up of 7 kinds of sea treasures. It can make people stun instantly, and even have a certain dizzy effect on powerful people. It is rare in this world. It has always been a necessary medicine for the Donglu gang to kill people and set fires. After waiting for a while, when the strange fragrance invaded the entire Taoist temple, Chui Zionkai said, go in, destroy the men and tie up the women. He specifically glanced back. Is it okay? There is an odor. Li Chu opened his eyes and stood up. He had already rested, But when he smelled the strange smell, he immediately woke up. And the next second, he opened his mind. Under the eyes of the mind, there is nothing to hide. But I saw this group of people swaggering into the Yun Temple, and already in the backyard. Before Li Chu could check how many people there were, 2 men in black broke into his room first. After the 2 people came in, they saw Li Chu sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed and scanning. It's a man. Destroy his Dantian. 2 men in black stepped forward, and the one on the left took out a dagger. Hey, what are you doing? A person on the right stopped him. Destroy him? Said a man on the left. You are new here and have no experience. The person on the right said, you use a sharp weapon to destroy a person's Dantian. If he loses his cultivation level, he will be no different from a mortal. And his recovery ability will also be greatly weakened. If the knife wound does not heal at this time, he will die. Already? The one on the left asked, what should we do? Of course, use the internal force of your heavy hand to crush it directly. A person on the right taught, oh, please give me more advice. The man on the left was open to the teachings and raised his hand. Senior, please. Hey, then I'll teach you how to do this. The man in black on the right raised his hand. Li Chu just sat there, listening quietly to the 2 people talking in front of him about the most scientific way to destroy his Dantian. When he heard this, he felt that he could no longer remain silent. Then, the 2 Donglu gang members, who had been discussing for a long time and were about to take action, looked helplessly at the little Taoist priest in front of him. Sudden, opened his eyes. Chapter 273. The misunderstanding is resolved. The moon is dark and the wind is high. The sky is full of murders and arson. A group of Donglu gang masters, led by gang leader Chen Hutu and deputy gang leader Chui Ziong, rushed into the Diyun branch of the small Shenluo city. Since they had already let go of the world's top drug addicts, they came to the backyard unscrupulously and prepared to arrest everyone in the Taoist temple. At this time, I suddenly heard 2 screams coming from the first room in the courtyard. Ah! The cry was so shrill that it was as if 2 tomb robbers had opened the coffin lid in the tomb and were discussing what was valuable on the body, when they found that the dead body suddenly opened its eyes. But the actual situation, probably the same, facing the little Taoist priest who suddenly opened his eyes. The 2 men in black in the room made completely opposite actions. When the newcomer from the Donglu gang saw Li Chu open his eyes, he immediately picked up the sharp blade, used Chi Lut Dantian, and spurted out his true energy, stabbing Li Chu fiercely, because he knows that it is better to strike first. The experienced old Jianhu took 3 steps back in an instant and was about to escape from the house in the blink of an eye, because he knows that if they are unable to bewitch by Chiwei powder, their cultivation level is definitely not something they can challenge. Then listen. Swordsmanship. Li Chu drank a clear drink, and there was a loud noise in the room. When Lao Jianghu escaped from the house and looked back, the newcomer had disappeared. Only the little Taoist priest, who stood up, and the flaming sword in his palm were left. Really? Lao Jianghu's courage tightened all over his body. When he found that the little Taoist priest's attention had shifted to him, he quickly wanted to run further away, but it was already too late. Certainly, as soon as Li Chu raised his hand, he froze in place. At the same time, another large group of Donglu gang members gathered around the courtyard and looked at Li Chu, who was completely fine. For a moment, he didn't know what he was doing. You know, they all took the antidote in advance before they dared to come in. This little Taoist priest didn't take the medicine. So why should he act like a normal person? Doesn't he need to breathe? What happened? Gang leader. This little Taoist priest is not stunned. After only a brief pause, Chen Huta rushed over with Chui Ziong, looking at the situation in front of him. He was also suspicious. But when something big is going on, how can it be stopped by one person? He shouted angrily. We Donglu people have always been brave and fearless of death. How can we be intimidated by just one person? Everyone, come shoulder to shoulder. After giving the order, 7 or 8 Donglu samurai immediately came forward with their swords raised. The sword is awe-inspiring. They attack Li Chu from a distance of 3 to 5 feet. Immediately, Li Chu's eyes narrowed, and he also raised the pure yang sword. Because he was in his own courtyard, he only used half of his spiritual power. A sword. Boom. A red dragon with sword energy surged out, regardless of its size or texture. It was absolutely unmatched by those sword energy. With just one sword, not only did it instantly disintegrate all the attacks, but it also swept all the 7 or 8 people who were rushing forward. Inside, annihilated in 1 second. These members of the Donglu gang themselves are ruthless, evildoers, and full of resentment. It's okay to stand there honestly. If he dares to attack Li Chu, he can naturally carry out legitimate defense without any psychological burden. The rest of the Donglu gang were all shocked. Chen Hutu, who had the highest level of cultivation, was even more shocked. He realized the power of this sword better than others, even with his extremely strong martial arts physique. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this casual sword. Gasp. So scary. This kid is extraordinary. After the 3 couplets, before the smoke cleared, Li Chu cast his eyes over again and asked, "Are you from the Donglu gang?" When he spoke, the tip of his sword was still slightly upward, as if he would strike again if he didn't agree with his words. "Yes, yes." Chen Hutu raised his hands and forced out a smile. "We Donglu people have always been hospitable. Everyone has something to say. We are all friends." Li Chu frowned. "What do you want to do when you come to my Taoist temple?" Well, Chen Hutu was hesitating whether to just do it. Chui Ziyong shouted from the side. "No, gang leader. We must not expose King Donghai. The fact that King Donghai is the financial backer behind Yu Langshuan is top secret, and our Donglu gang has always obeyed his orders. People know it. If we leak this again if things don't work out, the King of East China Sea won't let us go." Li Chu understood instantly. That's what King Yu Langshuan of the East China Sea is like. Eh? Chen Hutu blinked and looked sideways at Chui Ziyong. "Hey, or you scholars have dark eyes." Soon after, Li Chu accompanied Chui Ziyong to the Donghai Palace. At this time, he had already restrained all the Donglu gang members, and then awakened Lao Du and others to take good care of the people. The rest of the crimes would be dealt with later. Now he had to talk to the King of Donghai first. It was already dark at this time, and although the King of Donghai had not rested yet, he agreed to meet Chui Ziyong after being notified, which shows that he has a deep relationship with the Donglu gang. As soon as Li Chu followed Chui Ziyong into the study, King Donghai showed a displeased expression. "How do you do things?" he reprimanded. "I told you to bring Wei Jiangli back, and the rest of the people will not care whether they live or die. What are you doing to bring back a little Taoist priest for me?" Chui Zi smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty made the mistake of blaming Xiao Xiao. Look at this situation. Who seems to have captured whom?" Only then did King Donghai notice that although Chui Ziyong was walking in front, he kept nodding and bowing. On the other hand, Li Chu, who was walking behind, was always calm and composed. Apparently Chui Ziyong was captured alive. "You are a bunch of trash," King Donghai couldn't help but said in a deep voice. "I clearly asked you to invite Miss Jiangli back, and be polite to others and not disturb others. How come you were still discovered?" Chui Zi nodded with a wry smile. "I am a waste. I am a waste." "Otherwise, what else can be said?" Li Chu said directly. "Your Majesty, there may be some misunderstandings. I think I want to explain it to you clearly." "Oh, Mr. Li, please speak." Even though there was still possibility of hostility between the two parties, knowing that Li Chu's cultivation was extraordinary, and being less than 2 feet away from him, the King of Donghai gave Li Chu considerable respect, and seemed so amiable, not like a royal nobleman. Shelf. "Actually, my kidnapping of Miss Jiangli was just a move against the Yin clan. Now that the Yin clan has withdrawn from Yu Langshuan, I actually fully agree to let Miss Jiangli leave. It's just that one may have had some misunderstandings during the day, so I will never continue to kidnap her. We'll leave the girl's intention." Li Chu directly told the cause of the matter. After hearing this, the King of Donghai also smiled heartily. "It was just a misunderstanding. Ha. Well, now, the misunderstanding is resolved." Li Chu also nodded slightly. "The misunderstanding is resolved." Chui Ziyong watched from the side as the misunderstanding between the two of them was resolved, and thought to himself, "I can leave it to you. This misunderstanding and the other one just got over with a laugh. Who did our Donglu gang offend whom? With you laughing away your grudges. Have you wiped out so many of our brothers?" But he definitely didn't dare to get angry. Taking advantage of the happy atmosphere, he quickly laughed and said, "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can our detained brother be released as well?" King Donghai smiled again. "Of course," Li Chu continued. "Of course not." "Huh?" The two looked at Li Chu. "Those people include him." Li Chu pointed at Chui Ziyong. "I will take him to Chaotian Palace at dawn. There are many lives on them, and Chaotian Palace needs to conduct a thorough investigation, even if there are no other cases. They abused drugs and broke into private houses. And I also want to report them to the official. Ahem. King Donghai cleared his throat and said with a gloomy look. Little Taoist Priestley, this is not necessary. Is it? Just raise your hand and let's make friends. Besides, if you pursue the case of breaking into a private house, I will still there's someone behind the scenes. He leaned back and grimaced, as if he wanted Li Chu to see his strong outline clearly. What is the king of Kyushu? Unexpectedly, Li Chu immediately nodded happily. Your Majesty, your act of voluntarily surrendering is still worthy of promotion. I will report it to Chao Tianke as well. No. Donghai King was stunned. Who surrendered? That was obviously a threat. A naked threat. Aren't you afraid of me? Li Chu was obviously not afraid. When the king of Donghai was stunned, he had already escorted Cui Ziyong away. After a while, the king of Donghai frowned sinisterly. As a king, how had he ever suffered such grievances? He looked out the window, thinking about how to get back, when he suddenly realized why the moon was so big tonight. And it's getting bigger. White and big. Why do there seem to be two more? And it's approaching me. Getting closer. What happened? Is it an illusion? No. Someone assassinated me. He began to feel alarmed and wanted to shout for help. In fact, the Donghai Palace also had many masters of house control. If Cui Ziyong hadn't led him before, Li Chu wouldn't have come in so easily. But it's too late. King Donghai felt an increasingly strong sense of dizziness. And he seemed to see a man with an ox's head and a man with a horse's head in front of his eyes. He was about to yell at these two ugly things to get away. But he didn't. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Gee, should not. Death. Chapter 274. The King of East China Sea will come to save us. The next morning, like a corpse chaser, Li Chu sent a dozen stiff Donglu gang members to Chaotian Palace with a rope, followed by Wang Longqi, who watched to see if they were embarrassed. Duan Geng looked at it and called him a good guy. Shenluo City is so lucky to have Taoist Priestley, he exclaimed. At first, you sent the gangsters to Chaotiank one by one. Then it became a group of 3 or 5. And now you send them away one by one, Li Chu said calmly. It's just the duty that a commoner in Halua should fulfill. Chaotiank has an iron prison outside the city that is dedicated to imprisoning top masters and even powerful men. However, this group of people is obviously not qualified. Even Chen Hudu was a bit shy and was detained in the prison here. After putting everyone in the Donglu gang into the prison, Li Chu did not forget to untie the acupuncture hand directly. Even after the confinement was lifted, the Donglu gang members still looked at Li Chu in silence and did not dare to speak out. Li Chu warned, just wait here for the judgment of the law. Hearing this, Chen Huda's eyes were on fire. What's green? Cui Zi looked at him in horror. Gang leader. Think twice. Gang leader. What's wrong? Li Chu looked at him strangely. Uh-huh. Chen Hu gritted his teeth and suppressed the 2 flames. Then he said from between his teeth, it's okay. Oh. Li Chu nodded. Duan Geng said over there. Speaking of which, the king of Donghai put pressure on us a few days ago and wanted us to help deal with you. But I naturally refused. Now that he has done this again, you must be careful. After all, he is a prince. Li Chu shook his head and said, there's no need to worry too much. I've already talked with the king of East China Sea. As soon as he said this, Chen Huda's eyes were on fire again. You said green again? Huh? Li Chu turned to look at him again. What's wrong? Chen Hu's teeth were almost broken when he chewed his head. He suppressed the nameless fire and said, it's okay. Then I heard Duan Geng say, you still have to be careful. Now your Taoist temple has made a lot of enemies. It is inevitable that others will take advantage of it. A wise man will make a mistake after all his considerations. Green uncle. Chen Huda suddenly stretched out his 2 hands from the gap in the prison, waving wildly, trying to pull Duan Geng, while grabbing and returning it. He roared, it's okay if the little Taoist priest mocks me, but you mock me too. Wow. Cui Ziyong stopped him desperately from the side. Gang leader. Think twice. Gang leader. If you continue like this, why don't you be beheaded? Duan Geng, question mark. Li Chu, question mark. Wang Longqi, on the other hand, suddenly understood Chen Huda's anger and sighed leisurely beside him. Don't blame him. He is just a poor person. After a while, everyone left, leaving only the Donglu gang in the prison. Chen Hu sat down with his head against the wall and hammered the wall hard with a bang. Today's revenge will come tomorrow, he said bitterly. And then he remembered Li Chu's calm face. After thinking about it, he said, I will definitely seek revenge from that little Taoist priest in the next life. It's okay, Chui Zi said with a confident smile. The pressure from King Donghai may not allow Chao Tianke to deal with a little Taoist priest, but it can definitely make Chao Tianke let us go. As long as King Donghai protects us, we can use you can go out in a few days. By then, stay far away from the Dayun Temple, and we brothers will be able to dominate the world. The deputy gang leader is right. A loser next to him immediately laughed and said, That little Taoist priest is too naive. With his cultivation level, what can he do even if he kills us? But he wants to send us to prison. Donghai Kingly Bao. The law is nothing. Ha ha ha. After laughing a few times, he suddenly realized that the people around him were looking at him with strange eyes. He immediately realized something was wrong, looked at Chen Huju, and found that black flames began to burst out of his whole body. That was 4 times the suppressed anger. Help me. In the prison, there was a burst of miserable screams. The Donglu gang, which had suffered heavy losses in the past, once again lost one member. The sound of rushing water sounded in the peaceful pavilion. A full moon rose again from the picture of stormy waves hanging on the wall. Big and white. Lord Songhai sat opposite Haitu with a calm expression and asked lightly, Why do you want to kill the king of East China Sea? There happens to be an opportunity. There was a ripple-like light pattern on the big moon, and a voice came out. I just asked you to monitor the little Taoist priest's every move in a safe place to prevent him from causing any trouble to us. You are completely making your own decisions. Song Haijun said again. Lord. The voice coming from the moon wheel was also very calm, as if it was a conversation between 2 people without any emotions. I think sending him to prison can better avoid all trouble. Oh, in the scene at that time, he must be the #1 suspect in killing the king of Donghai. Even if Kaodiank does not convict him, he must be detained in an iron prison. The Huada conference has less than a month left. Only 1 month if Ni Chao Tianke can't catch me. That's enough. You think so? Mr. Songhai turned his gaze to the window, and he could see snowflakes falling vaguely. It's snowing again. My lord, the voice on the other side asked. But you think there is something wrong? Of course. Song Haijun's voice gradually became darker. But the matter has come to this, and we have no choice but to let it go like this. He stood up, came to the window, and said, You continue your original mission. Even if the little Taoist priest is imprisoned in an iron prison, you must ensure that you keep an eye on him at all times. If there is any movement, report to me at any time. Yes. Go ahead. After some exchanges, the big moon on the chart gradually disappeared. The turbulent waves gradually subsided and turned into a calm scene again. Song Haijun opened the window and let the cold wind carry the snowflakes in. A few crystal snow petals fell in the corners of his eyes, turning into stars of moisture. He blinked, and his vision suddenly became blurry. It seemed like I saw a graceful woman dancing in the snow, with a thin fox fur draped over her shoulders and arms, and her long sleeves fluttering. He seemed to hear the woman asking again, Do I dance beautifully? No one answered. She seemed to be asking again, Do you love me? Still no one answered. He raised his hand and wiped it away, erasing everything that was blurry and regaining clarity. There was snow falling in the sky, and soon it spread a thin layer on the ground. There was no trace of anyone on the clean snow surface. The beauty in white clothes and the beauty in a flash are just a dream from 30 years ago. It's just like a dream. Wang Longqi looked obsessed when he mentioned the symposium last night. In front of him was a steaming hot pot, with all kinds of meat and vegetables floating up and down in it. Everyone was already taking long chopsticks to fish out the meat from the pot. The little fat dragon was fiddling with it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out how to hold the chopsticks with his paws, and his 2 horns kept firing randomly. The fox girl still loved him, so she carefully picked out the fat meat and put it in his bowl, and ate the lean meat by herself. She thought this would prevent her from gaining weight. Only when I saw Messia's face did I realize that my first half of my life was really in vain. Wang Longqi sighed again. You can't believe that there can be such a beautiful woman in the world. No wonder she can be stable without fighting for it, ranking first in the flower kingdom. Such an exaggeration. How beautiful is it? The fox girl asked curiously. Let's put it this way. Wang Longqi thought for a while and said, If it were a man, he would probably have 60% of Li Chu's appearance. Wow, Fox girl exclaimed. Isn't that a fairy? Xie Shirong is absolutely beautiful. Wei Jianli looked a little depressed and whispered, That's why no one has ever been able to beat her. Even if we work hard, We are just competing for second place. Du Lank on the side couldn't see it and scolded Wang Longqi. Today is a farewell banquet for Miss Jiangli. What do you always say about her competitors? Don't worry, Miss Jiangli. No matter how beautiful others are, I will still be firm. Support you. The tongue spreads almost across the entire dining table. It's my fault. Wang Longqi chuckled. I still want to praise Miss Jiangli today. But don't be too sad. Even if you go back to Yulangshuan, we can still see each other often. Du Lank glanced at him and asked, You go to this brothel or that brothel outside, and the princess doesn't care about you? We haven't gotten married yet, Wang Longqi said with a smile. But she seems to have made this plan recently, so I have to take advantage of this period to see more. Ah? Lao Du said in surprise. You really dare to marry the princess? She has already had 6 husbands. Hi. Wang Longqi waved his hand and said carelessly. What a lone star. I think it's just a rumor. Maybe those 6 people are just unlucky. You see, I happen to be called Wang Longqi, with 7 characters. It's making me prosperous. Rumors? Lao Du smiled gloomily. Not necessarily. You can't scare me, Wang Longqi said. Li Chu knows that I am the most stubborn person. As long as one person does not die, I will not die. Look at the king of East China Sea. They are still brothers and sisters, and they are not living well. Who can tell me this? Lao Du said casually. Maybe the king of East China Sea will die today. So will you still get married? Hee. Wang Longqi smiled. Then I will run away immediately. Ha ha. Everyone was talking and laughing, enjoying themselves for a while with the falling snow outside the window and the steaming heat of the hot pot. Li Chu looked at the scene in front of him and smiled slightly. Chapter 275 Invite you back for tea. The snow was falling until noon, and the cold weather could not cover up the lights all over the city. The Wada conference is getting closer and closer, and a warm atmosphere is brewing everywhere in Shenluo City, just waiting for a spark to ignite it. Wei Jiangli's farewell party had just ended, and everyone sat there leisurely and continued chatting. Only Lao Du and Xiao Feilong went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lao Du wanted to show off more in front of Li Chu. There wasn't much work in the audience, so he was eager to rush to do it. As for the little fat dragon, the fox girl loved it, so she taught it these essential skills for life early on. When we were enjoying the snow and chatting, and the time was quiet, a few guests walked in at the gate. The first one was Duan Geng. In the past, it was Li Chu who went to look for him, but it was rare to see him come to Yunfeng to look for Li Chu. At this time, his generous Chinese character face was a little dignified. Behind him were 3 old men. There was a boy with white hair and a simple brown gown. He was Mr. Wei, who said, I can't untie it. In prison last time. The other one has a big belly and a shiny face. He looks like a walking Maitreya Buddha with a charming smile. The third one is wearing a red python robe and a black cloak. He has a thick beard and a blazing gaze, exuding a strong and mighty demeanor. Those who can obtain this python robe are all the highest figures in Chaotian Palace. In the early years, Taizu of Halua issued 9 python robes to Chaotian, Quebec. The officials were of the same rank. Later, as Chaotian K gradually developed and expanded, there are now more than 10 people wearing pythons. These people may not represent the supreme combat power of Chaotian, Quebec. After all, there are still hidden land gods. But he is the top person responsible for all decisions in Chaotian Palace, and is the absolute leader of a top immortal sect. Li Chu greeted him in the front hall, vaguely feeling that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Duan Bai Pao. He nodded first. Little Taoist Priestley. Ha ha. Duan Geng forced out a smile, and then asked the 3 of them to sit opposite Li Chu. Let me introduce you first. He stretched out his hand and said, This is Mr. Wei, and this is Mr. Jean. Both of them are my senior superiors, and they are also the commanders of Shenluo City. They are powerful figures in charge. Li Chu had long known that there were several great masters in the Decline Realm stationed in a place like Shenluo City, but he didn't expect that they would come here together. After seeing the ceremony, he was also surprised. The aura of these 2 old men was almost the same as that of ordinary people, and they smiled kindly. If they were walking on the street, no one would have thought that they possess incredible supernatural powers. This is Mr. Duan from Chaoga City. He introduced the third person. Turtle's son. The mighty old man frowned. Is it okay for me to say something? Reintroduction. Okay. Duan Geng shrank his neck when he was scolded, as if to cooperate with the other party's words. Then he said, This is the first grade python robe of Chaotiang from Chaoga City. and one of the elders of the sect sword. Duan Lulong, the hand of mountains and rivers. Duan Geng said softly after a long introduction. He's also my father. Li Chu nodded again. No wonder the Duan brothers can all wear white robes. It turns out that the father of a tiger has no dog son. Among these people, although Mr. Wei and Mr. Jean had aloof status, they were obviously headed by Duan Lulong. After sitting down, they also seemed to be centered around him. After Duan Geng introduced the person, he glanced at him again. The mighty old man nodded slightly. Duan Dingsai asked, We would like to ask Taoist Master Shaoli a few questions, and I would like you to answer them truthfully. Li Chu didn't know what he meant, but out of the consciousness that a Halua common man and a good citizen should have, he agreed cooperatively. Okay. Duan Geng asked the first question. Have you been to the Donghai Palace last night? Been there. Li Chu replied truthfully. What's the matter? Duan Geng asked again. I have some misunderstandings with the king of Donghai. He sent the Donglu gang to attack my Taoist temple at night. I went to explain it to him, Li Chu said. Oh. Duan Geng was not surprised. He seemed to be prepared. Have you ever had any conflicts? No. Li Chu shook his head and said, The atmosphere at the scene was very harmonious. The king of Donghai was influenced by me, and even admitted his mistakes by surrendering. But Duan Geng stared at Li Chu and said slowly, Do you know that not long after you left last night, King Donghai was found dead in his study, where you met? A glint flashed in Li Chu's eyes. After a pause, he said decisively, I don't know, but according to the servants of the Donghai Palace, you were the last one to see the Donghai king yesterday, and you had conflicts and disputes. Duan Lulong suddenly said, And with your cultivation, killing him is easy. Our conflict will definitely not lead to death. Li Chu said calmly, This matter has nothing to do with me. We will also conduct in-depth investigations. Duan Geng rubbed his hands, smiled, and said, It's just in accordance with the rules. Xiao Daoist, your suspicion is very serious. We are planning to ask you to come back with us and have tea. Let's chat and stay for a while. Do you think it's inconvenient for you? Li Chu said. Are you just going to detain me? Hey, Duan Geng waved his hand. It hurts my feelings to say that. Duan Lulong glanced at him and frowned, thinking that this turtle's son was getting worse and worse. It was obviously a very reasonable detention. But why was he speaking so humbly? As if he was begging the other party. Li Chu also frowned. I still have things to do, and I won't leave Shenluo City. Is it okay if I don't go? Duan Geng smiled and said, After all, it is stipulated in the law. It would be against the rules not to go. Li Chu asked again, How long will we be detained? Duan Geng thought for a while and said, If you are really innocent, then if we find the real culprit or clear your suspicion, we will naturally let you go, and we will definitely do it as soon as possible. Li Chu asked, Can it be done within 10 days? Duan Geng felt embarrassed and said, I can't guarantee this time. At least a month. Li Chu pondered for a moment. How about 20 days? In 20 days, the Huadu conference will be held. He had always had a vague hunch that if something big happened, it would happen at that time. Especially Song Haijun's group. Some conspiracy might break out by then. Duan Geng was in trouble again. Duan Lulong could hardly bear it when he heard this. Where do you buy vegetables from this market? Are there any bargainers? Moreover, he bargained with that person. And you son of a bitch still gave him the truth? He knew that Li Chu's cultivation level was not low, and the heavenly characters passed down in Chaoqian Palace were average. And he was generally a person in the realm of decline, or even half-step to the level of earthly immortal. So when the news of the death of King Donghai came, the Shenluo City resident immediately asked Chaoda City for help. It can be said that Duan Lulong came not only to investigate the case, but the most critical point was to prevent the negotiation from breaking down and take action with Li Chu. Now that the three powerful masters of the Decay Realm are here, even the real land gods are not without the power to fight. And Li Chu actually dared to bargain like this, which really made Duan Lulong's violent temper a bit unbearable. Just when he was about to speak, Mr. Wei on the side suddenly said, That's fine. Just 20 days. If we can't find the real murderer within 20 days, you will be free by then. Duan Lulong turned his eyes to Mr. Wei, and for a moment his spiritual thoughts sent him a message, asking, What are you doing? Why do you tolerate him so much? Mr. Wei quickly replied with his spiritual thoughts. Harmony is the most important thing. Harmony is the most important thing. Duan Lulong had a complicated expression for a moment, but he still calmed down. After all, Li Chu still left with him. Although the process was a bit weird, it was still smooth, and he is very familiar with Mr. Wei's personality. This old guy is definitely not a good person. Thinking about killing demons and demons in the past. What cruel methods have not been used? Expect him to be good-natured. Unless the sun comes out in the west. What he said was that harmony is the most important thing. But what Duan Lulong heard in his ears was that he would give up when things were good. It was obvious that the little Taoist priest was not to be trifled with. This made Duan Lulong a little confused. Is this young Taoist priest really so powerful? There are 3 great masters in the realm of severing decline here, especially since he is already at the peak of severing decline. For Mr. Wei to be so afraid, there is clearly something wrong. However, he had just arrived and did not understand the situation, and did not intervene rashly. In short, as long as Li Chu is willing to leave with them, that's fine. Seeing Li Chu being taken away, the rest of the people in Dayun branch became panicked for a moment. Wei Jianli held the fox girl's hand and frowned. Will Taoist Master Li be okay? No. The master will be fine. The fox girl was still very confident in Li Chu. But then she said weakly, but this matter seems to be very serious. I don't know when he can return. When Lao Tu came out after washing the dishes, he found that Li Chu was missing. He was very disappointed for a moment. He originally wanted to hear the master praise him. The little fat dragon also blinked his big, confused eyes. With its simple wisdom, it already understood that the meal, just now, was the farewell banquet for the girl who was about to leave. But it couldn't understand why this meal was given away to that terrible Li Chu instead. The saddest person was Wan Longqi. He looked like he was mourning for his concubine. He looked up to the sky in despair and murmured some words that others could not understand. When the others saw him, they couldn't help but sigh at the sincerity of his feelings for Li Chu. It was true that a friend in need was a true friend. Li Chu was just taken away for investigation and had not yet been convicted. So he was worried about this. But if you get closer and can vaguely hear some of his thoughts, you may have other opinions. The king of East China Sea is dead. The king of East China Sea is really dead. Why the H? How did you die suddenly? Run away. Or not run away. This is a problem. Chapter 276, Yeah and Oh. Chaodiang treated Li Chu with extremely high standards. 3 powerful masters of the Decay realm came to the door in person and escorted him all the way to the iron prison outside the city. The prisoners here are all powerful criminals, each of whom has a great reputation. People of Donglu gang leader Chen Huda's level are not qualified to be detained here. On weekdays, Elder Wei sits in the city, while Elder Jin, the strongest, has been suppressing this place. In the Halua dynasty, there were only 3 prisons of this level. One was the Heavenly Prison in Chaoga City, and the other was a ghost prison whose location is still unknown. Another one is the Iron Prison of Shenluo City. The reason why it is named after this is because the entire prison is made of a huge piece of ancient meteorite iron stone. It has supreme defense and is indestructible. During the test on the day it was built, the land god's full blow could not break the cage here. While the prisoners are imprisoned, they are subject to many internal and external seal restrictions, and 90% of the 100% of their moral conduct will be lost, making it impossible for them to stir up trouble again. Li Chu followed several people to the iron prison. Duan Geng came over with a strange piece of clothing covered with gold and iron talismans, and said sheepishly, "The rules here are that there are 3 internal and external seals. But Mr. Li, you haven't convicted them yet, so I exempted them from entering the body. Of all the soul-suppressing nails and trapping dragon locks, I only have this piece of Faro clothing left. I wonder if you would mind putting it on. If you mind, I can discuss changing it to a different style for you." The tone highlights a humble one. The soul-suppressing nail, the trapping dragon lock, and the pharaoh robe. Among them, this robe has the strongest sealing power. The talisman formations above are all written by powerful people, and each one has the effect of suppressing cultivation. The name, Pharaoh, means both the seal name, Wanfa Tian Luo, and the homophonic meaning of Fa Luo. Yeah, it looks a bit exaggerated and a bit rustic. Li Chu looked at it and said, "I can barely wear it. Let's just wear this one." Good guy. Duan Geng complained silently in his heart. "You, a person who has never changed clothes, still despise my taste. But I have to admit that these strange-looking clothes suddenly look dazzling when worn on Li Chu." Even Duan Geng didn't expect that his vision was so good. After putting on Faro clothes, Duan Geng personally accompanied the people in the iron prison to send Li Chu in, and then came back to meet several big bosses. Duan Lulong saw him coming and asked, "Can his cultivation be sealed by just wearing a pharaoh robe?" The pharaoh clothes next to them all have 18 seals. Or 24. Duan Gung said. His one has 72 added. So it should be okay. 72 ways? Mr. Jean knew this best and was startled. This is the upper limit of the pharaoh E. If you put it on in the normal level, you will be suppressed and unable to walk. For example, if you put it on, he might vomit blood directly. Oh! Duan Lulong raised his eyebrows. Just now! Li Chu left as if nothing happened. This is how Xiao Taoist priestly is. Duan Gung looked at his father's surprised face and said with an experienced tone, "Although he is young, his cultivation is unfathomable, and I am always shocked by him. But one thing is that his sense of justice is unquestionable. We have dealt with him several times before, and he always punished evil and promoted good. So it can be believed that the king of East China Sea was not killed by him." Duan Lulong's expression remained unchanged and he said, "I also believe what you say. But as law enforcement officers, we must not act emotionally. It's not entirely emotional." Duan Gung smiled. "If you have seen him draw a sword, you will know that it is difficult to leave a body easily. Not to mention that there are no scars on the body of King of the East China Sea. He is not the best." Duan Lulong nodded. His Majesty was furious at the death of King Dong Hai and strictly ordered us to arrest the real culprit as soon as possible. This case must not be neglected. Although the existence of the Kyushu King is similar to a mascot most of the time, he never even does good things and occasionally makes trouble. But it would never be acceptable in any dynasty for a member of the royal family to be treated like a pig and killed like this. You two, father and son, go and handle the case with peace of mind. Wei Lao said. In the recent period, Lao Jin and I will stay here together. It is very necessary. Mr. Jin nodded and smiled. Last year, a rebel king in the Golden State was imprisoned in an iron prison. Recently, I heard that the old demon king in the Golden State died. Many demon clans hope to welcome this rebel king back. I'm worried they're going to do something. Who is worried about those monsters? Mr. Wei glanced deep into the iron prison. I am still worried about the little Taoist priest. Soon, Shui Ziyong, who had gone to the Donghai Palace with Li Chu, was interrogated at the Kaohsiung station in Shenluo City. Nearly half an hour later, Shui Zionkai returned to the prison with a complicated expression on his face. In the prison, Qin Hudu and a group of brothers from the Donglu gang came up immediately. What's going on? How can I take you out alone? They didn't do anything to you, right? Shuizi raised his face expressionlessly and said, They asked me about the little Taoist priest. Li Chu, who set us in, was also taken into an iron prison. The members of the Donglu gang looked at each other and cheered in unison. Yeah, Qin Huda smiled and said, This is a great good thing. Those who can be sent to the iron prison must be guilty of serious crimes. Right, Chui Zion said. He has not been convicted yet. And as far as I know, he probably did not do it. The members of the Donglu gang looked at each other and all exclaimed in annoyance. Oh, Qin Huda said. Then what exactly did he commit? It's the king of East China Sea. The night we went to find the king of East China Sea, the king of East China Sea was killed. And he happened to have a conflict with the king of East China Sea. So it was difficult to get rid of the suspicion, Chui Ziong said. After that, he added in a dark tone. It's just that I was the important witness that day. As long as I'm here, I won't say anything beneficial to him. I've added fuel to the fire. And now Chao Tiang's suspicion of him should be greatly deepened. The members of the Donglu gang looked at each other and cheered in unison. Yeah, Qin Huda said excitedly. This little Taoist priest has ridiculed me time and time again. It's time to kill him. No matter how high his cultivation level is now, he will definitely not get any good results from him if he becomes hostile to Chao Tianke. Chui Ziong shook his head again and said, It's a pity that it's not that simple. Most people in Kaohsiung still believe in that little Taoist priest. And he personally set us in. It's not certain how much my testimony will be accepted. After hearing this, the Donglu gang members all exclaimed in annoyance. Oh! However, Chui Ziong changed the topic again. This is not an easy murder case. According to my guess, the court must have put a lot of pressure on Kaohsiung. If the real murderer cannot be found for a long time, we can only convict the little Taoist priest as the real culprit. By then, he will die regardless of whether it was his hand or not. After hearing this, the people from the Donglu gang cheered together. Yeah. Qin Huda laughed and said, No matter what. The little Taoist priest's misfortune is a good thing for us. Why are you still looking so unhappy? Old Shui. Shuizi looked at him strangely. Gang leader. I just said so much. Haven't you realized the crux of the problem? What's the problem? Chen Huta wondered. Isn't it just that the little Taoist priest was suspected of killing the king of Donghai? Is it difficult to get away with it now? Whether it is good or bad has nothing to do with us. I can't wait to wait. Chen Huta's empty eyes gradually burst out with a rare light of wisdom. The king of East China Sea is dead? Yes. Shuizi said in a desperate tone. Our biggest backer outside is dead. So who is going to catch us? His concubine-like face was just like the seventh son of the Wang family not long ago. After hearing this, the people from the Donglu gang looked at each other, held their heads, and let out a painful cry. Oh. Chapter 277 Prison Storm. Diyun has different views. Long curls of smoke rose up in the hall, and the long smoke vaguely gathered into the shape of a human figure with an immortal spirit, which became increasingly clear. A group of creatures gathered before the human form. If an uninformed person saw this scene, they would probably think it was some kind of fanatical religious activity. What happened? Yu Qian glanced around and found that Li Chu was not among the crowd. Master. He was captured by Koodiank. Du Lank was the first to say anxiously. Yu Qian twirled his beard with his hand, gave him a look that said there was no need to panic, and said, Tell me in detail. We provoked the king of Donghai because of some misunderstandings. He sent people to sneak attack on our Taoist temple. After the master subdued the group, he went to King Donghai to resolve the misunderstanding. But who knew that King Donghai died suddenly last night? Koodiank dispatched 3 troops today, a powerful man. He detained the master in an iron prison outside Shenlua City. Lao Du said quickly. After hearing what happened, Yu Qian smiled. It turns out that a prince died. I thought it was a big deal. Oh. Seeing his calm tone, everyone immediately seemed to have found a backbone. Old temple master. What should we do? Yu Qian said in a strategizing tone. You don't need to panic. First, find a way to get in touch with Li Chu in prison and make an appointment for the incident. I know the iron prison. The tightest thing is the door wall made of meteorite iron. It is said to be indestructible. But there are indestructible prisons. But there are no indestructible jailers. You guys find a way to investigate those jailers. Who doesn't have a family? He sneered twice. While the moon was dark and the wind was high, we used some strategies, such as attacking from the east to the west, setting fire to the camp, diverting the powerful consciousness, creating chaos, and then infiltrating it. With my disciples' cultivation level, as long as you cooperate inside and outside to open the prison door, the 1 or 2 guarding the desolation realm will not be able to keep him. So what's the difficulty in escaping? In addition, when running away, be sure not to go back the same way. The people from Chaotian K will definitely chase and intercept you on the way to Jiangnan Prefecture. If you go north, make sure no one can catch you as soon as possible. I happen to have a few roads in the north. My dear friends, go over there and seek refuge when the time comes. And I'll keep you safe. In 3 to 5 years, when the limelight has passed, wouldn't it be wonderful to return to the Central Plains anonymously? After Yu Qian said these words, he leaned back, still smiling, showing his noble demeanor. The audience members on the opposite side were stunned. Overall sluggish. This coherent teaching on prison robbery makes people want to stand up and applaud. But why are you so skilled? Du Lank paused for a long while and asked hesitantly, Master, would it be too wild for us to do this? I know you have concerns. Everything will become familiar once you get used to it. Yu Qian comforted. No. Who wants to get used to this kind of thing? Du Lank resisted the strong urge to complain. Master, what I mean is that we should first find a way to find out the real culprit, or prove the master's innocence. This is a slightly less barbaric way. Oh! Yu Qian was startled for a moment. Is that prince not killed by Li Chu? Wang Longqi smiled weakly. Are you always so unsure of your apprentice? I just have too much confidence in him. Yu Qian said. So it's not surprising that he killed such a prince conveniently. The fox girl said. We have gone to Chaotian Palace to ask before. Commander Duan said that this case is a bit troublesome because the murderer's methods are very strange. There are no scars on the body of King Donghai, and the source of the damage cannot be found. And the Donghai King's mansion last night no one else comes in or out. If you want to find the real culprit, Yu Qian thought for a while and said, why don't you just open my third tip bag? Is it possible that the master is still there? Du Lang asked. Yes. Yu Qian sighed and said softly. You take the token inside and go out to sea to find a Sakura Island. There is a descendant of mine on the island. With her intervention, this matter can be solved. The entrance and end of the iron prison, as well as the top of the corridor, are inlaid with dark bronze mirrors. If you get close to the edge of the railing and raise your eyes, you can see the ferocious and huge figure in the other cells. Either the bone spurs are standing upright, or the scales are hideous. Most of the prisoners are by no means good people. But if you look at it with the naked eye, all you can see are pitiful human figures wearing pharaoh clothes, with a few soul-suppressing nails piercing their souls, and dragon locks locking their bones. Some of the more advanced ones would even add 9 iron ropes engraved with talismans to wrap around the entire body. Dark, damp, cold. The whole prison was filled with such an atmosphere. Every prisoner inside has a notorious reputation. Either a demon king, a giant of the demon sect, or the leader of the underworld. Apart from a new little Taoist priest in cell number 6. Li Chu felt the surrounding situation and found that the mind's eye technique could not penetrate every cage here. It seems that there are strong restrictions between the cages. Not only is the ordinary breath blocked, but even spiritual energy is blocked. Every cell is a desert of spiritual energy. In other words, as long as the prisoner enters it, the true energy in the body will only flow out and cannot be replenished. As time goes by, they will become weaker and weaker. Li Chu looked at the prisoners in the other cells and felt a little moved. These prisoners basically have 3 things in common. They are profound. They commit many evil deeds. And they are extremely weak. Is there any better experience than this? Unfortunately, Li Chu still suppressed his restless desire to level up. In addition to the prohibition against spiritual energy, there must be other formations on these iron railings. Otherwise, with the cultivation level of the prisoners present, it would not be difficult to cross a railing. I guess I can't use my blue butterfly cloud walk. Right? Li Chu thought so and tried it. Rustle. In a flash of light, he appeared in the empty corridor. Huh? Li Chu himself was surprised. Could Flash really cross any wall? When no one was paying attention, he quickly flashed back to where he was. After all, if a patrolling jailer sees you, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Even if he told the truth that he was just wandering around with nothing to do, they might not believe him. It's just that my evaluation of this iron prison has been slightly lowered. In fact, he was a little bit wrong about this iron prison. Each railing has indeed been engraved with a very powerful formation that can block all true energy. As a result, it is naturally impossible for magical powers to pass through. Even more than just passing through it. As long as the prisoner puts his hand on it, a strong suction force will appear, sucking up all the little vital energy they have left. But Li Chu can jump horizontally repeatedly in it. If railings had thoughts, the railings should also be helpless. If they were not unable to resist, who would be willing to be let in and out so unscrupulously by a little Taoist priest? Just when he wanted to continue exploring some other places, he suddenly heard a loud bang outside. Boom! The whole iron prison was faintly shaken. All the prisoners were startled by this sound and came to the edge of the iron bars one after another. They shouted excitedly, "Someone is robbing the prison!" The prisoners looked outside, and their eyes all lit up, as if they saw freedom. Someone robbed the prison! Li Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. However, his eyes were directed at the prisoners in the other cells, as if saw the opportunity. Chapter 278. I'll do it myself. Elder Wei and Elder Jean took turns using their spiritual consciousness to monitor the entire iron prison and the area within a 10-mile radius. For their level of cultivation, using their spiritual consciousness in this way would not cause any burden at all. Before the loud noise occurred, Mr. Wei had already seen a black rainbow light coming from outside the sky. There is a situation, Mr. Wei said solemnly. But he didn't stop it. I saw that rainbow light coming fiercely and crashing down on the south side of the huge iron prison, making a loud noise that even shook the earth. But Mr. Wei's expression remained unchanged, and he just said lightly, "I'll go out and take a look." After saying that, his body moved erratically, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a breeze and came to the high sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there was indeed no damage to the outer wall of the iron prison. Mr. Wei's calmness is also because he has absolute confidence. This is the strongest cage in the world. To say it is indestructible means to say it is indestructible. As he rose into the sky, a black cloud gradually dispersed in the distant sky, revealing his true face. It was actually a large black-winged eagle. Its whole body is made of black feathers with flowing luster, and each one shines like a sharp sword with a cold light. A pair of wings spread out to cover the sky and the moon, almost covering an entire mountain peak. A pair of sharp golden eyes seem to be able to penetrate ancient mysteries in a blink of an eye. For the sake of human beings, even a powerful man like Mr. Wei felt a burning discomfort all over his body. Xiandiao King? Mr. Wei's eyes were focused. Although his stature was infinitely smaller than that of the big demon, his aura was not inferior at all. You recognize me? The terrifying giant eagle's voice on the opposite side had a power that shook the entire world. Of course I recognize it. Mr. Wei sneered. You are sworn brothers with the Lion Camel King and the Baoxiang King. The three brothers are equally popular in the Golden State. It's a pity that you failed to challenge the Old Ape King and were kicked out of the Golden State. Since then, the Lion and Camel King fell into our iron prison, and we have been on guard against you. Now that you know Grandpa's name, why don't you hand over my eldest brother? King Xiandiao roared. It's impossible to hand it over, but I can help send you in. Mr. Wei snorted. Not afraid. He was just talking nonsense with the opponent here, just waiting for reinforcements from Shenluo City. After all, the other party was obviously prepared, and he didn't want to act rashly. Before he could say a few words, he suddenly heard another loud noise. Rumble. Mr. Wei kept his eyes still, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he saw that a huge elephant suddenly appeared and hit the iron prison with its head. This move is naturally in vain. The iron prison stood firm and motionless. This giant elephant is white all over, but its ferocious tusks are golden. You can tell with the naked eye that it is a weapon that can destroy mountains. As it collided, the entire land shook again. Then golden light filled the sky, and Mr. Jean appeared. As soon as Mr. Jean appeared, he was the body of Dharma. Heaven and earth. A giant shining golden light appeared out of thin air, matching the image of Mr. Jean. It really looked like Mithriya showing his power. Bah! As soon as the old Dharma Prime Minister of Jean appeared, he stamped his palm on the forehead of the giant elephant. With a loud bang, the elephant's body was pushed back at least 100 feet. The giant elephant's hooves dug 2 deep ravines on the ground. But this palm was obviously not enough to break its hard skin. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Bring me back my big brother. Boom. Because of its roar, the mountains on both sides made the sound of rocks rolling down, which shows its majesty. The old Dharma Prime Minister of Jin Dynasty was shaken for a while. He held a seal in his left hand to stabilize the light and shadow. Squeak. At the point where the two parties were confronting each other, there was a sudden sound of opening the door in the iron prison. Mr. Wei's expression changed. It's an attack from the east and an attack from the west. It turns out that he is not only delaying time to wait for support, but the other party is also delaying time, waiting for someone else to open the iron prison door. But it is clear that the iron prison door can only be opened from the inside. Mr. Wei wanted to go back and stop him, but how could King Xiandiao let him go at this time? Leave me alone. The Xiandiao King shouted loudly, flapped his wings, and shot out a feather, which instantly turned into a black rainbow light. Call out. It was the blow that had just fallen on the iron prison. The iron prison could hold him back, but Mr. Wei didn't dare to carry it. He frowned and shouted, Scout. A majestic shinchi spurted out, but it did not hit the Xiandiao King, but pointed at the rainbow light. With a whooshing sound, the rainbow light was stunned for a moment, and actually changed its direction in an instant, and turned into a magical power directed at Xiandiao King himself. Use the other person's way to repay the other person's body. Seeing this, King Xiandiao was about to take action when he heard Mr. Wei raise his hand again, pointed at him and shouted, Definitely. Body fixing technique. Even though the Xiandiao King was huge, he was still frozen by this magic for a moment. Just for a moment. It is already very crucial in the battle between powerful people. The rainbow light accurately landed on Xiandiao King himself and exploded with a bang. Although it is just a feather, it can be seen from the one that just bombarded the iron prison that its power is quite amazing. Roar. The Xiandiao King was hit by his own attack, and when he regained his freedom, a streak of blood exploded in his chest. But it was protected by iron feathers, so the damage wasn't too severe. But this completely inspired its ferocity. It spread its wings and no longer used its magical power, but directly flapped its wings to pounce towards Mr. Wei. At this time, in addition to fighting with it, Mr. Wei's mind was also worried about the iron prison. It was originally calculated that the enemy only had 2 big demon kings, and he and Mr. Jean could just deal with him. In this way, even if the iron prison door was opened, only some small demons would enter, and the jailers could also deal with him. But just now, he clearly felt that a third powerful demonic energy entered the iron prison. These two brothers invited the third demon king to help. The battle here is just to contain the two of them. Mr. Wei was immediately worried. If a powerful demon king really entered the iron prison, it would most likely be lost. There is so much movement here. Reinforcements from Shenluo City must be arriving soon. From now on, we must hold on to the iron prison. But just as he was about to turn around, the huge black eagle's claws had already enveloped him, leaving him unable to move. Boom! The fighting outside became more and more intense, and there was no peace in the iron prison. At some point, a fire broke out in the prison. The fire spread very quickly, started suddenly, and swept through dozens of prisons in the blink of an eye. Burning camp! Ho ho ho! The prisoners in the prison were physically strong and were not worried about being burned to death. At this time, they were making all kinds of noisy roars and causing chaos. Ordinary flames cannot be so powerful, and can even burn this prison made of fine iron. What is burning is clearly the legendary Bifong fire. Bang! At the entrance of the iron prison, an evil man with a burning body, red hair, and demonic flames all over his body walked in with a weird smile. King Bifong! In front of him, a jailer from Chaotian Palace trembled and said, "Where are my wife and daughter? I have opened the door as agreed. You must let them go." Blackmail from family members. "Don't worry." The man called Bifong smiled evilly. "I will send you to reunite with them right away." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Boom! Ah! A ball of blazing flames instantly swept up the jailer. He let out a painful scream and rolled on the ground a few times before turning into a withered skeleton. King Bifong didn't even look at it. When he walked forward, he saw a group of people forming up at the Chaotian gate. "You are Bifong from Phoenix Island," one of them yelled angrily. "You from Phoenix Island actually dare to come to rob the prison? Aren't you afraid of my sanction from Chaotiang? Okay." King Bifong sneered. "I beg you to destroy Phoenix Island quickly." Before he could stop laughing, he saw that as soon as he raised his hand, two flaming wings suddenly rose up from his back. The wings suddenly rotated again, or formed a roulette wheel like a Tai Chi diagram. The fire of yin and yang. "Go!" King Bifong pushed the flame wheel forward, and the huge wheel completely covered the entire space of the corridor. No matter how many people under the Chaotian gate moved around, there was no room for dodge. Boom! The raging flames instantly defeated the formation. King Bifong stepped on the many dead bones that were burning spontaneously, and walked into the long corridor of the iron prison. Waves of cheers began to come from both sides. "Well done, brother! Where are you from? Mingyu Township, Golden State, or Phoenix Island?" "He is Bifong." "Ha ha! He is Bifong from Phoenix Island. We met once 300 years ago. Help my brother! My brother!" King Bifong turned a deaf ear to those noisy sounds, and went straight to the door of a cell near the innermost side. "Lion and Camel King? Bifong?" From the shadow of the cell, a man with disheveled hair and a strong build walked out. It could be seen that he had been in prison for a long time. His energy was quite weak, and he was wearing faro clothes, and even walking was difficult. "It was your two brothers who asked me to rescue you." Bifong smiled, took out a bunch of keys he had gotten earlier, and put his hand into the keyhole. "Thank you very much," the Lion and Camel King said. "I have suffered a lot because of this iron prison. If I leave this prison door, I will not be afraid of all the people outside. I only hate this railing." Bang! The cell door burst open. "Ha ha!" the Lion and Camel King roared with laughter. 100 years. I have been locked here for a whole 100 years. And today I finally regained my freedom. I, the Lion and Camel King, swear here that I will never be imprisoned here again in this life. Put a person in a cage for the second time. Hey, let's talk before we go out. Otherwise things will change." King Bifong greeted, followed closely by the Lion and Camel King. Just as the two left, then I heard a voice suddenly coming from behind. "Stop! The two demon kings turned around in surprise, and saw a young man also wearing faro clothes standing at the end of the corridor. It was Li Chu. His mind couldn't penetrate the wall. He didn't know what happened before, so he kept waiting quietly. Until this moment, I saw King Bifong coming to the end of the prison. Since I saw it, how can we let these two demons leave in such a big way? However, when he heard him calling him to stop. The Lion Camel King's first reaction was not "What are you going to do?" but "How did you get out?" He looked at Li Chu with shock on his face. After all, this prison had trapped him for 100 years. If he could get out easily, he wouldn't have to go through such a setback to get out. In the past 100 years, he had been tortured by this prison countless times because of his escape. The thought of it makes me sad. Immediately, Li Chu said very casually, "It just came out in a flash." The Lion Camel King's expression froze. Although Li Chu's words did not attack him, they made him feel extremely insulted. You can come out in a flash. So what was I doing 100 years ago? What nonsense! King Bai Fong looked at Li Chu and said, "You are also a prisoner and not a jailer. Why not fight out with us? If it is too late, there will be no chance when the reinforcements from Chao Tian K arrive." Li Chu shook his head and said, "You can't leave." Huh? King Bai Fong suddenly looked over with fierce eyes. "You want to stop us?" Li Chu said calmly. "Although I am not a jailer, I am a Halua citizen with a sense of justice." King Bai Fong looked at him with a look that looked crazy. Hearing a prisoner wearing a pharaoh robe say that he had a sense of justice in an iron prison was like watching a dead ghost perform a show of transformation into a living person in the underworld. Somewhat outrageous. But he couldn't figure out Li Chu's true intentions, so he didn't act rashly. Instead, he paused and said gloomily, "How are you doing?" Li Chu's response was that he raised his right hand. Swordsmanship. When he was brought to the iron prison, he was naturally not allowed to carry a sword. But the sword can still be summoned while watching. Only a little slower. So after he finished talking about sword control, nothing happened. The atmosphere was a little awkward. King Bai Fong stared at him for 3 seconds, waved his hand, and cursed. "Damn! You're a fool!" The words have not yet finished. I heard a scoff above my head. A flying fireball fell from the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, King Bai Fong disappeared. Above the head, there is a big dark hole, and a bunch of stars can be vaguely seen. And where he was standing just now, there was a flaming sword stuck in it, looking upright and majestic. Li Chu smiled slightly. Let the Chunyang sword fly for a while. A comfortable experience flowed into his body. He was still unfinished, and looked at another escaped lion and camel king. "Is it your turn?" Li Chu was surprised when he saw this. I saw that the lion and camel king had silently walked back to the cell at some point, closed the door, locked it, and sat there obediently. Seeing Li Chu's slightly surprised expression, the lion and camel king sneered, raised his proud head, and said with a strong voice, "I just swore that I would never be imprisoned for the second time in my life. I will do it myself." Chapter 279 Brother. Which department are you in? The battle outside the iron prison was already in full swing as soon as it happened. The 4 powerful men who were fighting against each other knew that time was running out. In a short period of time, Mr. Wei and Mr. Jin wanted to return to the iron prison to stop the prison robbery, while King Xuandiao and King Baoxiang wanted to contain them. But if the time is extended a little longer, King Xiandiao and King Baoxiang will want to escape, and Mr. Wei and Mr. Jin will in turn prevent them from escaping. Because of these concerns, both parties directly skipped the tentative foreplay, and started with a bayonet and a hand-to-hand fight. Wei Lao's beard was fluffy. His eyes were like lightning. His hands were tearing in the air. And he shouted, "Open!" A door to the void suddenly opened in front of the figure of the Xiandiao king. There were countless turbulent flows inside, and the wind was biting, and it was unknown where it led. It hurriedly stopped and almost jumped into it. But the Xiandiao king's offensive did not stop. Although its body paused, the storm set off by its wings had already swept in front of Mr. Wei. Hidden disaster in the wind. Laugh. Mr. Wei stood motionless in the strong wind, unaware of a black air mixed with it, and hitting his left arm. The upper half of his left arm instantly turned into half a withered bone. Mr. Wei's expression changed. There was still so much calamity hidden in the coming storm. He turned around and ascended to the sky to avoid the storm. Just dodging was not enough. While his body was rising, he pointed his halberd to the sky and shouted, "Suppress!" Boom! Hundreds of iron ropes as black as ink and as sharp as dragons suddenly sprang out from the void gate. In an instant, they wrapped around the huge body of the Black Eagle King, trying to drag it in. The Xiandiao King flapped its wings fiercely and struggled backwards with great force. The hundreds of iron ropes made a painful buzzing sound at the same time. The loud rumbling noise kept coming, as if it was dragging a thundercloud. At the same time, the battle between Jin Lao and Baoxiang King is more straightforward and simple. fight with strength. The pawns of the old Dharma Prime Minister of Jin kept falling, and they kept repelling the charging giant elephant body. But the giant white elephant seemed to be tireless, charging forward again and again. This uninterrupted impact was obviously difficult for Mr. Jin to handle, and a red light gradually appeared on the golden body. Boom, boom, boom. From the beginning of the battle to now, if you look carefully, it may only take a few breaths. This sudden sound of thunder has shaken the entire Shenluo city. The earth shook. Thunder everywhere. At this time, a flying fireball that pierced the night sky from Shenluo city briefly attracted their attention. This flying fire meteor seems to contain extremely pure power, so fast and murderous. At first, Mr. Wei thought that the sword light was reinforcements from Shenluo city, but the next second he realized that he was wrong, and the sword light fell directly on the iron prison. Is it another enemy attack? Mr. Wei scoffed. How many times do these guys have to fail before they understand that the iron prison is impossible to break, and that all their efforts are in vain? Clam? 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 Not only Elder Wei, but also Elder Jin, including King Xiandio and King Baoxiang, were all stunned. The fierce battlefield actually fell into a strange stillness because of this sword flying from the sky. I saw, with a melting sound of chi, with almost no delay, the flying fireball penetrated the dome of the iron prison and fell straight down. Boom. There was a banging sound from the iron prison, but the sound could no longer shock anyone. From the moment they saw the iron prison being easily penetrated, huge waves rose in the hearts of the two elders Wei and Jin. They have been guarding here all year round, and know better than anyone how strong this prison is, so they have more confidence in it than anyone else. Seeing it break with just one poke at this time, the shock I received was something that could not be offset by the state of mind of destroying the mighty one. King Xiandio and King Baoxiang were both shocked and confused. This was completely unplanned. If they had known that they had this hand, why would they have so many calculations? I don't know who made the move, but it was able to break through this legendary indestructible iron prison in one fell swoop. But maybe that's a good thing? The two demon kings immediately calmed down and shouted loudly, "Brother! The second and third brothers are here to pick you up. Brother, come out quickly!" In comparison, it was much calmer in the iron prison. Li Chu listened to the roar outside and glanced at the iron-clad lion and camel king inside the cell. "Call you?" The lion and camel king shook his head decisively. "No, absolutely not." At this time, I heard several loud noises outside, and the roar became even louder. It became, "The Golden State's Treasure Elephant King and Xiandia King respectfully welcome the Lion and Camel King back to the throne. Who dares to stop them?" Li Chu looked at the Lion and Camel King. "This is all about naming. Then I won't go out." "Definitely not," the Lion and Camel King said firmly. "I feel better here than at home. I really like being there." Li Chu was silent for a moment. This guy's desire to survive is a bit too strong. I heard another roar from outside. "If you dare to get in the way again, once my eldest brother, the Lion and Camel King, escapes from the prison, I will slaughter your entire city." Li Chu looked up at the Lion and Camel King again. The Lion Camel King finally got angry. He slapped his thigh and said, "Can you stop barking so much? You bark every day to prevent people from sleeping well." "Li Chu, the reason why King Xiandiao roared repeatedly was to ask King Bifang and King Shirtua inside the prison to speed up their movements and escape, because they were always paying attention to the movements in the direction of Shenluo City. At this time, a powerful aura was coming quickly. It will be there in a moment. If King Bifang and the Lion and Camel King escape, then the four kings will join forces to deal with the three great masters of Chaotian K. But the current situation is that there are only two of them outside, but they can't hold on for long." Boom, boom, boom. After another collision to no avail, King Baoxiang shouted, "We have to go." "But eldest brother and Bifang haven't come out yet," King Xiandio said anxiously. "If you don't leave, everyone will be trapped here." After King Baoxiang finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and roared. Roar. With a flick of its huge elephant trunk, it knocked back the old Dharma Prime Minister of Jin by 100 feet. And it raised thousands of auspicious clouds from its four hooves and flew away with a rumble in the sky. King Xiandio's eyes were about to burst, because King Bifang was his best friend. So he came to help. If his brother leaves first at this time, it is equivalent to selling it inside. Just when it was about to struggle again, it suddenly heard a dragon roar. Boom. The sword energy is overwhelming. It looked away in surprise, and saw a shadow of a huge sword falling from the sky. The cloud patterns and ravines on the sword's body were full of ancient meaning. And after that, there was a faint stern eye. Heavenly sword technique. Duan Lulong. The Xiandia king knew that it was not good, and when it was in danger, it instantly put all brotherhood behind it, flapped its wings, desperately broke the magical iron rope entangled around its body, and tried to fly away. With its speed, it can fly hundreds of miles with a single flap of its wings and be away from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. But before it could escape, Mr. Wei shouted again. Ding. Another body-holding technique. King Xiandiao immediately hated this immortal method, although it only held him for a moment. This moment was enough for the sword to fall. Laugh. The sword was full of energy and landed on the huge monster body. The Xiandiao king only had time to move slightly laterally to avoid the fatal spot, but half of his left wing was still cut off by a sword. Roar. It let out a roar of pain. Even if you reach the state of decline, as long as a soul is not lost, you can use your cultivation to repair the broken body. But it is not that easy to refine the Dharma body again. Duan Lulong's sword could probably cut off hundreds of years of his practice. But after all, it was still the demon king among eagles. Even though it only had half of its wings left, it still disappeared into the vast sky like a black wind when it was vigorously fluttered. Can't catch up. It wasn't until its figure disappeared that Duan Lulong came to the battlefield. His eyes were focused and he said, "Someone set up a formation outside Shiluo City and stopped us. The person who set up the formation has extremely high formation attainments and cultivation, so it was delayed for a while." At the same time, his Chaotic disciples who came to support him had already poured into the iron prison. The man in white robe took the lead, followed by a group of mysterious men, and cautiously stepped into the corridor. Then, I saw a handsome young man asking around, "Does anyone want to come out? Is there really no one?" And all the prisoners stayed in prison honestly, with well-behaved faces. The leader in white robe was stunned for a moment and asked, "What is going on?" When Li Chu heard his question, he replied, "Just now a monster came in to rob the prison, and I have already killed him. These prisoners were very restless just now, but now they don't seem to want to come out." Judging from his tone, he seemed a little disappointed. "Oh." The man in white robe nodded and asked, "Brother, which department do you belong to?" "There are many agencies in Chaotian Palace, such as the Prison Control Department, the Prison Department, the Prison Control Department, etc. The department that guards the Iron Prison and the department that handles cases in Shiluo City are not familiar with each other." So he asked this question. It was obviously because Li Chu thought he was a fellow disciple who also came for reinforcements. "This," Li Chu said calmly, "I belong to room A. Number 6. Chapter 280. The Master is still suffering in prison. Room A. Number 6? Several Chaotic disciples thought about it for a while, but they had never heard that there was such a branch internally. But the house numbers in this cell are divided into A, B, C, D, 3, 4, 5 and 6. What a coincidence. Etc. Take a closer look. Isn't this little Taoist priest wearing a pharaoh robe? The first reason was because he was not familiar with it. And the other reason was that the pharaoh clothes look different on Li Chu. When other prisoners wear it, they feel so overwhelmed, so depressed, and so lacking in energy. But when Li Chu wore it, he looked so bright, so radiant, and so handsome. The man in white robe blinked and raised his head in surprise. "You are not a prisoner, are you?" Li Chu was a little confused. Why did he ask this question so unconfidently? He admitted directly, "I am." The people in Chaotian K on the opposite side were even more stunned. Good guy. So arrogant? After a pause for 2 seconds, they all raised their energy and became alert. The leader in white robe frowned and asked, "Who released you?" "No one." Li Chu shook his head. "I just saw someone robbing the prison, so I came out to do something brave." He repeated what he had just said to the Lion and Camel King. "It came out in a flash. How is it possible?" The man in white robe said in a deep voice. "The Iron Prison in Shiluo City is strictly restricted, and every railing." His words stopped abruptly, because Li Chu flashed in front of him, appeared in that cell. "Look, I'm coming in," Li Chu said calmly, and then shouted again. He came to the crowd again and said, "I flashed out again." The man in white robe was stunned for a while before he had to believe the fact he saw with his own eyes. He asked cautiously, "So you clearly could have left the prison, but you didn't leave. Instead, You showed up when others came to rob the prison and killed the criminals who robbed the prison? Yes. Li Chu nodded. Where is that gangster? The white-robed commander asked. Li Chu pointed at the air in the charred pit, where the pure yang sword still remained. It's right here. It's just that when the sword fell, it was a little more powerful, and the others were gone. Li Chu scratched his head. Although the pure yang sword was environmentally friendly to use, the problem of leaving no traces was a bit troublesome. After thinking for a while, he pointed at the lion and camel king inside. He can testify. Huh? The white-robed commander looked at the lion and camel king and asked, Is this the case? The lion camel king suddenly pulled his neck and said loudly, Yes. Wait a minute. The man in white robe suddenly realized a problem and asked hurriedly, Weren't you prohibited from carrying weapons and magic weapons before entering the iron prison? This sword of yours? I didn't bring it in. I just called it here. Li Chu explained very cooperatively. There's no need for it now. I just asked it to go back. As he spoke, he raised his halberd finger. Swordsmanship. Call out. Wherever the mind leads, the Chunyang sword returns directly along the original path, and is sheathed all the way to the Diyun temple. The white-robed commander looked at this scene and thought that he could still wield a sword while wearing a pharaoh robe, which was considered quite powerful. But this young man seems to be quite easy to talk to, and he doesn't look like some vicious villain. Right? Etc. His pupils suddenly doubled in size as he looked up. His voice couldn't help but tremble. What's going on with this hole? The task of going to sea finally fell on Lao Du. There is no way. The most capable person in Diyun's view, besides Li Chu, is actually a silly and fat little dragon. Further down, there was him and the fox girl. The two rookies are equally matched. Taking into account the sophistication of people, the organization finally decided to send Lao Du to complete this arduous task. Sakurajima is looking for Mai. Time was running out, so he hired a boat and set out overnight. Luoying Island is not too far from the mouth of the sea, and the nearby boatman also knows that he has seen the outline of a small island in the distance before dawn. The island is light pink and pear white, and cherry blossoms are still blooming all over the mountains and valleys in winter. Taoist priest, if you really want to go to this island, I will stop here. Before approaching the beach, the boatman stopped. Why? Durank asked. There are immortals living on this island, and outsiders are never allowed to come near. The boatman said fearfully. Anyone who comes near will be beaten. Otherwise, there are such beautiful flowers on it, and there won't be a large number of people to play there. Already? Beaten? Du Lang thought for a while. Maybe it was the formation arranged by the descendants of the My God sect in order to prevent the common people from disturbing them. It was normal. So he nodded. Then you go back first. I can go there by myself. The boatman turned around and returned. Durank rose up in the wind and flew leisurely towards Sakurajima. Just as he was about to land on the island, a white seagull flew over from the side and behind. He ignored it and moved on. Unexpectedly, when the seagull flew next to him, it suddenly stretched out its claws and kicked him hard. What is even more unexpected is that such a seagull with an ordinary size can actually have great strength. With this kick to the back of the head, Durank hit the sand beside the island with a bang like a kite with its string broken, and passed out very neatly. After the seagull finished its crime, the bird's face was full of disdain. It flapped its wings and left gracefully. Poor old Du was left with his head down and his legs up. He was planted there. After completing the work, the three powerful men from Chao Tian K came to Li Chu's cell together. Are you still used to living here? Shao Li? Mr. Wei smiled with a kind smile, and his whole face looked like a blooming wild chrysanthemum. Not bad. Li Chu nodded. There was a hint of nervousness in Mr. Jin's smile. If there is anything wrong with you, be sure to tell us. We promise to treat you with every possible care. Li Chu smiled. You just need to investigate as soon as possible and clear my name. I am absolutely willing to cooperate with the investigation. We will definitely work hard. Duan Lulong promised. Daoist priestly killed by Fong this time and alleviated a huge crisis. I can't thank you enough. It's just that the East China Sea King is keeping a close eye on the matter. We cannot let you go regardless of the law. Moreover, we interrogated Chui Xiong, who was with you that day, and his confession was very detrimental to you. Oh, Li Chu said softly. The three big guys opposite felt their buttocks feel itchy at the same time, and they couldn't sit still on the spot. Duan Lulong quickly raised his hand again. But don't worry. I will torture him severely when I go back, forcing him to tell you whether it is beneficial to you. and forcing him to tell a true and powerful confession. Li Chu nodded slightly again. The pure will themselves clean up, and he has never had any worries in this regard. The three bosses had a long conversation and carefully made sure that Li Chu had no mood swings before leaving cautiously. In fact, after this battle, they also felt that there was no point in continuing to imprison Li Chu. After all, for a man who wears a pharaoh robe with 72 seals, and can open holes in the meteorite iron prison with just a raise of his hand, does it make much sense where you lock him up? But the case he is involved in is not simple. If Li Chu is willing to cooperate, it would be best to detain him for a period of time before the truth comes out. Before leaving, Mr. Wei specially called the new jailer in charge here and asked, "How is your relationship with your father?" The jailer was confused and replied, "Very good. I have always been a well-known filial son in 8 villages across 10 miles. Okay." Mr. Wei nodded and said, "Forget about your father for now." Huh? The jailer was stunned. Mr. Wei pointed at Li Chu's cell. "In the past few days, you have regarded the man inside as your biological father. Do you remember that?" Wow. The sound of the waves filled my ears. Durang woke up from the cold. He pulled his head out of the sand with force, rubbed the sore back of his head, and muttered, "Why is this dead bird so strong and attacking?" As soon as the sea breeze blew, Lao Du shivered again. Then a surprise. "Where are my clothes?" Only then did he realize that his robe and outer trousers were gone, leaving only a layer of close-fitting shorts on his lower body. No wonder it's so cold. While doing his exercises to drive away the cold, he looked around. I saw a group of wild monkeys playing on the cliff over there, and one of them was wearing a monk's robe and jumping up and down. "Hey!" Lao Du was furious. "You monkeys! Look at me if I don't teach you a lesson!" He got up angrily and flew away in the wind, intending to punish these hosens. When the monkeys saw him coming, they scratched their heads, laughed strangely, and then dispersed. He chased the monkey in Taoist robes, thinking that he would succeed in just one breath. Unexpectedly, these monkeys started running and swooped away, leaving only an afterimage on the ground. Lao Du rushed over and didn't even catch a single monkey hair. Wow, yeah. Lao Du was so angry that he wanted to use his sword control skills, only to find that his sword had also been stolen. He picked up a stone casually, channeled his energy, and threw it hard. Whoosh! But the monkey was nimble. Hearing the sound of wind behind his head, he ducked and dodged the blow. This seemed to wake them up. And suddenly 180 monkeys poked their heads out from the surroundings, and picked up 2 big rocks in their hands. Lao Du raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and said, "Hey, don't do it. We are all here to mess around, and peace is the most important thing." Whoosh whoosh. Of course, the monkeys would not listen to his peace offer, so they immediately threw hundreds of rocks at them, all with great force. The birds and animals on this island are obviously very lucky. Even though Lao Du was a cultivator in the Shinha realm, he actually couldn't dodge the first round of shots, and was buried in a pile of rocks on the spot, making him dizzy. Monkeys from all directions looked at him, and laughed arrogantly. When the sea breeze blows, chills spread all over the body. Endless grievances suddenly welled up in his heart, and Lao Du decided to leave this place. Go back to tidy up, and at least put on some clothes. But then I thought about it. Master is still suffering in prison. Time is running out. How can I retreat in distress? Du Lang gritted his teeth, imagining the torture, forced confession, and torture that Li Chu might encounter, and he felt furious in his chest. Compared to the master, my pain is nothing. You must not be discouraged. Li Chu looked at the 18 kinds of dishes in front of him, including meat and vegetables, hot and cold, fried and candied fruits. There are various colored glass cups, and various drinks beside them, including wine, tea, juice or sugar water. There is an additional bookcase on the other side, with paintings and non-paintings, clothes and clothes. The jailer was still directing people to move things inside. He shouted twice, then turned around and said with a smile, "Father!" "No, little Taoist Priestley. Do you like listening to music? Do you need to go to the city to help you invite a good girl back? If you don't say anything about this, I don't dare to make my own decisions. It's not necessary." Li Chu raised his hand to refuse, and said, "Actually, there is no need to go to such trouble." "No trouble," the jailer said hurriedly. "Isn't this the duty of our jailers to make every prisoner feel at home?" "Yeah." Li Chu didn't ask any more questions, and simply thanked him twice. The jailer then left with a flattering smile. After he left, Li Chu looked at the things around him, and suddenly understood what the Lion and Camel King said. It feels better inside than at home. I really like being in there. Bang. One wrong step, and the magic circle was touched. Several boulders were moved by the formation and rolled down the mountain. However, there was only a narrow gap in the climbing path. Lao Du was unable to dodge, and was hit by a boulder, almost vomiting blood on the spot. He lay on the ground and breathed out for a long time before pushing the boulder away and crawling out. After shivering for a while, he gritted his teeth again. How can I escape when the master is still suffering in prison? Standing up tremblingly, he encouraged himself. Compared with what the master has suffered in the wind and rain, this pain is nothing. It tastes really good. In prison, Li Chu tasted the specialty dish of the chief chef of Jinyu Building, a simple steamed sea bass, which was surprisingly delicious. I just feel that the reputation is well deserved. The fish was good. Bird's nest is also good. It's just that the staple food styles are a bit lacking. But okay. The lobster is still full. Chapter 281, the 92nd generation of Maya's successor. Being chased and blocked by several huge stone statues, Du Lang barely managed to escape. But he was still hit by a hammer in the back and flew more than 10 feet away on the spot. There was a pop. Smashed to the ground. He raised his head with difficulty and suddenly saw a peaceful scene of time. A woman wearing a long blue skirt and a white sweater, with silver hair, and skin so white that it was strangely white, making it difficult to tell her age. But judging from her appearance and eyes, she must have gone through a lot of vicissitudes. She was standing quietly in front of several small huts under the cherry blossom valley, feeding into the open space below, and a group of seagulls that look cute but are actually fierce are hovering there, competing for food. When she saw Durang flying over, she didn't look surprised. Instead, she calmly finished scattering the birdseed on hand, and then walked over slowly. Du Lang, who was described as miserable, saw her coming and tried to get up, but was unable to succeed because of his serious injuries. Take a rest. The woman came over and said in a soft voice. You came slower than I thought. You are? Durang asked with difficulty. Before he could finish the question, the woman nodded and replied. I am the 92nd generation descendant of the My God sect. Guing. I am. Durang wanted to reveal his identity again. You are a Taoist priest from Dianfengwen in Shiluo City. Your surname is Du. And you are also the disciple of a certain old bastard. Being robbed of an answer again, Du Lang let out a sigh of relief and said again. My teacher, your master is trapped in an iron prison. You want me to help investigate a case and find the real murderer. Guing continued. Du Lang blinked, and for a moment he felt a little confused. You know all this, so what do I say? You don't need to say anything more. Just take me to Shenluo City, Guing said. I will know more only when we get there. Dolenku was shocked. Can she hear the unspoken thoughts? It's not about hearing. It's about calculating, Guing said. Your cultivation level is too shallow, and the city is not deep. In my eyes, there are almost no secrets when you are face to face. Dolenk was shocked again. He looked down at himself and pulled off his only shorts to keep his last little secret. Guing said again. Don't worry. I have no interest in this. I will find you a large robe. You can put it on, and let's set off now. Durang. Although I finally found this person after all the hard work. Why does it feel weird? He thought about it, and felt that the strange feeling might come from. Since you can calculate everything, why can't you calculate that I'm coming? Why do I have to suffer so much? I did it on purpose. Guing walked out of the hut, threw a brand new linen robe over, and said at the same time, You are the disciple of that old bastard. He offended me back then, and now he is begging me for help. Naturally, I will make things difficult for you. Was he taking the blame for his master, whom he had never really met? Lao Du couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Then you go to him. Why are you making things difficult for me? Just bully honest people? Boy, please sit down. In the empty pavilion, Lord Songhai raised his hand to signal. Opposite them were a one-armed man with a hooked nose and a fat bald man with a thick neck. It's really bad luck. After Hook Nose sat down, he cursed. It's inexplicable that Bifong is still dead without being rescued. Alas, Thick Neck shook his head and sighed. Who knows what happened in the iron prison? Bifong obviously killed himself in but didn't come out. These two people were none other than the second brother Baoxiang King and the third brother Xuandiao King, who were sworn to the Lion and Camel King. If you two want to know what happened last night, I know a little bit about it. Mr. Songhai smiled slightly. Oh. The hook nose was surprised. Didn't you help stop the reinforcements from Shenluo City last night? That's right. Song Haijun nodded and said, but I have a subordinate who is good at surveillance. And he happened to see some incredible things. King Bai Fong was killed by a little Taoist priest with one sword. And the Lion and Camel King was also forced away by him. Immediately, Song Haijun roughly described the scene in the Iron Prison. The second Demon King is truly unbelievable. Are you saying that the sword light that penetrated the Iron Prison and the beheading of Bai Fong were all done by a young Taoist priest? King Xiandia frowned. That little Taoist priest does have many magical qualities, Song Haijun said. If you look at this sword alone, it even has a power that surpasses that of ordinary land gods. This is simply unimaginable, but it is indeed a fact. Alas, King Baoxiang shook his head again and sighed. The human race is so powerful. It seems there is no hope for us to rescue our eldest brother. No, Song Haijun smiled and said. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, there may be a chance to rescue the Lion and Camel King. There may even be a chance to avenge Bai Fong. How are you doing? King Xiandio stared at him and asked. What I want you two to do is the same as what I want to help you do, Song Haijun said slowly. Then why do you have the confidence to help me rescue my elder brother? Or even avenge Bai Fong? King Xiandiao seemed to be a little unconvinced. No matter how strong your cultivation is, you are not enough to do this. Right. If you are the feather of your demon sect, if the emperor comes to say something like this, that's pretty much it. Face his doubts. Song Haijun just uttered two words gently. Xuanwu. Gu Ying came to the Yun branch. As soon as they entered the door, everyone in the audience became nervous. Because her eyes are so clear. She seems to be able to see through all the nastiness in people's hearts. Don't be nervous. Gu Ying smiled. I'm here to help you. Yes. Du Lang said to smooth things over. The people of the ancients are very easy to get along with. Gu Ying glanced at him and said, there's no need to say anything against your will. Oh. Du Lang shut up immediately. Everyone's expressions became more and more nervous. Gu Ying glanced at the little fat dragon, who was still relatively relaxed, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Unexpectedly, this small Taoist temple actually has a real dragon cub with the great destiny of the dragon clan. She sighed. It's really amazing. Really? Fox Girl was pleasantly surprised. Are our dolls so promising? If the dragon clan can revive, it will most likely fall on it. It will be a blessing, Gu Ying said, then raised her eyes and said, it's just that it doesn't like washing dishes. Really? Fox Girl narrowed her eyes. Then what's the future? Now the little fat dragon also became nervous. Gu Ying then said to the Fox Girl, there is a 30% chance that you will become a nine-tailed celestial fox in the future. So you should work harder on your cultivation. Huh? The Fox Girl was startled. Obviously unexpected. Gu Ying's eyes fell on Wei Jiangli again. Girl Jiangli couldn't help but shrink her shoulders, and her breathing became short. Unexpectedly, Gu Ying just sighed and said, some people are destined not to be kept. As soon as these words came out, Miss Jiangli didn't know which heartstring was touched. Her lips flattened, and she ran back to the room in small steps. Her eyes fell on the last Wang Longqi. Wang Longqi was eager to try. Is it finally my turn? Senior Ancient, look at me! After Gu Ying entered the Diyun branch, she showed an obvious expression for the first time, which was the frown that followed. She frowned and just whispered two words. Scumbag. Chapter 282 The Sky Has Eyes. Chao Tiankei was really surprised when they heard that Diyun branch had invited a descendant of the Mai God sect. The Mai Divine sect was once the oldest, most mysterious, and most authoritative divination inheritance in the world. It had a very high status, and both the emperors, generals, and the 12 immortal sects respected it very much. Because for this kind of special talent, no one knows whether you will be begged for it one day. So it never hurts to be polite. But more than 100 years ago, a big event happened. This matter is only known to the absolute top of the 12 immortal sects, or some hidden powerful figures. And it is related to an illusory legend. After that incident, the 89th generation successor of the Mai God sect, Old Man Wantian, died directly, and his disciples also parted ways, for various reasons, and scattered around the world. The Mai sect, which was at its peak, suddenly collapsed. The successors of the main line after that have always been in a state of seclusion, and are rarely seen in the world. Chaotiank also thought about asking his descendants to help him several times. but he was rejected without any room for negotiation. Unexpectedly, today he actually took action because of Li Chu's matter. Anyway, it's a good thing after all. Thank you Gu Mai for your generous help. No matter whether there is any result or not, we at Chaotian will remember this favor. Duan Lulong went out to greet her in person and spoke warmly to Guing. Guing just nodded lightly, not being polite at all because of the other party's status as the boss of Chaotian. In contrast, she was already quite enthusiastic towards the Diyun audience. Her attitude towards outsiders can be called indifferent. At this time, a Du rank is needed to socialize. Lao Du smiled behind Guing and said, Senior Gu wants to go to the scene where King Donghai was killed. If possible, it would be best to see the body of King Donghai. This is natural. Duan Lulong waved his hand. I will take Gu Mai to see it myself. With an order, Chao Tiankei's team escorted Guing into the Donghai Palace. As soon as he entered, Gu Ying's brows furrowed slightly. Du Lang noticed her expression and asked, Senior Ancient, what's wrong? Guing shook her head again and said nothing. They came to the study of King Donghai, where he was killed after meeting Li Chu. Guing then became serious. She retreated from the crowd, looked around with one eye, and changed gestures with her hands, as if she was engaged in some serious battle. Everyone who was peeping outside the room saw it, and they didn't realize it. Duan Lulong said, The Ma-Yi divine sect is stronger than observing people, but weaker than observing things. If this ancient might can deduce out of thin air and know the past events, then he is really powerful, and I am afraid he can be compared with the old man of the past. As Gu Ying's hands moved continuously, a whistling wind suddenly sounded in the quiet room, but there was no trace of the wind. After a while, Gu Ying's deduction ended, and the sound of the wind gradually weakened. Seeing her walking out of the study, everyone gathered around her and asked, Have you discovered anything, Senior? Gu Ying shook her head again and did not answer, but said, Take me to see the body. The body of the king of the East China Sea is still in the morning hall of the palace, and it is also under strict guard by Chao Tiankei. Opening the coffin, Gu Ying glanced at it, frowned, and immediately said, Close it. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Looks bad? Oh! Duan Lulong saw this and asked hurriedly, What do you see? Gu Ying said in a low voice, It's too ugly. Duan Lulong was speechless. Okay. This corpse has been standing for several days. How can a dead person still look good? Obviously, this is not what everyone wants to hear. Are there any discoveries beyond the visual level? Duan Lulong asked, resisting the desire to complain. It still smells a bit. Gu Ying continued to frown. Duan Lulong was really speechless. He looked at Du Lang, wanting to see if the translator of the same language could communicate some constructive opinions. As his gaze passed, Du Lang suddenly blushed and said in surprise, Duan Mangpeo has a really good sense of smell. It was me who farted. On the way to send Gu Ying and Du Lang to the iron prison, Duan Gung still couldn't help but smile. It's not easy to see your father being so exhausted, especially his innocent look. He doesn't really think there are normal people in Diyun Temple. Right? Gu Ying made a deduction at Donghai Palace, but did not give any results, and suddenly said that she wanted to meet Li Chu. Duan Lulong also agreed and sent Duan Gung to send them there. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to make friends with Maya's successor, and maybe they could cooperate again in the future. But the exchange just now gave him away from this idea. This group of people really can't figure it out. After Duan Gung informed Mr. Wei and Mr. Jin, he led them through the corridor to Li Chu's cell. Along the way, the dark, humid, and dangerous environment on both sides pierced the eyes. Gu Ying still had no expression, but Lao Du was shocked by what he saw. He silently brewed his emotions, trying hard to make his eye circles red, preparing to let the suffering Li Chu see the apprentice who missed him the most. No! A6! That's right here. Duan Gung walked to the front, raised his hand and pointed. The door is unlocked. Go in by yourself. It is obviously strange that this sentence appears in the cell, but Gu Ying didn't care about this, and Du Lang's mind was not on it. Before turning around the door, he raised his emotions to the highest point, and a full intense crying scene was ready to begin. Bang! Before anyone arrived, the knees arrived first. Lao Du turned around suddenly, then rushed into the cell on his knees, came to a figure, raised a black face, and burst into tears. Master, please stay inside. His smooth performance ended with a confused face. Opposite him was a face that was older than him. It was obvious that he couldn't be his master. Lao Du instantly put away his tears and asked, "Who are you?" The old man sitting in the prison chuckled. "I am the storyteller of Shenluo City. You kneel down so sincerely. Are you planning to join my storytelling sect?" "No need." Lao Du refused. "Are you here to see me?" Li Chu's voice sounded from the other direction of the cell. Lao Du quickly stood up, and when he looked around, he suddenly froze. I saw Li Chuzheng lying on his side on a thick soft couch. On the couch, there were melons, pears, fresh candied fruits, sugar water snacks on the table. While eating snacks, Mr. Shu told stories. This is not the life of an arrested prisoner. This is clearly the life of a corrupted dandy, etc. Even if you don't mention it, you forget that this is a prison. Why can this storyteller appear here? When I think of the many hardships I have gone through, I imagine Li Chu's suffering in prison. A full half day. So it turns out that I am the only one suffering? He looked at Li Chu again with complicated emotions, wanting to say something, but he couldn't help but burst into tears. "Master, I have only been in jail for a few days. You are all fat. Lao Du, you've lost weight." Li Chu casually exchanged greetings and then looked at Guing. "Who is this?" "This is the 92nd generation descendant of the Mai Divine Sect, Senior Guing Yu, who I went through all the trouble to invite from Luing Island." Lao Du's lips trembled, and he endured the grievance and said. Li Chu looked at Guing, stood up and saluted. "Senior Gu." Guing looked at Li Chu with slightly confused eyes and said softly, "I can't see through you." Li Chu didn't know what was going on and looked at Lao Du again. Du Lang explained. "Senior Gu came here to help solve the case because of his master's face." "Oh." Li Chu nodded, suddenly feeling more respectful. Nothing else. Since he is an old acquaintance of his master, he probably has special skills. Guing looked around and said, "You guys should go out first." Lao Du took the storyteller out in a nonchalant manner. While walking, Mr. Storyteller still pulled Lao Du's sleeve. "You really don't want to learn storytelling from me? I think you are like this material." Lao Du shook it off angrily and said, "I am a disciple of Diyun." After they went out, only Guing and Li Chu were left in the cell. Her eyes suddenly bloomed with a divine light, and she raised a finger on her right hand and pointed it down gently. Bang! Waiting for nothing to make waves. Li Chu only felt that the aura around him changed. Even though neither of them moved, they seemed to have entered another space. Before he could ask, Guing said, "There are eyes in the sky." Chapter 283, The Real Me is Submissive. The Fake Me Punches Hard. "Do you know about Jingyu Tianmen?" Guing looked at Li Chu and asked slowly. Of course Li Chu didn't know. "It is an ancient secret technique. The practitioner uses the moon as a mirror to create a virtual world in the sky, which is like a world reflected in the mirror. But in that world, he can clearly see every aspect of you. An action. Even if he comes to you and takes a closer look, you will not notice him because he is only looking at your reflection." This, Li Chu pondered for a moment. It sounds awesome. Jingyu Tianmen has cultivated to a high level and can kill people in the virtual world. The person who was killed will not find any scars from the inside or outside, because he was killed in the virtual world. But he returned from virtuality to reality. It's just this: the restriction of this killing technique is very high, and it can basically only kill some mortals. Listening to Gu Ying's words, Li Chu couldn't help but think of Lu Yishou and Dr. Lu. He died peacefully, without any scars from inside to outside. And this time the king of East China Sea turns out to be the same. Gu Ying continued. Under Jingyu Tianmen, the moon is his eyes. Wherever the moonlight goes, the caster knows everything, even in the daytime. In places where we can't see, the moon is still hanging high, the sky. So now, I have to open a restriction that separates heaven and earth before I can tell you this. After thousands of deductions, I finally concluded that you are the only one who can punish the caster." Li Chu was not surprised, but raised his eyebrows and asked, "What should I do?" Just listen to Guing say, "Break that mirror." The little Taoist priest disappeared in a strange space that seemed to be under the blue water. A tall figure with a white robe and a jade belt walked through this world in a way that was incompatible with everything around him. Her face is pink and her eyebrows are sharp, but she is a woman wearing men's clothing. This woman is the Order of the Moon God under the demon sect Kang Heijin. Among the 4 divine orders of wind, flower, snow and moon, the one who has followed Lord Songhai the longest is the Wind God Order, and the one who has received the most favors from him is the Flower God Order. But the one who is most loyal to him is undoubtedly the Moon God Order. This is recognized by them. In this world, all the lights and shadows are the same as reality. But those people cannot see her. It was like a huge mirror. And she was on the other side of the mirror. In the real world, she might have to be submissive. But in this world, she can hit hard. As long as she can be killed by her in this virtual world, then people in reality will really die. Unfortunately, this operation is extremely difficult. And even those with higher cultivation levels cannot do it. After monitoring Li Chu for many days, she already understood Song Haijun's intentions. The little Taoist priest is so strong that he is simply invincible. The only way they want to complete their plan is to avoid him and find ways to contain him, rather than foolishly trying to defeat him. When Li Chu and Guing disappeared from her sight for a moment, they suddenly reappeared. The moon god Ling looked at them suspiciously, wondering what shady things they had done behind his back in this short period of time. But, most likely it won't be a good thing. Then the next second, she saw Li Chu raise his hand and use the magic formula. Whoosh! A flying sword fell from the sky again. She had seen it before. It was the pure yang sword of the little Taoist priest. He once used this move to instantly kill a powerful demon king. Bai Fang. Then, Li Chu suddenly stepped onto the pure yang sword. Moon god Ling suddenly had a bad feeling. Where does this little Taoist priest Yujin want to go? Hey! Li Chu escaped from prison, Wei Lao said. Next to him, Mr. Jean was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed. After hearing his words, Mr. Jean opened his eyes and uttered, "Oh! A prisoner has escaped from prison. And you, the prison chief, are just watching?" Mr. Wei asked. After hearing this, Mr. Jean thought for a while. He closed his eyes again. "Good guy. Just close your eyes and pretend it didn't happen." "Right." Mr. Wei decisively mocked Mr. Jin's ostrich behavior. "You saw it. Why don't you go catch him back?" Mr. Jean retorted. "Yes, I saw it. Not only did I see him escaping from prison, I also saw him walking through a different door," Mr. Wei said with a smile. "Not the door?" Mr. Jean was startled for a moment. And then he thought of something. He quickly let go of his spiritual consciousness, rolled over, and reached the top of the iron prison. Sure enough, another big hole was opened. "This little Taoist priest is too much," Mr. Jean frowned and said. "One hole is not enough for him to go through. He has to open two." In fact, Li Chu really didn't mean not to go through the main entrance, but because he was pressed for time. Just now, Guing reminded him of the restriction. The weakness of Mirror Moon Tianmin is that although the caster is in the reflection world of the virtual world, there must be a reflection left in the real world. The place where this reflection remains must be the best place to receive the moonlight. And Guing has already calculated the place where she is, just outside Shenlua City, Luoxia Mountain. Once he appears, he must rush to Luoxia Mountain as quickly as possible without giving the caster a chance to escape. So as soon as Li Chu got out of the restriction, he quickly summoned the Chunyang sword and then drove away with the sword without any delay. A flying fireball pierced the sky, traveled dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, and crashed onto the top of Luoxia Mountain. Smoke and dust billowed. After the smoke dissipated, Li Chu pulled his head out of the ground with a graceful gesture and looked up in front of him. Sure enough, at the top of Luoxia Mountain, there was a figure who had not had time to leave. It is the Moon God Order. "I didn't expect you to find yourself here." Moon God Ling was slightly surprised, but he was not panicked, but looked calm, because what is here is just a reflection of her, and her true body is still in nothingness. Extremely safe. Li Chu raised his eyes to look at her, his eyes calm and slightly stressed. "Did you kill the king of East China Sea?" "Ha." Moon God Ling said with a smile. "It's me." She admitted it without hesitation and without any fear. "Why?" Li Chu asked. "Actually, it's your fault." Luna Ling shrugged. "Who told you to always make trouble for us? I just killed him to put the blame on you. The deceased was the king of East China Sea. Even if Chao Yanke trusts you again, I don't dare to rashly exonerate you." Li Chu frowned. He asked again, "Did you also kill Louis Shou before?" "That's right," Moon God Ling admitted frankly. "Why?" Li Chu asked again. "This is also your fault." Moon God Order still looked indifferent. "If you hadn't gone there to exorcise evil spirits, how could I have killed him to block the news?" Li Chu's brows gathered together again. "For your own conspiracy, you treat human life as nothing. It's really too much." "So what?" Moon God Ling sneered. "Uh-huh. Are you going to hit me?" She raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if your sword energy is super strong? So what if you have great magical powers? In front of Lord Songhai, you are all just a group of mediocre ants. No one can stop him from wanting to do what he wants. Thing. Kang Haejin is the greatest. And you're all idiots." She exhaled fragrance for a while. And scrupulously, "With this fake body, she has nothing to fear." Then, Li Chu raised his fingers, and the pure yang sword shot out of the air. But it's not flying to the moon god order, but flying to somewhere in the distant sky. Bang! Wow! There was a crashing sound, followed by a series of sounds like broken glass. Moon godling's near stopped abruptly. That's right. This is what Gu Ying told Li Chu about the real method of cracking the Jingyu Tianmin. As the name suggests, if the practitioner wants to walk freely between the virtual and the real world, there must be a door. And this gate is where the gap of Yuhuachi is located in the sky above the entire Shenluo city. And once this door is broken by powerful infusing energy, the entire virtual world will be shattered. People in the virtual world will return to the location of their reflection. To realize this, there must be a person who can see the qi within a radius of dozens of miles, and who has the ability to accurately crush the entire virtual world from a distance of dozens of miles. Before that, one must quickly catch the reflection of the caster. All these conditions together make it almost impossible to achieve. So few people have been able to defeat Jingyu Tianmin since ancient times. But Li Chu did all this easily under Gu Ying's guidance. The moon god order that was being furiously outputted at Li Chu suddenly stopped. His expression was complicated. It felt like someone had smashed her screen with a punch and dragged her to the stage while she was punching hard. She suddenly became submissive again. Li Chu looked at the real moon god order, his eyes still calm, and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Moon godling's eyes flashed crazily. And after a while, he said, "Can you ask the question again?" "Question?" Li Chu recalled for a moment and said, "Did you kill the king of East China Sea?" Luna's eyes widened, and he shook his head vigorously. "No." Chapter 284 The Coffin of Diyun Temple. Luna Order was arrested. Everyone in Chaodiank and Diyun breathed a sigh of relief. The people watching from Diyun thought that Li Chu was finally back, and there was no need to worry now. Everyone in Chaotian Palace thought that Li Chu was finally gone. So there was no need to worry now. There are 2 big holes in the world-famous iron prison, and Mr. Jean still doesn't know how to deal with them. You can open both the front and rear doors. Before Duan Lulong returned to Chaoga City, he approached Li Chu again, and presented a silver note of 100,000 taels. Li Chu showed a sincere smile. "Duan Mangpeo is too polite. Just come." Duan Lulong smiled and said, "Of course, this is not a door-to-door ceremony, but a thank you to Taoist Priestley for helping us guard the demon clan's prison and killing a demon king. It is a well-deserved reward." Li Chu's eyes lit up. "If you kill a demon king, you get 100,000 taels?" Duan Lulong caught a hint of danger from these words. He hurriedly explained, "The value of a demon king is far more than 100,000 taels. However, we will not encourage the behavior of hunting demons at will. This reward is mainly for the protection of the iron prison. If you kill the demon king elsewhere, there is probably no trace of it." Li Chu looked away, smiled and said, "I just asked casually." "Really?" Duan Lulong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Feeling doubtful in his heart, Li Chu asked again, "What was gained from the interrogation of that member of the demon sect? I have always suspected that they might have some conspiracy at the Huadu conference." Duan Lulong was silent for a moment and then said, "She is dead." Luna Ling died during the interrogation process. At that time, her body was wrapped with complicated chains and talismans. And Duan Gung sat in front of her and asked the first question. "Were you responsible for the 2 cases at Dalhai Palace and Changnan Medical Clinic?" Moon Godling didn't make a sound, but looked directly at him calmly. "What conspiracy do you have in Shenluo City?" Duan Gung asked again. Moon Godling remained silent, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I know you are Song Haijun's subordinate, but if you cooperate with our inquiry, the court may be able to spare your life," Duan Gung advised. Then, a crack appeared on Moon Godling's face, just like a broken mirror. From this first crack, complex cracks like a spider web quickly emerged. "Stop!" Duan Gung shouted immediately and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. There was a crisp sound, as if something broke inside the Moon Godling's body. Her eyes instantly lost their brightness. Duan Gung looked at the body of Moon Godling with a frown, and waved his fist heavily. The empty pavilion and the calm sea map. This scene seems to never change. Mr. Songhai was sitting in the center, with a pile of white fragments in front of him. Are you going to let the moon god order die like this? Opposite him, the young man in white robe still had a look of shock on his face. She has been trapped in an iron prison. The probability of success in rescuing her is very low. We have learned from the past, Mr. Songhai said expressionlessly. It is better to break the soul mirror earlier to prevent her from being forced to confess. He looked up at the young man in white robe. I'm not killing her. It's Kaodiang who's killing her. I'm worried that if this happens... The young man in white robe quickly lowered his head. Only the flower god order will be left, and there will be a shortage of manpower. There will never be a shortage of helpers in this world. Kang Heijun smiled slightly. As long as you can afford the price. Yes, the young man responded. I told you before I came to Shenluo City, Song Haijun said slowly. To kill the earthly immortal, you must completely cut off the remains of the past and clear away the obsessions in your heart. And my obsession, it's a big thought. In order to kill it, many people may die, but those who survive in the end can get a reward that satisfies you. The young man said solemnly. I am willing to die for the Lord. Mr. Songhai turned his head and looked out, his eyes reaching to the distant sky. The day to see whether I can succeed is coming soon. Master said before that you can take Miss Jiangli away at any time. Now you finally believe it. In Dayun's view, Du Lang smiled. Next to him were Li Chu and Wei Jiangli, and across from him sat Su Wan, who had come to the Yun branch again. It's just that Amelia Su's expression today is somewhat complicated. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. I came here to say that I already know the whole story. It was true that I misunderstood before. But if Jiangli likes it, he can stay here for a while. Huh? Du Lang was even more nervous than Wei Jiangli himself. The Huadu conference is about to start. Miss Jiangli doesn't go to build momentum or train. This will greatly affect her performance. Wang Longqi, who happened to be passing by, glanced at him, sat down and said with a smile, Hey, I can't tell that you are still a career fan. Lao Du. Then, I heard Su Wan whisper, the Yin family has withdrawn, and our original biggest financial backer, King Donghai, suddenly died. Donghai Palace has also withdrawn its investment from Yulangshuan. The Huadu conference is approaching, and it will have a huge impact on Yulangshuan. Speaking of which, Yulangshuan was really unlucky. Originally, quitting a Yin clan was not a big deal. But once the king of Donghai died, the problem became serious. Unfortunately, the king of East China Sea does not have any successor for the time being. The people who handle all the properties of the Donghai Palace are royal officials from Chaoga City, and their methods are very simple and crude. All the industries developed by the former East China Sea king were withdrawn, and the gold and silver were sealed in the warehouse to ensure that the next East China Sea king, who did not know when, could take over completely without any omissions in the process. Otherwise, if they continue to retain it in the form of property, they will not receive credit for making money in the future. If they lose money, they will have to receive it. Su Wan had many connections in Shenluo City, but when it came to the Chao the royal family, she was completely powerless to change. Wang Longqi asked curiously, but with an industry like Yulangshuan that is making huge profits every day, even if the king of Donghai withdraws its capital, someone will take over, right? Su Wan frowned. I talked to some of the merchants I cooperated with, but they all knew that Yulangshuan was in a difficult situation, and that the Huadu conference was imminent. They all wanted to take advantage of the situation and take away control of Yulangshuan. But Yulangshuan has been my hard work for half my life, and I will never let it go. Everyone nodded. It was indeed not that easy to find a suitable collaborator in this situation. The most important thing is that the Huadu conference is about to begin. This grand event is not just as simple as sending out a group of warriors to sing, dance, and compete in talent. Behind the scenes, there is a war without smoke. In this war, every brothel needs to make a terrifying investment. Admission to the conference requires a fairly high membership fee and financial guarantee, as well as the cost of building momentum and publicity, which is also a huge expense. The biggest expense is the cost of purchasing floral silk during the finals. Because when it comes to the finals, the winning or losing of the good girls depends on which girls' flower road goes the furthest. And this so-called flower road requires dozens of taels of silver to buy a foot of floral silk to pave it. The price of floral silk varies every year. For an unprecedented winter conference like this year, the price must be extremely high. Although these floral silks are nominally for fans of good girls to buy, in fact they contain a lot of water. in order to enhance the atmosphere, attract people to follow the trend, or for some other purposes. Each brothel needs to purchase sky-high floral silks every year. Of course, after the flower walk, the common people's money is divided into 3 accounts, and the brothel's money is paid back in full. These investments often pay off multiple times in the end. However, if you do not have strong financial support, you are not qualified to participate in this war, or you may participate forcefully, and eventually your funds will be cut off, and you will lose all your money at every turn. Wei Jianli looked at Su Wan's frown, stretched out his hand and held her hand. Aunt Wan, I will always support you. No matter what you do, I will follow you. Su Wan forced a smile and comforted her. Don't worry too much. The worst thing you can do is not participate this year. Anyway, you are still young. Even if you miss it for a year, it is better than rushing to the stage. If the ranking is not good, it will be bad. Shop sign. Wei Jianli nodded. Yes. At this time, Li Chu looked at Wan Longqi. Your princess is not wealthy. Is it possible for her to invest in Yulangshuan? Well, speaking of this, Wang Longqi suddenly sighed. We have broken up. Oh. Lao Du raised his eyebrows. Are you really planning to run away? Shit. Wang Longqi rolled his eyes at him and said, Of course I am a good and loyal man. But after the death of King Donghai, she was summoned to Chowdes City after she became the lone star of the evil god. I heard that she was the Holy One intends to send her out for marriage. Lao Du blinked and then realized. Good guy. What a hatred this must be. Wang Longqi sighed again. It is hard to disobey the sacred order, and it is said that this will allow her child to become the next king of East China Sea. I can only do it. Lao Du, do you understand? I understand. Lao Du patted his shoulder with understanding. There is a kind of love called letting go. But Wang Longqi turned to look at Su Wan and said, Although I can no longer help you in this regard, I can personally contribute 5,000 taels to sponsor Yulangshuan. Su Wan smiled. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang Qi. But to participate in the Huadu conference, you need an investment of 1 million taels. Even if I have spent all my wealth now, no matter how much I borrow, I will still be short of at least 300,000 taels. Your 5,000 taels. She shook her head helplessly. When Li Chu heard this, his eyes moved. How much difference? At least 300,000 taels. Su Wan repeated. Li Chu couldn't help but be a little suspicious. This bitch. Could it be that he calculated it accurately? But if you take it seriously, Yulangshuan's unreasonable disaster this time is also inseparable from him. Whether it was the withdrawal of the Yin family or the death of the king of Donghai, if you think about it carefully, it really started with his kidnapping of the girl Jiangli. Li Chu felt a little embarrassed. But? All the wealth. But I haven't covered it up yet. It's inevitable that I feel a little distressed. Then I heard Wang Longqi say, Just accept it. Yulangshuan has given me a lot of warmth. Although the money is not much, it is more or less a sincere thought. Ha. Su Wan smiled, took the 5,000 taels of silver notes, and said, Okay, if I don't raise all the money later and can't attend the Huadu conference, I will pay back the money. Qi Xiao Wang, if I raise all the money, as long as Jiangli goes on stage, Qi Xiao will get at least 5 times the profit from the money. Wang Longqi chuckled. That's the best. After saying that, Amelia Su was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, he heard Li Chu shout, Wait a minute! Huh? Su Wan turned around and asked, Is there anything else? Mr. Li? The words have not yet finished. See you soon. Li Chu took out 2 crumpled banknotes from his chest, squeezed them tightly, and handed them to Su Wan extremely slowly. My master, my apprentice, and myself all have the coffins of the Yun Temple here, which is exactly 300,000 taels. Li Chu gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, Take it. Su Wan looked at Li Chu in surprise. Xiao Tao is priestly. You are really... It's nothing. Li Chu's face was full of indescribable solemnity. Children of Jianghu are talking about righteousness. Chapter 285 The Baby Thunder Dragon Goes on a Rampage. A bright moon hangs high in the night sky, reflecting the joys and sorrows of separation. Li Chu lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Sighed. Well, still can't sleep. It has been 3 days since he handed over the 300,000 taels of silver notes to Su Wan, and he has not fallen asleep. Perturbed. Anxiety. Disturbed. It seems that I have entered a midlife crisis ahead of schedule. It can also be said that without money, Every day is a crisis. Thanks to Li Chu's strong physique, he didn't feel anything even if he didn't sleep for several days and nights. He has never tested his limits. But based on his current feeling, it is probably very easy to survive for 10 days and a half. Turned over. Still can't sleep. Li Chu simply got up and planned to go out for a walk. It's a pity that although the crack in the front yard is still there, no ghosts have appeared in it for a long time. Otherwise there would still be some entertainment at night. The huge blood sea unicorn last time. I thought it was just the beginning, but I didn't expect it to be the peak. As soon as he went out, he saw Wang Longqi. Wang Qishao was wearing a thick coat, leaning on the railing of the corridor, looking up in the yard, leaning alone in the sleepless night, looking at the stars in the sky. "What are you doing?" Li Chu asked. "It's a long night, and I don't want to sleep. Come out and take a look at the scenery." Wang Longqi sighed. Li Chu nodded. Everyone was about the same. "Are you still worried about that huge sum of money?" Wang Longqi looked at him again. "This is not about money," Li Chu said. "It's about wealth and life." Wang Longqi smiled. "I understand." He and Li Chu sat down together against the railing and sighed again. "After I came to Shiluo City, the girl Lanji I met has not been found yet. And Princess Yuhuan's future is also uncertain. Thinking about the previous experience in Hangzhou Mansion, it is simply unbearable to look back. Sometimes I wonder if I also have a fate like a lone star. So every woman I meet will be unlucky." "On the contrary," Li Chu said, "it's because they are unlucky that they met you." Wang Longqi licked his lips for a long time, but still didn't quite understand. "Are you comforting me?" "Yes." Li Chu nodded. While the two were chatting, the door of Du Lan's room suddenly opened, and Lao Du walked out wearing clothes. "Eh?" Wang Longqi smiled. "Old Du, are you worried about something and can't sleep?" "No." Du Lang shook his head. "I am getting older, so I often wake up at night." Wang Longqi said. "Isn't this an annoying thing in itself?" Lao Du blinked. "What you said makes sense." Then the three men sat down together against the railing and looked up at the sky. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a noise in the kitchen. The three of them cast their gaze over. I saw a short, chubby figure, holding a chicken leg in each paw, and the dog came out of the kitchen furtively. Then he met the eyes of three people. The figure suddenly froze in place. Shock. Oh, Wang Longqi pointed at the little fat dragon. 2 days ago, I heard Miss Bai say that things are always missing in the kitchen for no reason. I can't tell you. A purebred dragon with thick eyebrows and big eyes can do such sneaky things. That's right. The one who sneaked out of the kitchen was none other than the little fat dragon. Caught red-handed? Ouch. The little fat dragon yelled quickly, as if to defend himself, and at the same time hid his 2 paws behind his back. Good fellow. You're still saying you haven't got the stolen goods yet? Wang Longqi glared. The little fat dragon barked twice more. Let's not tell Miss Xiao Bai. Wang Longqi began to smile evilly again. What's the benefit of that? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't leak anything. The little fat dragon suddenly became angry and said, Oh, you say I bully children? Huh? A sage named Lu once said that when you are young, you steal needles. But when you grow up, you steal people. Wang Longqi patted his chest. I am educating you. Li Chu and Du Lang looked at each other and thought this scene was quite incredible. If Wang Longqi has any special talents, his ability to communicate across races may also be noted. After a while, Wang Longqi and Dulan had a fat chicken leg in their hands, and their mouths were full of oil. The little fat dragon watched from the side, tears welling up in his eye sockets. In order to seal it, it could only hand over the 2 remaining chicken legs. The moonlight shines in the courtyard, and the shadows of the 4 male creatures, 3 people and 1 dragon, are very long. In their hearts, because of money, because of love, because of food, because of prostate, under the shadow of the moon. Everyone feels melancholy. But the next day, Xiao Feilong's melancholy escalated again, because Zhang Yunting is here. He also brought special personnel from Shishao sect to collect the blood essence of the little fat dragon. Although it initially agreed to Zhang Yunting's request because of the temptation of the Thunder Pond immortal carp, when the day actually came, it was inevitably a little nervous. After all, what child is not afraid of injections? What's more, it's such a long one. Seeing the man brought by Zhang Yunting pull out a foot-long hollow golden needle, Wang Longqi smacked his lips. Good guy. Such a big needle. Are you going to pierce it? The disciple of Shishao said with a smile. No. This thing just looks very long. In fact, it only needs to be rubbed outside. Ouch. The little fat dragon's claws clenched together nervously. The fox girl also held its paw and comforted. Don't be afraid. Our baby is the strongest. The disciple of Shishao didn't lie. He used his skills to control the golden needle and pierced it through the only soft part of the baby thunder dragon's forehead. It's no wonder that dragon essence and blood are usually difficult to obtain. Such an operation may endanger the dragon's life at any time, and it would not be agreed at all. But after piercing the forehead of the baby brontosaurus, he did not take the blood essence first. Instead, he injected a trace of silver-white liquid into it. The little fat dragon's brows, which were tightly furrowed because of fear, gradually relaxed and he fell asleep. It turned out to be anesthesia. This will probably make it sleep for half an hour. There is no harm in it. As he said that, the disciple of Shinshao gradually penetrated deeper and inserted the golden needle another 3 inches before stopping. Then, using secret techniques, he slowly extracted a drop of golden blood that sparkled with electric light. After proposing it, he quickly sealed it with blood crystals and put it away with great care. As for the little fat dragon lying on the couch, his aura had weakened almost visibly to the naked eye, and he seemed to be a lot sluggish for no reason. John Yunting then presented the brocade bag containing 10 Thunder Pond immortal carps and said at the same time, "Thank you all." Li Chu took the reward for the little fat dragon and asked with some worry, "Will it be okay?" John Yunting said, "It won't be a big deal, but it may be weak for a while. After all, it is still young, and it may take a long time to recover from a drop of blood essence. However, if we replenish its essence with pure essence at this time, it should be fine." Quite a few. I am also happy to help with this matter. But regardless of whether the chi is strong or pure, I think Taoist Master Li should be stronger than me. Oh, Li Chu asked. Then how to operate? John Yunting said. The dragon's meridians are more complex than the human body, but they are very strong. So they are blessed by nature. You don't need to pay too much attention. You just need to inject the true energy into its body, walk around the sky, and let it slowly disperse into the body. That's it. Maybe it can't completely make up for it, but it's enough to strengthen its energy and spirit. Although the true energy injected in this way can't last for long. Once a day, it can still make its condition much better. Okay. Li Chu nodded. Now that he knew how to do it, he didn't delay and directly put his hand on the little fat dragon's forehead. Although Zhang Yunting said not to be too careful, Li Chu only injected a little spiritual power to test the water at the beginning. After all, his spiritual power and true energy were still quite different. Then, slowly swim away. It's a bit like the massage I once gave Gong Sunru. Except this time it was more detailed and slow, with the purpose of exploring all the meridians throughout his body. This trace of spiritual power slowly traveled around the sky and returned to the body. Only half of it was left, and the remaining half was probably transformed into the body of the little fat dragon. There don't seem to be any side effects, so Li Chu was ready to increase his efforts. At this moment, there was a clicking sound, and the little fat dragon's bones seemed to have undergone some strange changes, as if they had suddenly grown a bit. The scales all over his body seemed to become brighter in an instant. What happened? Li Chu realized something was wrong and stopped immediately. Then, the little fat dragon's eyes suddenly opened. The golden flames in a pair of vertical pupils were so bright that they were dazzling, like a divine fire from tens of thousands of years ago. Ouch! It was as if a carp had been injected with blood. It suddenly jumped up, turned into a bolt of lightning, rushed out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. How is this going? Everyone present was stunned. What about half an hour's sleep as promised? What about the promised period of weakness? Why did you suddenly go berserk? Of course, Li Chu didn't hesitate at all and instantly summoned the pure yang sword and chased after him. The little fat dragon was in a strange state and seemed to have lost his mind. If it goes out like this, it may hurt someone. Very dangerous to civilians. In the blue sky and white sun, I saw a bolt of lightning suddenly flying out of Dian Fengwen and crossing the street. Then a flying fireball shot from above, following closely behind. Bang. After a few breaths, there was a loud bang. The little fat dragon's electric light crashed into a building, and a scream soon came from inside. Li Chu also quickly landed. Bang. After the smoke and dust dispersed, he pulled his head out of the ground with a handsome gesture, and then immediately rushed into the building in a flash. A little anxious. After all, no matter how you say it, little fat dragon can be said to be a child. and they are existences similar to guardians. If it really does something that hurts others, then everyone watching Dayun will have to bear the blame. With such a mood, Li Chu quickly rushed inside. Then, I couldn't help but be startled. His expression was complicated. It turned out that the little fat dragon lost his mind after going on a rampage and threw himself into the back kitchen of a roast chicken restaurant. The food is extremely cruel. Chapter 286. My cult leader Yu Qian? In the clear sky and white sun, in Shiluo City, there is a demon dragon unleashing thunder and fire on the street, disturbing the people, destroying shops, and robbing chicken legs. Inside Dayun's branch, Duan Geng smiled bitterly. The harm is not big. The impact is very bad. To Chao Yan Ke, this incident was very strange. A monster appears on the street. It's a big deal. But this monster just grabbed a few chicken legs. Another small thing. But this monster is a pure blood dragon. It's a big deal. But this pure blood dragon clan has been surrendered. Another small thing. But this dragon was raised by the Li Chu family. It became undoubtedly a huge event. As long as it involves Dayun's opinion. No matter how small it is. Duan Geng has to communicate in person. Ever since Li Chu killed by Fang with one sword and opened 2 holes in the iron prison, Chaotian Palace had decided on a policy. There is nothing trivial in Dayun Temple. As long as it involves Dayun's view. You must read, respect, thoroughly and handle it with caution. Fortunately, Li Chu is not a calf protector. The little Taoist priest solemnly said, Commander Duan, you can just tell me how to punish him. We are willing to bear all responsibilities. Next to him, Wang Longqi hugged the little fat dragon with fear on his face, letting him accept the trial in person. As Zhang Yunting said, the power injected by others will eventually dissipate, and can only help it replenish its vitality temporarily. Even though the trace of spiritual power injected by Li Chu was so effective that it even changed its form, it did not last long. During the duration of that effect, it even burst out at a speed that even Li Chu's sword control skills couldn't catch up with. You can imagine how powerful it is. Although speed is the innate talent of the Thunder Dragon, a little dragon less than 8 years old can instantly display a talent that is not inferior to that of an adult dragon. This is the power of spiritual power. In addition, Zhang Yunting also studied it carefully with the people from Shishao sect afterwards. The so-called rage state should be due to the spiritual power injected into the body of the baby Thunder Dragon at that time. And its power instantly became stronger. But the effect of the anesthesia was still there, so that its body suddenly revived. But its mind had not yet awakened, so it only acted on instinct. So the little fat dragon instinctively smelled the smell and ran away. When it exploded in speed and hit the ground, it crammed its chicken legs and consumed all the spiritual power in its body, and then immediately laid down on the ground again, without any effort. Li Chu was arrested on the spot. The conclusion is that if Li Chu uses spiritual power to help it replenish its vitality in the future, this situation will not happen today. This also makes everyone feel reassured. Hi. Duan Geng smiled again. If you really talk about punishment, it's not a big deal. But you have to take it seriously. We will post a notice later. Is this okay? Li Chu asked. Just listen to Duan Geng continue to say. Then you just lose some money and that's it. Li Chu's face darkened. Is this no big deal? Then he asked carefully. How much compensation will it cost? Duan Geng said. The merchant's loss plus fines is only 200 taels of silver. Li Chu pondered for a moment and asked. Is it possible that we can send the criminal to custody for a while, and then waive the fine? The little fat dragon immediately tightened his grip on Wang Longqi's sleeves. His eyes widened, and a question mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Huh? I may not be human. But you? Duan Geng scratched his head. Taoist Priestley is joking. This pure blood dragon clan is of great importance. Your Taoist temple dares to keep it as a pet. But we don't dare to accept it easily. Okay. Li Chu had no choice but to take back the idea. After sending Duan Geng away, he turned around and turned his attention to the little fat dragon. Calm and aloof. It's like a parent who has just sent away a neighbor who came to claim compensation. After giving the neighbor a smile to make amends, he turns back to face the child who smashed the window of the house. The little fat dragon shuddered and quickly stood upright. You don't have to be afraid. I don't blame you for this, Li Chu said calmly. I rashly injected spiritual power into you without any experience, causing you to suddenly go berserk. I won't blame you. Ouch. The little fat dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Li Chu turned around and left. leaving behind a sentence. I just think it's time for you to lose weight. Eat something vegetarian. After the incident involving the little fat dragon was over, the temple was temporarily peaceful for another afternoon. Then Guing came over again. Senior Ancient. Li Chu stood up to greet him. He always felt that Guing had a temperament that was very similar to his master. That feeling of being deep, broad, and full of unknowns made him respect him very much. After the incident with the Moon God Order ended, Guing had returned to Luoying Island overseas. This time, I came back to deliver something. Give this to your master. She handed over a brocade box. Li Chu took it and opened it. Inside was a simple robe made of linen. It's a token of my god sect, Guing said. I think he is more qualified to inherit this thing than me. Huh? Li Chu was surprised. What does this mean? He has also heard that the inheritance of this linen garment represents the position of the linen leader. No matter how good the friendship is, you can't give this kind of thing away casually. Right? Guing said slowly. Back then, he traveled around the world and once went to Luoying Island to become my disciple and practice my Yi's divine arithmetic. Li Chu listened quietly. He never knew that his master had this experience. So judging from the My God sect, this ancient senior and his master turned out to be from the same sect? 2 months later, our master suddenly said that he had calculated that his end was approaching, and he actually wanted to pass on the lineage of Mai to him. Of course, I didn't accept it. Guing speaks very calmly now, but it can be heard that she must have been a very high-spirited person back then. So master asked us to compete in deductions. I had been practicing for 20 years at that time, and he had only been practicing for 2 months. So I was naturally not afraid. Master asked 9 questions. In the first 8 days, we each had 4 wins and 4 losses. Tie! The 9th question asks us to calculate the number of beads in the belly of a clam in the East China Sea. My deduction result was 9. And he said it was 10. Guing continued. In the end, it turned out to be 9. I won. I took over Mai's inheritance. And he left sadly. In all these years, I never felt anything was wrong. Until the day before yesterday. Your master asked someone to come to me and gave me this bead. Guing spread her hands, revealing a milky white pearl in her palm. At that moment, I realized that I had never calculated through him. Guing said. Seeing this pearl, I deduced what happened back then. It turned out that he had already calculated the master's meeting the day before. When I asked this question, I went to find the clam spirit in advance and took out a bead. He lost to me on purpose. At that time, I only counted to the 2nd floor and thought he was on the 1st floor. In fact, he was already on the 5th floor. Is this so? It turns out that the master has such a past. But he never said that he could tell fortunes. By giving him this sackcloth, you can settle the karma between us for so many years, Guing added. In addition, I also vaguely calculated that there is a big cause and effect that has enveloped the entire Shenluo city. What is it? Li Chu asked. I don't know. It may be that the people involved are much better than the incultivation. Or there are too many creatures involved. And I can't get a full picture, Guing said. It's just that this is probably a disaster. Really? Li Chu shuddered slightly. Shenluo City is always shrouded in dark clouds. The grandest gathering of the year is about to begin. If something goes wrong at this time, not only is 300,000 taels of silver, but also the safety of the people of the entire Shenluo City will be at risk. This must not be allowed to happen. All I can see is a big, extremely cold storm. And in the center of that storm, there's a flower. Guing left these last words before getting up and leaving. She didn't know what the flower was or what it symbolized. So she could only ask this question to Li Chu. Flower, Li Chu murmured. According to what was said before, of the 4 divine orders of wind, flower, snow and moon, under Lord Songhai, now only the flower god order should be left. Could this be the person he is talking about? Or is it the Huadu conference? Or, Li Chu thought again of Yulinger, the girl with the 100-flower fairy body whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Then, Yilinger came, as if summoned by his thoughts. Still has that smart smile. Li Chu then asked, Miss Yi, what's wrong? I'm here to give you a heads up. Yilinger lowered his voice and said carefully, the bombing sex group came to Shenluo City again. Yesterday they came to me to ask about the failure of the last transaction. They escaped, but I missed them. Sooner or later, they will find you. This time, the bombing sect is obviously coming with great force. They even sent out a Fuyao. Chapter 287. Is this special horse 8 years old? I have always heard that the Biming sect has two wings, Fuyao and Wanli. Their combined force is comparable to the 12 immortal sects. Today I met Wan Shanweng, so I know that this statement is true. In the pavilion, Mr. Songhai reached out and poured a cup of tea for the old man opposite. Showing great respect, the old man opposite was dressed in black robes. With a stiff expression, he didn't seem to be interested in Mr. Songhai's politeness. Wan Shanzi is just a poor man who ranks last among the Fuyu people. Lord Songhai is the Dharma king of the demon sect. He is extremely noble, so there is no need to be so polite. They were also compliments. But compared to Songhai-jun, his words seemed a bit harsh and more like mockery. The Biming sect is not monolithic. The upper echelons of the entire sect are divided into two factions, the Fuyu Zhong and the Wanli Tu. Among them, the Fuyu crowd has no limit on the number of people. Once their cultivation reaches the peak of all phenomena, they can join. So the number of people is slightly larger. There are only 9 members of the Wanli disciples, and there are only 2 ways to join. One is to wait for someone among them to fall, and the other is to challenge one of them, kick him out of the Wanli disciples, and join himself. The leader of the Biming sect is not permanent and must be re-elected every 30 years. Usually no one will serve for more than a year. Whichever faction becomes the leader will have the upper hand. The two factions have different ideas and have fought countless battles over the past 20,000 years. Although there are only 9 members of the Wanli disciples, they have never been inferior to the Fuyu disciples. But when it comes to their belief in Kun, neither group has any problem. They all believe that Kun will one day turn into a Peng and lead the Biming sect to ascend as a religion. It's just that the Fuyu Zhong will be on the left and the Wanli Tu will be on the right, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Most of the battles between the two factions are healthy competitions, with the standard being the number of dragons captured and giant Kun fed. The Biming cultists, who had previously traded with Lord Songhai, belonged to the Fuyu sect. If they could capture a pure-blooded true dragon and return to Biming, the Fuyu sect's prestige would surely grow. It will also help the upcoming headmaster election. So Fuyu people attach great importance to this transaction. But this transaction suffered a huge failure. None of the Biming cultists, who went to Shenlua City to receive the baby thunder dragon, came back. And the big bosses of the Fuyu sect were very angry. Wan Shanzi came to Shenlua City this time to raise an army to investigate the crime. Song Haijun noticed the anger in the other party's words. Smiling slightly, Wan Shanwing must have some doubts about the last transaction. Don't worry. I will naturally tell you everything I know. Wan Shanzi snorted. Okay. All I know is that we sent someone to bring you the Kuan suction power as agreed. But we didn't bring the pure-blooded true dragon back as promised. I'd like to see it. Lord Songhai. How to explain? Before Wan Shanwing came to me, he must have gone to investigate elsewhere. Songhai Jun said. Of course, this is not my problem. But someone ruined the deal. Now he is also my enemy. I don't care what enemies you have. Wan Shanzi looked at Songhai Jun. You got the power of Kun. But we didn't get the pure-blood dragon. Then do you have an obligation to capture the pure-blood dragon for us? Come back? Then, take revenge for those dead believers? It's natural. Songhai Jun agreed happily. This actually surprised Wan Shanzi. Oh. Then what does Mr. Songhai plan to do? I'm ashamed to say that most of my men have been killed. Songhai Jun smiled bitterly. But I already know everything about that person quite well. Wan Shanwing wants me to help capture the pure-blooded true dragon. I'll give you some ideas. But if I want to take action, I might be powerless. In addition, capturing the dragon clan can be done. Songhai Jun said slowly. If you want to avenge those believers, I advise you to give up this idea. The baby Brontosaurus has been very happy these 2 days. Although the devil who looked like a little Taoist priest said that he would become a vegetarian, he was just talking. The fox sister with the warm big tail secretly fed him meat. And he didn't care. Today he went out to exorcise people's evil spirits again. He no longer had to be afraid of him and could walk around in the Taoist temple. Although the wretched brother with thick eyebrows and big eyes and the Taoist grandfather with long hands and black face often snatched his food, which made him a little troubled. But they will also play with themselves. So thinking about it this way, it's not a loss. Moreover, since someone took a drop of blood, the little devil Taoist injects a powerful, warm, and comfortable force into his body every day. He warns himself not to use it, but to keep it running in his body to replenish the lost vitality. But the little fat dragon felt very clearly that the lost power was basically made up on the first day. Every day after that, that bit of spiritual power was used by it to accelerate growth. In the past few days, its power has grown as fast as the past year. Whenever that trace of power circulates in its body, it can feel that the sealed innate magical powers in its sea of consciousness are about to move. That's right. A large part of the Dragon Clan's inheritance does not need to be learned. But parents can carve it into their sea of consciousness when they can see their children. As a child grows, these talents will gradually be unlocked as his strength increases. And the trace of spiritual power that Li Chu injected was enough for Little Fat Dragon to unlock every powerful innate magical power. It's just that it doesn't dare to use it easily anymore. Because in just a few months of getting along with each other, the little devil Taoist priest had already made the Little Fat Dragon realize an extremely realistic concept. Money. A broken vase costs money. A broken door frame costs money. A cracked floor tile costs money. And a broken railing costs money. And all of this will eventually be converted into money to buy chicken legs. Therefore, it cannot use magical powers at will. It has to be patient. According to this trend, it will become a Dragon King level existence in less than 3 years. By then, the Little Fat Dragon imagined the scene where the wretched brother and the black-faced grandpa were kneeling on the ground, shouting exaggeratedly, "The 3-year period has come. Welcome the Dragon King to eat chicken legs." I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, suddenly it smelled a strange fragrance. Ridiculously fragrant. This is the first time in its short 8-year-old life that it smells better than chicken legs. It's drunk. The Little Fat Dragon followed the scent all the way to the wall and felt that the scent was coming from outside. But, after the last trouble, everyone sternly told it not to cross the fence. In order to make it understand this matter more clearly, Durang took a horse out, and then came back and whipped the horse several times, saying that the horse would be beaten after it saw something bad outside. Use this to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and warn the Little Fat Dragon not to climb over the wall. But, it smells really good. After struggling for a while, the Little Fat Dragon glared and clenched his paws into fists. I am already a mature little dragon. Has extremely strong self-control ability. I didn't climb over the wall to do bad things. I just wanted to see the good things that wouldn't hurt me, and not the bad things. Thinking like this, the Little Fat Dragon took the first sinful step. With a slight leap, he climbed over the wall. The aroma seemed to have a magical power, completely captivating it. Like an invisible dotted line, it led the Little Fat Dragon southward along the wall of Dian Branch and ran out of the entire alley. It only took hold because the surroundings were a bit unfamiliar. After all, he was still a child. Although the scent was very tempting to the dragon, it was still a little scared. At this moment, countless chains suddenly sprang out from the front, back, left and right. These chains were interspersed and integrated in an instant, forming a seamless iron net, covering the Little Fat Dragon firmly inside. Bang! The iron net fell to the ground with a heavy muffled sound. There was a whoosh of wind, and several men in black robes appeared around, with evil smiles on their faces. "Hey! This dragon net is really useful." A man was buckling a gourd. There seemed to be some kind of golden powder in the gourd, and the aroma was emanating from it. "Yes! The temptation of this thing to dragons is unstoppable." Another person laughed. "It's just that all the adult dragons are very cunning and know how to be more cautious the more they face temptation. But this 8-year-old little dragon doesn't know. This is not a simple 8-year-old dragon. This is an 8-year-old pure-blood dragon." Another person laughed. "The previous group of people didn't bring it back. It was the Kuang God who was destined to give us the credit." Ha ha. Several people were talking and laughing, and were about to pull up the iron net and suppress the Little Fat Dragon with a magic weapon. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "What kind of light is this?" When everyone lowered their heads to look, they discovered that the iron net, which was engraved with countless talismans and could perfectly suppress a 1,000-year-old dragon, suddenly revealed a burst of golden light from the gaps. Then, the next second, this golden light suddenly enveloped everyone around him. 100,000 thunder. In an instant, everyone was numb. Only one thought flashed through their minds. "This special horse is 8 years old?" Chapter 288. Fortunately, he is a bad guy. The country of Huanlong. It is said that before the ancient times, the Dragon Clan was the primate of all things and the ruler of the world. According to legend, unlike the way humans rule the world, the bloodline of true dragons cannot multiply wildly. Therefore, in the world ruled by dragons, there is a strict pyramid-like hierarchy divided by bloodlines. The first level is naturally the pure-blooded true dragon, the supreme one. The second level is the mixed blood dragon descendants below pure blood true dragons. Most of them are bred from the dragon race and other races, and their blood is impure. Mixed blood dragonborn depend on the purity of their bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the higher their status. The third class is the remaining sentient beings who do not have dragon blood flowing in their bodies. The human race is inconspicuous among them, and is even at the bottom because of its physical weakness. Those races that were at the bottom of the race were in danger of extinction at any time in a world where the jungle prevailed. It was said that the beasts were numerous, but the people were sparse. There is a saying circulating in the world that the reason why the weak human race was able to survive was because there was a branch of the human race that grasped the preferences of the dragon race. Although they are weak, they are very smart and have developed various means to please the dragon clan. Concocting the alluring dragon mint for dragons is one of them. There are also magical methods such as dragon playing stick, fluorescent torch, dragon coiling frame, and other miraculous methods that have been passed down in later generations. The proud dragon tribe at that time was very fond of this human race, who worked hard to please them. Every dragon master was proud to have one or several human slaves who worked hard to please it. It was through these flattery methods that the branch of the bloodline was promoted by the pure-blooded true dragon and received great protection. The human ancestors of other tribes were able to survive because of this. Gradually, relying on their wisdom and bravery, they unknowingly accumulated powerful power. Only after a certain catastrophe, the world was reshuffled, and the human race took the opportunity to subvert the world and become the new primates of all things. But the branch that had done the most great work and once protected the human race did not completely abandon it at that time. They chose to protect the dragon race. Later, this branch went overseas with the dragon clan and became anonymous. At that time, people called him Huanlong clan. When the power of the dragon clan gradually grew stronger and the Huanlong clan came to prominence, it would be a long time before there was any dispute with the Halua royal family and the founding of the country. Today's Huanlong clan is the royal family of the Huanlong kingdom. Their relationship with the dragon clan is no longer that of master and servant, nor is it between cultivators and summoned beasts as before. It's more like a unique interdependence. In Huanlong Kingdom, dragons are not everywhere. The number of pure-blooded dragons is extremely rare. And among pure-blooded true dragons, the oldest and most powerful ones are called celestial dragons. This is a higher level existence than the ordinary dragon king, almost comparable to the land gods among cultivators. These 9 heavenly dragons all live together in a vast ancestral land. No one knows where this ancestral land is except the royal family Huanlong. Did you feel it? In the boundless gray mist of the ancestral land, a pair of silver-white vertical pupils slowly opened, and red-gold flames flowed in the white vertical pupils, so thick that they were almost substantial, as it let out a distant dragon roar. Its voice was heard throughout the endless world. Another heavenly dragon is born. I don't know how many miles away. A pair of black vertical pupils lit up. Among the dragon clan's innate magical powers, the most powerful existence is no less powerful than the immortal magic. The standard for being promoted to a heavenly dragon is slightly similar to the human standard for land gods. That is, being able to refine the power of dragon blood into the so-called celestial dragon power. The magical power exerted by the power of the heavenly dragon is very different from the natural power of dragon blood. It can even resonate with the world. As Tianlongs, they felt this resonance. But who is it? Why was it born in the territory of the human race? A pair of golden vertical pupils made its voice. It's very dangerous there. I forgot about it last time, so I won't mention it. It's very strange. It doesn't look like those existences that may be promoted to Tianlong in my impression. Another voice sounded. In this world, 9 pairs of vertical pupils shine, like the brilliance of the sun and the moon. No matter what, the owner of the pair of silver-white vertical pupils said again, we should recruit it in. Only we in this world know what a real Tianlong is. I'll go. A slightly softer voice sounded. I want to see what kind of strongman he is in this era who can be promoted to become a Tianlong alone outside the ancestral land. Echoes echoed from deep within the ancestral land. I'm really looking forward to it. The little fat dragon was discovered by people from Chaotian. In the crisis, it used a trace of spiritual power given by Li Chu to display one of its high-level talents. 100,000 thunders from heaven. Although limited by its physical body, there is no way to fully unleash the power of this magical power. But the powerful thunder that burst out in an instant was enough to shake the surrounding area for several miles, as if a thunderbolt fell from the clear sky. The people from Chaotian quickly came to check, and found a little fat dragon, with a round belly lying in the middle of the field. It also fell into a coma due to the impact of the powerful thunder, surrounded by a group of slightly charred humanoid objects. Obviously, the murderer is right in front of him. The evidence is conclusive and irrefutable. Xiao Feilong was arrested on the spot. When Chao Tiang's subordinates carried it back to the station, Duan Geng saw it and frowned. Why is it here again? Duan Geng didn't want to provoke Diyun's pet. After hearing that several lives had been lost, Duan Geng's eyes suddenly darkened. Bad. This is what I fear most. If something big happened, it wouldn't be good if he didn't deal with it. He's not very good at handling it. It's difficult. Just think of this, he hurriedly said. Take me to see it quickly. He strode to the field where the body lay. The Xuani guard who was inspecting the corpse reported. Commander, there is something strange about this group of people. Huh? What? They are all profound practitioners, and they all have the wing symbol tattooed on their bodies, the Xuani guard said. This seems to be a unique symbol of the Baiming sect. Baiming sect? That cult that believes in Juquan? When Duan Geng heard this, he immediately guessed a rough outline in his mind. This group of cultists specializes in capturing dragons to feed the giant Kun. They must have been eyeing this pure-blood dragon, and they didn't expect a dragon cub to burst out with such powerful power. Duan Geng is not surprised by this either. When fighting a dragon, it depends on the owner. If you catch Taoist Master Li's pet, hey, will you die? Later, Li Chu also arrived. As soon as he returned to Diyun branch, he received news from Chaotian and hurried over without knowing what happened. He was thinking about whether the little fat dragon went out to play again, broke someone's things, damaged someone's house, knocked down someone's old man, and in short, someone had to pay for it. The Taoist temple, which was already not wealthy, could no longer afford to add insult to injury again. Thinking like this, he sat uneasily in front of Duan Geng and asked, What trouble did it get into again? 8 people were electrocuted to death, Duan Geng said. Oh, that's good. Li Chu's tense nerves relaxed. I thought I broke something again. Duan Geng, ? Etc. After a pause, Li Chu came to his senses and raised his eyes. This. But Taoist Priestly. Don't worry. Duan Geng smiled and said, We have carefully inspected the scene and confirmed that these 8 people came from the north and were cultists of the Baiming sect. This group of people will stir up some trouble every time they come to the Halua dynasty. Bloody fights have long been a major criminal that we have banned from entering the border. They used dragon mint to attract your little dragon out, and they had evil intentions. Thanks to the powerful magical power of that little dragon, they wiped out all these cultists. So it can't be regarded as causing trouble. It can also be said to be a meritorious service. Really? Li Chu then showed a smile. I just said that it is usually very well behaved. It is impossible for it to do things that harm people's lives for nothing. But it is still a bad person. Yes. Duan Geng also laughed heartily. Fortunately, he is a bad guy. The 2 men looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 289, That Little Taoist Priest. Stand up for me. I really believed you. Wan Shanzi looked at Song Haijun with a livid complexion. Last time, Song Haijun swore to give him an idea, with a confident tone, as if the baby thunder dragon was already in the bag. Never imagined. The plan didn't work out. So the Baiming cultists who came with him were all wiped out, and he accidentally became a polished commander. The reason for the failure was actually being wiped out by an 8-year-old dragon cub. It sounds incredible. Song Haijun smiled and poured him another cup of tea. Wan Shanwing, please calm down and calm down your anger. The one who dares to die is not your subordinate, Song Haijun. If you can't capture the pure-blood dragon, you won't be the one who gets punished, Wan Shanzi said angrily. He said before that he was at the bottom among the Fuyu people. He was not being modest. But it was true. So this kind of errand work was given to him. If he fails again, the Fuya sect will send more powerful bosses to prepare for war with the Yanyu sect or others. It's just that I'm warning you. If I come back empty-handed this time, don't think that you can live in peace. Wan Shanzi looked at Kang Heijun again and threatened. You must know the style of our sect. Of course I know. Song Haijun smiled again. These Baiming believers are simply a bunch of lunatics. The slightest contradiction will lead to revenge at the risk of life. Therefore, while he has a bad reputation in the world, most forces dare not provoke him. Kang Heijun would not want to deal with this group of people unless he had no choice. He said leisurely, Wan Shanling thinks about it carefully. Although the idea I gave you is not very clever, it almost succeeded. But who would have thought that at the last step, your subordinates could not even deal with a dragon cub? No. How can you blame me? Wan Shanzi's chest rose and fell. Then he leaned back suddenly and put his hands into his arms. I don't care. You have to give us an explanation. His face was full of an arrogant expression that said, I won't be unreasonable, and you can do anything to me. Song Haijun looked a little helpless and said, If Wan Shanling is determined to get the Thunder Dragon Cub, I have one more motto to give to Wan Shanwang. A motto? What? Squat? Squatting? Wan Shanzi wondered. That's right. Just squatting. Mr. Songhai said seriously. Although it will not be easy to lure the dragon cubs out in the future, there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. As long as you are patient enough. Wan Shanwang. You can always find an opportunity to steal the little dragon as long as you have the ability to defeat the little dragon. Isn't this idea too stupid? Wan Shanzi frowned. What if I can't squat? Song Haijun smiled and shook his head. As long as you have enough patience, you will always get the chance to steal the dragon. After all, I am ranked among the Baiming Fuyu people. It would be too shameful to ask me to personally do such an errand of waiting for something to happen. Wan Shanzi still had rejection written all over his face. Among the rolling clouds above Shenlue City, a brilliant celestial dragon with silver-white scales was passing through, and suddenly stopped. It's too early to correct. People on the ground may just feel that a cloud layer suddenly becomes thicker, and at the same time, they may have a flash of heart palpitations. But not many people will pay attention to it. Just think that it is a violent heartbeat. But in Bailong Temple, the young monk who was closing his eyes slowly opened his eyes. The silver-scaled heavenly dragon hovers in the sky, rising and falling in the clouds, as if swimming in the sea. In its pair of bright silver pupils, the burning golden flames flickered, revealing a bit of confusion. Huh? Why can't I find it? The aura of the heavenly dragon that I felt before was clearly here, thousands of miles away, and still very clear. It murmured in its heart. But it is so close now. Why can't it suddenly be felt? It's unlikely that he will fall suddenly, as soon as he becomes a Tianlong. Hesitating for a moment at high altitude, a flash of determination flashed in its eyes, as if it had made a slightly difficult decision. Then, it opened its mouth gently, and let out a low dragon roar. The voice seemed as light as a whisper. But at the same time, a wave of pressure unique to the dragon clan rolled over Shenlue City. In this sudden pressure, all the creatures in Shenlue City felt their hearts suddenly tighten for a moment. Human beings are considered good, but those pigs, dogs, cattle and sheep suddenly encountered this incident, and most of them fell to their knees in fear. Even if there is only a hint of the power of the heavenly dragon, it is not something that a mortal can bear, but it releases this pressure naturally not to scare these creatures. But this pressure is also a signal between the same race. The search for spiritual consciousness is like gaze, too superficial. By emitting such coercion, it can instantly feel all the creatures around it that are flowing with dragon blood, and will respond no matter how the other party changes. The next second, it receives feedback. There is indeed no form Tianlong in this city or its surroundings. But there were some unexpected discoveries. Is that a pure-blood dragon? Although pure-blooded true dragons in the Huanlong Kingdom are rare, these heavenly dragons, which have lived in their ancestral land for thousands of years, are incomparable to other true dragons. Babies, like the Brontosaurus baby, were naturally not something it had ever come into contact with. With a mark of blood, it can feel that this dragon cub is a direct descendant of the thunder dragon in the ancestral land. And it definitely comes from the dragon kingdom. The long-lost anger quickly arose. The reason for its anger was not just that someone had robbed the true dragon cub, nor was it that the people from the dragon kingdom were not protecting it well. More reasons to be angry. This real dragon cub is washing the dishes. In its long life of nearly 10,000 years, it has never seen any dragon clan do such a thing. No, never heard of it. Just when it wanted to swoop down immediately and rescue the baby dragon from the dire straits. Suddenly, a golden light passed in front of his eyes. Call out. After the light faded away, a small figure wearing a large monk's robe appeared in front of it. High in the sky, there was actually an extra little monk with red lips and white teeth. If the aura of a land god is restrained, even the most powerful ones may not be able to see through it, and they may even regard him as an ordinary child. But Tianlong of the same level can easily feel that the person in front of him is of the same level as himself. It's like some mysterious kind of induction. The person who came was none other than the ancestor of Bailong Temple. He had been reincarnated and rebuilt many times, and his actual age was frighteningly high. He practices in Bailong Temple, and has always been stable. If there were cultivators below the earth immortal level threatening Shenluo City, he would not even take a second look. For example, when the Demon Kings besieged the Iron Prison last time, he had clearly sensed it, but he didn't bother to deal with it at all. Quite simply, they exist in two worlds. Even the half-step Earth Immortal, who is very close to breaking through at the peak of decline, and the real Land Immortal are completely different concepts. It's like a threshold, and outsiders have no right to look at people inside. But existences at the same level are different. This heavenly dragon not only entrenched itself in Shenluo City, but also dared to release its pressure downwards. As the only Land Immortal within the surrounding area of Shenluo City, the young monk could definitely regard this as a provocation to himself. Every land god will not allow anyone to stir up troubles above his head. Tianlong? The little monk looked at each other intently. Above the clouds, he looked young and serious, and the huge creature entrenched in the sea of clouds opposite, whose scales reflected the sun's rays, were completely incomparable in size, but their aura was not inferior at all. Buddhist cultivator. The two sides faced off for a while, and it was the celestial dragon who spoke first. I don't mean to offend. I'm just looking for my fellow tribesmen. But you have disturbed the people below. The young monk's eyes were a little tough. It's just a last resort. Tianlong was not afraid, and his huge vertical pupils reflected the figure of the little monk. I feel that my people are being oppressed and enslaved by humans, and I must rescue them. Oh, the little monk said solemnly. If it is true, I can help you. If it is false, you want to do whatever you want here. But you made the wrong idea. It's absolutely true, Tianlong replied. Then I'll go with you to see what's going on. The little monk stared closely at the dragon and refused to give an inch. For a strong person at the level of Earth Immortal, destroying the city below may only take a few breaths. So when he learned that the other party might be coming with hostility, no matter what happened, he had to ensure that the other party could not escape his control. In my territory, even if you want to punish evil and promote good, you must do so under my supervision. As for whether I am the opponent of this dragon, the little monk smiled proudly. He didn't worry about this issue at all. With a whoosh, the huge celestial dragon transformed into an elegant and noble middle-aged woman wearing a plain white skirt. I can understand your feelings of protecting the people of the human race. But if you want to protect the criminals who oppress our dragon race, then I will never tolerate it. The dragon man, who was transformed from a Tianlong, said slowly. You can rest assured. The young monk raised his head and said, if there really are such villains, I will never be partial. The two supreme and powerful men quickly reached a tacit understanding. The little monk turned into brilliance and landed together with the dragon man. Diyun points inside the view. The little fat dragon was fighting with Wang Longqi. Its short claws grabbed Wang Longqi's arm. Wang Longqi locked its claws with his hands and legs, and kicked the little fat dragon with one foot. Dragon's cheeks. One person and one dragon, wrestling with each other in the yard. In fact, even if there is no discharge, the dragon's physical power is not comparable to that of a mortal like Wang Longqi. The reason why Wang Longqi was able to be so arrogant with it was because the little fat dragon held a chicken leg high in one of its paws, because it was afraid that the drumsticks would get dusty. It had been dealing with Wang Longqi with one hand. Whenever it wanted to stuff the chicken legs into its mouth, Wang Longqi would try his best to hold its chin so that it couldn't open its mouth. Just when the battle was too close to call, two rays of light suddenly fell. The Tianlong man and the young monk fell into Diyun Temple. The young monk looked around, slightly surprised. This is where he is. When I looked down again, I was even more surprised. Wow, yeah. Wang Longqi was kicking the little fat dragon's chin desperately to prevent it from opening its mouth. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure appearing next to him. He immediately retracted his foot and shouted, No more playing! No more playing! He loosened his feet, patted the dirt, and stood up. When the little fat dragon over there saw him put his feet back, he immediately stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth. The whole chicken leg was stuffed in, and when it came out, only a clean bone was left. Highlight a proficient one. Puff, puff, puff. The little fat dragon climbed up and smiled proudly. But while he was smiling, his smile suddenly froze. It also saw the two people in front of it, especially the Tianlong man, who had an aura that made the dragon inexplicably friendly. The little fat dragon was stunned. The bald little monk opposite had an expressionless face, pointed at Wang Longqi. and said to the Tianlong people, "These idiots are the villains you said were oppressing the Dragon Clan?" "Hey," Wang Longqi looked unhappy. "You little bald donkey. Why do you curse people when you open your mouth?" The little monk frowned. Then Li Chu walked out of the front hall and greeted, "Zen Master Jin An." The little monk's brows stretched again. Li Chu knew the actual status of this young monk. So he said to Wang Longqi, "Take him somewhere else first." Then he looked back at the two visiting people. The dragon man looked at Li Chu that day. Although he couldn't feel his realm, he had an inexplicable intuition that this child is extraordinary. The young monk sent a message to it and said, "You'd better have a good talk with him. We all think peace is the most important thing." The Tianlong man frowned and replied, "Did you just say you wouldn't protect him?" The young monk muttered, "Maybe he is protecting someone." A few words made the Tianlong people feel wary, because it knows very well that a person who can be valued by a land god must be extraordinary. So she asked Li Chu, "Are you the person in charge here?" Li Chu nodded. The Tianlong people also nodded. "I have something to talk to you about." Li Chu reached back and said, "Please come in." After a while, Du Lang had just gone to the front hall to deliver tea and returned to the backyard. Wang Longqi stepped forward and asked, "What are the backgrounds of those two people just now? Why do they look so arrogant?" "Big story," Lao Du said exaggeratedly. "That young monk is the Hongdu Golden Altar of Bailong Temple outside the city. He has been here before. I just listened to their chat. And the woman was not a human being, but a heavenly dragon from the ancestral land of the Dragon Kingdom." "Wow," Wang Longqi exclaimed, thinking of his brave bald donkey voice just now. A strange sense of pride surged into his chest. Does this count as a back-and-forth battle with the land gods? Although it is a bickering, it's here. It seems to be taking the baby thunder dragon back. Du Lang looked at the little fat dragon again. It was stolen from the dragon country. There should be no reason for the master not to let it go home. Ah? Wang Longqi blinked, looked at the little fat dragon with reluctance, and rubbed its forehead. "Good brother. Are you going to get out?" Puff, puff, puff. The little fat dragon glared at him. Then he turned around and headed into the kitchen. Wang Longqi shook his head. It's only been a few months, and it has already learned to swear. It's too much. Durang. They thought the little fat dragon wanted to have a good meal before leaving, so they ignored it, but didn't notice. After a while, when the little fat dragon came out of the kitchen, he already had a little baggage on him. He crept up to the wall and climbed over it. After all, climbing over the wall is something that happens once and twice. That's right. The little fat dragon was very angry. In the Dragon Kingdom, due to the scarcity of true dragons, every pure-blooded true dragon will most likely not be exposed to the same kind of dragons when they are young. And the dragon attendants who support them have always been like servants, and they never dare to do anything that exceeds the rules. So it was always lonely growing up. Only this kind of loneliness can create the dominance and indifference of a real dragon. It wasn't until he came to the Yun branch that he realized the concepts of friends and relatives as a young child, and he soon became happy. Although this period of time is not long, it has already fallen in love with this place. In its concept, this place has replaced the nest where it was born and became its home, including the little demon Taoist priest. Although he is hateful and terrifying, he is also regarded as family by it. But, hearing that the little demon Taoist actually agreed to let others take him away, the little fat dragon was very angry. It feels abandoned. Good. Since you don't want me anymore, then I'll leave on my own. That's right. The little fat dragon ran away from home. Very serious. It climbed over the wall and walked out of Diyun branch, recognized the way, and walked in the direction of the roast chicken restaurant last time. Of course, its destination is not there. I just think that direction is more attractive. But what the little fat dragon didn't know was, the moment its figure left Diyun's branch, a spiritual consciousness locked onto it. In a guest room 2 streets away, Wan Shanzi is ecstatic. After listening to Lord Songhai's words, he came to the Diyun branch and started squatting. He did not dare to penetrate Diyun's view with his spiritual consciousness. He only dared to cover the surrounding area and waited for the little Taoist priest to leave before planning to find an opportunity to steal the dragon. Unexpectedly, I didn't see the little Taoist priest leaving, but Xiaolong himself left. Kang Heijin is sincere and will not be deceived by me. Just keep squatting. He actually managed to sneak in a chance to steal the dragon. With a bang, Wan Shanzi's figure turned into a black wind and flew away. In a blink of an eye, He was in front of the little fat dragon. Ouch. The little fat dragon had not gone far when his path was suddenly blocked by a black shadow. It quickly realized that something was wrong. When he raised his head, he saw an old man with a sinister smile in front of him. And he suddenly let out a scream. Turn around and run. Hee. Wan Shanzi raised his hand and shouted. Where are you running? A black hole suddenly appeared in his palm, and an extremely powerful suction force was released from the hole, instantly forming a vortex. The force of the whirlpool was so strong that the fat body of the baby thunder dragon had no resistance and was sucked in at once. The little fat dragon turned around, flashed his horns, and struck out a thick thunderbolt. Wan Shanzi had been prepared for it. Several of his subordinates had died before, so he expected that this little dragon must have miraculous means. When the thunder struck out, he also raised his right hand and slammed it against his left hand. Blasting. The black vortex expanded suddenly, turning into a bottomless pit, absorbing the thunder and lightning struck by the little fat dragon, and instantly disappeared. The little fat dragon immediately became sluggish after striking out this thunderbolt. Snapped. He grabbed her in the palm of her hand and grabbed the scales on the back of her neck, leaving her with no ability to resist. If that's the case, then the matter is settled. The Tianlong man stood up and said to Li Chu. Okay. Li Chu nodded lightly and said to the young monk beside him. I'd also like to trouble Zen Master Jin Tan to be a witness. That's good. The young monk also nodded. While the three of them were talking, Delank rushed over and said hurriedly. Master, the baby thunder dragon seems to have run out again. Huh? Li Chumifeng gathered. Run out? The Tianlongren closed her eyes slightly, and her consciousness instantly covered the whole city. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. How dare you, thief! At the same time, Li Chu and the little monk also sensed the location of the little fat dragon. Any one of these three people has the ability to cover the entire Shenlua city, so there is no need to communicate. In an instant, they all disappeared into the palace. Only Du Lank heard three rustling sounds in his ears. When he raised his head again, he was alone. Oh! Lao Du blinked and couldn't help but start to doubt his eyes. He was suspicious of his eyes, while Wan Shanzi was suspicious of life. He had just captured the little fat dragon and wanted to take him all the way back to Beiming to avoid any complications. Not far out of the city, the way was suddenly blocked by three people. These three people. One is a child, one is a woman, and one has just pulled his head out of the soil. The only thing they have in common is that Wan Shanzi can't figure out their depth, but it can appear in such an instant. And that Taoist priest is clearly the little Taoist priest in Diyun Temple. Song Haijun had reminded him many times that he should never consider confronting the little Taoist priest head-on. When he asked the young Taoist priest how much he had cultivated, Song Haijun was vague. In short, just one sentence. No matter how hard it is, don't touch it. 3 against 1. Wan Shanzi's heart trembled, and he felt that this was absolutely unreasonable. Thinking of this, he chuckled. Are you three here for this little dragon? The three people opposite him ignored him. Especially the Tianlong people looked at him with indifferent eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person. I said I picked it up. Do you believe it? Wan Shanzi tried to ask again. The three people opposite him still ignored him. Although the little fat dragon is in his hands, he is not even qualified to use it as dragon essence, because each of these three people can instantly make him lose any ability to resist. Wan Shanzi was obviously aware of this problem, and noticed that the atmosphere was getting more and more serious. He forced out a smile again, and put the little fat dragon down directly. I wonder if the three of you can give me a chance to change my ways. I will let it go now, and will never do it again. The three of them still ignored him. He just looked at him with more and more dead eyes. Wan Shanzi couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness and anger in his heart, and said angrily, Why are you looking at me like this? You want to challenge me? The young monk looked at him, glanced at Li Chu, and suddenly nodded and said, Okay, as long as you can defeat any one of the three of us, we can let you go. Real? Wan Shanzi's mind was spinning. The opponents may be all capable of killing, but he is the pinnacle of all things. Relying on the secret techniques of the Beiming sect, he can burst out with extremely strong power in an instant, and he has never failed to kill powerful people. If the other party swarmed him, he would naturally have no chance. If you really underestimate him, you will have to pay the price for fighting him. Of course. The Tianlong people nodded in agreement. Okay. Li Chu also agreed. Hee hee. Wan Shanzi couldn't help but smile again. Consider how to seize this opportunity. His eyes wandered among the three people for a while, and then directly locked on the young monk who started to speak, who makes him look the youngest. Although there is a high probability that you are the reincarnation of a powerful person. Even if you are the reincarnation of a powerful person, how much cultivation level can you recover at this age? So he slowly raised his finger. This kid. What are you doing? The little monk raised his eyes and asked. As he glanced over, the aura around him suddenly burst out. Boom! Wan Shanzi's knees softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Land fairy. In the realm of decline, just the breath will not have such strong pressure. It is definitely a land god. My special girl. Wan Shanzi was frightened and said hurriedly. It's okay. I'll say H-Lo. He dismissed the young monk in his mind and looked at the remaining two people. One male and one female. Wan Shanzi gritted his teeth. I know it's not good to hit a woman. But he was about to raise his finger to point at the celestial dragon. Suddenly, the Tianlong people also raised their eyebrows, and the golden flames jumped in their eyes. Boom! Wan Shanzi actually felt suffocated for a moment. Dragon! Tianlong! I beat your horse. He held his hand and shouted. No buts! I will never do such a dishonest thing. Then, he pointed to the last option. That little Taoist priest is you. I've disliked you for a long time. Stand up for me. Chapter 290. What a wise choice. Wan Shanzi walked peacefully. When Li Chu was chosen by him, he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. What a wise choice. If it was just an enemy that came to his door, he wouldn't feel anything. But this choice of 1 out of 3 makes people feel like they have won a big prize. It's quite exciting. Then he stepped forward slowly. Draw the sword. Wan Shanzi began to concentrate his energy and locked all his energy on the little Taoist priest opposite him. He has gone through hundreds of battles and fought all the way to achieve what he is today. Once he enters the fighting state, his whole power rises instantly, and the timid look he had just before is gone. Instead, he looked like a tiger and leopard about to hunt, with murderous intent in his eyes. The scene was quiet for a while. This is not a meaningless confrontation, but he is looking for the enemy's weaknesses in all directions. When masters compete with each other, as long as the enemy reveals a slight fluctuation of true energy, it may give the opponent a fatal opportunity. Then, he observed calmly. Observe. Observe again. Depend on. No flaws. Wan Shanzi's pupils narrowed. The battle was about to begin, but he actually couldn't feel any fluctuations in Li Chu's energy. It's okay to be able to restrain yourself. Didn't you even let out a trace when you were preparing to take action? This is not easy even for land gods to do. Right? Or is he just a muggle with no vitality? Wan Shanzi immediately got rid of this whimsical idea. How could a person who even Kang Heijin was very afraid of be immortal? Then it can only be a heterogeneous inheritance. No wonder he can tie with 2 masters of the earth immortal level. If it is a heterogeneous inheritance, it might be an opportunity. Wan Shanzi has rich experience in the world of martial arts, and knows that these heterogeneous inheritances are relatively extreme. They may be extremely powerful in some aspects, but they may also have great weaknesses in some places. The little Taoist priest in front of me. His mind was racing, thinking about where Li Chu's weakness would be. The little Taoist priest only took out a sword. Is it a sword cultivator? If so, he must have strong attack power. Lord Songhai was probably afraid of him, because he had killed some masters with his powerful sword energy. But sword cultivators focus on killing, mostly with high attack and low defense. This is recognized by the world. In this case, Wan Shanzi quickly planned the next action in his mind. I don't want to fight with him from a distance, but I have to make a feint attack first to trick the little Taoist priest into using his sword. In fact, I paid attention to his moves, and with lightning speed, I dodged his sword with a sliding shovel, and at the same time, I got close to attack him, with the power of a giant kun that can explode 10 times the true energy, as long as the physical body collides. Isn't it possible to get everything you want? That's right. That's all. He suddenly raised his eyes. His tongue burst with thunder, and shouted, Look at me! Li Chu waited for him to be ready in a very sportsmanlike manner. Seeing that he was about to take action, he raised the tip of his sword in the air and swung it. The sword rises and the sword falls. Roar! A red dragon with sword energy rushed over and swept across Wan Shanzi's body in an instant. He disappeared into thin air before he could even finish a complete sentence. Die! The battle is over. Oh ha ha! The young monk laughed. The reason why he agreed to Wan Shanzi's duel was because he was testing Li Chu's intentions. After all, The mysterious origin of this little Taoist priest is a mystery, which makes people want to pry into it. An opponent at the peak of the Vientiane realm, and one from the Baiming sect. He is neither strong nor weak. At the very least, we should be able to see that some methods are inherited. Unexpectedly, Li Chu just swung his sword casually and evaporated him directly into the world without even any process of making a secret or chanting a spell to accumulate power. What can this tell? The Tianlong people next to them had similar ideas. Earthly immortals with the highest realm all use the simplest testing methods. That's why the two talents showed their strength in unison to scare Wan Shanzi away and guide him to choose Li Chu. With Li Chu's sword shot, Tianlong realized why the young monk valued him so much. It turned out that it was not his master or family who was afraid of him, but him himself. To deal with Wan Shanzi so neatly, the Tianlong people asked themselves whether they could do it. But when it compares Li Chu with itself in its mind, it is enough to explain the problem. It was only at this moment that it regarded Li Chu as a being that could truly be compared with its own peers. As soon as the little fat dragon woke up, he saw everyone in Dehun watching around him, looking nervous. Ouch! As soon as its mouth flattened, tears rolled in its eye sockets. The outside world is too dangerous. But when it saw Li Chu, it suddenly remembered that it was still angry, and turned away with a straight face. Cry secretly. What's wrong with you? Wang Longqi patted the back of its head and asked. Why did you run away from home so well? Puff! The little fat dragon yelled twice. Wang Longqi said to Li Chu. It said you don't want it anymore and want to send it away. So it might as well go on its own. Li Chu shook his head. No. Huh? The little fat dragon turned back and looked at him doubtfully. Just listen to Li Chu say. I made an agreement with your fellow tribesmen to let you make your own choice. Turn out to be. Previously in the palace, Du Lang only listened to the beginning. After the Tianlong people explained their intention, Li Chu did hesitate a little, because the baby thunder dragon did come from the dragon country and was robbed. So it is understandable that people want to take it home now. But getting along with her these days also required some affection. And he felt that he couldn't let it go easily. So he proposed to give the baby brontosaurus his own choice. It has enough intelligence to decide where it wants to stay. The Tianlong people refused at first. But Li Chu said, if the Wanlong kingdom is really its home, then it will be willing to go home. Right. Even if it stays in Yunwen. I can guarantee that as long as it one day, if we want to go back, we all agree at any time. After some thought, the Tianlong people also agreed to this request. The main reason is that it does not believe that the baby thunder dragon will give up the life of being supported by everyone in the dragon country and choose to stay here and continue to be oppressed. But the reality surprised it. Facing the indifferent eyes of the Tianlong people, Zhao Feilong chose to stay in Diyunfengguan without hesitation. If it were before, it is impossible to say that the Tianlong people would take some tough measures. But after seeing Li Chu's cultivation just now, he really couldn't figure out the little Taoist priest in front of him. And he didn't dare to start a dispute. What's more, the little monk is still there. Although he said he was fair and impartial, it would be strange if he didn't take sides if a fight really broke out. So the Tianlong people could only look at the baby thunder dragon and shook their heads. What an unwise choice. Ouch. The little fat dragon was a little afraid of it, and hid behind the fox girl, and did not dare to show his head. It looked at Li Chu again and said, in the future, we will send people to check its condition from time to time. I hope you can teach it well. Don't worry. Li Chu nodded. We will definitely teach it to become a noble dragon, a moral dragon, and a dragon that is free from vulgar taste. The Tianlong people vaguely felt that something was wrong, but they could not refute this. After all, this lost little dragon was just an accident to it. A small thing. And the disappeared Tianlong is what it cares about most. It's a pity that no matter what means it uses, it can no longer find a trace of the heavenly dragon. Until it returned to its ancestral land, it was still doubting itself. Strange. Where did you go? Wan Shanzi was caught stealing Xiaolong. He was surrounded by 3 people. The little Taoist killed him instantly with just one move. Song Haijun faced the baby-faced boy. Write a letter about this situation, and send it to the people of Baiming sect to let them know. Yes. The boy in white robe nodded. Then, he raised his head again. My lord, the Huadu conference is about to begin. Yes. Mr. Songhai raised his eyes. What's wrong? The calm face of the young man in white robe rarely showed an expression of excitement. I am excited that my lord is about to achieve the power of heaven. It's better to calm down, Song Haijun said. A person who travels 100 miles is half a mile. Although we have been planning for a long time. It is just the beginning. But I don't blame you. Once my big obsession is eliminated, I can immediately comparable to those first-class land gods. But once it fails, there is only one end, death. In the past, I taught you how to do business. But this time it's a big gamble. I hope my luck is better. Chapter 291, the first round of the Huadu Conference. On this day, it snowed heavily. But before any snowflakes could fall to the ground, they were dried by the fiery atmosphere of Shenluo City. Because on this day, the much-anticipated Huadu Conference begins. As the saying goes, the gongs and drums are noisy. Firecrackers are blasting. Red flags are waving. And there are huge crowds of people. Li Chu sat quietly in the front hall of Diyun Branch. Even though he was far away from Huajia, he could deeply feel the boiling sky over there. On the other hand, the normally bustling temple was empty and quiet. Early in the morning, the fox girl came looking for her. Master, you know me, she said with some embarrassment. I don't want to join in the fun. But the baby brontosaurus hasn't been out for a long time. And I want to take it out to see the world. As she said that, she patted the little fat dragon next to her. Isn't that right? Huh? The little fat dragon was stunned for a moment. The fox girl quietly raised 3 fingers. The little fat dragon nodded immediately. Puff, puff, puff. Li Chu nodded slightly. Go if you want to. And pay attention to safety. The fox girl took the little fat dragon out to play happily. After a while, Lao Du came over. Master, you know me, Du Lang coyly said. I have always been devoted to the Tao. Beauty cannot seduce me. But the neighbors in the south of the city are all going out to play. At this time of year, there are May thieves breaking into the empty doors. I have to go out on patrol to protect the interests of the neighbors. Li Chu didn't bother to expose him and nodded. Go ahead. Lao Du also left happily. After a while, Wang Longqi also came. Li Chu, you know me, he also said seriously. I'm lustful. If I don't look at beautiful women for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Li Chu looked at this guy and couldn't help but nodded heavily. Be honest. Then Wang Longqi also went out with great expectations. In such a large Taoist temple, Li Chu was the only one left. The first round of the Huadu Conference is officially called the debut, and is also commonly known as the debut. 10 stages will be set up in Shenluo City, and all the Warrens who have signed up to participate in the Huadu Convention must perform on the stage. Before and after their performance, some time will be set aside for the judges below to reward them. At that time, the top 50 Warrens on the reward list will be shortlisted for the second round of competition. However, in this round of competition, the most popular Warrens naturally don't care. They just go on stage and simply show their faces and go through the process, which is enough to break through. Those little Warrens who have no hope of qualifying won't care. They will just take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and look familiar. The ones who work the hardest are undoubtedly the middle-level courtesans. If they work hard, they have hope of being shortlisted. If they are unlucky, they may be eliminated. Especially, there are often games between various brothels behind the scenes, in order to let their good girls be shortlisted. Krypton gold is indispensable. Every year there are people who make a lot of money, and every year there are people who lose everything. In short, the competition is quite fierce. The debut session will last for 3 days, and during these 3 days, the top 3 Orans from the previous year will appear one by one. That is, there is Xie Shirong on the first day, Hua Qilu on the second day, and Wei Jiangli on the third day, so that the popularity is evenly distributed. There will be no performance from Miss Jiangli today, so Li Chu had no interest. In fact, even if there was a performance by Miss Jiangli, he was not very interested. However, when he thought that when Miss Jiangli performed, he would have his own share of every penny that was paid into his account, he was determined to watch the ceremony live. At this time, although Li Chu was in a Taoist temple, his mind already covered the entire Shenluo city and its surroundings. At the Huadu Convention, while the streets were empty, there was also a mix of dragons and snakes, and there might be some commotion. On this day, Chao Tiankei's manpower will also be dispersed to strengthen their vigilance. But Li Chu was still worried. He always suspected that people from the demon sect would take advantage of the Huadu conference to do something. Although his mental vision is not as clear as his spiritual consciousness, it is more intuitive at the level of qi. Wherever there is an evil spirit or a cultivator, No matter how well it is hidden, there will always be flaws if one wants to take action. So, Li Chu will fall from the sky in the next second. Lao Du. Wang Longqi was walking among the crowd when he suddenly saw a cheerful black face in front of him, which was very familiar. Seventh young master? When Du Lang turned around and saw Wang Longqi, he also laughed. The two of them gave each other a literate and sympathetic smile. I bet you are here to patrol, Wang Longqi said narrowly. Seventh young master. Please don't tell my master, Du Lang said nervously. Hey, don't worry. Wang Longqi waved his hand. Li Chu probably feels the same as Ming Jinger. He grew up in Deyangwen and has long been used to it. Anyway, our Deyangwen is a well-known and decent family. And my master is also a gentleman, Lao Du said hurriedly. Huh? Wang Longqi smiled again. Then you have never met your master. With that said, Wang Longqi was about to walk to another street. Du Lang asked, Seventh young master, where are you going? Ma Xingqi and Miss Ma will be making their debut here soon. She was also one of the top 10 courtesans last year. You don't understand this. Wang Long, the seventh god, said, What's the use of looking at the big courtesan at this time? Thousands of people are giving her rewards. But you can't show your face no matter how much you spend. The more times like this, the more you have to go and cheer for the little court lady. Spend a little money and be the number one on the list. But she still doesn't care about you. It will be different after this time. Seventh young master. That's okay. Du Lang had a smile on his face that said, I have learned but I have no money, and I envy my elder brother every day. This pair of good friends spent most of the day shopping in Flower Street. And they were really dazzled. Then, after noon, suddenly, half of the city gathered at a stage in the middle of Flower Street. And the other 9 stages suddenly became empty. Because no other Wuren wants to appear at this time. Because this is the time when Xie Shirong, last year's top pick in the Flower Country, will make his appearance. Du Lang had seen the Huadu conference 2 years ago, and Wang Longqi had participated in Xie Shirong's talk session. So he was even more looking forward to this stage. Not only them. Many literati and elegant people from the surrounding area gathered here. And there were many women. Just listen to others talking loudly. Thank you, girl. There was a poem praising him. It's hard for heaven's skillful hands to break bones. But the snow falls on ice, and the skin becomes dull. This kind of person. I must meet you today. Someone else asked. My dear friend, what is the meaning of this poem? Hey, this is the first sentence. It is said that Zhao Xiangji and Master Zhao, the greatest painters in the Halua dynasty, came here because of their fame. They wanted to paint a beautiful picture for Miss Ya. And Miss Ya happily agreed. Who would have thought that after Zhao Xiangji met Miss Ya, he wrote for 3 days without finishing a single stroke. In the end, he said that he could not even paint Miss Ya's beauty. This second sentence means that Miss Ya's skin is so fair that even snowflakes fall on it. And it looks a bit dull. In short, I just want to praise Miss Ya's beauty. It's hard to find in the sky, and the only one on earth. Half of the people watching around him had never seen Xie Shirong. These discussions aroused people's curiosity about her appearance. At this time, the host walked onto the stage and said with a smile, Miss Ye said that she would use the method of throwing hydrangeas to draw an audience member to come on stage to perform with her. The audience suddenly became excited. This is actually an old trick used by Wurens. They say they are picking a lucky audience member. But in reality, they are choosing a good brother who works hard in giving rewards. It is said to be a joint performance. But in fact it is mostly just pretending to be a prop or something to interact with. Show your face, and get to know the wearing girl. That's all. But it also made many literati enjoy it. In particular, it was Xie Shirong's first time on this kind of show. Even though they knew it was a trick to get rewards, there were still many literati who were willing to be deceived by her. As soon as these words came out, the reward area under the stage was immediately full. The wealthy big shots asked their entourages to shout out the amount of their rewards, hoping to make the others quit. Shopkeeper Lu from Zishanju. 800 taels of silver. The head of the Yuanshan Nist cover sect offers a piece of vermilion jade worth 100 taels of gold. The young master of Baiyin Villa has given us 12 priceless East China Sea night pearls. Wow! At that time, a shout suddenly caused an uproar among the crowd. A handsome young man, with an extraordinary figure suddenly stood out from the crowd. Instantly became the center of attention among thousands of people. Bai Lingchen smiled slightly. Thank you, girl. I am determined to win. Chapter 292 Song Haijun's Plan. Flower. Sitting alone in the front hall, Li Chu couldn't help but wonder. What did the little reminder Gu Ying gave him that day mean? The center of a storm that destroyed Shenluo City. Li Chu would never allow this to happen. Since coming to Shenluo City, the many struggles that Li Chu has experienced have the shadow of Song Haijun behind them. And they can vaguely form a thread. If we can sort out this context, we may be able to understand Kang Haijun's conspiracy. But it's too difficult to think about it in a vacuum. As soon as he thought about this, a long-lost voice emerged in Li Chu's heart. Why not ask the magical old Taoist priest? As soon as I thought of this, I lit 3 long incense sticks. The curls of green smoke rose up, and after a moment, they gathered into a human figure with an immortal air, and the overflowing masterly demeanor was floating around the entire hall. Disciple, Yu Qian looked at Li Chu and said with a smile, "Today seems to be the beginning of the Huadu conference. Didn't you go out for a walk?" Li Chu replied, "Disciple, I don't want to wander around for the time being." "Oh," the old Taoist priest asked. "But what's bothering you?" Li Chu was silent for a moment, and then said, "Master, didn't you ask me to help you find your son?" "That's right." Yu Qian slapped her forehead, and then lamented, "My poor little treasure. The disciples have been in Shenluo City for many days, but they still can't find Wishiabao's whereabouts. And the Huadu conference has begun." Li Chu was slightly worried. "I'm worried that the group of demon sect members want to take advantage of this grand gathering to stir up trouble. But there are some things disciples can't figure it out. If you don't understand anything, just tell me." Yu Qian nodded with a gentle smile, which made people feel very reassured. Then, Li Chu spent most of the time recounting everything related to Kang Haijun that he had come into contact with since arriving in Shenluo City. Although the master and apprentice had talked several times during this period, they had never discussed it as seriously as today. For a moment, it seemed as if I had returned to the old Diyun period when there were only 2 masters and apprentices, recreating the scene in the small backyard of the Taoist temple. Sure enough, after finishing speaking, Yu Qian showed that familiar "Everything is under control" smile. "It's just some small conspiracy." The old Taoist priest touched his palm and said, "It's very simple." "Oh." Li Chu leaned forward. "According to the information you have access to, you can actually sort out his general plan. He first made a deal with a doctor named Louis Shou, so that the doctor could help him replace the arm of a dragon servant from the Huanlong Kingdom, so as to steal the baby thunder dragon. He used the baby thunder dragon to trade with the Baiming sect. It's unknown what he got in this transaction. Furthermore, it was a deal with the Yin clan. I don't know what benefits he gave to the descendants of the Yin clan, but the descendants of the Yin clan plundered the Jiang boy and Xuanin's body, obviously to use the Xianin formation. Xianin the Great Formation can gather the extremely Yin energy in the world, and the function of the Xianin body is to store these extremely Yin energy. The purpose he wants to use for these extremely Yin energy is probably related to Xuanwu, because Xuanwu is one of the 4 symbols and has the greatest fighting power in the world. He tried every means to steal the Xianbing slips just to communicate with Xuanwu, but just for communication. Xuanwu also it won't be used by him. The bargaining chip he used to trade with Xuanwu was the human body that had gathered the extremely Yin energy. As long as Xuanwu devours those people, even if the realm cannot be improved, he can still gain the blessing of strength. And from then on he will be superior to the other 3 elephants above. And what he wants Xuanwu to do for him must be correspondingly difficult. Yu Qian twirled his beard. It is very likely that he wants to destroy Shenluo City while taking advantage of the Huadu conference. Destruction? Li Chu frowned. It's just a guess. Yu Qian shook his head. Who can tell for sure what he wants to do? But if he calls such a big Xuanwu here, it's definitely not to pay New Year's greetings to the eldest brother and sister-in-law in Shenluo City. Li Chu frowned and thought for a while. Is it a small conspiracy? Is it really that simple? In fact, he could figure out the general context with his mind. The reason why he couldn't immediately understand Kang Haijun's many intentions like Yu Qian did was because he lacked a lot of knowledge. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "By the way, the ancient master asked me to hand over a piece of linen clothing to you. Master, can you tell fortunes?" "Oh, she told you all?" The old Taoist priest had another indifferent smile. "When I was traveling in the world, I learned how to use both skills. At that time, I thought, I have so many skills that I can't do them. I don't dare to say that I know it. I can only say that I have a little understanding." "Understand a little? Is it possible to beat this generation of mine's descendants by just learning casually?" Li Chu couldn't help but ask. Senior Gu told me that day that she had seen Shenluo City in a storm during the deduction. Master, can you deduce a hexagram for Shenluo City? Back then, Gu Ying's deduction skills were not as good as her master's. And maybe her master is still better than her now. Alas, Yu Qian said leisurely. Disciple, don't think that the art of Mai is omnipotent. The so-called divination and deduction, no matter how strong it is, can only count 9 points of destiny. And that 1 point of human affairs is everything. The key. Many times, predicting the future is not a good thing. Because of this, I have been practicing hexagram for many years. Looking at Li Chu's eager eyes, Yu Qian sighed again and said, That's all. I'll make an exception for this. But I saw that his eyes were slightly dim. His beard was trembling. His hands were counting repeatedly. And sometimes he was changing his seals. A moment. The old Taoist priest did not open his eyes, tilted his head and said slowly, I saw it in Shenluo City. Huh? Li Chu became serious. There is a little lady who is throwing hydrangeas. She is so handsome. Her figure and appearance are simply amazing. Li Chu? Question mark. Of course. That's not the point. Sensing his apprentice's confusion, Yu Qian said with a straight face, There's something wrong with the hydrangea she's about to throw. You have to rush over and stop it. Otherwise things will change. Something's wrong? Li Chu's mind instantly covered the stage. Sure enough, in the middle of the crowd, there was a figure throwing a spherical object downwards from the stage. And there was a hint of Jinqi fluctuation in the object. The flower in the center of the storm. Are you talking about the Wen Xie Shirong? Li Chu raised his eyebrows and said, Okay, disciple. A rustling sound. The body shape has turned into a flying fire meteor and disappeared. What remained in place, besides the curl of smoke, was the faint voice of the old Taoist priest. Master disciple can only help you so far. The smoke dissipated in an instant. Yuhang Town. Shilipo. Dayun Temple. The old Taoist priest squatted in a corner by the wall. After speaking furtively, he quickly stood up straight and returned to the backyard. In the backyard, Xie Jinhua, who was dressed in mink fur, was sitting on a stone bench with a majestic look. Next to her was a cute little koi carp, and together they were looking attentively at a precious mirror in front of them. The light and shadow on the mirror flickered, and it was clearly the same treasure as Yu Qian's bronze mirror, but it was much larger, and the scene in it is exactly a stage. There is a stunning woman in white on the stage. It is the scene of the Huadu conference. Seeing Yu Qian's return, Xie Jinhua glanced at him and said angrily, Hurry up. It's so hard for my subordinates from Shenluo City to send us the live footage of the Huadu conference. And you're still dawdling on so many things. The old Taoist priest flicked his sleeves and said righteously, I'm not interested in these. Finished, he sat on a pony next to the stone bench honestly. Don't come here. Xie Jinhua rolled his eyes. I don't know your bastard virtues yet. Hee. Yu Qian watched intently while shaking his head and laughing. Jinhua, you don't know me as well as I know you. Chapter 293. Miss Xie dances very well. I choose way to leave. The moment Xie Shirong appeared, thousands of people around the audience were silent for a moment. Everyone fell silent in unison. The woman, with her hair tied high in a fairy bun, slowly walked out from behind the stage. 2 strands of hair on the temples drifted to her lips in the wind. Her brows were as clear and light as the moon in the clouds, and her skin was as cold and white as frost on flowers. His eyes were bright, and in a blink of an eye, there seemed to be skylight shining on his head at all times. Within 100 miles, there seemed to be only one figure left. Half of the people here have seen Xie Shirong's face before, but seeing him again, with a slight change of makeup, is a completely new shock. After a while, Wang Longqi sighed in the crowd. Hey, if I become rich in the future, I will definitely welcome Miss Xie back home. If nothing else, I will buy her 180 sets of clothes every day. Let her change her clothes and show me. Next to him, Lao Du nodded. It's interesting to think about it. Wang Longqi thought for a while, and then said, It's just a whim. So I might as well welcome all the top 10 Orans home. Ha ha. Lao Du laughed and said, Isn't one Xie girl enough? Hey. Wang Long and the other 7 thieves said with a smile. There are so many prostitutes that we can't bear to take over. What more can be said? Durang could only give a silent thumbs up. However, although Xie Shirong's appearance was beautiful, the reward amount below did not increase quickly. Of course, this discomfort is relative to Xie Shirong's worth. It compared to other little courtesans. It is already a number that is unimaginable. The reason is simple. Because Bai Lingqian took action too early. It is no exaggeration to say that the 12 East China Sea night pearls are priceless. A shot of this level, even if placed in the second or even third round, can compete for the top spot on the list. As a result, he was released directly in the first round. Even with his status as the young master of Baiyun Villa, he had to invest enough money to make braised blood sausage for his family for half a year. Bai Lingqian naturally had his own plans. In the later stage, when the competition has reached a fever pitch and everyone's eyes are red, it will be very difficult to shock the audience. However, in the first round, a big hand came unexpectedly, which left a deep impression on Miss Ye. Maybe it can have the final say. At the very least, the opportunity to perform on the same stage with Miss Ye today is already within my grasp. Sure enough, after he made this move, there was no longer any large reward to compete with him. Bai Lingqian was very proud for a moment. The men and women around him couldn't help but feel brilliant in their eyes when they looked at this rich young and handsome young man. Ha ha! As soon as Miss Ye appeared, everyone was shocked by your beauty. The host on the side laughed loudly. The stage was blessed with a special magic circle, and the voice could be clearly heard far away. Only then did the audience below realize that there was a second person on the stage. Thank you for your love. Xie Shirong nodded gently. His voice was clear and melodious, and paired with his face, it was indescribably beautiful. Okay, then Miss Ye plans to throw a hydrangea ball to select a judge to perform with her. The host chuckled. Who will be so lucky next? The host said, taking a colorful hydrangea from below, and said, then I will throw it for Miss Ye. How about it? Xie Shirong nodded slightly. On the other hand, curses immediately erupted from the audience. The host is a practicing person. If he throws the hydrangea, he will probably choose someone. If Miss Ye throws it away in person, it might fall on someone else's head. The host didn't care about this. He raised his hand and threw the hydrangea without hesitation. Call. As soon as the wind blew over, hydrangea headed straight for Bai Lingqian. It is filled with true energy, and no matter how strong the wind is, it cannot change its direction. With a humble smile on his face, Bai Lingqian was silently reciting the prepared opening remarks. Then, rustle. A flying fireball flew across the sky. Bai Lingqian's smile still hung on his face, and it took him 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Did he blink? What about hydrangeas? Suddenly there was another uproar in the field, and everyone looked at the top of his head. Bai Lingqian looked up at the sky and saw a flying sword and a handsome pair of sauls. That's right. The one who suddenly appeared in the field and cut off the hydrangea from his head was Li Chu, who came to save Shenluo City after listening to Yu Qian's words. The little Taoist priest stepped on the flying sword and grabbed the hydrangea. Feeling the faint fluctuations of Jinqi in it, he was about to take it to a safe place for emergency inspection. Just listen to a bang sound. The hydrangea exploded as soon as I got it. Just as a bad feeling arose in his heart, he saw that after the hydrangea exploded, colorful petals were flying all over the sky, fluttering in the air, like the goddess scattering flowers. Amidst the rain of flowers, Li Chu looked like a banished immortal descending into the world, and the people around him couldn't help but be stunned again. Huh? It dawned on him. That faint wave of true energy. Was it just a small hidden charm? When the host on the stage saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, and then he urgently wanted to smooth things over and said, well, little Taoist priest, are you mistaken? We are throwing hydrangeas, not grabbing hydrangeas. Please. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from beside him to stop him. Correct. Xie Shirong looked at Li Chu, who was walking on the fire with an ethereal figure among the flowers in the sky. His eyes were blurred, and he said softly, please come on stage. Li Chu. Bai Lingqian. Li Chu vaguely felt that he seemed to have been deceived by his master. But the current situation. Come on stage. I don't know what you're going to do. Why don't you go on stage? The atmosphere has reached this point again. So, under the gaze of thousands of people, he had no choice but to slowly fall to the central stage. This fall, the surrounding audience saw it more clearly, and they immediately shouted, good guy! Master Xie's appearance is already the most outstanding in the world. But standing next to this little Taoist priest, he is not so eye-catching. This appearance. So scary. The host looked at the little Taoist priest, who suddenly came out, and then at Bai Lingqian in the audience. Now that the matter was over, he had no choice but to ask, What is the name of this little Taoist priest? Duyun Temple. Li Chu. Okay. Then let's invite this little Taoist priest Li and Miss Ye to bring us this stage. The host said and pointed to Xie Shirong. Then I saw Xie Shirong looking at Li Chu, with a hint of shyness suddenly appearing on his calm face. No. Why are you blushing? Wake up. Hey. The host shouted in his heart. This guy didn't even give you a penny as a reward. Your sponsor is down there. On this stage, Xie Shirong performed a light dance, telling the story of a woman who was looking forward to her husband's return and gradually turned into a husband-looking stone. And Li Chu just stood aside, acting as her husband. The one being looked at. He thought it was okay. At least you don't have to move by yourself. It's all Shirong Xie who's doing the moving. So it's quite comfortable. And Xie Shirong was obviously very comfortable. Looking at her expression, she was obviously intoxicated. And the love in her eyes was almost overflowing. The audience in the audience was also very comfortable. This pair of handsome men and beautiful women can be called a peerless pair. It is a great blessing in my life to see such a performance. Only Bai Lingchen felt uncomfortable. Not only was it uncomfortable, others almost fainted. It's him! It's him! It's him! Bai Lingchen gritted his teeth and looked at the little Taoist priest on the stage, his eyes almost bleeding. The dignified young master of Baiyun Villa. In the first 18 years of his life, had he ever suffered such grievances in his life? But just after arriving in Shenluo City, I met him 3 times in succession. The most outrageous thing is, I met the same person these 3 times. From the moment he entered Shenluo City, as long as he planned something carefully, in the end the little Taoist priest would come out and cut him off. What does it mean? When you are gathering wool, you can't just hold it together. Right? Are you bullying honest people? I also have feelings. He was willing to fall out on the spot. After all, it was too much to bully someone over and over again. It's simply unbearable. But he didn't dare, because he also watched Li Chu's performance during the last Buddha Fate meeting. This little Taoist priest has extremely high cultivation level. No matter what he did, he was definitely no match for the way he used his sword to appear instantly. Helpless, Mr. Bai could only condense 1,000 words into 2 words and engrave them in his heart. Shiba! The long song ended. There was a wave of applause from the audience. Xie Shirong finished his dance. His face turned red, and he became even more unreasonable. She secretly glanced at Li Chu, who was standing aside. But Li Chu had no expression. I even wanted to leave quickly. But the host came up again, seemingly seeing how popular the performance just now was. He changed his attitude and asked Li Chudo to ask a few more questions. He said with a smile, Taoist priest Xiao. Miss Ye, can you dance well? Very good. Li Chu nodded and gave a polite and decent answer. Ha ha. I think so too. The host asked again. Does Mr. Li think Miss Ye is beautiful? It's beautiful. Li Chu replied again. This is also true. Among the women he has ever seen, she ranks first. Apart from himself, he can also be ranked first among human beings. Then, tell me loudly, who do you support the most at this Wadu conference? The host asked loudly. The answer to this idiotic question is of course unquestionable. Someone in the audience has already shouted out Xie Shirong's name first. Miss Ye also showed a shy smile again. Without a doubt. Li Chu gave the answer very quickly without thinking. Of course Wei will leave. Beautiful smile. Disappeared. Chapter 294. We got a kid. It's not too late yet. Duyun branch view has been closed, but I can still clearly hear the noise. Yelling and roaring outside. Li Chu's performance in Xie Shirong's debut was so dazzling. As the #1 Oiran in Shenluo City, Xie Shirong had never experienced such an embarrassing moment since his debut. He immediately wanted to dig out a 2-bedroom apartment with his big toe and live in it, and then follow the sewers away from the city. And her fans in the audience were all excited. You support Wei Jiangli. Then you fell from the sky to grab the hydrangea and went up to perform on the same stage with Miss Ye. What were you doing? Playing? It was difficult for Li Chu to explain to them. Therefore, various conspiracy theories are rampant, and many people suspect that Li Chu is a card played by Wei Jiangli to ruin Xie Shirong's debut. Although Li Chu left quickly, someone still found the Taoist temple where he practiced and blocked him at the door of his house. Of course, most of these angry people are men. Take a certain rich second-generation named Bai who is mixed up in the crowd and gets angry as a typical example. Most of the girls in Shenluo City saw Li Chu for the first time. At that time, it was like a primitive man seeing fire for the first time. His cold and lonely hearts seemed to have suddenly found a place of refuge. They also came to Diyunfengguan in groups, and wanted to have a good talk with Talisli about their life ideals. Neither the former nor the latter can be tolerated by the small Diyun perspective. And with the door of Diyun's view closed tightly, the two inevitably collided. For a time, the gender opposition in Shenluo City was unprecedentedly fierce. The initiator of all this, an ordinary little Taoist priest, was sitting in the front hall of the Taoist temple, accepting everyone's scrutiny. "I'm just telling the truth." Li Chu looked innocent. "I'm telling the truth," Du Lang said with a grimace. "Master, we have fallen into the vast ocean of the people. The person here, to be honest, is Li Chu. If it were anyone else, I would be angry." Wang Longqi hugged his shoulders and said calmly, "The sense of immersion is very strong. I am already angry for Miss Xie just listening to it." The fox girl also nodded. The little fat dragon also shouted with two fat paws. Wang Longqi translated. "It said that although it doesn't understand what happened, it is also very angry with you. Unless you take the initiative to wash the dishes after dinner tonight, it will consider forgiving you." Li Chu. Du Lang frowned and said, "I'm a little worried now whether this incident will have a bad impact on Miss Jiangli. After all, Xie Shirong's fans are far more than the others. If they boycott Jiangli because of this girl, maybe." "Hey," Wang Longqi waved his hand. "Don't be so pessimistic. In my opinion, it might be a good thing. Because of Li Chu's appearance. Half of the girls in Shenluo City saw it. Thank you so much for the followers of Master Rong chasing us. Why haven't they broken into our Taoist temple yet? Were they stopped by those girls? According to what I heard, in just one afternoon, the city has urgently established an endangered young masterly protection organization, shouting slogans such as 'There is only one Li Chu' to specifically disrupt all bad behaviors against Li Chu." As he said this, Wang Longqi shook his head, with a hint of envy in his eyes. "Women are much more capable than men in this aspect. There are such a large group of girls who, like you, no matter what evil things you have done, they can clean your name." Realizing that Li Chu was staring at him, Wang Longqi hurriedly raised his hand. "Of course, we don't need it either. That is to say, if those resistors are really angry enough to make Miss Jiangli miserable, we will let Li Chu go out and make a miserable sacrifice. Those supporters who are full of sympathy can turn this Jiangli into a flower country in no time. Maybe the #1 scholar." Li Chu pondered for a moment and said, "I am a serious Taoist priest after all, so it's not a good idea to do this." "Right. Ahem." Wang Longqi squeezed out his voice from between his teeth. 300,000. 300,000. This is not about money." Li Chu raised his face and said solemnly, "But I suddenly realized that I must make good use of my influence and shoulder my due social responsibilities. If I can guide it correctly, if the traffic spreads the concept of Diyunguan, that's good." Wang Longqi touched his palms and smiled. "A child can be taught." Lao Du scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean by master's words? Why can't I understand it?" Hee. Wang Longqi pulled him aside. "Do you know why others can be Taoist priests and you can't?" Du Lang asked. "Isn't it because I'm ugly?" Wang Longqi choked for a moment, paused, and then nodded. "This is indeed the decisive reason. But there is another key point, which is to be able to say a lot of nonsense that sounds very correct and sounds very correct without changing a face. These words are actually only two words when translated. Making money." After all, the noise outside was still loud with loud thunder and light rain. But Dianfen, who had experienced being attacked at night, still took precautions. As a result, late at night, a masked black shadow actually came into the view. The person who came here is very strong and has very good concealment skills. He is almost just a faint black shadow under the moonlight. If Li Chu hadn't been covering the Taoist temple with his mind open tonight, he might not have discovered it so easily. Pity. As soon as the black shadow sneaked in, Li Chu had already flashed in front of him. Before he could resist, Li Chu raised his hand and said, "Sure." Bang. Immediately, the lights came on, and three big men, Du Lang, Wang Longqi and Xiao Feilong, rushed out with sticks in their hands. "Say, who are you? Tell me, what do you want to do when you come in? Are you here to take revenge for Xie Shirong? Don't tell me yet." Bang, 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 slap, sticks, beat him down. But the black shadow didn't make a sound. Wan Longqi was furious, picked up the little fat dragon, and said with a cruel smile, I think you need an electric shock. At this time, Li Chu raised his hand and stopped his behavior. Wait a minute. Huh? Wan Longqi frowned. Don't be soft-hearted. This kind of person breaks into private houses and refuses to tell the truth. He needs to be treated well. No. Li Chu shook his head and said, I mean, why don't I let him regain his ability to speak before continuing to ask? Wan Longqi murmured and said, Okay, I'll give you this face. As he spoke, Li Chu raised his hand and opened the acupuncture points on the man's face so that he could speak. This person opened his mouth, and the first thing he said was, Xiao Taoist Priestley, please forgive me. When Li Chu heard the voice, he felt familiar. He took off his mask and saw that he had actually seen it before. The visitor was none other than the descendant of the Yin family who had come to the south of the city to trade with him. After a while, Yin Lao San was moved to the front hall and explained his plot honestly. Li Chuzhong was the presiding judge. Wan Longqi was the deputy judge. And Du Lank wrote the records. The fox girl hugged the little fat dragon and yawned on the side. My name is Yin Lao San, and I am the younger brother of the Yin clan leader of this generation. His first sentence said, Then what's your name? Du Lank stopped writing and asked suddenly. My name is Yin Lao San. Who can call that name? He must be lying. Wan Longqi brought the little fat dragon over. I think you still need an electric shock. No. Yin Lao San replied in panic. My eldest brother is called Yin Ru, and my second brother is called Yin Shi. So my name is Yin Lao San. Is there something wrong? Oh, that's all right. That makes sense. Everyone was relieved, and Durang continued to record. I'm here to surrender. Yin Lao San's second sentence attracted everyone's attention again. Surrender? Yes. I took the initiative to surrender to Taoist Priestley. Yin Lao San's eyes widened. My eldest and second brothers are crazy. They want to follow Lord Sanhai to destroy Shiluo City. Huh? Li Chu frowned and said, Tell me more. Okay. Yin Lao San nodded, and then began to tell. Mr. Sanhai came to our family earlier and suddenly said that he wanted to cooperate with us. He asked us to open a Xianin formation for him, and then he would tell us some information about finding our ancestor Yin Emperor. The three of us brothers unanimously agreed, although we don't know his purpose. The family was troubled internally and externally at the time. Only by bringing back our ancestors can we regain our former prestige. The Xianin formation is a forbidden method in my family's ancestral secret book, Buyin Sutra. No one has used it for many years. In order to carry out this formation, we will arrest the woman with the Xianin body and the Jiang boy who is the eye of the formation. Your family's name is somewhat vulgar. Wan Longqi couldn't help complaining. Hey! Yin Lao San smiled sheepishly and continued. Later, because of these criminal actions, we had a conflict with Taoist Li. In fact, I felt regretful at that time because of the justice shown by Taoist Li. The feeling deeply affected me. But after returning, my two brothers still insisted on cooperating with Kang Heijin. Later, our stronghold under the mountain tomb was taken away by Taoist Priestley with a sword. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Chu with lingering fear, and then moved to the secret place prepared for us by Lord Sanhai. There, we learned more about Kang Heijin's plan. It turns out that he wants to launch the Xianin formation to gather Xianin and use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for Xuanwu. One of the four images. Li Chu listened quietly. The four elephants all have a powerful innate magical power. Xuanwu's strongest magical power is called Xianming, which can freeze thousands of miles in one breath. Yin Lao San said, Kang Heijin wants to use Xuanwu's great magical power to freeze ice. Seal the entire Shiluo city. Once Xuanwu takes action, no one can stop it. This is crazy. By then, there will be no survivors among the hundreds of thousands of people in Shiluo City. I have been scared since I learned about this. I had a big fight with my two brothers today. They insisted on not giving up this cooperation, even if it cost the lives of the entire city. Yin Lao San looked at Li Chu. So I made up my mind to come to Taoist Priestley to surrender. I am willing to help you disrupt Mr. Sanhai's plan. I have a question. Wan Longqi said again. Even if you want to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, you should go to Chaotian K. Right. Why did you come to our Taoist temple? Yin Laosan smiled slightly, and there was actually a little pride in his smile. I trust Taoist priestly more. Dulang nodded with deep understanding. There are many important abilities in life, among which choosing the right person must definitely be at the forefront. A qualified Jianghu person must read choice thoroughly. Li Chu thought for a moment and nodded. I believe you. If you really mean it, then do me a favor. The hiding place prepared by Lord Songhai for the Yin family is a large warehouse. The location is actually within Shenluo City, even only a few streets away from Chao Tiankei's residence. His approach is simple. Kaodiank had previously searched the city for the descendants of the Yin family, but could not find them. So he concluded that the descendants of the Yin family were hiding outside the city. This was indeed the case at the time. But now that they have moved back, they have become dark under the light. As long as the talisman formation is used to firmly seal the breath and prevent it from leaking out, no one will be able to discover it. Of course, the appearance of 2 or 5 boys is not included in the calculation. Yin Laosan anxiously came to the deepest part of the warehouse and walked into Yin Ru's room, where Yin Shi happened to be there. As soon as he saw him coming, Yin Ru stood up and showed a smile. Yin Laosan also quickly smiled. The two brothers had just had a big argument before, but now they looked at each other and smiled. And suddenly the atmosphere became harmonious. I heard the two of them saying in unison, "Brother, third brother, I figured it out." Yin Ru came over and put his arm around Yin Laosan's shoulders. "Third brother, what have you figured out?" Well, Yin Laosan hesitated and said, "I think what you said makes sense. Brother, this time I want to give it a try. Even if I cooperate with Kang Heijin, there is nothing else. I want to see those captured Xianin bodies. And Jiang boy. See if they are okay. After all, without them, the formation would not be possible." Ha. Yin Ru smiled and said, "Third brother, why don't you ask me what I figured out?" Big brother, Yin Laosan had no choice but to ask, "What have you figured out?" "I think what you said makes some sense. The demon sect is indeed powerful, but the little Taoist priest is also really powerful. We are caught in the middle and can easily be broken accidentally," Yin Ru said. "So I just said I went to find Mr. Songhai once. I gave him all the formations in the Fuyin Sutra, the body of Xianin, and the Jiang boy. Ha. I figured it out. So what if the family's formation is leaked? It won't last for hundreds of years. Never used it once. Who cares? Now that the formation is all managed by Songhai Jun's people, their fight with Chao Tiankei and the little Taoist priest will have nothing to do with our family. As long as we leave Shenluo City, we can stay out of it and not get involved in the slightest. It's related. He also told me the information about Yin Emperor as promised." Yin Ru smiled again and said in a low voice, "You will never guess what happened." Yin Laosan's expression was in stark contrast to his, and he was almost about to cry. "I really couldn't have guessed that things would be like this." Huh? Yin Ru noticed something was wrong with him. "Third brother, what's wrong with you?" "Brother, your method is so good. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yin Laosan said angrily. "I only thought of it after I had a fight with you. By the way, what were you doing just now?" Yin Ru then remembered and asked. "Just now?" Yin Laosan slowly raised a walking talisman and said weakly, "I also went to find someone." At the same time, there was a polite knock on the door. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Yin Ru glanced at Yin Laosan's hand in surprise, then glanced outside the door with his consciousness. As expected, there was an elegant and easygoing figure outside the door. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Finished. Yin Shi next to him also discovered who was outside. He stood up suddenly and looked at Yin Laosan, shocked and angry. "Did you bring the Taoist priest here?" Chapter 295. Evil Nemesis Common People's Guard. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything bad in your life, you won't be afraid of Li Chu knocking on the door. But Yin Ru and Yin Shi naturally put a lot of thought into it. So when they heard Li Chu knocking on the door, they were not only afraid, they were scared to death. After a short silence, Yin Shi gritted his teeth and pinched Yin Laosan's neck. "I'll kill you. A second-rate guy first." Yin Laosan struggled and said, "Second brother, stop it. There are all Taoist priests outside." Well, naturally, Yin Shi didn't really want to kill him. He let go of his hand bitterly inside. "Third brother, you are confused." Ahem. Yin Laosan released himself and continued. "Big brother and second brother. The three of us together cannot be the opponent of Taoist priestly. He has already surrounded us. So give up. Hey, Inru also sighed. That's it. That's it. He slumped forward and opened the door. After Li Chu knocked on the door, he waited outside the door very politely. At this time, he saw the door opened, and inside were the embarrassed figures of the three Yin brothers, knowing that the overall situation had been decided. It's a pity that Yin Laoseng came up and said, Little Taoist Master Li, the person you want to save has been taken away by Lord Songhai. Now this matter has nothing to do with our Yin clan. Oh. Li Chu turned his gaze to Yin Ru again. Where is Mr. Songhai? Every time I look for him, I always go to Shanghangweni. He is in room 1. Tianzi. On the top of the mountain. Li Chu nodded lightly. Then with a rustling sound, his body turned into a flying fireball and left, leaving only a trail of tail flames in place. Before Li Chu left, he did not forget to gently close the door. Behind the door are the three Yin brothers who cannot move. There are many business travelers coming and going in Shenluo City, and there are special inns for these business travelers to stay overnight. Some larger business houses will rent a room in Guani, or simply invest in the expansion of a loft of their own. The rooms in Tianzhou are all first-class luxurious residences, and they all belong to the largest business houses in the Halua dynasty. And the Tianzi No. 1 room, belonging to Kang Heijin, is even more noble. Standing alone on the mountainside, you can see it from a distance. So Li Chu found him easily. Boom. When Li Chu covered it with his mind, he couldn't feel any breath in it. It's not surprising that any cultivator with a little bit of care will create a magic circle to isolate the aura in his residence. So Li Chu landed by crashing directly into it. But the luxurious and spacious pavilion was empty. There are 4 empty walls, with many doors opening on 2 sides. And you can clearly see the snow and wind in the white mountains outside. There is a small stove in the center of the room. It is not big, but it has enough heat and is still warm. The people inside already knew they were coming, so they left early. It was clear that with the help of Guing, the Mirror Moon Gate of the Moon God Order had been defeated last time. But he still seemed to be under surveillance. Or maybe the enemy is not monitoring you. But the Yin family? Li Chu's eyes roamed around the pavilion. Unfortunately, everything was clean, and not a trace was left. All that can be seen is the most basic decoration. But speaking of it, regardless of the location, orientation, decoration, materials, and area, this house is first class. I am afraid that the house price is among the best in the entire Shenluo city. If you say no, then don't. What a waste. Duan Geng was shocked when he saw Li Chu coming again. Ouch, he exclaimed. Last time, I thought that sending people to Chaotianke was the limit for the whole gang. Good guy. Have you started sending people directly to Chaotian Palace now? Fortunately, this is in the Central Plains. If it's on the border, can you send a small country directly over next time? Li Chu was relatively calm and said, There are more than 500 people in the Yin clan, old and young, and I don't know how many of them have done bad things, and how many have not done anything. Why don't we just let them all come over and surrender themselves? And you can check them one by one. In fact, the Yin clan has been out of the world for hundreds of years, and has always kept a low profile. Most of the clan members of this generation are really doing serious business. Even if there are some who are doing evil things. That is, using ghosts to make some black money. There is nothing serious or harmful to the world. This is also the reason why Chaotianke has never caused trouble to them in the past 100 years. It's no wonder that before Kang Heijin approached them to cooperate, he had to collude with the Donglu gang and use debt to force them into desperation. Otherwise, if people are living a good life, they really don't have to take desperate risks. Of course, Inru Inshur, those who helped Song Haijun do bad things, would be the most fortunate to be imprisoned. Duan Geng smiled and said, With Taoist priestly here, the security of Shenluo City is so reassuring. Uncertain. Li Chu told Song Haijun's plan again. I learned that there was actually such a thick dark cloud hanging over Shenluo City. The hearty smile on Duan Geng's face disappeared. Li Chu asked again. Now that we can't find Mr. Songhai's location, and we don't know when they plan to take action, is it possible to take some precautions? In a city as big as Shenluo City, it is unrealistic to ask all the people to leave. Duan Geng shook his head. I can only send a letter back to Chaoga and try to invite as many experts as possible to take charge. It is best to invite one land gods. In addition, we are trying to find this group of thieves as early as possible to nip the disaster in the bud. Duan Geng said angrily. This group of demon sect villains are really hateful. I will try my best to help. Li Chu said. Duan Geng looked at him and nodded heavily. Thank you. Before leaving, Duan Geng suddenly stopped Li Chu and gave him 2 banners. Li Chu opened it and saw 4 big characters, Crime Buster, written on one side, and People's Defender on the other side. In order to commend Taoist priest Shao Li for his outstanding contribution, we at Chaotian specially present it to you, Duan Geng said with a smile. Li Chu also smiled. It's a bit nice to get compliments though. But people from the imperial court gave themselves the banners of Destroyer of Crime and Guardian of the People. Why do you feel so weird? A high-altitude place somewhere in Shenluo City. Mr. Songhai, who was wearing a wide robe and long sleeves, looked at the lights of thousands of houses stretching below inside. So close! I almost got caught by that little Taoist priest. Fortunately, I knew those losers from the Yin family were unreliable, and I have been keeping an eye on them. Behind him, the young man in white robe was kneeling on the thick cashmere carpet, making tea over the fire. Hearing this, he whispered again, no matter how powerful that little Taoist priest is, he is still 1 step slower than the Lord. Yes, he is still 1 step slower than me, Song Haijun said. But we have to hurry up. If the Yin family betrays me, he will definitely reveal all my plans. If the little Taoist priest communicates with Chao Tian K again, we will not have much time left. I believe it won't be long before some land gods come. Sit down. Song Haijun turned around and said, once we are targeted, it will be very difficult to act. My lord, do you mean to start as soon as possible? Just tomorrow. Tomorrow? The boy in white robe was startled. Isn't it too hasty? Tomorrow will be just right. Kang Haijun shook his head. We can't wait any longer. The young man in white robe paused and said, yes. Song Haijun's eyes were shining, and he said word by word. Tomorrow. Huaqilu. Chapter 296 I won't listen. Huaqilu's recent condition is not good. Before the Huada conference, when various companies were building momentum, she remained silent most of the time and had almost no activities, which made her die-hard fans quite worried. Fortunately, Wei Jiangli, her fiercest competitor last year, was living a miserable hostage life of eating, drinking, having fun and watching handsome guys during that time. Not only did he not create much publicity, but he also gained nearly 10 pounds. And there weren't any strong newcomers debuting this year. So these 2 old enemies managed to maintain a strangely even match even though they both failed together. But things were a little different yesterday. On the stage of Xie Shirong's debut, the handsome little Taoist priest's words brought Wei Jiangli's popularity to its peak. For a time, all kinds of comments about Wei Jiangli were rampant. For example, some people claimed that Wei Jiangli disappeared earlier because he was hijacked by gangsters. Some people say that Miss Jiangli rose to prominence because she hooked up with a Taoist boss. Some people even swore that they had seen Wei Jiangli entering and exiting the Yun Temple in the south of the city many times. And he was suspected of living with the little Taoist priest. Everyone in the industry knows that in this industry, you are not afraid of scandals, but you are afraid of not being exposed. Although there are mixed rumors now, both good and bad, they have also made Wei Jiangli's name very popular, especially at this juncture. In comparison, Huaqilu seems a little lonely. So before today's debut, Musk Academy released a piece of news. The flower girl will perform her best round fan dance on today's stage. Showing off his special skills on the stage is tantamount to amplifying his moves. As soon as this news was released, it really attracted a lot of attention for Huaqilu. As for whether it was a desperate move to regain popularity, I don't know yet. In any case, from the moment Huaqilu walked out of Musk courtyard today, she could see the obvious confidence on her face, the divine light in his eyes. On this day, when she took the stage, she was wearing a colorful and gorgeous palace dress with feathers. The outer robe was light and airy, and the inner part was a gold-embroidered tube top. The waist is tied with soft silk, and the skirts are fluttering. Together with the wind and snow coming from the north that day, it really seems like it is going to be blown away by the wind. Ying appears on her side. There is also a group of supporters with cultivation skills standing there, ready to prevent some little Taoist priest from suddenly falling from the sky and causing trouble. Under the stage, Wang Longji and Du Lang were also there. Lao Du, haven't you always been a big fan of Miss Jiangli? Why did you come to see her opponent's performance? Wang Longji said with a narrow smile. Ahem. Du Lang cleared his throat and said, I'm looking at it critically. Even Wei Jiangli's hardcore had fought with Huaqilu's fans, but Durange had to admit it. Hua Qiluo has a natural charm. Especially when the orchestra started playing. Her figure began to sway. And suddenly it seemed as if the snowflakes in the sky were getting bigger with her movements. The peonies on both sides of the road also swayed. And there seemed to be a faint glow. Wang Longqi squinted his eyes and looked at it. Suddenly feeling a little drunk. Lao Du! Why do I feel a little dizzy? He rubbed his eyes, and found that the scene in front of him seemed to have changed. The stage is still the same stage. And the crowd is still the same crowd. But the person on the stage seemed to suddenly change into a woman in white. Her features were still beautiful. But they were still vaguely different. It seems, Du Lang also noticed that something was wrong. Isn't it Hua Qiluo? The entire Shenluo city suddenly felt a white dream. Everyone had already discussed it yesterday, and prohibited Li Chu from going to the Huadu conference again. Li Chu was happy to stay quietly in the Taoist temple. The excitement belongs to others. And he owns nothing. Not long after, Mrs. Yang, whom she hadn't seen for many days, rushed over again. Li Chu looked towards the door. As soon as Mrs. Yang entered the door, she said anxiously, Long Gang has found the trace of Xiaobao. Where? When Li Chu heard this, he also stood up suddenly. Outside the city. He has already chased me. No need to say anything at the moment. Li Chu followed Mrs. Yang and rushed out of the Taoist temple gate. Mrs. Yang had a way to contact Long Gang. And without any hesitation, she quickly arrived at the foot of a mountain outside Shenluo city. This peak is called Tianlu Peak. And it is steep and majestic. There is a canyon below called Tianlu Valley, which is deep and endless. Long Gang, the #1 assassin under the Gua party with a square head and a chilling temperament, was waiting outside the valley, hidden in a jungle. How's it going? Have you found it? Mrs. Yang asked anxiously. Long Gang pointed to the smoky canyon ahead and said, It's right below. Sure. Hearing her question, Long Gang seemed to recall some painful memories. His nose twitched. He blinked his eyes, bit his lip, and then said, I will never forget this taste in my life. Okay, let's go there. After receiving the affirmative answer, Mrs. Yang immediately flew out with a serious look in her eyes. The three of them quickly rushed into Tianlu Valley. I saw a shocking scene. 12 tall copper pillars stood in the center of the huge valley, and a woman was tied to each pillar. These women were all wearing thin white clothes. Their figures were weak, and they were unconscious. It was heartbreaking to see them in such a cold weather. 12 copper pillars surround a huge log, and a boy with a tiger-like head is tied to this tall log. He looked about 6 or 7 years old and was unconscious. There are various strange formation patterns painted on the bottom of these columns. There are also residues of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures on those formation patterns. It seems that a big formation has just been carried out. Still came a little late. Xiaobao! Mrs. Yang roared angrily and immediately flew forward to rescue the child. At this time, a sigh was suddenly heard from high up. You're here after all. Li Chu looked up and saw a middle-aged scribe in a wide robe and long sleeves standing on Tianlu Peak. On the bare peak, that lonely figure is extremely conspicuous. Li Chu's eyes tightened. Are you Mr. Songhai? Long Gang also stared with a pair of small eyes, his eyes showing the sharpness of a top killer. Is it you? Eternal grandson? Who dares to harm my master's son? Hee hee. The middle-aged scribe chuckled lightly and did not answer their questions. He just raised his hand and said, Little Taoist Priestley, is that right? In fact, I really don't want to be your enemy. You are young, but you have amazing cultivation. No matter what the reason is, I should not choose you to be my enemy. As he said that, he looked at Li Chu again with sincere eyes. If you are willing to retreat with Jiang Boy now and stay away from Shenluo City, I can still not argue with you. The debts of those men you killed before will be wiped off. Li Chu looked at him with eyes like a torch. You are willing to write it off, but I want to seek justice for those who were harmed by you. Those innocent lives must not be written off. As he spoke, the Chunyang sword was already hanging in the air. The sword is full of energy. Don't rush. Lord Songhai raised his hand, waved it lightly, and said leisurely, The Xianing formation has been completed, and there is no point in your hurry. No matter whether I am alive or dead, Xuanwu will come here. Why don't you come and listen to me first? Story? As he spoke, he turned back and looked into the distance. The entire Shenluo city in the heavy snow was reflected in his pupils. Immediately, Li Chu responded coldly. I don't listen. Chapter 297. Please listen to my story. Please? ? After hearing Li Chu's words, Song Haijun couldn't help but have a big question mark above his head. Yun Danfengking's face finally showed its first breakthrough. To be fair, you and I have been fighting overtly and covertly for so long, and have collided with conspiracies so many times. Finally, at the last moment of the plan, it was time to reveal the answer to the mystery. Are you curious why I did this? Even if you are not curious, we also need to consider the audience's feelings. Right? You don't play by the rules? If I don't listen, what does it matter if I don't listen? Heartless, unreasonable and vexatious? Seeing that the Chunyang sword was ready to strike, just waiting for Li Chu to raise his halberd finger before taking action, Song Haijun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in his heart. Danger! He immediately wanted to sacrifice the magical weapon in his arms. At this moment, "Ah!" Mrs. Yang suddenly exclaimed over there. Li Chu looked over and found that she went to rescue her son, but was bounced away by the restrictions around the formation, and the rebound force was very strong. Hee. The word danger above his head disappeared, and Kang Haijun sneered. That is a sacrifice to Xuanwu. Only the strongest power in the world can open it. Don't work in vain anymore. The words have not yet finished. Li Chu waved his hand, and saw a flying fireball shooting through the sky. Boom! There were sparks and lightning all the way, directly penetrating the entire formation. There seemed to be a golden barrier appearing in the void, trying to block his pure yang sword. But the barrier dissipated so quickly that it was almost unclear to the naked eye. It has been shattered. Ouch! Long Gang on the side blinked his eyes and exclaimed. Is it so simple? Xiao Bao! Xiao Bao! Mrs. Yang ignored everything else and flew directly to the log in the center. She called out several times, but she didn't wake up. She touched the little boy's cheek with her hand and frowned. It's so hot! Li Chu looked at Song Haijun and asked, What's wrong with him? Seeing that Li Chu was finally willing to communicate with him instead of directly attacking him with a sword, Song Haijun actually felt a little lucky. He said slowly, As an extremely young boy, this doll carries the yang qi corresponding to the massive amount of mysterious yin. Now it is almost comparable to the body of the sun. Don't worry. As long as he survives today, this experience will be beneficial to him. He is a great blessing. You should thank me. Mrs. Yang glared at him, but did not refute. She is well informed and knows that Mr. Songhai does not seem to be lying. In fact, the Yin family Xian Yin gathering array itself is used to assist cultivation. It was originally intended to infuse the Xian Yin energy of heaven and earth into itself. However, since there is a gathering of Yin and Yang, there will be a corresponding gathering of Yang energy. Therefore, we need the help of an extremely Yang body to carry that part of Yang energy. This would have been a good thing for both parties. But what Song Haijun wants to do now is to forcefully inject the power of Xian Yin into the bodies of those poor women, and then use them as vessels for Xuanwu to devour. In this way, although it is bad news for these Xian Yin bodies, but for Jiang Boy, who is the eye of the formation, it is still beneficial and harmless. Guishubao's physical body can indeed become a being comparable to an immortal body. Li Chu looked at Mrs. Yang, who nodded, indicating that the child was indeed fine. Seeing that they had calmed down, Mr. Songhai quickly took the time to say, Now that we're sure he's fine, we can finally listen to my story calmly. Right? People who have been doing bad things in the dark will always have an extremely strong desire to talk when they reach this point where they are so ignorant. Even with his state of mind that has been accumulated through years of practice, he is still not exempt from vulgarity. Even though he knew that these people in front of him, including the entire Shiluo city, would die in the next moment, he just wanted to let these people die clearly. But, some people are just born to be too lazy to listen to what other people have to say. For example, a certain elegant and easygoing Taoist priest. Before Song Haijun finished speaking, Li Chu had recalled the pure yang sword and pointed it at him again. I don't care why you committed the crime. What I'm more concerned about is how to prevent you from committing crimes again. Sword. The sword is about to come. Again? Mr. Songhai had a disgusted expression on his face. Are you crazy? Even if I tell you my character's plot, will it have any impact on you? Will he die? Angry. The most annoying thing is that Li Chu will not die after hearing his story. But he had a premonition that if he was hit by that sword, he would probably die. So he felt he couldn't wait any longer. He flipped his hand and played a bright token, which instantly turned into a white light curtain, blocking him in front of him. Xian Bingjian. Sacrifice with my blood. Lord of Xuanwu. Call out. Boom. What he hit was the Xianbing slip that he had taken from the North Xuanwu prison supervisor. And that light curtain was opened by the Xianbing slip, and could communicate with one of the 4 elephants, the mythical beast Xuanwu. The light curtain grew larger and larger, covering the entire mountain peak in an instant, and the valley seemed to be divided into another space. No! A terrifying existence with its own space aura has arrived, because it is so powerful that it seems to change the rules around it. Boom! A huge, scale-covered, black and majestic head poked out first. This head alone is almost as big as Tianlu Peak. This head is like a dragon without horns, round like a snake, and scaly like a turtle. Just like the legendary Xuanwu, it is a combined turtle and snake head. This tortoise snake head is raised high. Its pupils are burning with strange fire, and it seems to be extremely indifferent to everything in this world. At the same time, in the Bailong Temple on Hongnu Mountain, the little monk opened his eyes suddenly. Xuanwu. That's great. A big guy is here. Almost instantly, he reached out and grabbed it, and the door opened with a bang. The next second, his old apprentice appeared in front of him. Looking dazed, it was obvious that he had never received such a hasty summons. Master, this is... Quick! Shenluo City is in serious trouble. Call the whole temple together, the young monk said with a frown. The old monk suddenly raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, Going to war? The little monk rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, Run away! Oh! The old monk was discouraged and immediately took the order and left. In all these years at Bailong Temple, he has never seen his master look so urgent and serious. Although he did not dare to ask more questions, he knew that the situation was serious. The little monk gritted his teeth and said silently, If you die, you will die. Take a sudden step. In a blink of an eye, he was above the clouds. When Xuanwu's terrifying body, which was 10 times bigger than the mountain peak, came, everyone felt suffocated for a second. It's too late to say, but actually it was only a moment from the appearance of the light curtain to the appearance of Xuanwu. But at that moment, the sky turned dark. The wind and snow sweeping over the earth became more violent, and it seemed that the temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Even Li Chu felt a bit of chill in his body. Among the creatures he has seen, except for the big bird that blocks out the sky and sun in the picture of heaven, there is nothing in reality that can compare with this Xuanwu. It is worthy of being one of the 4 symbols, at least in terms of bigness. It does not disappoint people's imagination. With a huge head of a turtle and a snake, and 4 claws as thick as the pillars of heaven, it is no wonder that there is a legend about the Empress Nua cutting off a giant turtle holding the sky. As for the tortoise SHL on the back, it is even more ferocious. If you look closely, you will see that it is full of talismans that contain the great Tao, making it almost difficult to see directly with the naked eye. Such a creature symbolizes antiquity and power. Just taking a look at it is enough to make it difficult for anyone to have a rivalry with it. Ha 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 ha! Song Haijin burst into laughter that was almost cathartic. After so many years of forbearance and so many years of planning, this day has finally arrived. Xuanwu is coming. The plan is about to be accomplished. I originally wanted to talk to you, but all I got in exchange was hostility and attacks, Kang Haijin said coldly. Now that Xuanwu has arrived, I can finally tell my story. Right. In the valley, Li Chu's attention was obviously more focused on Xuanwu, who had just appeared. In fact, the Xuanwu had been paying attention to the Xianing body in the valley when it first arrived, which was extremely tempting to it. But after a moment, its pupils had switched to Li Chu. They seemed to be watching each other. The situation was eerily still. So Mr. Songhai can finally continue talking, he said. 30 years ago, in Shenluo City. Bah! Boom. Mr. Songhai only said 8 words, and then he heard a clear shout, and a huge golden Buddha handprint of tens of feet was suddenly pressed down on the clouds. Come straight to him. With the sound of wind above his head, he twisted his body with almost no hesitation and fell hard. With a pop, he seemed to have fallen into a deep pool and disappeared instantly. Boom! Rumble. The Buddha's handprint fell from the sky, landed on the ground, and smashed half of the mountain into pieces with one blow. This blow, judging from the scene, is almost as good as Li Chu's mountain-breaking sword. Of course, the effect of the two on the mountain is almost the same. If the two collide, you will know which one is stronger. Above the clouds, the serious face of the young monk was revealed. This evil thief is so slippery that he actually escaped my Buddha's handprint. In front of Xuanwu, he didn't dare to pursue him fiercely. He just rushed out to see if he could kill the man who summoned Xuanwu. It's a pity that Mr. Songhai still has 2 brushes after all. One of the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect. Even if he is a newcomer, he will not be easy to deal with. A few moments. There was just another sound of water. Song Haijun's slightly embarrassed figure emerged from the ripples out of thin air. The young monk was almost above his entire realm. Being able to dodge the young monk's attack was already quite powerful for a cultivator at the peak of the decline realm. But he was not happy, but looked up at the sky angrily. Can't you just let me finish? Please. Chapter 298. What evil intentions could the little turtle have? The wind and snow are blowing, and the floating clouds are mute. A huge shadow shrouded Tianlu Peak and half of Shenluo City. But there was surprisingly no commotion in Shenluo City. Almost everyone stood quietly, half squinting their eyes, as if they saw a woman in white dancing beautifully in front of them. This is true even if there are no people present at the Huadu conference. The vast dream comes from the flowers, from the snow, from the fluttering feathers, and spreads to every place along the wind. Below the stage, an obsessed smile appeared on Wang Longqi's face. Old Du, I have met true love this time. After all, Du Lank is a cultivator of the divine harmony realm. Facing the illusion is not as unbearable as Wang Longqi, but he maintains a certain degree of sobriety. Just listen to his calm reminder. Qi Xiao, wake up! It's impossible for this kind of woman to fall in love with us. Outside Shenluo City, the 2 elders of Wei and Jin in the iron prison immediately noticed something was wrong and climbed up into the air to look around. On one side is the illusion-filled Shenluo City, and on the other side is the huge Xuanwu. Even if they had known that Lord Songhai might have such a plan, it all happened so hastily that they were caught off guard. Go to the city to rescue people first. Mr. Jin made such a decision instantly. With Xuanwu's magnitude, the 2 of them would inevitably be suspected of giving away their lives after passing through the state of decline. It is better to go to Shenluo City as soon as possible and see if we can wake up the people in the city and evacuate them. But before they could set off, 2 more figures with monstrous flames descended and blocked their way. One has a hooked nose. The other has no neck. It was the Xiandia King and Baoxiang King who had encountered them the day before yesterday. Mr. Wei said angrily. You actually assisted Mr. Songhai to do such a thing that is so outrageous and resentful. Are you really not afraid of being punished by the righteous? The Xiandia King smiled and said, We just have a deal with Song Haijun. We will stop you for a moment for him. Until Xianwu freezes Shenluo City, he will use the Kun suction power to swallow up the entire Shenluo City. Enter the secret realm. Become an earth immortal. When the time comes, he will help us rescue my eldest brother again. As long as you release my eldest brother now, we can leave directly and never interfere in this matter. How? Dreaming? Mr. Wei became angry. His true energy surged up, and the color of the surrounding areas changed again. Do you really want to fight with us? King Xuanyao shouted. If you wait until Xuanwu takes action, it will be too late for you to leave. As soon as he said this, the 2 elders of Wei and Jin had not said anything. On the other hand, King Baoxiang next to him was startled and looked at the sky over there, seeing the huge thing hanging in the air. Talk about it. Why doesn't Xuanwu take action? Xuanwu's state is indeed a bit strange. According to Kang Haijin's plan, as soon as Xuanwu appeared, he should help him destroy all enemies with his invincible power, and then use Xianming to freeze Shenluo City. He used the Xianming slips to communicate with Xuanwu's thoughts, and he could feel Xuanwu's immediate feedback. He had already decided on this plan long before it came, but just after Xuanwu arrived, he suddenly found that this feedback disappeared. He tried to send his thoughts to Xuanwu, but Xuanwu did not reply. Kang Haijin has already mastered the Xianbing slips proficiently, and he can be sure that Xuanwu has received his thoughts. Apparently, it has been read and cannot be read back. It seemed to be briefly immersed in the gaze of the little Taoist priest. Because they lacked previous experience in dealing with the 4 symbols, no one could guess the thinking of this ancient beast. Especially after reaching that state, they can no longer be regarded as beasts. Not only will their intelligence not be lower than that of humans, but they will even precipitate into an incomparably vast existence. Compared to ordinary humans, they can be described as wise gods. Lord Songhai couldn't figure it out, so he could only shout with his true energy, Master Xuanwu. According to our agreement, a large amount of Xianin Qi from heaven and earth has been prepared, and it is in the 12 Xianin bodies. As long as you devour them, you can gain more powerful power. But these people in front of you are all going to prevent you from gaining this power. They are all enemies. Boom. As his words came out, the wind and clouds rolled between the sky and the earth, making bursts of thunder. This is the power of the four symbols. Just a thought can stir up the celestial phenomena. With this sudden change, everyone involved can feel it, which seems to be an emotion of anger. The wrath of Xuanwu. The little monk had already floated to Li Chu's side, with a serious look on his face. Xuanwu is the ultimate fighting force in the world, he said solemnly. I don't know if I can withstand it. Li Chu didn't think much and just said, San Haijun wants to drive Xuanwu to destroy Shenluo City. We must not let him succeed. No matter what, we must hold on. You're right. The young monk gritted his teeth. I'll resist even if I can't bear it. But having said that, he is actually quite pessimistic in his heart. 9 reincarnations, 9 earthly immortals. He may be one of the few humans closest to that state. But the closer he gets and the more he understands, the easier it is to despair. The 4 images are actually standing there, overlooking all living beings, facing everything under the extreme. It is basically an instant kill. In his opinion, the reason why Li Chu could say this so firmly was that he still knew very little about the realm of Xuanwu. Don't blame him. After all, the gap is still quite big. The little monk made up his mind that if something went wrong soon, he would risk his life to save a chance for the little Taoist priest. After all, he is so young. With his talent, if there is anyone in the world today who can truly reach the realm of immortality, it might be him. And I have yet to gain anything from my 9 reincarnations. So I guess I have no hope for a long time. All this time, it was just an obsession that was struggling to support me. But, just when his mind was spinning, Xuanwu did not move. It seemed like a simple expression of anger, and there is no desire to take action. In fact, Li Chu felt the same way. When he looked at Xuanwu's huge pupils, they were deep and dark, as if there was a vague feeling between two abysses, that Xuanwu was clearly looking at him. And no hostility. Even seemed a bit friendly? He could feel the familiar aura from this huge creature. This feeling is somewhat similar to when facing the Suzaka feather arrow that day. Xuanwu looked at Li Chu. Li Chu also looked at Xuanwu, looking at each other this time. Although he would feel fear in his heart, his intuition seemed that there was no danger. Very strange. So before Xuanwu made any move, he didn't try to provoke it first. His idea was simple. Faced with such an obviously invincible opponent, whoever struck first would be a fool. The little monk next to him obviously thought so too. And I don't know what Xuanwu on the opposite side is thinking. The situation became so strangely confrontational. Kang Heijun saw that Xuanwu suddenly stopped moving after the storm was turbulent, and he felt very strange in his heart. He frowned and said again, Master Xuanwu, currently, the Taoist priest and the monk are blocking the way of Xianin. Please kill them as soon as possible. Devour the body of Xianin, and then use Xianin to help me. The power of Xuanwu Lord's arrival is earth-shattering. In a few moments, there will be many masters. You might even come to stop us. If you wait too long, things will change. This already means urging. It's not surprising that he was anxious. Although the human world is huge, in the eyes of those truly powerful immortals, this place is just a quick trip back and forth. If there is really a hidden immortal who notices Xuanwu's arrival, he might want to take a look. Once the number of people increases, even if Xuanwu is the best in the world, he will inevitably be forced to retreat. And, in that case, even if he, Lord Songhai, becomes an earth immortal, it will be meaningless. Once Xuanwu leaves, he will be attacked by masters from all walks of life, forced to have no choice. He spoke again to encourage Xuanwu to start quickly. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Xuanwu became angry again. The sound of wind and thunder roared across the sky and earth again. Rumble. The Xuanwu suddenly raised its tortoise snake head high, with green veins like a dragon and ferocious scales, as if it was bloodthirsty. Then, he let out a roar. Ouch! Xuanwu roar. Obviously very angry. The distant mountain peaks made a rumbling rolling sound, and some fragile mountains collapsed due to its roar. So much for divine power. This time everyone present felt the real anger, and their faces were all pale. The little monk quickly formed seals with his hands, ready to release his strongest magical power at any time and risk his life in a fight. Li Chu also raised his eyebrows, holding the pure yang sword tightly in his hand, and was about to slash out with his strongest sword. The line between life and death. Immediately, I saw Xuanwu's tortoise snake head swinging fiercely, opening its fangs, revealing a huge mouth as thick as an abyss. Swallow. Bang. The collision of Xuanwu's upper and lower teeth made a loud sound. Then the turtle's head was raised. Its neck trembled. And it made a roar. Everyone was stunned. Li Chu frowned. The young monk was stunned on the spot. Mrs. Yang looked shocked. Long Gang covered his mouth with 4 fingers in surprise. And exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The reason why they were so surprised was because Lord Songhai had disappeared in midair. That's right. After Xuanwu roared angrily just now, he turned his head and swallowed Kang Heijin, who was making noise in his ears. This is a bit too unexpected. What is this? A black man eating a black man? Was Xuanwu's anger just now aimed at Lord Songhai? Mr. Songhai tried his best to summon Xuanwu, and prepared all the sacrifices for Xuanwu. But in the end, it was he himself who was swallowed by Xuanwu. The end of all the agencies. Is this it? And he never told his story in the end. The huge creature swallowed Song Haijin's figure, then turned its head, and suddenly glanced at Li Chu again. This time, Li Chu clearly felt its attitude from this look. Confirmed eyes. That's right. Friendly indeed. Quite friendly. That look seemed to say, what evil intentions could the little turtle have? Chapter 299. It's the loneliest thing if you want to stay but can't. Xuanwu left. Of course. Not that kind of walking peacefully, but walking safely. After it showed enough goodwill to Li Chu, seeing that he didn't move, it turned around and merged into the void again. Disappeared in an instant. Looking at the direction he left, Li Chu felt a little puzzled. This Xuanwu seems quite friendly. Ah. The little monk smiled and shook his head. In ancient times, there were 10 mythical beasts, 5 auspicious and 5 unlucky. Although the 4 elephants are listed as the 5 auspicious beasts, don't think that they are really close to humans, because their original names were called 10 unlucky. The so-called 5 good fortunes only become 5 good fortunes after being recruited. The remaining 5 great evils are the ones who are still stubborn and unable to surrender. In fact, the so-called 5 good and 5 evil beasts can also be regarded as the watershed of strength. Although the 10 mythical beasts are all at the highest level in the world, their combat power is also different. Among them, those who cannot defeat humans become the 5 good beasts. The rest will become the 5 evils. Like this time, Lord Songhai has made it clear that he has reached an agreement with Xuanwu. If there wasn't something that could make Xuanwu afraid, I'm afraid he would not hesitate to help Lord Songhai destroy Shenluo City. Li Chu murmured. It makes Xuanwu afraid. If I'm not wrong, the little monk frowned and said, it has been looking at us just now. It should think that together. You and I have the ability to rival the best in the world. This is a mythical beast that has come from ancient times. It may be important for it to increase its strength, but it is not that important. There is no need to risk its demise for this. And in order to show goodwill to us, it decisively killed Kang Heijin. The little monk wiped the conspicuous cold sweat on his bald head. It's really dangerous. Fortunately, the 2 of us scared it off. Yeah. Li Chu was still a little confused, but he also nodded in agreement. Yeah. It's so dangerous. At the same time, he also turned his attention to the other side of Tianlu Peak, inside Shenluo City. With a quick glance, he found that the entire Shenluo City was shrouded in a strange smoke. It seemed like an illusion. I'll go over and take a look. Out of concern for the Huadu Conference, the audience at the Huadu Conference, and some investors of the Huadu Conference, Li Chu jumped up and quickly fell back into Shenluo City. Only then did I see it. The whole city was surrounded by peonies. But at this time, all the petals released a puff of smoke, causing the whole city to fall into a huge illusion. Turn out to be. Does Kang Heijin still have this trick in his plan? In addition to being used as a reason to convene the Flower Capital Convention, these flowers turned out to be an introduction to performing illusions. One of his men can perform illusions with the help of pollen. He wanted all the people in Shenluo City to die in the illusion. Why are you so heartbroken? Li Chu still has a little confidence in resisting illusions. Worried about something unexpected happening, he directly found the center of those, Qi, the flower at the center of the storm. Huaqilua. Now that I think about it, the exchange between her and Shen Ning's lover must have been Song Haijin's masterpiece. It's for today's dream that brings the whole city together. Snapped. Li Chu fell on the stage. Huaqilua, dressed in brilliant feathers, turned her head to look at him. Her expression calm and not panicked. Since you can appear here, then the Lord must have failed. Yes, Li Chu said coldly. You have been surrounded. Give up the resistance as soon as possible and dispel the illusion. You may be able to win leniency. Leniency? Hua Qilua laughed. We are members of the demon sect, and we are engaged in the business of massacring the city. How can we be lenient? Do you think we are just making noodles? Li Chu was silent for a moment. She's right. As Song Haijun's direct subordinate, it is indeed difficult for her to die a happy death. It doesn't matter. When we did this, we already guessed that it would end like this. Hua Qilua seemed to have a very open mind. If you win the bet, the chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. If you lose the bet, the chickens will fly like dogs. As she spoke, her voice gradually became lower and her eyes suddenly became blurry. I will keep this body intact. If the girl wants to come back, she can still. There was a pop. Before he finished speaking, a gorgeous figure fell down. Li Chu's eyes changed, and when he stepped forward, he realized that she had actively dispersed her soul. This is a very difficult way to die, and people with insufficient soul cultivation cannot do it. Certainly, it is absolutely incomparable to the difficulty of Song Haijun's summoning Xuanwu to swallow himself. Li Chu was not too touched by her death. After all, except for rare accidents like thousands of miles of flying sand, people in the demon sect have to take countless lives to get to the top. No matter what the way of death, it is difficult to feel sympathy. Certainly, Song Haijun's summoning Xuanwu to swallow himself still makes people feel very pitiful. This is really unavoidable. The moment Hua Qilua's body fell, the flower mist covering Shenluo City began to dissipate, suddenly turning into countless light spots and disappearing in the north wind. The audience below also woke up quickly. The dancing woman on the stage disappeared, and in a blink of an eye she turned into a neat little Taoist priest in green clothes. In front of the little Taoist priest, there was a delicate figure lying. Good guy! Suddenly someone exclaimed. This little Taoist priest came yesterday to ruin Miss Ye's first show, and today he actually committed an attack on Flower Girl's stage in front of everyone. Catch him! We can't let him go! Quickly see if Flower Girl is okay! Looking at the angry people around him, Li Chu wanted to explain. No, I just saved Shenluo City. But obviously no one would listen to what he said. So Li Chu had no choice but to shake his head helplessly. And the flying bolide disappeared instantly under his feet. Anyway, Chaotiank will definitely make an announcement afterwards. It's better to sneak away first as a courtesy. That night, Li Chu had a dream. In his dream, he saw a little salesman. He was born in poverty. He relied on his shrewd mind to do small business and gradually lived a prosperous life. Originally, life was quite pleasant. Until he met an Oiran. He fell in love with a courtesan at first sight and had to save money for many days before he had the chance to meet her. But he never tires of it. The Oiran's name was Shui. She wanted to achieve good results at the Huadu convention, but she had not been able to do so for several years. Until one day, she met an old man who purchased souls. She reached an agreement with the old man in exchange for beautiful dancing. The dance was okay, and so was she. She made a splash at the Huadu conference and won the top prize in the Flower Kingdom that year. Adding to her great glory, the young shopkeeper was very sad because he could not save enough money to meet the Oiran. But the Oiran came to see him. The Oiran said that she had made a deal with someone and had to sell a soul that loved her. But in the entire Shenluo City, only the young shopkeeper truly loved her. Even after she became famous and had thousands of fans, she still remained unchanged. Yes, countless people fanatically pursued her and spent huge sums of money on her. But there was still that one person who truly loved her. This may seem bizarre, but it's true. At this point, it seems that all that is needed is to hand over the young salesman's soul to that person. But the Oiran had also fallen in love with the young shopkeeper a long time ago. She doesn't want him to die. So she came to remind him and ask him to leave Shenluo City as soon as possible. The young peddler was scared, but also worried. The Oiran asked him to leave with peace of mind, saying that Shenluo City is so big and I have so many fans. Why are I still worried about not finding a second person to love me? The peddler finally left. In fact, he doesn't want to leave. In fact, he wants to stay. But the fear of death still made him take steps. He went away to a foreign country, and his subsequent encounters were very bizarre. Because of his character and talent, he was spotted by a powerful demon sect and accepted as his disciple. When he realized that he had some cultivation, he quickly returned to Shenluo City. Then he learned that the Oiran had died that year. Shenluo City is so big, but she still hasn't found a second person who loves her. Everything is fake. A seed of hatred was planted in the young shopkeeper's heart. For my own cowardice, I also feel sorry for this city. It's the loneliest thing if you want to stay but can't. Before I finished speaking about tenderness, only Li Gu remained. With this obsession, he was trapped at the pass of the land gods for 10 years. He started to have a crazy idea. Since this city is so cold and heartless, it's better to let it freeze during the most prosperous moment. Let everyone in the city die in her fantasy, and then be sealed away forever. He's good at business, but his obsession is also because of a business. In that business, he got a chance to survive, but lost the person he loved most. Perhaps he did not simply want a breakthrough when he made this huge gamble, but perhaps he just wanted relief. Either transcend the world, or return to one place. Death is not a reunion after a long absence. In this ancient city, there are grand snowstorms every winter. Gorgeous flowers bloom every May, and beauties dancing every night. But the girl who danced the most beautifully will never come back. More than 30 years have passed. She will never be missed again. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. New snow is beginning to fall. Li Chu looked out the window, and was briefly lost in thought. Song Haijun is really a very obsessive person. He had to tell the unfinished story through dreams even after his death. Such people. No wonder you can make a fortune. Chapter 300. I want your body. Not broken. Not established. On the vast sea, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. This whirlpool was just a small hole at first, and suddenly it became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye it seemed like it was going to swallow the entire sea area. After a while, this scene actually came true. The entire sea sank deeply along the whirlpool and disappeared. After the rumbling rolling sound finally subsided, the huge sea completely disappeared, turning into an empty and endless depression. In the center of the depression, there was only one human figure. A solid figure. Judging from the faint look on his face, he looked exactly like Mr. Songhai, who was devoured by Xuanwu before. The figure stood quietly in this space for a long time, seeming to be recalling something, and then took a step forward. Ripples suddenly rippled in midair. He took one step forward and came outside this space. Snap. There was a sound of watery footsteps. This is a spacious room, and a large picture scroll hangs on one wall of the room. There used to be a piece of sea water in the picture, but now it is all gone. It became a blank picture. There was another young man in a white robe in the room. He was sitting on his knees on the ground. When he saw the figure walking out of the scroll, he bowed his head deeply in excitement. Congratulations on the return of the Lord. The figure looked at him indifferently and smiled suddenly. No, the Songhai Lord from before has not come back. Huh? The young man raised his head. Then I heard him say again, the one who has returned is Lord Songhai, who has become a land god. Ah? The white-robed young man's eyes suddenly showed excitement. My lord, did you succeed? I can't say it was a success. After all this was beyond my expectation. I still can't figure out why Xuanwu suddenly killed me. It was only at the moment when Xuanwu swallowed me that I suddenly woke up. Kang Heijin's eyes were focused. What can be better than death to cut off obsession? At that moment, everything suddenly disappeared. Those obsessions probably died along with the body. If there is a spirit, maybe it will wander somewhere. Thanks to my painstaking efforts in the past to accumulate a huge amount of true energy, which was gathered into this sea of true energy in the secret realm, and a ray of soul was rooted in it. If I didn't have this massive amount of true energy to keep me alive, even if I didn't lose my soul, it would be a matter of time before I was extinguished, let alone a breakthrough. This backup plan really saved lives, Song Haijun said slowly. People who have reached this level of power usually prepare some life-saving means, especially those with deep scheming minds like him. My lord has now become an earth immortal. No matter how hard you plan, it will be easy to make a comeback, the white-robed young man said excitedly. Not even close. Kang Heijin shook his head. What? It is impossible to find my physical body, Mr. Songhai said solemnly. I need a new physical body. Without a physical body, even the souls of land gods are like candles in the wind. What kind of body does the Lord want? The young man in white robe asked. Is it to seize the immortal body, or to reshape the body with the treasures of heaven and earth? Huh? Kang Heijin smiled again. In the past, maybe I would have done that. But now I have seen the best skin in the world. I don't want anyone else. Today is Wei Jiangli's debut. Li Chu originally wanted to see it, but other people in the temple tried their best to persuade him to stay. If nothing else, the hatred he carries now is too much. If everyone has a name on their head, then Li Chu's name must be read. And it is not illegal to kill him. Although he immediately appealed to Chao Tian Ke, hoping to make a notice about Hua Qiluo's case. But now it involves the return of the soul. Shen Ming and Wang Ai are both involved. The life and death of the identity of Hua Qiluo has not yet been determined, so there is no way to give a definite statement to the public. So he could only wait quietly in the view. Fortunately, the original purpose of his master sending him to Shenluo City, Gui Xiaobao, whom Yu Qian had always claimed to be his son, had been rescued. It's just that the child hasn't woken up yet. Mrs. Yang took him and the women with Xianin bodies to Xuanhu Villa outside the city and asked famous doctors to diagnose and treat them. There must be no big problem. You can feel at ease for the time being. Due to the previous momentum of public opinion, the number of viewers of Wei Jiangli's first show reached a new high, and the popularity was almost higher than when Xie Shirong appeared on the first day. There may not be a little credit from Li Chu. The entire Diyun temple, except for the temple owner who didn't come, all came to cheer Wei Jiangli on. Especially Du Leng. He was holding a flag with Wei Jiangli's name written on it, standing among a group of Wei Jiangli's die-hard supporters, waving it high, as if he had seen a bathtub full of water in front of him. Generally, after the last performance ended, voices calling for the girl Jiangli could be heard all around, and the sound waves got louder and louder. But after waiting for a while, Wei Jiangli still didn't appear. The scene gradually became commotion. Backstage, Su Wan hurried into the room where the girls were getting their makeup done, and asked, "Where is Jiangli? There are so many people waiting. Why don't you show up yet? Miss Jiangli has just gone out." The little maid who accompanied the guard as he left was startled and answered quickly, "Going out?" Su Wan frowned, and a bad premonition came to her mind. This isn't the first time this has happened. Sure enough, someone soon handed over a letter. I don't know who sent the letter, but specified that it should be delivered to Su Wan. The content of the letter is also very brief. If you want the general to be safe, let Li Chu come to Tianlu Peak. Su Wan's eyes darkened. Come again. Li Chu kidnapped Wei Jiangli and threatened the Yin family. Now someone else kidnapped Wei Jiangli and threatened Li Chu. What is this? Kidnapping relay? Together with Wei Jiangli. It is like a baton. Although she had a headache, she sent someone to deliver the letter to Li Chu as soon as possible, regardless of anything else. If she wants to save people, she is really most at ease with Li Chu. The top of Tianlu Peak. Song Haijun stood quietly on the half-mounted mountain peak, waiting. The young monk's Buddha's hand seal had previously made him miserable and crushed half of the mountain. If the current Kang Haijun encounters that palm again, he will never avoid it so hard. Although he did not achieve the goal of becoming a land immortal by slaying all his obsessions as expected, his realm still skyrocketed after some inexplicable reshaping. It's just that without a physical body, one's cultivation level can only be used to the best of 67%. After all, he is not the kind of powerful person who specializes in cultivating the soul. In his vision, since he is looking for a physical body, he must look for the best. Of all the fleshly bodies I had seen before, the best one was naturally that of the little Taoist priest. Young, handsome and talented. Previously, he was afraid of Li Chu and was unwilling to collide with him. But at this time, he was not afraid anymore. Not only because he has become an earth immortal, but also because he has died once. The most important thing is that after experiencing the previous events, he felt that he had found Li Chu's biggest weakness. A fatal weakness. Although this was not the first time that he thought he had discovered Li Chu's weakness, he was certain that this would definitely be the last time. Because this time, only one of them must survive. Just when he was thinking quietly, Li Chu arrived. A stream of flying fire and stars rushing over from Shenluo City. Li Chu couldn't help but be anxious. In his heart, no matter whether it was Wei Jiangli's safety or anything else, nothing could happen. Before landing, he locked onto that figure. I was a little surprised in my heart. After all, he had witnessed Song Haijun's summoning Xuanwu to swallow him with his own eyes, so he was naturally quite surprised to see him escaping from Xuanwu's mouth. But he immediately discovered that he was just a ghost figure, and guessed that something happened in the middle. In any case, Wei Jiangli is still important. Boom! Li Chu fell in front of Song Haijun. The two people were a few feet apart and looked at each other calmly. Li Chu didn't have time to argue with him, so he got straight to the point. Where is Miss Jiangli? She is in a very safe place, Song Haijun said with a smile. I still can't figure out your methods. To be on the safe side, I asked my men to take her and hide her somewhere else. If you don't have a good talk with me, then it's inevitable that you'll have to suffer a little bit. What do you want to talk about? Li Chu asked directly. I want to negotiate a deal with you. Song Haijun looked at Li Chu with greedy eyes. I want your body. Huh? Li Chu frowned and flatly refused without thinking. This is absolutely impossible. Even if you lose your life, you will never let me go. Song Haijun looked at Li Chu's expression of resistance and raised his hand. Wait, have you misunderstood? He explained. What I mean is that I will return Wei Jiangli Fang to you. But you must take the initiative to withdraw all your soul from the body and give your body to me. The anger on Li Chu's face slowly dissipated, and he looked thoughtful. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, It's said to be a transaction. But this is robbery. I don't deny it. Song Haijun nodded calmly. But I will definitely keep my promise and will not hurt her. And I also know that you will definitely promise me. Oh, your biggest weakness is that you are too nosy. Kang Haijun shook his head. His eyes filled with insightful light. You may seem indifferent, but you can do anything for people who have nothing to do with you. You care about morality more than anyone else. Not to mention someone who has some friendship with you. You will never be stingy about sacrificing a body. Right. Li Chu looked directly at him. And after a while, he nodded. Okay. Song Haijun raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. Please. Li Chu didn't say anything, and his eyes were slightly closed. Boom. He is already quite proficient in the techniques for soul separation from the body. In an instant, the soul had separated from the physical body and was hanging in the air. In fact, for Mr. Songhai, it is easier to seize the body of such a powerful person than to find a random mortal. Because a strong person who has practiced the soul can take the initiative to withdraw the soul from the body, thus ensuring that the physical body has no resistance. If he is a mortal who cannot leave his body, and his own soul resists a little bit in his body, it will also make him, a land god, find it quite troublesome. After Li Chu's soul came out of his body, he did not stay away for the time being, but looked at Song Haijun with burning eyes. Mr. Songhai also understood it. He raised his finger in the air and drew a crack in the sky with a hiss. From the crack, a young man in white robe walked out, escorting the guard Jiangli, who was dressed in fine clothes. She was about to take the stage when she was suddenly robbed. When she saw Li Chu, she immediately exclaimed, Little Taoist Master Li. Song Haijun nodded lightly, and the young man in white robe let go of Wei Jiangli and let her run towards Li Chu. Wei Jiangli ran to Li Chu's side and was suddenly stunned for a moment. He looked at Li Chu's suspended soul and his body with closed eyes, and for a moment he didn't know which one to run to. Come over here. Li Chu's soul waved calmly. Oh. Wei Jiangli quickly ran over. At this moment, Lord Songhai had already settled in Li Chu's body. Boom. When his spirit entered this body and opened his eyes, he felt a loud noise in his head, as if a huge storm was brewing inside his body. What's this? Is this the human body? Kang Haijun was actually stunned for a moment. What does it feel like? Calm, vast, and full of power. Every ounce of power is enough to explode. Yet so tame, mellow, smooth and smooth. The true energy flows so smoothly in the body. If the buzzing sound of qi and blood was released, it would be enough to blast several long streets. His body that was at the peak of the decay realm was already powerful enough, with its meridians almost fully opened. But compared to this body, that's a rag. In this body, he even felt that he could reach the sun with just a little effort. Higher, faster and stronger. This moment, there are no land gods. I am the real god. All those who are born with immortal bodies are just cheap goods in front of this physical body. His ambition grew uncontrollably in an instant. With this body, he felt that he was invincible. Why is Tainanjiang easy, but Northwest Tong is invincible? Zhongzhou Huangji and Demon Security all suppressed them with one hand. Oh, Emperor Yu is one of his own. That doesn't matter. Suppression is all. It is possible that the 10 major mythical beasts cannot be touched, especially Xuanwu's anti-bone boy. So what if he is one of the 4 elephants? You have to be afraid when you see this body, etc. Mention this. Song Haijun suddenly remembered something. Earlier, Xuanwu suddenly rebelled and turned around to devour himself. Could it be that he was afraid of this little Taoist priest? Yes. Such a physical body obviously cannot be born. What kind of cultivation should a person who can refine such an immortal body have? Do such people really have weaknesses? He suddenly turned back to look at Li Chu. He saw a flaming flying sword hanging in front of Li Chu's spirit. Deal closed. The little Taoist priest faced his own body and said this coldly. Song Haijun, who just now felt that he was invincible, suddenly sensed a familiar danger. He quickly took a step back and said in surprise, "This is your own body. You won't have the heart to destroy it." Li Chu didn't answer, just stared at him coldly. His eyes were full of deathly silence and coldness. It was as if there was a strong despair in his heart, almost flowing out from his eyes. "It's too late for Miss Jian Li's debut. Your sins. Too deep.